Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A non-payday Friday / Frisco Friday / Bay Area Friday / Let's Screw Through Rank Friday. We got divisional round playoffs coming up, folks. Divisional round playoffs. What's that? We got paid today? Is that? I don't know. Maybe it is a payday Friday. Wow. Did we get paid?
Money time.
Oh, wow. Money time. Money time. Money time. Yeah, money time. With Mr. Poole back in the building this weekend. Jordan Poole back with the Wizards, of course, tomorrow night for the Golden State Warriors. We'll get to the Warriors. We got divisional round playoffs. What happened?
Well, new elected mayor Daniel Lurie was going to put together a full panel, a welcoming party, if you will. And you know who's going to help welcome back Jordan Poole?
You are?
No, Mark Willard, his biggest fan.
Oh, wow.
Boy, they were arguing about Jordan Poole yesterday on the show.
Who was arguing about Jordan
the crew.
Poole? What
Grandy,
crew?
the Grandy man, and Willard and Dibbs.
I'm scared of Willard. Wait, well, so what was going on?
No, it was just the differing of opinions on Jordan Poole. And I feel like he's a lightning rod for a variety of opinions.
Well, you took a shot at Willard right off the rip. So, Mark Willard, that was Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, not Bonte Hill, taking a shot at you.
He clearly doesn't, he and I have never really
So expound on this. Expound on this.
No, I just think that it's very interesting. Like, I think Jordan Poole is a fascinating case study in psyche of the Warriors. I think there are a lot of people that on the day he was traded were like, get this guy off my team for X, Y, and Z reasons.
Okay.
I think that he represents, as an avatar, things that are unfair for him to represent. Okay. The youth, the young guard, this weird, like, he's too arrogant. You know what I mean?
So I'm trying to figure out. So Jordan Poole comes up because Warriors obviously are playing the Wizards tomorrow. And the Warriors are 20-20, and everybody wants to make a trade, and they see young Jordan Poole ascending and having career highs in a plethora of categories. However, the Wizards have won, 6 games? So I'm trying to figure out how they got on that conversation with Willard.
Well, it's just about the Jordan Poole return. And I feel like Jordan Poole's name has probably come up more in the last month than the last 2 years. And I think it's more like, as we do this big study on the Golden State Warriors and we think about where they're at and where it went wrong and woulda, coulda, shoulda. And this is what happens when a dynasty starts to, like, the embers are burning out of the fire. We go back in time and we're like, where could it have kept going? And I think that the Jordan Poole thing is an interesting point in time. And I've thought about it long and hard. And I'm thinking to myself, there will always be a segment of fans that liked Jordan Poole. There was a segment of fans that I think turned on Jordan Poole because of the play. There's a segment of fans that sided with Draymond Green for X, Y, and Z reasons, thinking that the team was divided. And then I think there's a lot of people that have had a change of heart, not because they're watching Jordan Poole with a fine-tooth comb in Washington. I bet a lot of people haven't even watched a game of Jordan Poole's since he's been a Washington Wizard. But it's more like the woulda, coulda, shoulda of, man, that trade now a couple years removed, like, it wasn't a good trade. And I think a lot of people are like taking things back. Like, you know what?
Yeah, that's what we do in sports.
Exactly.
We could say, in hindsight, we could say we're flipping and flopping, because I remember in real time what was going on with Jordan Poole, and nobody was missing Jordan Poole last year. But as we look to this matchup coming up with the Wizards and the Warriors, are the Warriors in a better spot without Jordan Poole, or are they in a better spot with Jordan Poole? What does your finances look like? I think in another year, we could really decide whether or not this deal worked out for the Golden State Warriors because of the financial flexibility by letting Chris Paul walk, saying, you know what, we're going to let him walk. We're not going to try to make a trade at the deadline or whatnot. You get your finances in order at least to where you're not paying a boatload of money, a luxury tax, and CB, all that stuff. So I'm not going to play the revisionist history game yet because I know what it was like in real time, just like with Klay Thompson. I understand what it was like in real time. Sure, you could say, I'd rather have Jordan Poole on his team than Draymond Green. But I'll throw the same question you've thrown at me all week about Klay Thompson. Is this team that much better with Klay Thompson? Is this team right now that much better with Jordan Poole on it than not having Jordan Poole on it?
It's funny that you asked that question directly because I was thinking about that walking past Union Square, and I'm like, all right, let's be real here. How much better? Everything's the same, but Jordan Poole's on the team. How much better are they? I actually think they're a little better. Now, by a little, a couple of games. I think that they're a couple of games better at minimum. I don't think it's changing the overall trajectory and frustration of where everyone's at. They probably don't make the Dennis Schroeder trade.
Right.
Maybe Podziemski is not on this team for X, Y, and Z reasons. Maybe. Right. I don't know. I do think he takes a little bit of the load off of Steph Curry. I do believe that he provides more of the scoring punch that they clearly have needed at times. Was he the smartest IQ half-court player to end games? No. So I don't want to sit here and say they're 10 games better with Jordan Poole. I think that's reckless. I think some of their bigger issues are still their bigger issues.
Right. I don't think they're much better with Jordan Poole than without him. Honestly, it just looks different. It looks different.
But what about the symbolism? Right. Forget the record. What about the symbolism of the young guys not being good enough to keep up with the old guys, as in getting rid of them?
Look, let's not be silly here. Because I miss Jordan Poole too, but let's not be silly. Jordan Poole's on this roster right now. The Warriors are 20-20. The tenor of the conversation is, you've invested in Jordan Poole, got rid of a trusted veteran in Draymond Green.
or Jordan,
you gave Jordan Poole $30+ million. He's not helping you win. Get this guy off my team, blah, blah. You know the tenor of the conversation.
Well, the day he was traded, the overall sentiment that again, this is just my feeling, was get this guy off my team.
Exactly.
That's what I felt. But I would be very interested to hear from Warrior fans today, like, how do you feel today? Do you miss him? Do you still root for him? Is he the one that got away? Because I think for some people he is.
Is he the guy who got away for you?
I just think what he represents is the lost hope of a young player who was ascending as we were chasing excellence. And I felt like he was an easy scapegoat. And in retrospect, I feel really, really bad for the guy. And I felt bad for him in real time, but I feel worse now. And your overall point about like, is the team that much better than where they are? Probably not. But that to me is more of an indication on where the high-priced best players on this team were in their career versus where he's at in his career. But I do believe he'd be a helpful player and a good player and a useful player.
888-957-9570. How do you feel about those sentiments about Jordan Poole as the Warriors will hit the court tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. tip at Chase Center tomorrow when the Warriors host the Wizards. They play 8 of their next 9 at home at Chase Center. A great opportunity to stack some wins. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Festus Azili will join us at 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. Darren Ruzanowski, that talks from Sharks at 9:20. And, of course, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Jordan Poole was definitely a polarizing player. I'm not sure how much he resonated considering how long he was here. He was here for 4 years, right? 4 years we got Jordan Poole. Drafted him when he was a baby. He left. Obviously, there were some ill feelings towards him. There's some ill feelings towards Draymond when he left. And they made the move because it was obvious that locker room was not going to be able to coexist with both of them in the same locker room, walking around in the same space. Now, here we are a year and a half later. Jordan Poole's Wizards they're not 6-31, folks. They're 6-33.
They're not good.
They're 6-33. And they're getting blown out in every single game. They're not even competitive. And so when you have a player like Jordan Poole, you say, well, what is he doing to impact winning? Well, it's not all him, right? It kind of shows that you need a lot of talent on the basketball team, and they have a lot of young players in Bilal Coulibaly. They got some veterans in Valanciunas and Kyle Kuzma, but they got a lot of youngsters on this team. A lot of youngsters. So I don't know if Jordan Poole's the one that got away. But, boy, without that incident, I'm very curious to know where that team lands that second season or that next season after the championship when they lost to the LA Lakers in the second round of the playoffs. And Jordan Poole is just a shell of himself. Just a shell of himself. So I don't know how much the Warriors are winning with and without Jordan Poole. The same thing with Klay Thompson or whatnot. But it's obvious right now that the roster, as currently constructed, is not good enough to compete for a championship, and they may not be good enough to finish top 6 in the Western Conference. So that is an issue here. You just wonder, with a quicker athletic guard like Jordan Poole, would it translate into more wins? Would it translate into more losses? How does it look? It's hard to say, really. It's hard.
Like in our life, For the Warriors, you think Chris Webber is the biggest, like, one that got away?
No doubt. In my lifetime, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's funny, like, because he was awesome year one, right? Everyone knows, awesome year one. Goes to the Washington, at the time they were called the Bullets. They weren't very good. They were like a complete teardown rebuild. I think they won like 25 games or something like that his first year. And then they slowly got better, but they never really reached the zenith of what you thought they might become, right? Mm-hmm. And he ends up getting traded. And really his best years are with the Sacramento Kings, right? Mm-hmm. I don't remember exactly how he was viewed league-wide at that time. He was such a like high-profile player coming out playing for the Fab Five. It felt like he was a sexier, definitely viewed league-wide as a more winning player than what Jordan Poole is viewed currently.
I don't even think it's close.
You know, yeah, right?
I don't even think it's close.
Even though the team didn't necessarily have team success. You get where I'm going?
Webber, as a rookie, was all of a sudden thrust into this category with the top power forwards in the game. Karl Malone, Charles Barkley. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like he was starting to get the dunk on Barkley, the commercial, Nike. I mean, it's not even close. Like Chris Webber was in a completely different stratosphere than Jordan Poole.
I would agree. But when you look at it, how many years do you think it took Warrior fans to get over the Webber thing?
Well, it took a long time because they didn't make the playoffs for a long time. So each year they didn't make the playoffs, every Warrior fan walking around these streets in the Bay Area would say, it's the Webber curse. Ever since they got rid of Webber, we haven't done anything.
Go back to that time. We were younger. I think I was about 12 years old when he got traded. Were you bitter toward him, Nelly, mad at the organization?
Organization.
Okay.
Organization.
Did you root for him in Washington?
I rooted for his success. Yeah. I rooted for Webber.
I used to collect this card.
But I was also a Webber fan, though.
Yes, me too.
So it's a little different for me coming out of Michigan. Yeah. I was a Webber fan, so it's a little different.
What about with the Kings?
Yeah, I rooted for Webber.
See, I rooted for Webber. I didn't really root for him with the Kings. I just didn't like the Kings.
I rooted for Webber, and another player they had was Mike Bibby. I loved Mike Bibby coming out of Arizona. Loved Mike Bibby on those 97 Wildcats.
Do you think the majority of Warrior fans rooted for him when he was with the Kings?
I'm not sure. It's possible, but I'm not sure.
Do you think Warrior fans root for Jordan Poole's success now, just in general?
I would think so. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
But it's obvious that.
But I don't have ill will, and I probably was a bigger Poole homer at the beginning because I found the guy intoxicating. Yes, he wasn't a complete player. No one thinks that he's on the Steph Curry level. I just thought he was a lot of fun, and I thought he was the perfect, what I would call that sip of water that this dehydrated team needed to get themselves up again. He was a useful player, whether he was a starter, a sixth man, whatever. I thought he was a fun, ascending young player that could help be that youthful invigoration that the old guys desperately needed.
510 with an interesting one. Webber left. Warriors drafted Vince Carter, traded for Jameson. That was another gut punch. That was a gut punch.
The Spreewell situation and then him going right to the finals. I mean, no doubt. A combination of things.
Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie, what's happening?
Hey, what up, guys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
You guys, let's remember that Poole was one of ours, man. We drafted him. You guys got to remember that he had a tough up and coming from the G League, up and down all the time. And then when he finally stuck, man, we were with him. We were riding for him. So I still do root for him. Going back to the Hawaiian Punch, shout out Guru. I think we got rid of the wrong guy. And I think if we would have kept Poole and got rid of Draymond, that would have spearheaded Kuminga coming in faster to the lineup. I think we would have been fine. I think we still had Wiseman at that time. I think Wiseman still would have been with us. I think the team would have been cool with him, man. I still root for him, like I said, and he's on my fantasy team, bro. That's how much it is.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's it? Gone just like that?
And like that, he's gone.
Just like that.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
Ended the call abruptly. Kind of threw me off, right?
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing I can do about it. Ain't nothing I can do about it.
When they do like a team reunion in 2032, the 10-year reunion of the 2022 championship, I don't know, maybe he's still playing in the league. I would assume that he is, but there's no guarantees. I mean, how's he viewed?
I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know if he's the one that got away. I'm interested to hear from Warrior fans because it's been a while on Jordan Poole. That's Warriors at 20-20. Would it translate into winning? He's having a nice season. There's no doubt about that. He's having a very nice season. At the same time, can you have a nice season on a team that's 6-33?
No.
Like that's the issue.
But
would
we've
anybody
also
play for
learned
him?
that Steph Curry's probably the greatest player, ever or whatever. And
you need talent around you to win.
And they're struggling
right.
to get
You need talent around you to win. There's no doubt. That's an indictment on him. He's got to do his job. You control how you play.
Yeah.
Not the rest of your guys. I'm just interested. I guess I'm just interested to hear the context between Willard, Grandy, and Dibbs on Jordan Poole. Like, I didn't hear it, so I don't know what the
They were just discussing all the stuff that we're discussing right now.
I remember Willard last season said he's not giving Jordan Poole a standing ovation, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know where that vigor came from when it came towards Jordan Poole. Very interesting, though. It is very interesting.
I will say this. For me, and I know you said we got to find out about flexibility, but today, if you look at your bank account or whatever today, they're in the negative on that trade. If that trade was, you're in the negative. Now, maybe down the road, it appreciates and it ends up netting them something because of that flexibility. But as of today, trading a 23-year-old at the time who was making $28 million for 40-year-old Chris Paul, and then that contract expired, and you had to staple a first-round pick to it in 2030, it ended up being a horrific trade.
Trades are hard.
No, that was
not a good trade. Not a good trade right now, but we'll see what it looks like. As of now, it's not the best trade in the world, but how much better are they with JP? How much better would that locker room have been? Did they get rid of the wrong guy? I don't know, but the Warriors right now, they're 20-20. They got to get rolling here over the next 42 games, something we'll discuss today, plus divisional round playoffs. We got shameless shout-outs, all that good stuff coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.
I love Jordan. He's such a good young guy, and he looks really good. You know, I watched a couple of their games leading up to our game, and I was just struck by how confident and strong he looks. He just looks more comfortable, and I'm so happy for him because, you know, he did so much for us. He's such a good young guy, and the last couple of years haven't been easy for Jordan.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP, that was Steve Kerr back in November with Willard and Dibs. Jordan Poole, just 25 years old, averaging over 21 a game, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, shooting 43% from the floor and 40% from the three-point line, which would be a career high. He's having a hell of a season, but his team has only won 6 games. They're 6-33. Hell, they went through a month in November where they didn't win a single game. Not one single win in the month of November. And then when you look at the Wizards right now and the losing streak they're on, I mean, Shasky, this team, I know it's about JP, but I'm looking at this team here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've lost 8 games in a row. They've lost 10 of their last 11. So if there's ever such a thing as a get-right game or a game you got to have, this is the one you got to have if you're going to go to St. Warriors and move a game over 500. But I am interested to know if Warrior fans,
who had lost 60-17.
I know.
I thought you were going to go the other way. Where like if there's ever a get-right game for the Washington Wizards, this Golden State Warrior team.
They're on the road. They haven't had much success on the road. The Washington Wizards. What have you seen on the road?
Who's their coach?
They're 1-15 on the road. 1-15 on the road. They're 5-18 at home. So this game is at Chase Center. So it'll be a road game for the Wiz. Who is their coach? Let me pull up their coach.
I thought you would know this on the top of your head.
No, they hired I want to say his last name is O'Keefe. Maybe I haven't watched.
If I was running the Wizards, I would a complete rebrand, get rid of the name Wizards. I don't know, something else. They got to completely change it up. I love the red, white, and blue combo for the Washington, D.C. area. That's fine, but they need a complete rebrand.
You don't like Wizards?
Dormant for so many years.
You don't like Wizards, huh?
No, it's awful.
What would you change it to?
I don't know. I've thought about this, like the Caps, you know, and just or the Nats or the Senators or something like that. To me, it has to be something. The Feds would be a good one. Like
the Feds.
Guys, like the Federals.
Do they really need to be like something like government? Like there's too many government or political.
It's Washington D.C.
Capitals,
and they have
nationals,
red, white, and blue combos. What?
Like if you rebrand the Wizards, do you need to stay in the same theme as like
I like it.
You know, Nationals and Capitals and like that?
That's what I would do. The Wizards never hit. Ever.
You got Commanders, Capitals, Nationals. I guess, Federalists.
I like the Wiz when they went to the light blue. That was a nice little rebrand they had. And then they went back to the red, white, and blue, obviously. I don't know. They play. Where they play in the middle of Chinatown in Washington, D.C. The arena is like in the middle of the block. It's very strange. Capital One Arena.
I don't know Washington, D.C. that way.
Yeah, you've never been to D.C.?
No.
Yeah, so it's in the middle of the street in Chinatown. And I know they're working on trying to get a new arena and just move from that location. Their game seems to be a bit sleepy at Capital One Arena. That's where Georgetown also plays.
When you have 6 wins or whatever.
I mean, it's been like that for years, so it's just nobody goes to those games, man. They got, you know, thankfully the Commanders for them are playing well, and Ovechkin is going for Gretzky's record, so you got something there with the Caps, but the Wizards do feel like an afterthought in that market. There's no doubt, especially with the Nationals winning a World Series.
Do Baltimore people root for the Washington Wizards?
I don't know. That's a great question because they used to play in Baltimore back in the day. I'm not sure if it translated.
I don't even know.
I don't know if it translated. Maybe that is their basketball team out there. Baltimore's so in on the Ravens and the Orioles that's a great question. I wonder. I can hit up my Baltimore folks. You guys root for the Capitals? Or excuse me, you guys root for the Wizards? The Wizards?
It's an odd name.
If I root for the Caps too.
Probably do root for the Caps.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Baltimore doesn't have a hockey team.
They don't have a hockey team out there in Bmore. And it's like, and Baltimore is what, about 45 minutes away from D.C.?
Well, driving distance. Yeah, close enough.
Yes.
Yeah. You've been out there, Lubbock?
I've been to Washington, D.C. as part of our 8th grade, like, end of the year trip, but obviously we didn't go to Baltimore or anything like that, so.
Since the Washington Nationals came into Major League Baseball, the Baltimore Orioles and the Nationals have been arguing over television money on this regional sports network that actually went under, and they both were pointing the finger at why the other couldn't spend more money and whatnot. It It was a huge, huge deal. And so a lot of would-be O's fans became Nats fans when the Nats were good. And now a lot of would-be Nats fans, because they've torn it down so many times, have jumped ship and gone back to the Orioles.
Brian Keefe. Told you it was Keefe. Brian Keefe, not O'Keefe. Brian Keefe is your head coach of the Washington Wizards, 48 years old. Has a task with trying to bring that organization back.
Brian Keefe could walk into this room, shake my hand,
not know who he
tell
is.
me he's Brian Keefe, and I'd go, oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured. Former Laker assistant, former Knicks assistant, former Sonic assistant, former Thunder assistant, former Nets assistant. He's been with the organization since 2003. Former UNLV guard, played guard at UNLV and UC Irvine. So came to the West Coast in college, played on the West Coast in college, and he's been coaching all over the board. So he's got the task of trying to bring the Wizards back to relevancy. But yeah, Bassett and the whole deal. I remember driving from Baltimore to D.C. I went to a Giants game in D.C. They were playing the Nats. They got smoked. It was that early July 4th game. And then went to an Orioles game that same week. It's like about 45 minutes, 50 minutes, give or take, driving from Baltimore to D.C. It's pretty cool to have a major city right there and your neighbors. So earlier this season, I know the Commanders played the Ravens out in Baltimore. You saw Philadelphia play the Ravens earlier this season, and he took the train down to Baltimore. That's the cool thing about the East Coast. You get on the train where there's Amtrak. You can take it from Penn Station. You'd be in Baltimore in 2 hours. 2 hours just straight through the train. You go through Philadelphia, or you go through Jersey, Philly, Delaware, and then Baltimore.
Our good East Coast friends. Did you see, speaking of Philadelphia, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but the Rams' Jared Verse had some things to say about Philadelphia. The young player out of Florida State, Bonte.
Don't like that.
He came out and he told the Los Angeles Times, they're so annoying. I hate Eagle fans. They're so annoying. I hate Eagle fans.
Not smart.
Why?
Why?
Smart.
Not smart. Now you give that lunatic fringe of a fan base ammunition, lighting gas on a fire, and you just don't want to say anything to entice that team, that fan base. You know, they're going to be riding with the Eagle fans out there, Saquon Barkley and company. You gave up over 250 yards rushing to Saquon the first time around. You should probably just pay attention to the assignment, learn or watch enough film to learn how to get by Lane Johnson and Mayada and all those great offensive linemen they have. I don't like it. I don't like hearing this from Jared Verse. And I like Jared Verse a lot from Florida State. He's a hell of a player. And the Rams got them one, but I don't like it this week.
Well, Debo talked a lot of smack. Now, granted, it was after losing in the NFC Championship game, and he wrote a check and then cashed it on the face of everyone in Philly and then said goodbye, leave the stadium. Now, Jared Verse obviously is a defensive player, and so it's different. You don't have the ball in your hand. You can't score touchdowns, but you could definitely wreck a game, but you better show up. And when you're a rook, it's a lot.
You better show up against that offensive line, the best offensive line possibly in football outside of Detroit Lions. You can make the argument that they're both really, really good. I don't like the fact that he said something. I actually now, I kind of had a feeling that the Philadelphia Eagles would win this one comfortably. Now I feel like this could get out of hand. I feel like
really just because
one
of the young guys said something?
I'm there.
I love the Rams in this game.
I'm there.
He added on, when I see that green and white, I hate it. I actually get upset. Like, I actually get genuinely hot.
I hope he plays well. For his sake, I hope he plays well and has a big game. Because if he doesn't, he will never hear the end of it. From Philadelphia, from me, from anybody. We may disown him at Florida State. No, I'm kidding. He's a similar. He's a no. But no, I don't like it, Lubman. Do you? I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
I mean, he's playing with fire, and like, I don't have an emotional connection to it. So like, I kind of like that I could be a neutral observer and just watch whatever happens here plays out. Like, you know what? If he goes in and he clowns on the Eagles, that'll be really great. If he goes in and has a bad day and the Eagle fans pile on him, I'm gonna sit back and sip my tea and be like, oh, that really sucks for you.
You really believe the Rams have a shot in this one?
I do. They have Matt Stafford. He's the better quarterback. I absolutely do. And I think, Sean McVay having the game plan, obviously it's Vic Fangio, and Vic Fangio is very, very, very good. I think this is an interesting matchup. Yeah, I do. I do think they have a chance.
The Eagles did not wow me against the Packers.
I'm kind of with you.
Like, coming into the playoffs, I thought the Eagles could be the team. Like, you know what? I could kind of see them going all the way and getting past the lines, making it to the Super Bowl. Then against the Packers, Packers left a lot of points out on the field there with how they played and some of the turnovers they had.
Well, I thought the Packers were soft. They didn't deserve to be in that game. They fumbled on the first opening kickoff. Jordan Love almost threw a pick on his first pass.
They got the ball back on that one, and it was like wrongly adjudicated.
Yeah, I don't know. He got smacked. He fumbled, and the Eagles didn't play their A game. And it still felt like they were up 30-0 in that game.
I think that's just more just like the Packers played that poorly versus the Eagles.
Well, the Eagles, they don't play that poorly. Look at all the guys that the Eagles hurt in that football game. Like, they were inflicting punishment on the Green Bay Packers. Inflicting punishment. So, you like the Rams too, huh, Lubin?
I think I would still lean Eagles here, but Rams will probably keep it close, though.
So, from that game, a Philadelphia sports fan went on a tirade against this Green Bay Packer woman fan, and the guy now lost his job and won't ever be allowed to attend another Eagles home game.
Good.
Did you guys see that?
Good, I did.
Did you see the video?
Good. But
it was as ugly as it can get.
Justice is served for that clown-ass fan base. And that's just one of many who act like that. No, seriously, like, who this guy is like just berating this young lady because she's wearing another jersey, colored all kind of names.
We didn't see what happened prior to the beginning of the video.
Well, now there's a rumor going around that the Packer fan showed up looking for a beef or something. I'm
not making excuses, because trust me, you and I know, we've been there and whatever, and there's always something that leads up to these things. It's never all on one side. But I will say that, like, at some point, people have to understand that, like, your behavior is unacceptable. Yeah. Like, come on. I was listening to Spike Eskin and our good friend, he does the Substack, Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. They had like a podcast.
Short Parks?
Yes. No, it was Ethan Sherwood-Strauss.
Okay.
And he was asking him about the fan behavior and everything. And Ethan Sherwood-Strauss said he's never been to a football game, which I found to be shocking. But they were talking about like fan behavior and how, when people video things, we've gotten to this society of cancel culture and everything. And I was listening to the whole thing. I'm like, guys, we're doing gymnastics to basically try to defend ridiculous behavior. Ridiculous behavior. What do we do? How about you just go to the game? You want to throw a couple of barbs and some funny lines. Does everything have to be like
personal?
Like we're just like the white knuckling it at all times. How miserable is your life if you're treating people like that after you paid a couple $100 to go to a game, a couple $100 to park, and to walk in, you spend the money? Like, take a deep breath, everybody. And look, I want my team to win too. But that doesn't mean I'm going to inflict rage upon someone sitting 2 seats in front of me wearing the opposing team's jersey. Like, sometimes your actions you need to be accountable for.
Well, he's getting fired. You know the guys, too, from Yankee Stadium who tried to snatch the baseball out of Mookie Betts' glove? They've been banned from baseball stadiums all across Major League Baseball.
Good.
They can never attend a baseball game ever again, and it should be the case.
Yes.
It should be the case.
Consequences for your poor actions.
Speaking of which, poor actions, who's got a poor jump shot? I hope you don't have a poor jump shot, because it will get exposed in the 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament, because it is back. The second annual 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament is all the way back, folks. The throne reigning champion, Mark Grandy, will start to qualify people January 27th and do it for 3 weeks. So 3 weeks of qualifying. We'll do it January 27th. Again, we'll give you an opportunity to qualify 3 times a day for 3 weeks. And that'll start on January 27th. And you have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. All right, more coming up. Did you miss Poole or not, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. We're getting more playoff shameless shout-outs as well. A lot going on here on a Friday, a Payday Friday on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I like where TJD's at right now. 14 straight starts, averaging nearly a double-double. You want to finish a little better, but Air Indiana is doing his thing, man. He's doing his thing. We'll talk to Festus about that at 8:30. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45 today on The Roast, as this segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Look at the VJ in North Carolina in the secondary. He wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors. Kuminga had his walking boot removed, but he could be a week or two away. They need JK. I miss JK on the floor. He was ascending, of course, averaging 21 and 6 a game since the 1st of December. So they definitely miss his athleticism and his defense at point of attack. So JK hopefully will be back in a couple weeks.
Sam, we're going to tease this because I have a story I want to play in between as we kind of set this up. Sam, I would like you on the front end, before I tell my little story about yesterday that involves someone here at the station. Yeah, it is.
It's a King's Tale.
It's a Squire's story.
Oh, it's a King's
Squire
Tale.
story.
A butcher's bit?
A butcher's bit. I like that. A butcher's bit. So what's the butcher's bit?
I was making mafia moves. Sam, can you ask the question that you asked me right before I walked into the station, into the studio?
I asked you a lot of questions. It was, have you ever, I think it was have you ever felt as good about Jonathan Kuminga as we did about Jordan Poole once upon a time?
No, I'm serious.
That's a good question. I think we felt a lot better about Jordan Poole,
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Oh, why?
Because I have long thoughts.
What?
Let's just let that percolate for a second while Shasta shares his bit.
Say it eloquently one more time, Sam.
Have you ever felt as good about Jonathan Kuminga as we as Warrior fans once did about Jordan Poole during his heyday with the Warriors?
That's a great question. That's an absolutely great question. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got thoughts too, but I'll just give you a short answer. You guys don't want me to give an answer right now, right? You want me to let
we
that
want you to percolate it for a little bit while Shasky does his bit. Yeah.
Okay, let's get his bit.
Percolation sensation.
Let it simmer? Okay, all right.
Let it simmer.
Percolation sensation. All right, let it simmer. Simmer like some good old tea.
What is going on here?
I got a Squire's tale.
Right.
So yesterday, the big boss man said, hey, it'd be really important if you could show up to this holiday party. We had a holiday party here at Odyssey.
Did you go, Spadoni?
Well, Spadoni, look.
I'm out.
I now understand. It's really difficult to pack up the kids and go anywhere. Just anywhere. It's difficult. Just going grocery shopping with a kid is a nightmare. I don't know how people do it. I really don't.
It's actually fun. I like it when Chaz is rolling with me. She's a helper.
Yeah, but do you need to have the full backpack with diapers?
Sometimes, that stage, you had the stroller or whatnot. But I've kind of mastered it a bit.
It's all about the mindset when you go into there. If you're gonna have a bad mindset about it, it's gonna be a bad experience. But if you're gonna have positive, have fun with your kids, it'll
you
be
have
fine.
some fun. You get out the aisles like, oh, look, you could make everything fun. And I actually like when I could get Chestnut out the house. It's a success. So yesterday we did our rounds. We went.
She's 4, right?
Yeah, she's 4. But even when she was 1, I would take the stroller, have everything, and it was, you make it work.
But it's hard to push the stroller while pushing the shopping cart.
You just put them in that.
I do.
Yeah, and then we had the case of the shopping cart.
You got
to sit down there,
buckle the belts and all that. But anyway, so yesterday I had the little guy. The babysitter's out of town. Michelle's working late. I'm by myself. We're going to Hotel Via. It's right there across the street from the ballpark.
Michelle came too?
No, Michelle's working late. I have the little guy. All right. And so I packed him up. I got him dressed. I leave. And I'm thinking, there's going to be traffic. We're going to show up. I'm going to give 30 to 45 minutes or however long he can stay. And then I'm going to bounce.
Can I step in for a second? I told this guy Hotel Via is like 10 minutes away from his house. I drive down there every single day or for Warriors games. He's from the city. Should know that it takes about 15, 20 minutes to get to Hotel Via from your house. You left 45 minutes early?
No, I left around 3:15 because I went and got gas, and I didn't know how long it was going to take, and I wanted to take my time, and you don't know where parking is, and I got the little guy. Again, I'm doing a hit and run, as I call it. I'm going to show up, I'm going to hit, I'm going to run. Well, I got there early, obviously, and to Bonte, Mr. Waze, he knew the traffic. So I hit up Guru. I go, yo, where you at? I know you're somewhere around here. And Guru and Steiny were in a hole in the wall around the corner. So I go pulling up, and I swear to God, Steiny, one adult beverage in, it's a completely different human being. Most calm, happy. I mean, he's got game. Spitting game, whether it's older people, younger people, men, women, doesn't matter. He has the glasses now, and I'm telling you, it's a sophisticated look for Steiny. It is a sophisticated. He looks like De Niro in Casino. I want to call him Sam Rothstein. And that's really it. Steiny, I believe.
That's the
drink
that's
in.
Your story.
Here's the story.
Sucking up Matt Steinmetz and telling him how good he looks with glasses.
I think Matt Steinmetz, one drink in, is equivalent to beast mode, one Hennessy shot in before he gets into an NFL game. It's a completely different guy.
This guy is such a D.
I mean this. I'm elevating.
You're saying you want Steiny to take a shot before he goes on air?
Is that
I think he does.
Was that a story, or was that just you waxing poetic about Matt Steinmetz? And
just adding some dynamicism to his character.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Oh, my God. Well, whereas on the show, Guru's kind of carrying things and Steiny's nitpicking, when they go out in public, it's the other way around. Steiny is the show, and Guru and me were just nitpicking stuff. It was unbelievable. The guy
Our relationship is on the brink.
Putting on a performance. I was impressed. Then he shows up, walks right into Hotel Villa late, because me and Guru walked over earlier with our guy, what's the New York Jets fan? Justin, thank you, who's having another baby. Steiny shows up 20 minutes late and goes, hey, am I getting an appearance fee for this? Where's Kieran? I want to talk to her. I mean, think of the confidence you have to pull up from half court like that.
Oh, you
was drunk.
You're talking about appearance fees. We Guru's trying to talk Warriors with Steiny, and Steiny's like, if I'm going to talk Warriors, that's where the appearance fee comes in.
Oh, my God.
Steiny's a real character. Man.
VJ, North Carolina. VJ, what's up?
Oh, nothing, bro. How you doing this morning?
I'm good,
What's
VJ.
up, bro?
Oh, good, man. I listen to your show. Usually every morning, y'all have a good show, man, and you bring up a lot of good points.
Thank you.
One thing I was listening to a guy a minute ago saying who would he rather have, I believe, Jordan Poole, which I like him, or Kuminga. I'd rather have Kuminga any day. Jordan Poole is a good player, but he will throw the ball away quick. And Golden State, one of their biggest problems is those threes. Every team that is have gotten used to those three-point shooters, even to 7-footers. But they let Kuminga and Steve Kerr gave him some minutes. I promise you, no one in the league can stop Kuminga, whether people accept it or not. And why he's getting so much hatred from people about his free throws, I admit he needs to work on them. But Andrew Wiggins has been helping him. He's getting better on that. And a lot of people still want to down him about that. But then you have guys like, I can't think his name, the guy that's out that play guard.
Podziemski.
Yeah, right. You take him, Gary Payton. I'm not looking at that. Even Draymond Green. Some of the other guys, they never have anything to say. Even Trey Jackson. He can't even shoot free throws. But when it comes to these things about Jonathan Kuminga, which is the best athletic player on their team. And I promise you, I would rather him, not being rude, I would rather him get traded to another team because it is going to be a lot of teams going to want him. And I hope it'll be in the same conference where John Kuminga will show him and he's going to come back and destroy Golden State Warriors. I promise you that.
All right, VJ. Here's the one thing with Poole and Kuminga that we know about Jordan Poole is that he can impact winning at a high level. We've seen that already. We've seen that in the postseason, his first ever postseason with the Golden State Warriors on the way to a championship. Jordan Poole averaged over 17. I vividly remember the first 3 games of the Denver series. That's where money time in the Mile High City in a late regular season game. Then he goes back there in Denver the first 3 games of the first round. Remember Memphis game 1, Steph and Jordan Poole, 30 burgers each. He was up and down in that series as he was trying to learn his way in the playoffs. Kind of disappeared during the Dallas series. But then he showed up in the NBA Finals in Game 5 and 6. So in his first postseason go-round, we've seen Jordan Poole impact winning basketball. We've yet to see that yet from Jonathan Kuminga because he simply hasn't had the chance yet. So I may reserve judgment to say who's better on this team, who's the better fit. Have you felt better about Kuminga's game than you ever did about Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole, I think we forget, was an absolute rock star. And I've been mentioning this all week. When Jordan Poole would do something crazy at Chase Center, outside of Stephen Curry, he was getting the biggest pop from the crowd. Signs, Poole jerseys. Girls loved Jordan Poole. They loved him. So Jordan Poole, man, he did a lot more for the Warriors in his short time than Kuminga has simply because he had more opportunity to do so. Now, he was a good player and at his peak of his powers with the Warriors, he was electric. He did a lot of things that helped winning, but we just haven't seen that yet from Kuminga. So I think the answer is Jordan Poole. We've seen Jordan Poole do a lot in his short time with the Warriors where he actually got an opportunity to showcase his skill set.
However you want to describe it.
Mike.
However you want to describe it, intoxicating moments, where he would just kind of take over and then all of a sudden 2, 3, 4 buckets in a row, whether it's be at the rim or from three-point land, and then the other team calls a timeout because he's on so much fire, they feel like they need to douse it with water, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I think of with when Jordan Poole's at a high of his heights.
Yep.
And I think of how much fun he was. Not that Kuminga's not fun. He is fun. But I don't think he had the takeover moments offensively the way Jordan Poole had.
Haven't seen him yet. I mean, we've seen him a couple times this year. We had a couple times this year where we saw it against the Houston Rockets where he scored a career-high 34. We saw it a couple times against Memphis because JP would have the ball in his hands as a point guard / off-ball guard. He had the ball in his hands a lot more than JK. And boy, when he had that baby on a string that year, the Warriors won a championship, it was pretty. I mean, he was hooping. He had a month of March where he was averaging nearly 25 a game and keeping the Warriors in games without Stephen Curry and later on Draymond Green as he was out with the back injury. So we just haven't seen JK get that opportunity yet, and they're just two completely different players.
Totally. And I think it was easier for JP to facilitate his own offense and for others because he was a point guard. The ball was in his hands. And I think it was a little more difficult for Kuminga as a guy who doesn't play with the ball starting off in his hands to affect the game. I will say this, JK had affected the game in a positive way on the defensive end significantly more. But defense isn't, you're not getting the crowd riled up 3-4 possessions in a row playing defense. Dre does at times when he'll block somebody or whatever and then scream into the crowd. But like there's something about offensively when the game is flowing back and forth and you have this frenetic pace and JP would like, bang, hit one from the outside, and then start, chanting to the crowd. I mean, the place would go crazy.
It would. Thinking about everything that's happened as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM at AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Listen to Steph Curry's comments again yesterday as it was on a loop over and over and over again about what Steph Curry said after the win Wednesday in Minnesota. And I let it sink in a little bit more what Steph Curry said and the demeanor in which he said it with. The tone. And I just thought to myself, boy, we are so thankful to have this guy. To have to reiterate saying, hey, if you believe I'm okay with being on an average basketball team, you are insane. Do not get it twisted. Nobody is comfortable being a 500 team. But you got to think, the psyche, let's just take Steph. Steph has played at this high level for so long. 6 straight NBA finals, MVP galores, all NBA teams, the Olympics in Paris, where you're playing with LeBron James and Kevin Durant. You're still in the show amongst your contemporaries. To not play for something significant right now and to say that, hey, we're not a championship team, but we don't want to mortgage. I just wonder how much that pains Steph to even have to talk about, to have to even discuss at this stage of his career. And that chop off, that may be tough. It may be like a player who was in his prime averaging 27 points a game, and then all of a sudden, the next year they're averaging 16. It's like, what happened to my powers? I can't blow by anybody. I can't rise up for a jump shot. I lost my athleticism. Now you're talking about a team that is used to competing for championships, and you're struggling just to be in the box. For a guy like Steph, I think we underrate how dramatic of a drop-off that could be for a player who's played at the height of his powers in the biggest games in this league.
Yes, but it's also not unique to him. Other superstars, outside of like Magic just kind of walking away.
No, it's not unique to him. Not at all.
But like they all have to kind of face that at one point. I think LeBron's kind of going through it too, wouldn't you think? Like his contemporary?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Kevin Durant as well.
Kobe went through it, right? Kobe, like those last couple of years, and I think it was way more dire with Kobe. Maybe I'm misremembering the end of the Laker thing.
No, the Kobe years were rough.
Weren't they?
Rough.
I thought so too. This is not exclusive to him. But what I will say is that, boy, it feels like he's got more left in the tank than the other people that we're referencing who were, fading to where they were, whether it's modern medicine, his own workout regimen, the rest of the Golden State Warrior roster and how lucky they've been to kind of sustain what they've had, the ownership reinvesting into the team financially over the last couple of years. There's a lot of reasons why, but it's interesting that, like, he's one of the few superstars that doesn't feel completely consumed with it, though, in the sense of it's dragging down his mentals. I know he's frustrated, but it's not like you're seeing this huge drop-off in his own happiness. He's still smiling.
Right.
He's still doing the fun stuff that we see. I don't know. I do think he's in a tough spot.
He's in a tough spot. I'm just thinking about him individually. That drop off of, boy, we're battling tooth and nail with the Toronto Raptors. Just a couple years ago, we played the Boston Celtics on a parquet floor for an NBA championship. And now we're trying to figure out our way. Now, in case you missed it, I'm sure everybody played it. Here's what Steph Curry said at the game Wednesday night. When it came to all the fake trade proposals online, Stephen Curry had a message for everybody on social media.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
Now, later on that night, Steve Kerr was asked about the big picture conversation. Here's what Kerr had to say.
We didn't talk about it as a team. We're used to, being in the spotlight. If there's a story about our team, it's going to go everywhere, and everyone's going to talk about it. And I hope there's not a misconception that we're not fighting and scrapping and hoping, that we can, do everything possible to keep this thing going, because that's what we're doing. But it almost feels like the narrative became, the Warriors are giving in. We're not giving in. We're just not going to give away the future. That's the two totally different things. So we're fighting. You can see we've been competitive all year. We've had a few blowouts, but for the most part, our guys are competing like crazy. They play so hard every night. Just really nice to see them get rewarded, because it's a great group of guys.
So, Bonte, it's interesting that we're talking about like where Steph's at in his career, where the team is, where the organization is, seeing the new CBA rules. One area, which I'm going to say this out loud, and everyone's going to be triggered, and I don't want you to be. Just everyone take a deep breath. It's just an opinion. It's not mine. It's one of my buddies. He has this opinion. He goes, hey, look, I'm not going to feel that bad for Steph. We are in a salary cap league, right? And it's very difficult, clearly, right now to maneuver. And when you're at certain spots in your career, you've earned the amount of money that you've gotten. But once you get to the end and you've career earned more than $410 million and you have unbelievable money being made off the floor, it's hard for me to feel bad about your lot in life in the NBA when you took a $60 million extension. Now, I'm not saying that that's how I feel, but I do understand the point of saying, Steph, if you want to make it easier for yourself and really add to your legacy, maybe you take $30 million off. Now, it sounds absurd. Again, this is just one person's opinion who texts me all the time about this, is like, hey, you want to make it easier for the team to build around you? You want to win another one? You want me to feel more empathy for you? What if you cut your salary in half? Now, I'm sure the players' union wouldn't want Steph Curry doing that, and Steph's own ego probably wouldn't want to do that. It's an absurd thing to say out loud, but it's something no one ever brings up, and I'm just throwing it out there.
So you think he should take a pay cut?
I think there's a happy medium in here where it's like, let's not act like he's not being compensated, right, on one level, and that the organization, because they're compensating him where he's at, it does make it a little more difficult, this is not exclusive to him. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just signed a big extension. It's on OKC to build around him. But it does make it more difficult. It does, to build around you, given those parameters.
The new CBA, and when we think about the salary cap in the NFL,
but he's earned the money.
The CBA in the NBA, the NFL, the salary cap was implemented, 93, I want to say, 92, 93, 94, around that time. And it was known as the unofficial 49ers rule, the Eddie DeBartolo rule, because he would just spend money left and right on signing players. That's the new CBA. It's pretty ironic that a Bay Area team, basically the CBA, is the new Warriors rule. It's the Warriors rule because of the way they spent money on the luxury tax and said, we don't care. We're going to pay for what we pay for. We'll pay the tax. We'll suffer the consequences, but we're going to spend money because we want to reinvest in our product on the court. So everybody got caught with their pants down with the new CBA. We didn't think it was going to be this this complicated in terms of maneuvering. And, when you think about the league, and Adam Silver's talking about this, maneuvering and making deals now has become extremely difficult in the NBA. So when it comes to Steph Curry, this money, I don't look at it like that because I say this guy's worth every penny for what he's done for this organization and what he's doing for your organization moving forward. And the seats are getting filled out because of number 30. So I'll never, think about, hey, you need to make a pay cut. I don't think he has to make a pay cut. The Warriors just have to draft better around them and develop better around them. And maybe some bad investments here and there has hurt this team and put them in the position they're in right now. But when it comes to pay cuts or whatnot, I don't get into that because Steph Curry's worth every single dime.
Well, no, he's worth
every
more. He's worth more. I mean, if he was getting paid $120 million in terms of like what he brings to the organization financially, the value, the Q rating, all that stuff, there's no doubt he is worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year, right? Like if he was on the open market and this was the live golf or whatever, imagine what he'd be getting. I'm just saying in the CBA world, there is the other side of the argument where take a little off. And I'm not saying that's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, no, we got it.
But why is that an absurd thing to throw out there?
But casual fans have to stop asking these players to take pay cuts when we wouldn't take pay cuts at our jobs.
So let me ask you this then. Because they actually, as you get older, they do. Like you get older in your job, and they do ask you to take a click down depending on what type of profession you're in.
People get upset and they walk. They're like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that."
That's certainly their point of view. Is he a max player for the rest of his career?
He's worth the max on this team and this organization, right?
Yes, but if let's say
what he brings on and off the floor.
Well, that we've discussed
that's
that.
Baked into
I agree,
it.
but you would also acknowledge that like paying, let's just say, half of your salary cap, which is what $60 million is, to one guy at 40 years old, it does make it hard. I mean, both can be true. He's worth it, and it makes it difficult. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying there are fans out there that don't have a lot of empathy. If you're going to take the full amount of money, also understand how difficult it is to field the team around you.
Well, that's where we're at then. So what do? Steph Curry ain't taking no pay cut. That's for sure. We're not asking these players, LeBron James, to take a pay cut. You may leave a couple million off the top here and there, and the cap is going to go up in the NBA. The cap is not going to stick here at the spot. The cap will go up with the new television deal, and so more money will be freed up. There's a point where we may see an $80 million a year player in this league.
I think $100 million's coming.
That could be coming. So Stephen Curry worth 60? Yeah, just by him being Stephen Curry, I think is worth 60. That's a guy where he's just like, you know what? His prowess before the game, his pregame routine before the game, which brings fans into the arenas early. They've had to shift the time of when they open the gates because of a guy like Stephen Curry. Yeah, I think he's worth every dime, and we got to figure out a way around Steph Curry at the $60 million. But the league's going to go up, so I don't know. Some people believe that not one player is worth $60 million. I would fight to the death and say that guy on this organization in this market is worth every single penny.
Everyone thinks he's worth it. I think the bigger question is, all right, you've made $500 million in your career. Can you take a little off and then go for legacy?
We're pocket watching again, man.
Well, that's the CBA. I mean, that's where we're at in the league.
We got pocket watching, but we keep saying, yeah, you made. All right, we'll break. Sorry, more coming up. Shameless shoutouts. Chill Out Buddy. Brought to you by Chill Out Buddy.
Jonathan Kamingo.
Have you been?
throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Adenabi.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Line them up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. You want to shout out Chase Center for hosting the Bruce Mahoney and Lick Wilmerding in University yesterday. Go ahead and do that. Shout out to your local pet store, your local grocery store. Shout out to your restaurant that you love. Shout out to anybody, your lovely wife, your kids. That's coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs. By the way, 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament is back. The second annual 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor at Chase Center. The throne reigning champ, Mark Grandy, and the contest to qualify will start on Monday, January 27th, and go for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So you'll have plenty of chances to win. That is 2 weeks from today. Listening to 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 4 p.m. hours starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win. And each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. You have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. All right, that's coming up January 27th, the knockout tournament. But, Lubman, I want you to reiterate that question you had about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, the question was simply, have you ever felt as good about Jonathan Kuminga as we once did about Jordan Poole when he was here at the Warriors? Because, he had some incredible times. I think one of the best you could have ever felt about him was that first-round series against Denver when Steph was coming off the bench after the injury, and he was such an integral part of that, series win. It was a 5-game series win, right? Yep. It was just, how could you not feel super high about Jordan Poole and the Warriors' future with Jordan Poole after that run? Like, have you ever felt that high with Jonathan Kuminga at any point?
That's a great question.
For me, I think it's just the Kuminga's experience falls well short of the Jordan Poole experience in terms of how I felt at the highest of highs. Not that I ever thought he was going to be some Hall of Famer, because the other three, Draymond, Clay, Steph, they're all Hall of Famers, right? But, boy, it felt like he was like the next one up, right? Like at some point he would take the mantle, and at minimum he was going to be like the fountain of youth to sustain their run, or at least let it go a little longer. Right. And the runway would go, I don't know, a couple of years farther than it did. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think they win the championship, the last one, without him. I think that's pretty clear. I think it's pretty obvious. And I thought that if they were ever going to win a fifth, he would have been a big part of that too. Maybe even one of the starring roles.
Yeah. I just think he's had a lot more runway than Kuminga ever had.
I agree.
Jordan Poole started a lot of games. He played a lot of minutes. He handled the ball a lot. We're learning about Kuminga. Now, we've gotten glimpses, right? We've gotten sample sizes. Last season, we saw from January to the end of the year, wow, Kuminga could be a really good player. But I don't think he was ever empowered the way Jordan Poole was within this offense, where Jordan Poole was tasked with running a half-court offense, bringing the ball up the floor, creating for others, running a patented split action, taking jumpers. He's taking over 17, 18 shots a game. He's scoring. The ball is in his hands, and he's getting to the free throw line. And we forget that Jordan Poole had beat out Stephen Curry as the best free throw shooter that season. He had a higher percentage than Stephen Curry from the free throw line. So, Jordan Poole, I think the answer is, in my opinion, is that everybody felt better about Jordan Poole at his high watermark than we ever have about Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, you bring up how, the Warriors empowered him early on, Bonte. Is that, mainly just a product of the fact of the situation that Jordan Poole walked into when he did arrive here? I mean, he came in during that lost season where everyone was injured. The season after that, it was, the play-in year the expectations were kind of so. Like,
and he went down to the G League.
Yeah.
He had to go down to the G League. People forget. He bounced up and down from the G League. His rookie year, going to those games, Jordan Poole was not an NBA player.
We did the postgame shows, me, Cove, and Bonte. The amount of calls we would take where it was like, he's positionless, he doesn't know what he's doing. Shot selection, I think, was that was like the buzzword everyone would call. Remember? It was bad. Kai Bowman was beating him off the floor.
I was going to those games, dude, and he was shooting like in the 20s from the three-point line. It was atrocious. It was some bad basketball. Huh?
What was he shooting?
He was like shooting 20. Like, you look at his splits his rookie year, he was shooting like 20%. But he went down to the G League, and he got a little better before the season ended. I remember looking at it and saying, okay, he's getting a little bit better. And then the next season, he gets off to another rough start. He goes out to the G League bubble in Orlando, and he comes back right before the All-Star game in a game against the Phoenix Suns on the road. And you're thinking to yourself, wow, Jordan Poole looks all right. He scored double figures. He started pushing the ball up the floor. And then the rest is history. By the end of the play-in game against Memphis at Chase Center, he was the one taking shots at the end of the game. The Lakers game when they lost at Crypto.com Arena, it was Jordan Poole in the corner. It was Jordan Poole in the corner who took that three under a minute left and had a great look, but he had the cojones to take that shot. I thought, oh, this guy, okay, he's not afraid of the moment.
And remember, in that game, Bonte, he tried to dunk on LeBron.
Yes.
They didn't get I think he got the foul call there, but he almost dunked on LeBron. That was like, wow, okay, he's here for this.
His confidence was ascending. He was starting to become a confident young player.
Yeah, he ripped those corner threes. God, that Memphis game, now that you bring it up, they threw the kitchen sink at Ja defensively. They tried everything. He destroyed them.
No doubt. No doubt he did.
And Grayson Allen.
No doubt he did.
That's right, Grayson Allen.
But that year, though, helped Jordan Poole because
he did have a point.
You think about the pandemic and the officials with the Golden State Warriors, they were saying Jordan Poole will not leave the gym. Jordan Poole is living in the gym. So he dedicated himself to the game. And J.K. does the same thing. J.K. works on his craft all the time. You got to lock him out the gym. Same thing with Jordan Poole. He was in that gym. He slept in that gym. He wanted to get his game right. And he helped you win a championship. And I remember just when they did win the championship, Jordan Poole looking at Stephen Curry, asking him how to pop a champagne bottle. How do I do this? And Steph, the wily veteran that he is, in the midst of a celebration, is like, hold on, this is what you do. You wrap it up like this, you point it like this, and then pop, boom. And then you got a champagne shower again in the Boston locker room at TD Garden. And so it is kind of sad how we forget all that. We forget the pool parties. But to Lubman's question, I think everybody felt a lot better about Poole at the height of his powers than we ever have about Jonathan Kuminga. And that's not an indictment on Jonathan Kuminga. It's just the fact that we saw a lot more of Jordan Poole early on, and we saw that he could become a 20-point per game scorer in this league. We're still trying to figure out who Jonathan Kuminga is. I think I know who he is. I think he's a damn good player. But for whatever reason, he hasn't gotten the consistent minutes that Jordan Poole did receive in his years with the Golden State Warriors.
I also think about what the what does the eyeball see, right? And I think defense, block shots at the rim, you can see, right? But most defense, you can't tell when a guy gets into a passing lane and a guy doesn't get the ball thrown to him because of great anticipation as a defensive player or point of attack defense and communication and switching and help defense and all the little subtleties. Defense is hard to quantify. So offense is much more palpable to the eyeball, and it garners way more buzz online. Wouldn't you agree? Like shaking a guy out on the perimeter is going to get millions of views,
right?
Whereas hedging on a screen is not. And so I think the things that Jordan Poole did as well, it was at a higher clip in terms of the offense, but it was also more intoxicating from just the basic fan point of view. You know, when you score and you're shooting from the perimeter and you're crossing people over and you're, daggering threes before the end of quarters and stuff like that, those things are really exciting.
No doubt. They are
Defense isn't as exciting for the common fan.
But defense is needed, right?
No question.
You need point of attack defense, which destroyed the Warriors the past couple seasons.
But Kuminga plays good defense at times,
right?
And I think that it gets undervalued and underappreciated.
No doubt. They want to see dunks. They want to see scores. They want to see shots. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. You can shout out the Odyssey Holiday Party. The Odyssey Holiday Party, which happened a couple weeks after the holidays. But we still got it in.
It's called the hangover party because, it's the hangover from the holiday.
It's the hangover from the holiday.
Clever.
Food was good.
Maybe you should shout out Jonathan Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Hey, Guy Sanchez plays some good basketball right now, man. Even Steve Curry said he's a big part of everything right now.
Guy's energy right from the start. Would we go up 12-0 or 11-0 or something? Yeah, he's just a big part of all that. The defense, the switching, the rebounding, the ball movement. He just makes really good basketball plays. He has a good understanding of the game, and that makes other people better.
Makes other people better. As Jordan Poole will come to town tomorrow night, Guy Sanchez will get a lot more run, no doubt. But I'm looking at this text, and 510 is right. Jordan Poole filled seats. He was electric, brought the second most excitement to the team. Chase Center loved him. Chase Center did love him. Chase Center did love him. The pool parties it was unbelievable. I mean, I was wearing we were doing pool parties on the set. NBC Sports Bay Area. It's like, wow, Jordan Poole can't get enough of them.
I used to come in the very next day and talk to you in the morning, and I'd be like, dude, the guy is intoxicating on television. He makes very few players in the league make you lean forward and like, oh my God, where's this going? He was one of those guys.
He was such a likable kid too. I love the kid.
He had a great smile.
He had some, if you want to say, hey, there's a lot of egos, well, guess what? There's always a lot of egos in an NFL locker room, NBA locker room, and a baseball clubhouse.
I'll take you to any job site in America, and I'll show you a bunch of egos.
So,
come on. What are we talking about?
The fact is, well, you brought up the crossover, Willard Dibbs and Grady, and I wasn't aware of it.
A lot of people feel that way.
But they were saying, oh, you had to move on because of the egos. Well, there's always egos.
Of course.
You don't think there was egos in this? Kevin Durant walked into this building, and Clay said, I'm not sacrificing bleep for KD. I'm getting my shots up. And you know what? Clay led the team in shots per game that season. So egos come into play. It's pro sports. Money's on the line. Of course there's egos.
Well, I always think about management in any profession. Like I came from the world of sales, and managing the egos is more treacherous of the job when you're a sales manager than managing their balance sheet or their profit margin sheet or anything like that. Like, no, it's the egos and everyone, running into each other in terms of who's the greatest. It happens everywhere you go. Trust me, my little brother's a plumber. The stories I've heard on job sites, the egos of the electricians versus the plumbers, the carpenters versus, the sheetrockers or whatever. Like, it's all over the place.
All over the place. Egos are everywhere.
So imagine what it is when hundreds of millions of dollars are on the line.
Right.
And playing time's on the line.
Exactly.
And shot selection's on the line.
And that's not the reason why he was traded. It's not the reason why he was traded. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up. Plus, we'll get to divisional round football. You know what? Let's do that right now. Because you brought up Verse, how he said Philadelphia Eagle fans, he can't stand them. He hates the green and white. But that game's on Sunday. Tomorrow, you get the Chiefs and the Texans. And you get the Lions and the Commanders.
Nobody's giving the Texans a chance, right?
Nobody.
To cover the points, maybe, but not to win.
What's the spread?
8.5. It's a lot.
This would be the signature win of D'Amico and C.J. Stroud if they were to pull this off. America would win.
Is the Chiefs three-peat being underreported?
I just think we're exhausted with them. This is what happens. You become the glamorous team. Everybody likes you. Then we get tired real quick.
Well, they haven't played for anything in like a month. That's probably why. They haven't been in the public eye.
So everybody's hyping up the Buffalo and Baltimore game, deservedly so. This is a fascinating matchup. The Eagles and Rams game I'm intrigued with it now with the 12 new kickoff on Sunday and all the trash talk coming from Verse about the fan base. I'm intrigued with Jayden Daniels going to Detroit in that dome, Ford Field, going up against the Lions, who are the number one seed in the NFC. When is the last time they've been a number one seed? The 50s? For crying out loud? It's been a very long time since they've been a top dog in the NFC. But part of me is like, how are the Chiefs going to come out? Like, if the Kansas City Chiefs come out and blow out the Texans, I think we're all going to come in Monday morning and be like, damn, nobody's beating them. Form matters, right? How do they look after a bye week? We know Andy Reid's record after a bye week. We know Mahomes' record in the divisional round. He's undefeated. He's throwing for 13 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. But how do they look? Do they win in dominant fashion Saturday to kick off the divisional round? And if they do, I mean, gosh, we're going to watch history. It feels like we're on the way to watching history.
Were you tired of the Chicago Bulls in the 90s?
I was not.
Never.
I was a Bulls fan.
I'll raise my hand and I'll admit, I rooted for the Sonics. I rooted for the Jazz. I wanted someone to, not that I didn't like them, not that I didn't watch them, not that I didn't like watching. I wanted someone else to beat them.
No, I was Team Jordan all the way.
Always.
It was Team Jordan all the way. I was Bulls. I wanted more of it. I loved every one of those games. Yeah, I was a Bull. I was a Jordan fan. I wanted to see greatness.
How about when the Patriots were winning? Not once did you think it was cool that the New York Giants beat them?
No, when the Patriots lost and the Giants beat them in their undefeated season, I was legit sad. I wanted to see the Patriots catapult the 72 Dolphins. I wanted to see 19-0. I wanted Randy Moss to get his ring. I wanted Junior Seau to get his ring. I wanted Wes Welker to get his ring.
You rooted for the Yankees then? You didn't think that the Arizona Diamondbacks was a great story?
Yeah, I couldn't root for the Diamondbacks. They're in NL West. I couldn't root for them. I wanted Mariano to continue to make history. I wanted Jeter. I was a Jeter fan. I wanted Jeter to continue to make history. I like greatness.
Any non-dynasty team you weren't rooting for then?
The Lakers. The hell was Fedoni in the Lakers?
I'm pretty sure he's not rooting for the Chiefs either.
Not rooting for the Chiefs. Not rooting for the Lakers. Who else? What was another dynasty? The Red Sox couldn't stand them.
Woods.
Tiger. Well, I love Tiger.
Everyone was rooting for Tiger Woods.
Until they were. The character is bandwagon Bonte. This is pretty straightforward.
No. He brought the brothers to the golf. No, I wasn't rooting against the Bulls.
Swing for that White Sox.
There was no way in hell I was going to be rooting for Salt Lake City, Utah, and the Utah Jazz. Are you this Team Jordan? The shoes, the jersey, the swagger.
What about the Supersonics? You didn't root for Gary Payton? He's Oakland. I did.
I liked the Sonics. They had no shot. I wanted Jordan to get his rings. But I wanted GP to do well.
I rooted for the Phoenix Suns with Barkley. I always liked Barkley, and I liked Dan the Man Marley and KJ. That team was a lot of fun.
I didn't root for them. I didn't root for Phoenix. I never was a Suns fan. I always respected them. But back in those early Western Conference days in the early 90s, I tend to lean David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon than Charles Barkley.
So you always like the winner?
No, I don't always like the winner. It's you asked me who I root for. I wanted to see the Bulls win three-peat. Back-to-back three-peats? 2 different three-peats in the same decade? Yeah, I was rooting for that. I was not rooting for, gosh, it sounds so boring to root for the Utah Jazz back in those days. Oh, I was rooting for John Stockton and Carl.
I got a question just because, Spadoni and I, we were too young to really be too focused in. Like, were the Bulls really likable back in the 90s where everyone was falling in? Because I feel like the Patriots never had that likability factor. Yeah. The Chiefs, it feels like they don't have that likability factor. The Warriors, I don't know what their likability factor was outside the Bay Area. I don't think it was great. But, did the Bulls really have that, likability that made it easy to hop on that bandwagon?
As a kid, they had the VHS tapes Come Fly With Me at Michael Jordan's playground that we all got intoxicated with. And then you had the shoes, you had the swagger, you had the dunks, his airness, because he was a dunker too. That was the thing. His hang time, his athleticism was through the roof. And then you had Scottie Pippen, the ultimate wingman, and then Phil Jackson with his tactics. And then later on, they bring in Dennis Rodman, who had crossed over with the wrestling fans, with pop culture. And there was a lot of people who's rooting for Dennis Rodman. So they had a lot more likability than, say, the New England Patriots with Bill Belichick.
And you're forgetting, their intro was so iconic. So for young kids, when they turn the lights off and dun, 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 I'm sure you could find that the music. I get chills thinking about the Chicago Bulls intros back in the day on NBC Sunday mornings, those huge playoff games. But I was rooting for the Orlando Magic to knock them off. Great example. You know what I mean? I was. I like Shaq and Penny.
Right.
Maybe I like the underdog. There are times when I like the dominant team, but this was iconic.
It was iconic.
This is literally, I get chills thinking about it.
Want to be like Mike, the Gatorade commercials.
Wanna be like
I was a Mike guy.
If I could be like Mike.
Mike was the first superstar I was basically introduced to as an NBA fan. Yep. Magic and Larry were, obviously getting a little long in the tooth, which is why Steiny hates Jordan, because he's a Larry Bird guy. Jordan took over the Eastern Conference. He basically took it over, defeating the Bad Boys Pistons. So I was a Jordan guy. I was.
Well, and to your point, Bonte, not to cut you off there, and Sam was bringing it up, even our age, we're not cognizant of it, but I go back to childhood pictures, and I was wearing a Michael Jordan Space Jam shirt.
Was.
Space Jam when we were kids was a thing. So we didn't even know it. We were already Michael Jordan fans. Mm-hmm. So it touched everything. And to your point, comparing it to the Patriots, Tom Brady was not loved. Tom Brady was the guy everyone hated because he was pretty and he was dating the models and he was doing this and he was doing that.
And you had the cheating stuff.
Spygate. You had the Tuck rule, so people thought he didn't even earn it. There was a lot of things. Deflategate later on. They were the evil empire, but Michael Jordan, he had the smile, right? Yep. Yeah, he had the gambling stuff back. No one really even cared. I don't know if they cared then. Now that we're looking at it back with the documentary and stuff like that, it's actually kind of funny looking back through the doc because everyone was watching it because it was this phenomenon during the pandemic. I could see now where people Michael, maybe he did push Jerry Krause too hard. Maybe he was a little bit of a bully with that mentality. If it was a social media era, maybe he's looked at differently, right?
You got to understand, back then, the way we view shoes and everything now, it was Jordans. That was it. It was literally Jordans. He was also partnered with McDonald's, which I think we've kind of forgotten. He was synonymous with McDonald's as well, which is Americana, right? And then synonymous with Gatorade, which like every kid who wanted to be an athlete, it wasn't water, it was Gatorade. Like there was this programming in your head. So he was larger than life. Larger than life.
Nah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. So did not root for the Lakers. And, you know, when you see history here with the Kansas City Chiefs, when they take the field tomorrow, and Chris Jones, I remember talking to him after they beat the Niners. And I was like, undefeated season? He goes, I don't want to go undefeated. I want to get a loss out the way. We need to get a loss out the way. They got that loss in Buffalo, and, of course, the last week of the season of Denver when they didn't play anybody. But he was like, we just don't want that pressure put into the playoffs.
Let me ask you guys this. Now I want to ask the question. You've got teams like Detroit that have never been there, right? I guess, in their own way, they're not, but they're like the football version of the Cubs, right? They've just been awful for so long, right? I wouldn't say Red Sox because they're not cursed enough. Like, that's the way I view it. Do you think it's better in sports when a team like the Cubs breaks this long drought, all right? Or like the Cleveland Cavaliers? Or do you think it's better to be dynastic and have the 3 in a row like the Kansas City Chiefs? What is more appealing for the average sports fan? As you're rooting this weekend, if you have no ties to any of these teams, who would you rather? Would you rather see the Bills win? Would you rather see the Lions win? Like one of those teams that has never won it? Or do you want to see the more excellence and the three-peat, which we've never seen in the NFL?
Well, from a league standpoint, I think they want to see the Chiefs win because it's always fun having that one dominant team. I think the NBA would really love to have that. When the Lakers are on top or the Bulls are on top or the Spurs are on top, the league loves that because now you got a villain and you got everybody trying to chase them out top. The Warriors being dominant was great for the league.
Dynasties are good for the league.
Dynasties are great for the league.
But breaking stuff is also like having the Cubs and the Red Sox be good. And now the Red Sox won, 4, so that's different. But like that was huge for baseball.
Well, at this point, I think people will love to see Mahomes lose and Travis Kelce because we're getting Kelce fatigue. We're getting Chief fatigue. And people will love to see them upset, especially by a Buffalo team that has never won or Detroit's never won. But here's my thought process as a fan. When the Niners aren't in it, and I have no rooting interest, I tend to lean towards players. What player do I want to win a ring? Who deserves a ring, right? What player deserves a ring in this league? Well, I look at Lamar, and I'm like, I look at King Henry, and I say, boy, I would love Derrick Henry to end his career with a Super Bowl ring. Like, he deserves a Super Bowl ring. So I'm pulling for Derrick Henry. Josh Allen, would I want him to win a Super Bowl ring? Hell, Raymond Davis is playing for Buffalo. I would love to see him win a Super Bowl ring just for his family who's here from San Francisco, right? I tend to root for the player, but in terms of that team aspect, I think America wants to see the Chiefs get knocked off in the NFL, and they want to see somebody new. They would love to see a Detroit, a Buffalo, not so much Philadelphia. I don't think they care much about the Rams, but those teams that have yet to win the Super Bowl, especially Buffalo and Detroit, I think America's all over those two teams right now.
I do think there are a larger segment of people when the game gets turned on and it's the Los Angeles Rams, they're going to say, God, LA's been through so much. I'm going to pull for LA just because of the tragedy. I mean, the horrific tragedy. I do think people will. And normally, there's like anti-LA, ness across the country. I'm rooting for fan bases. Like, I think that Bills fan base, got a buddy, Rory, diehard Buffalo Bill fan, been a Buffalo Bill fan forever. And it's a miserable experience. And I think about like what that would do for the Bills fans that have been suffering for so long. I root for them. Like, as much as I love Lamar and Derrick Henry, and I hear you on those players, believe me, I hear you. Ravens fans have won. Like, they've had it. They've had it. I want to see them Bills fans. I want to see Lions fans get their comeuppance. And I'm rooting for Jared Goff in the sense of somebody who's local, right? So I want to see new people win. That's just me. Yeah. Because I feel like we do this. That guy can never win. He's a loser.
That's why I want Lamar and Derrick Henry to win. I want Lamar to get his due. Because Lamar hasn't gotten his due. The guy's throwing from the pocket so well. Him and Josh Allen played at the top of their games. But Lamar, we just blink and we're taking it for granted what Lamar Jackson did this season. Lamar Jackson this season, all right, we look at his playoff numbers. All right, let me look at his regular season numbers. The guy threw for 41 touchdown passes and 4 interceptions and over 4,000 yards while rushing for another 915 and another 4. Yeah. Like, that's absurd. He had 45 total touchdowns and only 4 interceptions.
It's like playing Madden on easy mode, watching him play.
But he's so good. He's in such a tough spot. He's so good. Now it's like a guy in golf. The only thing that matters is the majors. You get so good. Yep. The only thing that matters is his playoff record, which is he's 3-4 with 10 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Like, that sucks.
And that's why I want to see him.
Sucks.
I want to see him debunk that playoff narrative of falling short, because he's gone through the process. But him or Josh Allen are going home. And one of those two guys are going to be disappointed this Sunday in Buffalo, especially if Zay Flowers doesn't play. I'm a little worried about Zay Flowers not playing in this football game because I think they need that explosiveness, especially if it's going to be snowing or whatnot. Zay Flowers is a very important member, very important in that passing game for the Baltimore Ravens. But one of those guys are going to lose, and it sucks. And one of them is going to get this narrative that they can't win the big one, which is totally not fair. But just looking at his season, damn, 45 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Unreal.
Whoa. So I would like to see guys who haven't won a Super Bowl win their first Super Bowl. Lamar, Derrick Henry, Josh Allen. I don't mind Josh Allen winning. I want my boy James Cook to win a Super Bowl ring. I want to see Sean McDermott become a Super Bowl winning head coach. I think he doesn't get the respect that a lot of other coaches get in this league. Like McDermott, compare what he's done in Buffalo to what Shanahan's done with the 49ers. Now, Shanahan's going to get a lot of love, right, because of the Super Bowl appearances. But Buffalo has remained relevant year in and year out, And the constant, Josh Allen, Sean McDermott, a defensive-minded head coach.
No doubt. But he's done some odd, peculiar things with clock management late in games that have cost them. You know, like, and his quarterback, he's the reverse of Lamar in the playoffs. He's 6-5, but has over 29 total touchdowns and only 8 turnovers. Like, he's profound in the playoffs. His teams just keep losing.
888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go ahead and hit shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast.
He was not a great president.
What's up, Joe, bro?
All right, I got a couple. First, my mother-in-law, today is her final day of working, 45 years.
Wow.
45 years working for Kaiser.
Wow.
45 years.
Congratulations.
She's been in the nursing industry. Love you, Mary. Congratulations. And another person who happens to be retiring today, big party for him, Officer Danny Manning, who spent over 30 years as a San Francisco police officer, one of the greatest police officers this city's ever seen, great human being, really cares about this city. You've met Danny. Big sports fan, listens to us every single day. Officer Manning, and I'm sure I always forget if he's a sergeant, a lieutenant, a captain. I always forget what his exact designation is right now. I mean, this guy has given it all to this community, and love you, Danny. Love you, Mary. Congratulations, and thank you guys both for serving our community for so long. Enjoy retirement, even though both of you I know are going to do something after this.
That's awesome. 650, shout out to you guys getting back-to-back calls this week from Mississippi, Maryland, then Georgia, Tennessee. The roast is nationwide. Salute to the roast. Salute to you, 650. Salute to you for shouting us out there. Yeah, we have gotten a lot of calls all over the place here. My shameless shout out for today. Shout out to all the teachers. Dealing with these kids coming back to school over the last 2 weeks, these toddlers and kids, it's all good the first day. And then the second day when they don't want to get up and get dressed and get ready for school, then they go to school in a funky attitude. And the teachers have to somehow, some way navigate their day through that and still get these kids on board and get them focused to get through a day of school. Shout out to you teachers, especially the ones in the Montessori schools, the TK schools, the preschools. You guys deserve a raise. No doubt about it. Now, it's not coming from my pockets. Hopefully it comes from the state of California. But you get what I'm saying.
Shout out Cheese and Boogie Ramirez. Father-son bowling league. Little Boogie, third grader, bowled his high score of a 167.
Wow, it's better than I could do.
I don't think I can do a 167.
I was going to say, what's the highest score you guys have ever got bowling before? I've done 185. I've done 185 once.
Really?
I don't think I've ever broken 200.
I always go back and forth between bowling straight and the big, curveball, as you say.
Palming it.
I'm not a consistent bowler. Not good at all. I don't think I've cracked 150. Have I? I don't know. Maybe next time that's the goal. Crack 150. Go ahead, love it. Get in.
I have had a couple of turkeys.
If you guys ever want a good bowling partner, our producer who used to work here, Craig Valentino, or Craig Mack as we would call him. I used to do shows with him, and it's during pandemic era when bowling was on TV. This dude could break down. I guess I'm gonna shout out you, Craig. His dude's ability to break down bowling was incredible.
Pete Weber.
Pete
the
Weber.
only bowler I could think of.
I don't know any bowlers, but
I could do it. I can.
Yeah, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I am.
Who do you think you are? I am.
My actual shout out, though, is going to be to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Episode 115 is now available. I should have teased this a couple days ago when I released it. But Shasky and I, we talked about the Justin Verlander presser and what's going to happen with Bryce Eldridge, too. That's the next big question, I feel like, for the Giants. So we had a very good conversation about what the Giants will do with Bryce Eldridge. One of us is a little bit more optimistic about him being on the opening day roster than the other. Check it out wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, shout out Sarah Moneyford and Matt Schoen and all the great people over there. He told us, every single day there's a crew of people in the back that listen to the morning roast, and they love you guys. And so shout out everybody at Sarah Moneyford.
It's Matt's Troublemakers is what I call them.
Is that what he calls them?
No, I call them that. Matt's Troublemakers. I've made the rounds with them multiple times. It's about 9 of them in that room, and they are diehard roasters, diehard Warrior fans. They're always asking questions. Whenever I go to Ceremony for, they go check in on them. They're awesome. They are awesome. The whole crew. They told me to call them Matt's Angels. I call them Matt's Troublemakers because whenever I walk in there, they're never doing anything but laughing and eating or whatnot. But yeah, shout out to Ceremony Ford as well. Shout out to the Stretch Lab. Got me feeling good this week, baby. Feel mobile and flexible. Let's get to the calls. Uncle Gene in Oakland. What's up?
Hey, fellas. I want to shout out a fella named Sam Moore. He's the Sam of Sam and Dave. And for anyone that still doesn't know what I'm talking about, think Soul Man. He's the original. That's 1967, one of the greatest R&B songs of all time.
Love it.
So Sam just passed away a little less than a week ago at the age of 89. His career spanned just shy of 70 years.
Wow.
And I had the pleasure of seeing Sam and Dave perform back in 1968 in a little club called the Sugar Shack in Boston, okay? And $5 cover charge. I got in there, got to watch them and another up-and-coming star by the name of, what was his name? Stevland Hardway Morris, better known as Stevie Wonder. So, anyways, he was the original
Uncle
Soul Man.
Gene, I thought you were going to call in and shout out Sam Darnold.
I said wait till the playoffs, didn't I? Come on.
Uncle Gene, you were so passionate at the Doobie Awards about Sam Darnold.
There's context to this. Shout out my son Anthony. This is from the 650 and the St. Finbar 7th grade D1 basketball team. So far 5-0 on the season, and the SF Flame champions 2 times over.
Wow.
Shout out St. Finbar 7th grade.
Love that. Shout out to my brother Matt for celebrating 7 years of being.
Oh, that's awesome.
7 months of being sober 3 days ago. 7-month anniversary of being sober. Shout out to Matt for that. That's
Congratulations,
awesome.
man.
Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, I watched the game last night. You guys are playing well. You guys are playing very good basketball right now. I admit that.
Thank you, Bonte. But light the beam, baby. Hey, shout out to the Kings for making their free throws in that fourth quarter, and DeMar DeRozan for coming up clutch in the fourth, man. So, Bonte, we hanging another banner.
All right, that's enough. Shout out St. Stephen's 4th grade basketball from the 415. Shout out Bob Euchre from the 916.
We're going to do that.
Wait, another banner? What was the first one?
Well, the first one was January 5th, we beat the Warriors by 30 at Chase Center. They're going to hate that better at the G1C.
510.
They play next Wednesday as well. Kings Warriors in Sacramento. Go to One Center.
Shout out 510 to my girl for delivering a healthy baby boy. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. What is it?
Luann?
Luann and me love you. Loving fatherhood.
Fatherhood is fun, man. Fatherhood is why I didn't get out the house to get to the holiday party yesterday. Baby Chess and I were just playing games, Skilly Billy, tracing, drawing. It's like, man, this is fun. No technology, getting her off the iPad. I love the process.
I got a lot of shout outs this week. Another one.
Love the process.
My cousin Mike. Love you, buddy. Happy birthday. I know. Once you get over 40, nobody cares at all about anything that you have to do, but you're a great dad. And I love you, buddy.
Oh.
And then shout out to my wife, whose birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, shout out to Michelle.
Yeah.
What are you doing for her?
Shout out Michelle.
You taking her to Miller Lux?
We have a lovely day planned. My brother has his son's birthday, Teddy, in the morning, and then we're going to go do that. And then afterwards, we were going to go to dinner, but she wants the little guy to come with us, and so we can all go together. So we're probably going to amend what we were going to do. I had a 5:15 reservation as the sun was coming down somewhere nice, which I will leave undisclosed.
Miller Lux?
No.
Did you do a Miller Lux?
No, we're going to somewhere on the coast. That being said, we're going to probably amend those decisions. So shout out to me changing my reservation.
Wow. Happy birthday, Michelle. Happy birthday. You deserve it, man. You deserve it. Happy 25th birthday. 650 wants to say shout out to Matt Nahegan.
Oh,
shout out Matt Nahegan. For what? What did he do? What did Matt Nahegan do? Shout out to Michael McCracken on his 59th birthday today. Shout out to him.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Shout out to my daughters, Mia and Kaya, for both making a top soccer team.
Oh, nice.
In San Ramon. Mia and Kaya, good luck this season. And when it comes to soccer, shout out to my niece, who's the cheerleading captain for middle school. Shout out to Nina. You're doing a great job out there.
Very cool.
What else? What else do we have here? Shout out to Steph Curry for shutting up the Twidiots for a day. And all the people backpedaling and scrambling saying, oh, no, was Steph Curry talking to me? He may be talking to us, but Steph Curry, shout out to you for just killing noise saying that I'm not okay with playing on an average team.
Trades
You're
are hard.
insane if you think I think that or if I want to play like that. Put down the phone, put the trade machine, and let us do this. Shut the hell up, would you? Shout out to Steph for that message.
It always takes a tragedy for us to think like this, and it sucks because we should have more normal appreciation in general. Shout out to everybody who has the type of profession that we take for granted and don't realize how important it is until there's a natural disaster or something that happens. Exactly. Something that happens in life where we need you, whether you're a first responder, a firefighter, a police officer, someone in the military, someone in the branch of government. When pressed into action, not only do you go above and beyond, but it's the selflessness where your own family kind of takes a backseat as you dive in to help others. And shout out to everybody that's down in LA with the whole wildfire thing. I saw a map of what San Francisco would look like if geographically we, put the area that was burned over the map of San Francisco, and it was like 2/3 of the city.
Yeah,
and so
was bad.
It's really bad.
Well, the LA firefighters,
horrible.
The Latino firefighters came in from Mexico. You had people all over the country coming in to help them out. Shout out to everybody helping out with the LA fires on the professional sports teams, the leagues coming together. How about Chef Tyler from Miller and Lux? Chef Tyler took his crew down there to LA to serve meals to the first responders. They helped them out with food. Yeah. So shout out to Chef Tyler for that. That was such a nice gesture. I saw Jim Harbaugh going to the home base of the firefighters yesterday trying to contain the fire. So shout out to everybody down there, man. And a special shout out and our condolences go out to everybody who's lost their homes down in Southern California, who's had to evacuate, restart their life, man. It's not easy to start the new year like that. I couldn't imagine what they're going through, but our prayers and our hearts go out to you, and we'll do everything we can to help support you and uplift you. So whatever you can do to donate down there to the Southern California cause, there's plenty of websites out there. The Valkyries are doing a meet and greet up with Bay FC to take donations in various locations in the Bay Area. So that'll be happening in the next week with the Bay FC and the Go to Save Valkyrie. So that is it for Seamus. Shout outs now on to the injury report. I miss JK. We all miss JK. We're still awaiting the return of Jonathan Kuminga with the right ankle sprain, and Kuminga was able to ditch his walking boot earlier this week. No return date is set, but it appears that JK is progressing faster than expected in his return to the court. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll get some more Warriors, more divisional round playoffs, plus some Giant stuff. Festus Ezeli at 8:30. Dave Ruzanowski at 9:20 to talk some Sharks hockey. That's right. Macklin Celebrini and the Sharkies. We'll do that at 9:20 here on The Roast.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It is a payday Friday. Just check the bank accounts, man. No wonder I got a little bit of cash. Yeah, feel good. It'll be gone tomorrow. No doubt. It'll be gone tomorrow. Gone. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift. Ooh, pardon me. All the truck drivers, all the overnight dancers. I know business is slow right now. Not a lot going on in the Bay up until the All-Star game. It's happened in 3 weeks. So business will be booming, ladies. Get your game right. Get your game tight. Because money will be flying around in early February for the All-Star game here in the Bay Area. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. I got something stuck in my tubes here. I was just thinking about this, Shasky. You got the young roasters. You got the baby roasters. You got the roasters who are our age. And then you got the OG roasters. The OG roasters I get a kick out of. So I ran into this guy, Craig, at Molly Stone's. Outside of Molly Stone's. And he had this big old cigar. And I walked in with Baby Chaz, and he was...
Kingstail?
Not a Kingstail. But I walked in, and they were talking about Brock Purdy, you know, whether or not he's getting money. And then I walk out of the store, and Chesna's walking in front of me. And the guy goes, "What up, Chesna? Wait a minute. That's Chesna. I recognized her before you." So this guy, Craig, was like, and he's the OG roaster, and he goes, "I blare it at the Muni station at Bob Ball Park. It's on all the time." And the first thing he said was like, "I just love it when you say good morning to his graveyard shift workers, and then you say good morning to the overnight dancers. There's no better way than starting my day than hearing that." And I was like, wow. The OG roaster loves the overnight dancers.
What did they ask you about Brock Purdy? Because I saw some interesting things on the internet yesterday.
They didn't ask me anything about Brock Purdy. I just said, look.
A lot of interesting things on the internet.
Yeah, I know. Shocker, right?
You want to talk about Twitter fingers.
OnlyFans? Twitter fingers when it comes to Brock?
Just, yeah.
What did you find out on the internet?
Content creators from the Tennessee Titans are suggesting whether the Titans should trade for Brock Purdy or not.
Trade their number one pick for Brock Purdy?
It didn't say. They were talking about Justin Simmons and different combinations of picks, players. Obviously, the number one was
to go after Brock Purdy.
And
they were interested in Brock Purdy?
Well, no. Content creators were saying, should they do something like that?
Would you guys do that? Number one overall pick for Brock?
Look. Last year, I probably would have done it for Caleb, and I don't know how much different the Niners season is with Caleb. Like he had a look. The numbers look good, like comparatively, but if you watch the games, they were like a non-functional offense for high parts of the year.
Because they're non-functional offensive coaches there.
No, I understand that, but we all can agree, like playing quarterback, even if you're the greatest college prospect ever, and then going to the NFL, the transition is difficult. We don't know. We just don't know.
So let me figure this out. Let's rewind for a second. Tennessee Titan content creators or Niner content creators?
Tennessee, and then Niner content creators ran with it.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, I just had a Titan fan text me right now saying we don't want Brock Purdy.
Well, of course there's going to be opinions all over the place.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I just said to one Titan fan I know just text me, goes, "We don't want Brock Purdy, dog." He shall remain nameless, but he's the one Titan fan I know. Tighten up. So Titan fans started this conversation by bringing up Brock Purdy. We need some of these teams to start making the playoffs. Imagine Titan fans. We're not even through the divisional round yet. They have the number one pick and they're already writing articles about Brock Purdy and maybe trading for him or not trading for him.
This is what happens when you have a team drafting in the top 5 and they've been as bad as they've been. I'm talking about the Titans. And then this is also what happens when we talk quarterbacks and contracts and money. And, there's going to be all kinds of crazy speculation that's quite reckless.
Right. Dak to Tennessee, 510 says, for the number one pick. And Dallas hires Dion and drafts Shedeur Sanders.
There's a lot of talk about just every team doing different things, especially more so the teams that are outside the top couple picks. Like, what are the Giants going to do? What are the Raiders going to do?
So when it comes to content creators and topics like this, is it newsworthy topics with content creators?
How is it any different than Stephen A. Smith just recklessly?
I agree. It's not different.
He's a content creator by my definition.
Yeah, it's not different.
Just because he happens to be employed by a different company doesn't make it different.
But I don't take Stephen A. seriously with his opinions. It's just him yelling about God knows what, talking about the NBA Finals in the month of December. So I don't necessarily take Stephen A. So it's not different. You're right. It's not different than Stephen A. But I personally don't take Stephen A. at everything he says. I don't, value his opinions on the game as much as I used to because it's a lot of hot take stuff. And he's not in those locker rooms every single day. And he's not traveling with the teams. He's not a beat writer. So I don't know how trustworthy his sources are. Whenever he does say something to players, quickly to come out and say, yeah, that's cap. That's cap. And then you find out, yeah, it was cap.
I view it this way, just sports in general. If I'm thinking about running, like if I think about the Giants, Niners, Warriors, I'm thinking about them a lot, more probably than the average fan that's out there because of the profession that I'm in. Then I take it a step further and I think, okay, I think about them a lot. Imagine running one of these teams or being a part of the front office. Your mind is constantly spinning with ideas and trades and who to keep and who not to keep and what you can flip and what you can do. You're constantly on the search for the upgrade. So I actually think that these conversations, whether they're brainstorm ideas, whether we're just throwing things at the wall, I think you'd be shocked at how, not you, but I'm saying the average person would be surprised at how much and how many different combinations these guys are thinking of trades. And I think there's so many things that are thought of that that we would be surprised by.
Oh, there's
guys that we think are untouchable. Everybody's always fielding everything just to get a gauge for what someone's worth.
The minute John Lynch said, this is why words matter, and his actions speak louder than words, and his actions has proven that he backs up what he says, John Lynch said is, you told us years ago, his phone line is always open. He's always going to use the cell phone. He's always going to use the landline down there, 4949 to Barlow Way, right? He's always going to, the phones are always open. That's what good teams do. That's what good businesses do. You're always open to a change. You're always open to getting better. You're always open to thinking about different combinations. So it's not, to me, it's not even a surprise anymore, especially with these organizations, the proactive ones, like the Lakers. I consider them a proactive organization for many, many years. They're always going to be open to doing something to get better if it makes them better. That's how you stay successful, right?
Absolutely. But I always laugh because, like, John Lynch got Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, he told us, I got Jimmy Garoppolo because I picked up the phone and I called Tom Brady and I was like, hey, you guys looking to deal Tom Brady? No, go back to 2017.
Now, Belichick also called them, too, and said, hey, you interested in Jimmy Garoppolo? He kind of called them, and then Lynch said, hey, I'll call you back in 10 minutes.
But, like, it's not like these things don't happen randomly. Like, guys just pick up the phone and see if dudes are available. So, I don't know. I always find the whole thing pretty funny, And so, if I was Tennessee, I would probably be looking for certain sure bets and whatever, but who knows? I mean, it's just, I see things that are out there and I laugh. How many times do you think the Warriors have fielded a call regarding Steph Curry?
Oh, plenty. They're probably fielding calls right now. Doesn't hurt to call. Hey, what's going on with Steph?
And people go, oh, they hang up the phone. But I think that they probably laugh on the other end, listening to what the offer would be.
No, they listen. Yeah. That's how you play the negotiation game.
Exactly.
Because that's how you gauge value for your own players and your own team.
Exactly.
So it's not uncommon. It's these guys grew up just like us, loving sports and being in the war rooms and playing Madden and all that stuff. There's all kind of, those whiteboards that get blurred out on Hard Knocks, there's so many different names on there.
Incredible.
Like so when I used to go to visiting locker rooms at Chase Center, there was one time, one team had left their entire scouting report for the Warriors in the cubicles, right? I thought about walking out with it just to have it, but I was like, no, I can't do that. That's unethical. But I did look through the scouting report. Nobody was looking, so I was looking, and how detailed it was. It was like, you wouldn't believe some of the things they were saying about certain players.
You heard about Girardi. Girardi famously used to they'd give him all these like advanced scouts, spreadsheets, everything. They'd give it all to him, and Girardi would throw it in the dumpster. And at the Oakland Coliseum, he had thrown a bunch of stuff in the dumpster, and the A's picked it up and were like, oh, well, this is how the Yankees think. And it was like, Girardi, what are you doing? Yeah. And then you wonder why he got canned. It was like they were trying to tell him, like, this is the blueprint we want you to follow, and he wouldn't even look at it.
No
one's saying you got to follow it all the way, but we're saying, like, just look at it.
Nah, it's
and then don't.
Or the better to at least dispose of it properly.
Exactly.
That's what shredders are for.
Somewhere the guy who went through the rummage at the Balco Laboratories is laughing right now.
Balco. Where's Greg Anderson up to these days?
Training people.
Is he really?
Yeah, training.
Training for what?
Lifting and all
lifting weights. Oh, he's still training? He's back, huh?
Yeah.
Is Bear Boss still
I actually know a couple people that know him. He's a really good dude.
Yeah, I did say he was back.
Yeah.
Wow, you defended him. You got real.
Because I've heard he's a good dude. People that I trust say he's a good dude.
No, he is a good dude. Whenever you take the rap for somebody for years and do jail time, yeah, you're a good dude, all right. When you won't squill and just do a jail time and you're sacrificing your life for somebody else and not snitching.
When it comes to the feds, we never know the full story.
We call you 311 Joe. We will never, ever call Greg Anderson 311. That boy kept his mouth shut.
We also don't, there's just a lot we never know when it comes to the feds. That's what I'll say. I'll leave it at that.
There is, but gotta admit, he kept his mouth shut, right?
There's no doubt.
He sacrificed.
Some would say he's the most loyal of all time.
Yeah. And you told us, Shasky told me a long time ago, we rob a bank together and it comes out of me doing jail time.
Henry Hill and you.
I'm snitching.
Yeah. Forget Bonte Hill. I'm Henry Hill. It was that man right there in the gold 49er hat wearing the red sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt. We know. Festus Ezeli joining us at 8:30. He's an NBA champion, a co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game. We had a hell of a show the other day. We've had some good shows here and talking about the state of the Golden State Warriors or where they're at right now at 20-20. Jordan Poole coming back. Does anybody, I guess since the crossover was talking about Jordan Poole, now I'll throw this out there, 888-957-9570. Does anybody ever in hindsight think about Jordan Poole and what it looks like if he's still here? Does anybody, what's the feeling got Jordan Poole nowadays? I haven't heard his name much, really, since the Warriors played him. And then now we're bringing him up because the Wizards are in town to play him tomorrow. So how are we feeling about Jordan Poole right now? Does anybody have any ill will towards him? I don't know. I don't hear much about Jordan Poole no more, Shasky. I guess it's my point.
You don't? I hear a lot about Jordan Poole. More like, I can't believe we sided with Draymond instead of Jordan Poole. I can't believe we didn't get rid of both guys at the exact same time. I hear that a lot.
To me, that only comes up with Draymond misses a shot or misses a game. But really, over the last year, I deal with a lot of Warrior fans at Chase Center, and I don't hear much about Poole. Maybe that's my circle. Maybe that's who I interact with at Chase Center with Warrior fans. I haven't brought him up enough. And a lot of people were taking victory laps last season because he was struggling so much. See, the Warriors knew what they were doing.
Well, we do that in all walks of life. We look for any evidence to confirm our biases or prove our point. We do that all the time. Like, for example, Justin Herbert last week, he failed miserably in the playoffs. And people that are out on Justin Herbert, like, oh, it's over. And it's let me get my walk off. Like, that's what we do, Yeah. I mean, it's just natural. We did it to Jimmy. We did it to Brock at times. Like, people that are out 100% on Brock. Anytime he has a bad moment, we're gonna stick in the craw. I'm guilty of it at times with certain players. Like, we all do it. It's confirmation bias.
Justin Herbert, I think they were a year ahead of schedule. They're a year ahead of schedule, the Chargers, that is. They should be proud of their season. They had a good year. And Herbert looked bad in that playoff game, but he still has the tools to be really good. But this is the problem when you all of a sudden put Justin Herbert in this elite category that he's been in for so long and say, wait a minute, he's done nothing. Wait a minute here. Why are we jumping the gun on Justin Herbert? Like, I swear to God, 3 years ago, they were having conversations on ESPN, on certain talk shows around this market. People would rather have Herbert than Patrick Mahomes. That was a conversation.
That feels a little ridiculous. That's like Spadoni telling me that, Mike Trout is already better than Mickey Mantle.
Well, that's a fact.
That was a conversation.
That was Mike Martz.
7 years
that was a Super Bowl champion offensive coordinator that said it, Bonte. Mike Martz, and he was wrong. But people were saying it.
Just not Mike Martz.
You watch Mike Martz. Not only did I watch him as a head coach, I watched him as the OC of the 49ers.
Okay.
And I actually like his offense at times.
I was going to say, he's not a fraud.
Let's stop pretending that this guy wrote the book on football.
No, he didn't, but he was.
But it wasn't just him, though.
It wasn't just him, yeah.
Mike Tannenbaum, everybody, a lot of people on ESPN, there was broadcast. Like, there's a lot of people 3 years ago was taking Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes. That was a thing. I'm not just making that up. And I was like, what? What the hell?
It only took his third Super Bowl for people to finally realize maybe this guy's better than everyone else. I mean, it's ridiculous.
That is crazy, isn't it, how we do that?
Well, Max Kellerman did it for 5 Super Bowls into Tom Brady's career. This guy's going to fall off any minute now.
I mean, yeah, it's just right?
That's like Steiny and Steph.
He never fell off.
One of these years, he'll be done.
Oh, yeah, the dynasty's going to be over. They're not winning another championship. And then 2018 happened, and then
I should do that with Ohtani. He'll not be good forever. This is the year he falls off.
Well, it was the meme that like LeBron reacted to, right? 10 years ago when LeBron was 30. Well, LeBron's finally showing the signs, guys. He's not doing this for another decade. 10 years later, he's still averaging 25, 7, and 8 or something.
Oh, my God. Where's Bronny at? What now that you bring up
He's sick right now. His tummy hurts, so he's been out.
You got the norovirus?
Yeah. Hey, stuff's going around, guys.
Bryce is...
he looks good.
Bryce also...
committed to Arizona.
Committed to Arizona Wildcats.
Someone said he doesn't even start on his high school team?
Who knows? By the way, Jimmy
He's got the
Butler...
height, though.
By the way, Jimmy Butler, Miami's playing much better without Jimmy Butler. Apparently, members of the Miami Heat don't want Jimmy Butler around the team. And somebody said, I don't know how we can come back to this locker room with the way he's acted. So people are siding with Jimmy Butler over Pat Riley. I'm going to side with Pat Riley all day long.
And Eric Spoelstra?
I'm going to ride with them. Let's go to Joe in San Francisco. Joe, what's happening?
Hey, Joe.
Yo, first of all, hey, do I got Bonte on the line?
Yeah, you got me online.
Where are we going here?
Okay. Shasky, too?
Yeah, this is Shasky and Bonte.
Okay. Where are you going, bud?
Okay. First of all, I think Spadoni said he ain't never heard of the skull.
Well, that was Lubman, not Spadoni.
That was Sam Lubman.
What?
He never heard of the skull?
Lubman? He said he never heard nobody reference Frisco as the skull.
Oh, that's, he's from Concord, man. What do you want? What do you want from him, man? He's,
Oh, okay.
That's not how it is out in the court.
He never he's never walked down Third Street or He's never walked down Third Street in the hood, so he wouldn't know. Stall him out, Joe. Stall him out.
I love Concord.
Stall him out, Joe.
Make that very
Stall
clear.
him out, Joe.
Okay, we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga and Poole, right?
Yeah.
Definitely, I'd rather listen. Jonathan Kuminga is definitely the first prospect I'd go with.
Hey, Joe, I got to ask you, man. What do you do for work? What do you do for work, Joe?
I work in a warehouse.
Oh, you work in a warehouse? What's your hours, man?
I used to work in a warehouse for a long time.
I did too.
I work 11 hours. 11 hours.
11 hours what? About 8 to 8? What's your schedule looking like on a day-to-day basis?
6 to 5.
Okay, it's not bad. Not bad. You get up a little early, do a little wake and bake, or what do you do to get your morning started? Coffee?
Of course. You know I got to have my wake and bake.
Oh, you got to have a wake and bake.
I got to have my wake and bake.
How long you been a Warriors fan?
Of course.
How long you been a Warriors fan?
Since the We Believe era.
Okay, all right. So you've been around for a while.
20 years
I've been around for a little bit.
Yeah, you've been around for a little bit. You've been around for a little bit.
But We Believe, I definitely been there. Baron Davis. One of the ones who really brought me there, but I definitely roll with the Warriors, though. I'm definitely a real Warriors fan.
You think the season's over? What do you think? You still they got a shot to compete at something special?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not looking too good for us right now.
Hey, you want Jimmy Butler? Do you want Jimmy Butler, Joe? You seem like a Jimmy Butler type of guy.
Nah,
you good off Jimmy buckets?
I don't want no Jimmy.
Have you ever heard the song from Messi Marv?
We just probably need to, clean up around the edges.
Yeah,
I like the Vucevic.
Yeah, a little Vucevic. Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
I like that trade.
I'm not mad at that.
That might make us, pop off a little something.
Joe, is this the first time you called this show?
This the first time. Calling.
Man, what made you want to call us? What made you want to call us? What part of Frisco you from, man?
I listen to y'all every morning. Y'all the deal, man. I listen to y'all every morning, for real.
I appreciate that. What part of Frisco you from?
Yeah, where are you from?
San Fran.
What part? No, we don't say.
3rd Street. Third.
Okay, all right.
You know what? Every time you call, I think we should play Juice and Messi Marv, orange juice and a blunt for breakfast, because that's how I feel when you're calling in.
Little bullies for fullies?
Hey, Shasky. Yeah. You sick for that.
Little bullies for fullies? Bullies for fullies?
Hey. But like I said, Jonathan Kuminga, though, he really He really our next prospect.
He's that dude.
We gotta stop, dogging on him and all that.
Yeah, they need to be dogging Kuminga. We ain't gonna dog him on this show. That's for sure. Joe, have a good Friday,
you
man.
Too, man.
Have a good Friday, Joe.
For sure, y'all too, man. I love y'all, man. Y'all keep doing it.
All right, I love you too, Joe. Love you too, Joe. There's somebody who wrote up on me about
I love this show.
About a month ago. I was leaving the studio. And a guy swerved to the corner. Skirt. His little brother, youngster, had the little DuckTales in the back. Hey, Bonte, man, that's you? Oh, man, I'm 95-7 the game all day, mate. He was a young buck, man. He was feeling because, man, that's Bonte right there, man. I was like, what's up, man? Did he skirt it off the way he skirted off like a true Friscodian? Skirt. Cutting off traffic. You never know who's listening to this show.
Oh,
Joe in San Francisco. We're going to go from Joe in San Francisco to Festus Ezeli and talk some Dubs here. Then we'll get back into the division round playoffs. We'll talk some Sharks. This is truly a Friday show. That was unbelievable. Joe's this spontaneous Shasky, man. Who is this?
It's actually Steiny and Guru.
Actually, I'm Dibs. He's Willard.
Oh, boy.
Stan Devone and Evan Grandy, and this is Saturday.
You did it again.
Evan who?
Evan Grandy.
Evan Grandy.
Not Mark Giddings.
Mark Giddings.
Joe Lubman. Sam Spadoni. There's a Sam Spadoni.
So, boy, you know what calls we haven't gotten this week? We haven't gotten any Sam Darnold calls.
I thought you were going to say Tony in Oakland.
No Tony in Oakland. She's in the zone somewhere. She's probably on vacation.
She's been calling Steiny and Guru.
Has she?
Oh, she cheating on us?
Mm-hmm.
What?
She loves Goo.
Steiny is her kind of guy.
No.
It's Goo?
It's Goo.
Should I contact her boyfriend and let him know that he should be worried?
She let
ghosts.
What do you say?
Oh, no.
She let her brothers? She let her brothers?
It's probably the aura of Goo, quite frankly. He's like 100%.
It's probably his
aura
voice.
Guy.
Ooh, damn, she's calling Guru now? What was she saying on that show?
No one pulls off the sweater look better than Guru right now. He really, his variety of patterns and colors, and he always makes it look fly.
Look fly?
He does. I give Guru
You think
credit.
it looks fly?
Guru,
you think his sweaters look fly?
I think he has a good look.
Even Spinoni loving her laughing back there.
It's a good look. I couldn't do it.
I think the sweaters are aging Guru.
Why?
They look like something my grandfather would wear, man. Dude, are you serious?
Hey, he can rock the Argyle sweater, in my opinion. I think
he
it looks
can rock
good.
it. Yes, anybody can rock it.
Well, no.
It.
That's wearing it. That's wearing it, not rocking it.
Yeah,
that's
different. He can rock it all right.
There's a difference.
And then I think, hey, that's the OG Guru. What up? What up, Grandpa Goo?
You know who can rock anything, though? It's going to be Festus.
Oh, Festus can rock it. 100%. He can rock it. But Goo's aged himself. He's aged himself. It's okay to say it. He's wearing these old man sweaters. Dude, Goo, you're not 65. You're still 45, buddy.
I got your back, Goo.
Wear some polos every now and then. The sweater's got you looking like Dr. Oh, no, I was going to say a name. That has been canceled. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Don't talk about that.
You know where I was going to go.
The character hasn't been banned.
Yeah, you know, I was going to go with that. Oh, man. That's just coming up. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles.
What up, Grandpa Goo?
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It's bothering me. What's up, Adam? What's up, Adam? And 831, it's all in good fun. Nobody hates Goo. Nobody hates Goo as much as Steiny does, all right? Relax. What up, Grandpa Goo? Just saying.
I always know when it's a difficult day because I walk in the other room. What's up, Steiny? What are you guys talking about today? What are you talking about today? Spinoni's laughing.
Wait, no, Spinoni's laughing about something else. What Spinoni, what you say about you?
It's so funny.
What you say about you?
Because what you just said, no one hates Guru more than Steiny. It's so good.
It's so true. It's so true.
I can't be around Goo without smiling.
And look, man, we're just having jokes. And this is why people take things too seriously. Bonte, Guru's in his 50s. When you hit your 50s and beyond, you're entitled to wear what makes you happy. I know you would not clothes shame a female colleague like that. Like, come on, man. Relax. I don't wear it. Like, God, see, if I make a joke, people take it like that. I'm not allowed to make jokes anymore.
There's levels to this stuff,
guys. I'm not allowed to make jokes anymore. What are we doing?
Can't we also understand that, like, what looks good on others may not look good on you, but you can still appreciate the style?
Right.
For example, there are certain looks I can't pull off. I see all the baggy jeans now coming back in vogue, and I'm done with baggy jeans. I'm never going back. I'm not going to the super baggy jean look. Every time I see pictures from the early 2000s with me in that look, it doesn't look right.
It is a sign of the times. But people clothes shame me all the time, man. You don't think people have comments about my fashion when I'm on television or shoes I may wear or haircuts or socks or whatnot? It's all a good fun.
They don't understand the shift. They don't understand the shift either, like in getting up in the morning that early for us. It's very difficult to look Rico Suave every single day if you're getting up at 3 in the morning.
If one of us wears a collared shirt, any one of us, what is the first person, if we don't know why?
They got a meeting.
Where are you going? Where are you doing? You got court?
I wore something. Everybody's like, oh, wow, you're dressed up. I'm saying, dude, I'm just wearing slacks and a button up today. So, I mean,
yeah, but we wear sweatpants.
Yeah, every day.
Flip-flops.
I wear flip-flops at work, sweatshirts, hoodies, hats.
The old building, I literally wear flip-flops and a Hawaiian shirt.
I know.
People say they want to have fun, and all of a sudden we're having fun at one of our colleagues' expense, and all of a sudden it's, oh my God, Bonte, you're too seriously. Why you always hating on Guru? I barely bring Guru up. Relax. What up, Grandpa Goo? Come on, man. People have some fun. Festus Ezeli wears outfits. We joke with him. He doesn't take it seriously. What happened to people? Get Festus, man. Jeez, no wonder comedians are getting canceled left and right. Everybody's saying, Guru wears these Argyle sweaters and everything like that. And they're all hip and we have fun. But then people coming down my road, Fezzy, for throwing some shade his way. That's all. I'm just roasting him. That's all. Festus, good morning, man. How are you?
Man, good morning. Wow. The morning roast is the morning comedy show?
No,
comedy roast?
The morning roast is turning into the morning sensitivity training. I don't know. Nobody wants to. Oh, my God, we can't make jokes anymore. Oh, gosh. Festus joining us on the River Islands guest line. Definitely not making jokes. A lot of Warriors. We've taken a lot of calls about what's transpired, but they do get the big win against Minnesota. A feel-good win for everybody. And it's Steph with this message. He actually had me fired up, Festus, because that's an old champion who said, hold up for a second. Just because we're saying mortgage in the future, we're not quitting on a season, and you better believe that I'm not accepting being on the average team. Hearing that from Stephen Curry the other night, I had a little pep in my step yesterday and today because it feels like he means business, and it's not done yet.
Yeah, Bonte, I think Steph came out there and, he has shown us all season long that he still has a lot left in his tank. And it's really hard for me because, obviously I played with Steph, so I got to see him in the throes of battle. And I see him, I understand that he's somebody who's competitive. So to hear people question that because of some statements that you could read either way, when I heard the statements that he made, I thought he was saying, listen, I'm actually taking some heat off of Mike Dunleavy. You don't have to make some crazy trade. Kind of like how the Miami Heat are saying, we're not going to make some crazy trade because we're desperate and ruin our chances completely. We're going to still be in a place of power and make a decision from a place of power. It's just tough for fans because I think right now the Warriors have been going through a lot, man. They've played 24 games in the clutch, meaning that those games have been close at the end, and they've lost half of those games. And the Warriors fans are used to the Warriors winning those games. You just have to take into consideration the fact that they've been dealing with a lot of, they're aging, and, the guys have been in and out of the roster. They depend on the young guys to help them, give them the athleticism to be boosted to get some of these wins, and some of those young guys have been hurt. So there's just a lot of things that have been going on for the Warriors, and they're trying to right the ship. But don't ever mistake that for the fact that they don't want to win. Like, that's not the Warriors you've known for the last 10, 12 years. You should understand that by now.
Yeah, we'll get to maybe how one of the players might feel after Steph said that. But walk me through the mindset of a guy who maybe does get stapled into all of these trade rumors and things online. B and I talk about hazards of professions. If you're an electrician, you can get electrocuted. That's a hazard of the profession. If you're in our industry, you get critiqued online nonstop. If you're an NBA player, people are constantly critiquing you, throwing you in the trade machine. It doesn't mean it's easy, though. So take me through the mindset of someone who maybe is a part of a team, and you're the guy being talked about in trade rumors, or one of your teammates is. How difficult is that? The reality of actually going through that.
I mean, in any business, you want to feel valued, yes. But I think in today's age more than ever, with the rise of social media, you have people asking interview questions to NBA players based on things they see on Instagram, based on things that they see on social media. So social media is playing a role like never before in sports. So it's really hard to ignore when you see or hear these trade rumors, and there's direct access to players where you can DM them and say what you want to say. So it's really hard to ignore. But I think, through it all, if you look at the organization, one thing I noticed, even through all the frustrations and through everything, you still see this organization, taking the high road, and everyone's still, saying that the vibes of the team is still very strong. Guys are still sticking together and trying to find a way through it. Those are the qualities. Those are the qualities of a team that has a chance to overcome. It's always hard when you are thrown into a trade rumor because then you start feeling like you are isolated. You feel like, you got to look out for yourself. But when you hear the team and the Warriors talk about the season so far and these tough times where they've been going through a tough stretch, they're still sticking together. Guys are still trying to find ways to win. You've seen guys come off the bench and still be engaged and try to help the team win. So one thing I will say to Warriors fans, I get it. This is a tough time. There's a lot of things that you want. You want to make a trade. But you've seen some teams make some trades. You've seen Minnesota Timberwolves make a trade because they just wanted to do something, and they did something because they felt like they could have changed the momentum of the team, and it seems like they've taken a step back this season, and their chemistry is not where it was last season defensively or offensively. So I think that's part of what the Warriors are saying. They're still trying to figure things out within the system, and that's something that you can actually you can build off of. You can build off some good chemistry. You can build off guys getting healthy as the season comes along. You can still try to find ways to get guys together. But they're not saying they don't want to make a trade. They just want to make one that's going to make them better, not in a desperate situation.
So when Steph comes out and says what he says, how does that resonate for players? Metaphorically, I mean, does that make them feel better? Or is it just that's our leader talking? Does it calm the waters? How does that really resonate in the locker room?
I mean, the same way Bonte felt. Bonte said he was fired up after that. I mean, it's not just enough to talk, right? I think everybody, you want to hear people speak and give this big speeches, but Steph has not really been a talker. That's why it was so out of the norm to hear all these things happen in the past few days, when you hear, but it's a question that you have to answer. When someone comes to you and asks you a question point blank about trades and all these things are happening in the middle of you losing, you answer the question. And I think Steph is saying, listen, we want to win at the end of the day. And he comes out there and he gives you 30 points. And he's on fire from the start of the game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Warriors still have something. They beat a tough Minnesota Timberwolves team over there. And they still have an ability to win games. And what I see is Steph Curry backing it up and holding it down till Draymond gets back, till Jonathan Kuminga gets back, till, GP2 and Pods. All these guys are getting healthy, and when they do, I think the Warriors will be in a little bit of a different spot than they're in right now.
Festus Ezeli here on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop with Festus Ezeli, an NBA champion. Of course, Warriors pre- and post-game. You talk about outfits, man. My guys, he's dressing down to the nines, man. You're taking your game up you stepped your game up on another level here. But Fezzi, we're talking about the team and guys coming back and all the different lineups. What is it, 23 different starting lineups? How difficult is it as a player on any team, let alone the Golden State Warriors, to gain consistency when you don't know whether you're starting or coming off the bench or whether you're playing 30 minutes or 15 minutes? How difficult is that for a pro? As the fans may say, hey, plug and play, this guy's ready to roll. How difficult is that for a player when you don't really know what your role is?
No, it's tough for any basketball player to not understand his role as the course of the season goes on, because, you need to understand, when you're going to come into the game, as the season goes along, you become a creature of habit, knowing, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to impact the game. You've seen Buddy come off the bench, you've seen him start, you've seen JK come off the bench, you've seen him start, you've seen Draymond come off the bench, you've seen it, everybody has had to play different roles, try to figure out a way to right the ship this season. And with the Golden State Warriors, it's even more imperative because, you see, it's a read and react offense, and people have to have chemistry. I'll go all the way back to the Andre Iguodala, Barbosa, Sean Livingston. That second unit would come into the game. They were the second unit with myself, Barbosa, Mo Space. This was a first unit on most teams. But we had the chemistry. We built the chemistry over time from training camp to the middle of the season. And then when the playoffs came around, we were able to succeed as well. So I think the team just hasn't had enough chemistry. Now, coming into the season, there wasn't really a lot of high expectations coming into the season because people still felt like they were a long shot from the championship teams of old. But as you saw in 2022, the Warriors just really need a puncher's chance, right? They just need to be able to get into the playoffs, get the right matchups, those things, but they also need to be playing well at the right time. In that season, that was when I started doing this broadcasting gig. I came on, and halfway through the season, there were all these panics. The Warriors weren't playing well, but they were holding on to the start of the season when they were playing well, when they were number one defense in the league, when they were scoring. So they have a little bit of a sample size in the 12-3 start of the season. They can hold on to that, but I really would love to see them healthy. I would love to see them playing well. Come All-Star break, come post-All-Star break, really gelling. Obviously, the Warriors are not a 20th offense in the NBA. It's insane to say that's a Warriors, Steph Curry-led offense. So, to me, what I see is a team that's currently lacking a little bit of confidence, and that happens when you lose some games. 24 clutch games means that they are in these games. They're in a lot of these games. At the start of the season, they beat the Celtics. They beat Oklahoma City Thunder. And right now, they're really struggling. And confidence low is being in a clutch game with the Toronto Raptors and losing that game. So in the middle of everything, I think Steph is just saying, wait, hold up now. This is not us. And let's find a way to get this ship right.
Yeah. I'm watching. Obviously, the offense needs to improve. You're referencing it. You need bucket getters. But there is something about these energy guys, whether it's Barbosa back in the day, JTA, GP2 at times has been an energy guy. I'm watching Guy Santos, and I'm not here to say that he's some elite player or he's going to be a star or even a starter. I don't even know what he is. But he brings something to the table. I really like what this guy brings. I think he's got to – it's so hard. You got to find a way to get him in there. I think he can be one of your 8 or 9 in the rotation. I like – his energy, he can knock down a shot. He hustles. He's a willing passer. He'll scrap it up. He's active on the glass. I think they have a little something there with Guy Santos. What do you like about him?
I love Guy Santos' activity level. I think that when you lack talent on the floor completely, and don't get me wrong, Guy Santos is a talented player, But I think, when the Warriors are playing small ball, like, you need to have those scrappy guys who are going to go above and beyond, because when you're playing smaller, you have bigger guys on other teams that have a length advantage. So what you lack in size, you have to make up for in other departments. So when you have guys come into the game, a Jonathan Kuminga, and you have him mixed with Andrew Wiggins, and they have this length and athleticism, that makes up for it. When you have Guy Santos comes into the game and he has that hustle, you see him go get third, fourth, extra possessions for the Warriors. That's only going to help the offense. So that's what you need from a lot of the guys coming off the bench. You got to be able to play with a lot of energy. Right now, the Warriors are really leaning in on the small ball lineup. And if you do that, you got to have guys come in the game and really impact the game. You got to play fast. For one, the pace has got to be up. You got to take care of the ball, and you got to shoot a high percentage. The whole point of going small ball is you got to have shooters on the floor. You got to have playmakers on the floor. You got to have guys that can drive by people. That's what the Warriors' offense should be right now, and that's what they need to get back to, where it's cutting, moving, and then you can confuse the defense and you can score and take advantage of that. The Warriors are letting other teams dictate pace, and guys like Guy Santos are coming in the game and really showing you, man, I can hustle and get on the floor and make an impact in the game.
Fezzi, if they had to add anything to this roster, and obviously Kuminga's going to come back in a week or two, we'll see about Draymond Green Saturday against the Wizards. Then we'll have the game within the game that you always like to reference, Fezzi Fell, when it comes to which is coming to town. But if they had to add something, whether shooting, size, a 3-and-D guy, what would you like to see Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors add at the deadline if there is something to add?
I think I would love to see the Warriors add somebody who is quick, can get by defenders at will. Somebody that you go back to the 2022 championship team. Like, what was the difference between then and now? Well, Jordan Poole and what he did in that roster, his ability to break down defenses. You can say what you want about his offensive numbers in the playoffs, but every time he drove down the lane, every time we were in transition, the Warriors were, every time, they got a defensive stop, the ball was being pushed the other way quickly. And I think, whether it's somebody else doing that or the roster currently doing that, they have to find a way to start pushing that pace again, because that's the Warriors' strength. That's one. I've been loving TJD's activity level. I think TJD has been incredible. He is undersized every night. So if you have another backup big that's bigger, someone who can block shots just like that and catch lobs and give them a size advantage inside, because when you start thinking about the playoffs, you're thinking about guys like Jared Allen, you're thinking about guys like Chet Holmgren, all these guys who have a huge advantage. So it'd be nice to have a stretch big who can stretch the floor to give the Warriors a different look as the course of the game goes on. So these are all the things you think about when you look at a roster. So when they talk about Jimmy Butler or they talk about Zion Williamson, they talk about Jordan Poole, any of these guys that I've seen in trade rumors, it's for the Warriors about adding more scoring and giving the Warriors an advantage in that end.
Festus Feasts, the little videos that you're doing. You know what? It was a trip. So Buena Vista is like an old school spot, and everybody knows it's the home of the Irish coffee. Yeah, pretty cool spot, huh, man?
I'll say this about the Bay Area. So since I've moved back a couple of years ago, the Bay Area, it's such an amazing place. It's been home for me for years. I played here. I have so many friends and relationships here, and it gets so much bad publicity. Everywhere that's not here, people don't understand how much love is here. They don't understand how much the pillars of the community that are here and keeping things going. All you hear is you hear things about the homelessness, or all you hear is the bad news. So my job with my platform, I want to use it to share, the stories of all these amazing people, amazing businesses. And Festus Feast is one way to do that. It's a food show where we're going to be going around the Bay Area. We're going to be talking to these business owners. We're going to be trying the amazing food. That's one of the staples of the Bay. I think the Bay has the best food in the country. And that's the part of it that I want to share with people so they understand. We have a lot of incredible events coming in. I'm part of the Bay Area Host Committee that brings all these big events to the city. It's Super Bowl. It's the All-Star Game coming here in a few weeks. It's the Laver Cup and the World Cup. And when people come, I want people to see the Bay for what it is. Like, the Bay is amazing. Like, we have our own culture. We have our own slang. We have our own food. We have incredible things that people should walk away feeling like, man, like, I really misjudged what the Bay Area is about. And if I can show some of that through my social media, through Instagram or YouTube or whatever, or through our broadcast, if we can tell the stories of the Bay so people understand coming in that they should have a high expectation, then that's what my goal is. Shout out to Buena Vista Cafe, one of the staples of the community. Incredible Irish coffees. I didn't know what that was until I tried it. And it's really, I'm not even a big coffee fan, and I love their Irish coffee. So thank you to them for having me. They sell about 2,000 of those a day. Wow. That's how much love they have over there. And people don't understand that there's a lot of cool businesses like this around. So please follow me on social media. Follow me at FezzyFell on Instagram, at Festus Feast. And there's a food show coming. Hopefully, y'all get to see and be a part of this journey with me.
Well, I know a restaurant you've talked a lot about, which is one of Shasky's favorite restaurants, Original Joe's.
It's my spot.
Oh, yeah.
The Dugans.
Yeah, the Original Joe's has been amazing, man. They opened a new one in the marina, Original Joe's. Mm-hmm. The pizza, the pasta. My favorite is the spicy rigatoni. We're there all the time, and they've been incredible. But it's just, there's so many things like this. I discovered a new one in North Beach. It's called Mona Lisa, and there's a place, House of Nanking. Like, there's so many good restaurants, and so please, people, if you have a favorite, DM me, shout me out, let me know. I'll pull up over there and I'll talk to the people. And hopefully, eventually, the goal is to sit with Warriors fans and we could talk Dub basketball. We could, we could do all these things and really create a community out of food. And that's what the Bay Area is about. Hopefully, I can be a part of this great community we're building.
Nanking is off the hook. We're going to have to go to Tams in Pacifica. That's my spot.
Ooh, put me on.
Tams in Pacifica. It's got the best pot stickers on the planet.
Fezzies love foods.
I do too.
Feast. Festus Feast.
Festus Feast.
See you soon, buddy.
We're going to do an episode together. Don't worry.
We're all going to do an episode together. We're going to do a lot of fun things, man, in the future, man, with the All-Star game coming around here in a few weeks. Can't wait for that. As you mentioned, the World Cup, the Laver Cup, the Super Bowl. A lot of things happening in the Bay Area. We're about to put a show up and show out, man, and show them that our city is no joke out here. And our region is no joke. No doubt about that. And there is some hope for the Warriors. Hopefully they can win their second in a row tomorrow night against the Wiz. Fezzy, good man. I'm surprised you got up so early.
As soon as they told me I got to talk to my guy, Bonte, of course I'm up. Bonte is my point guard. I'm excited every time I get to talk to my point guard and get some strategies going for the Warriors. Oh, one more thing. I'm hosting the NBA Africa Luncheon. It's going to be at the Moscone Center on Friday afternoon, I think about 12 o'clock. And so these are all the big events that are coming in. Having the Hall of NBA Africa, having the different presidents coming in, and Adam Silver. These are big events that are going to be coming to the Bay, and I'm so happy that I get to be a part of these. I'm happy I get to showcase the Bay, and I'm happy that we get to represent. So everybody, please pull up to all the All-Star events. Look on the Warriors website. There's going to be events all over the Bay Area. It's not just San Francisco. It's going to be in Oakland. We got All-Star games. We got the G League All-Star games. We got the Rising Stars Challenge. All these things that are coming to the Bay. And then, obviously, as we go along, we have other things coming, but this is the first one, and I hope that we get to welcome everybody and really show them what the Bay is about, which is hospitality and love.
Love that, Fezzy Fell. We'll talk to you tomorrow, brother. Good stuff as always, man.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all.
Absolutely. Festus Ezeli, man, one of the good guys out here, man. Loves the community. He's down in L.A., too, helping out because L.A. was a home away from home for him as well. So, his lady's there from L.A., Shoshana, she's a great lady, and they're down there in L.A. doing their thing to help out with the fires and everything that's affected everybody down in L.A. But a lot there with Fezzy Fell. Speed. They do look slow. Kind of like the 49ers, man. The 49ers, Giants, and the Warriors have a lot in common. They're slow teams right now. Slow. Baldy, when we asked about the Niners midway through the year, slow. The Giants, lack of speed, explosiveness. Anybody go first to home? Anybody go second to home? No, we're station-to-station baseball around these parts. We need speed. And then we have the Warriors, who are small right now, and they need speed and explosiveness, and that's been lacking, especially with Jonathan Kuminga out of the lineup for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they are very slow and not athletic and not big. There's no doubt about it. And it is interesting how it feels like all the teams are unathletic, slow, and behind the times. You talked about this as we get a little foodie here. Tonight is the grand opening, 6 o'clock. Senor Sisig.
Senor Sisig.
Yeah.
They invited us.
Yeah, I'm getting
going?
a lot of texts. I'm busy tonight because I got a basketball game and I have Danny's retirement party from the police department, so I won't be able to make it. I am like so booked. It was impossible finding a babysitter.
It's hard to book you these days.
I know, man. I'm very busy.
You're a busy guy. I think I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up. I thought it was 5:45.
I might pull Irish goodbye on you. Forget Irish coffee.
Yeah, I should do that. Did you pull an Irish goodbye yesterday at the
No, I say
holiday
goodbye
party?
to the people that matter.
Okay. Which people mattered?
You know, the people who signed the checks.
The guy who walked right by me without saying goodbye yesterday.
Did he really?
I'd be like, yo, dude, just gonna walk out like that? He's like, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. So, now I know where I rank.
Oh, man.
You know what an Irish coffee is? Anyone?
Yes, it's a coffee with alcohol. Or I guess whiskey, would be the technical term.
Typically,
yes.
yeah.
Or Bailey's.
Did you pull an Irish goodbye, Lubman?
No, I said goodbye to everybody.
Did you stay until the end?
I did actually stay until the end.
Close it down, huh?
I don't know. There's still people there after I was leaving.
How many people there were there after hours?
Oh, it was still a sizable
going?
contingent, yeah.
Wow.
Mountain Hegan was still there when I left.
What a material.
Yeah. He was holding court.
Well, he'll do anything to stay away from his young boys.
There's only one person who holds court, and that's the king.
I wasn't there to hold court.
We've been talking about Steiny a lot. You want to talk about holding court. He was holding like 4 or 5 different courts yesterday.
No, that was him holding 4 or 5 different drinks.
He was multitasking. He's a very dynamic human being. He's well-rounded.
He's taking advantage of the open bar. All right. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Steiny and Goo coming up in an hour.
What up, Grandpa Goo? What are they going to talk about?
Well, they'll ask you guys first. What have you guys been talking about? And then we'll see.
Have you been to the Buena Vista?
No.
It's at the cable car turn.
I haven't been to a lot of places in San Francisco. I need to start upping my game.
They call like Land's End. Anyway, point being is like
it's a great spot.
It is a cool spot. It overlooks the water and everything. It's it's a unique place. And you like think, oh, this little hole in the wall restaurant. It's been around forever.
Yep.
And one of these travel writers, this is just how I think it's on their wall. They've got all these different newspaper articles and stuff on the wall. Had went to Ireland and came back and was like, hey, I want you to make me this drink. And that's kind of how, like, I'm giving an abbreviated version of the story of how it kind of came to America. And they claim they're the originator in America of the Irish coffee.
Somebody at a 650 said an Irish coffee has coffee, whiskey, brown sugar cube, or simple syrup splash. There's no Baileys. I thought they put Baileys in
I'm sure there are many different variations.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm sure
you put Baileys in my Irish coffee, I'm not going to get mad.
So you said 650 is that well-actually guy.
Correct.
Is that well-actually guy?
He's a purist.
There's nothing worse than, I'm not saying 650 is that guy, but there's nothing worse than, well, actually this, and well, actually that, and well, actually this. And, okay, great. Oh, I do see the, Matt Hegan. He's got a picture up there. There's Lubman. My girl Whitley said, Dredo. Look at this. Look at this. A who's who in that photo. Wow, you guys had a lot of fun at the holiday party. Let's go to Malik in Union City. Malik, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I wanted to, on Festus, man, I want to shout out Festus because I love ex-Warriors that want to be in the Bay. You know what I mean? Like, for a long time, didn't have that type of stuff. And you got a lot of people like Sean Livingston. You got a lot of people like Zaza. You got people like Festus that love the Bay Area and want to be here and tapping in with the community and doing things. So I wanted to shout out Festus. That's what's up. But I also wanted to say that part of what he was saying is kind of the reason why we're in the situation we're in right now, being mediocre, which is trying to recreate something that was really magical in 2022 that you're probably not going to be able to tap into in 2 years. It was a different landscape. You know what I mean? I know we need speed, but we need size. We need people that are big on the wing. We need people that are big on the perimeter. We need people on the big that are in the front court, especially. And if we don't get that, we're not going anywhere. This is a different landscape. There was no Wemby in 2022. There was no Zach Edey. There was no Chet Holmgren. There was no Evan Mobley playing. There was no, bigs that are monstrous. I was just watching these dudes play the other day. It's like Godzilla and King Kong playing together. We got TJC back there. Like, we can't compete with those dudes if we got a 52nd round or a 52nd round pick. Number 52 overall pick sitting there as our starting center, and Kevon Looney, who love Kevon, but he's slow. He's slow. He's getting a little up there. He's 28. You know what I mean? Like we need size. We need athleticism. But that's the biggest thing. I think we can't keep trying to recreate small ball magic of 2022. It's a different landscape, man. They must work around with monsters, and And we got, little army.
So we need size. We need size, Malik. You're saying size matters as you're listening
matters.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I really wonder, though, if fans had a question for Joe Lacob, what would they ask him? What would they ask Joe Lacob? Because he's been quiet, and I think it's a reason for that. And he's in a no-win situation. If Joe Lacob actually came out and spoke about the roster and what they could do, everybody would roast him. He's in a no-win situation at this moment. At this moment in time, he could do it all right. Like when things go awry with the 49ers, what is the default? Oh, let's just blame Jan York. You never win anything under Jan York. Jan York is this and Jan York is that. It's like, wait a minute. Jan York is the reason why they're spending all this money. But what do you do? What do you do if you're Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy with this roster? Because I do agree that, Steph is going to be managed when it comes to back-to-backs. Draymond Green's going to be managed when it comes to back-to-backs. We got to see what Kuminga looks like when he does get back. Where's Pajimski at? Do you want to make a run in the playoff run? You would have to think with the money they're paying and the ticket prices and everything like that, you want to make a run at the playoffs, but I just wonder what they're going to do, Shasky. This is so damn intriguing. And what is Joe Lacob thinking right now?
Well, okay, I'll be Joe Lacob. Let's do role play.
Let's do role play.
You ask away. I'm Joe Lacob. And I will give you what I believe to be the AI version of what I think Joe would say. If I asked AI to tell me what Joe would say to these questions, this is the. I will give it to you right now.
I want Lubman in on this too. All right. Here, I got my hand raised.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Did you get the spread? The spread over there. We really treat the people that cover this team really well, and so I want to make sure that you guys had some of that media spread.
Oh, that media spread was great, Joe. Thank you so much for that.
I enjoyed it a lot, Joe. Thank you very much.
The Sunday machine is awesome.
Lubman, I know you always like to take a plate home. Take one home.
Yeah. Oh, I will. Thank you very much, Joe.
All right, Bonte Hill here from the San Francisco Guardsmen. Joe, how would you assess the season so far, 40 games in?
I mean, obviously, we're not where we want to be. I mean, we know we want to be a champion and we want to be pushing the top. Not every year can be a championship, but I trust the guys that we have right now, and we're going to look into any different opportunity that might be out there. We like optionality, we don't want to sacrifice all of the future, but if there's the right move at the right time, we're going to try to make that move, but other teams have to be willing to make moves with us.
Joe, I'm kind of curious as the season kind of goes along.
Where are you from?
Sorry, my apologies.
Where are you from?
Sam Lubman, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. I'm just curious, Joe, like we see how the season's progressing here. Obviously, a championship's the greatest goal here, but if not that, what needs to happen this year for you to feel like this organization had a successful season in the 2024-2025 season?
I mean, we're a victim of our own success. I mean, I want to win championships. I'm in the business of winning championships. Bonte, remind me again, how many did Eddie DeBartolo have?
Yeah, he won 5.
5. How many does LeBron have?
4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want 5. And so, that's the ultimate goal. But you can't do that every single year. And we understand that we have a unique player and someone like Steph Curry, and we're going to try to maximize his window as well as my own, because I want to win too. Because, I'm not going to be old forever, all right? And we understand that. And so what I'm trying to do right now is we're trying to explore every option that might be available, while understanding that you can't just go in on old guys. You got to have something for the future, because Steph's not going to be around forever. But that being said, we are always going to try to swing big. We want stars. We want children to know that the next star that Steph hands the baton to will be here a long time. It's just very hard.
Joe, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, Mr. Lacob, do you have any regrets? Do you regret with Jordan Poole in town? Do you maybe regret trading Jordan Poole away for Chris Paul and allowing Chris Paul to leave on an expiring deal and not getting nothing in return? Do you regret that one, Joe? Maybe a little bit?
I don't live my life looking backwards. We really liked Jordan Poole. Yeah. He helped us win a championship. He was a very exciting player. At the time, we felt it was the right move to make for the organization, because we needed some veteran leadership off the bench, and we needed another ball handler that we could trust. And obviously Chris had an okay season that year, and we liked being able to get under that apron. And the reason why we had to get under that apron financially was because it's just so prohibitive in making moves moving forward. Again, I don't like to look backwards. I thought Jordan was a fine player. I root for Jordan. I like Jordan. He helped us win a championship, and we're in this to win championships. But we thought the next version of the team, we wanted to go in a different direction. But I don't like looking backwards. By the way, I'm trying to do the joke Lake Up cadence. I think I'm nailing it.
You're doing it pretty good, actually.
It's pretty good.
You did the little chuckle there on the last question. It was just like, wow, that was pretty good.
Next question.
Trades are hard.
They are.
Anybody got a question?
Joe, Anthony Slater here from The Athletic, big mashed potatoes guy. I was just with Draymond Green this year, we know how important he is with this organization. What kind of an impact do you think he's had on some of the younger guys this year and kind of helping them develop into the next stages of their career?
Draymond is who he is, and we understand that. And there's times where we've been frustrated with Draymond, and I think he would admit that. I think he would admit that he is frustrated with his own performance at times. Right now he's hurt, and it's really hard to contribute when you're hurt. And I think that he's really working on trying to get his voice back. And it feels like to me and to Steve and to Mike and definitely a lot of the other guys on the team that Draymond is integral in the development of all the guys. He's rooting for Jonathan Kuminga. You know, Jonathan looks up to him. He looks up to him at times. And we want Draymond Green to feel empowered because we know how good of a player he is. I mean, he's one of the greatest defensive players of all time. And him having influence on young players can only be a good thing.
Whitley Sandretto, 95.7 a game. Hey, Joe, I know you spent over $1 billion on this roster or whatnot, but one guy you let walk away was Klay Thompson. How'd you feel about Klay Thompson coming in here and showboating after that last game against the Dallas Mavericks? It looked like he celebrated right in front of you. How'd you take that, Joe?
Klay's a great player. Klay's an all-time legend. I love Klay Thompson. You know, I wanted him to be a Warrior forever. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. We did our best, and he had to go in the direction that he needed to go in. That was best for him. I'm always going to have fond memories. He's a 4-time champion. He means everything to not only me and Steve and Steph and Dre and the fan base, but to this community. And I will forever love Klay Thompson for what he's done in this organization. Do I like losing to Klay Thompson? No, I don't like losing to Klay Thompson. I don't like losing to anyone. I don't like losing to anyone. So whether it was Klay or LeBron or Jason Tatum or whoever, when I sit courtside, you know, I let them know when we're winning because I'm a fan and I'm loud. And when they take it to me, you know, I just had to take it and wear it. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Klay beat us that night.
Thank you for the table bang. You have to get the table bang in there if Joe Lacob's in studio.
Joe the Butcher Boy Lacob.
Joe, I do appreciate you spending some time with us as not sugarcoating anything.
Well, I mean, I don't sugarcoat anything. Maybe my handicap in golf. I might, you know, tee it up a little high than it needs to be. But I'm in the business of winning and winning the ultimate prize. And I'm in the business of making a lot of money. And I don't begrudge anyone who says that out loud because this is a business. We have big bills to pay. We do. I mean, it's very difficult. And the league has set up parameters to make it difficult for us to win moving forward. And we are doing our best to try to exploit any details that we can to make an advantage of ourselves. And I trust the group that we've put together, not only for now, but into the future. And we're going to do everything we can at every single opportunity to swing big. But we also need to have optionality. I mean, guys, don't you want to win?
I do want to win.
Don't you want to win?
I appreciate you not sugarcoating this.
Trades are hard.
I appreciate you not sugarcoating this. And
Anymore.
I know you mentioned optionality and connectivity. How would you feel like the connectivity is right now with the organization?
Are you saying on the roster or
on
front
the
office to roster?
Everything.
I mean, we're having conversations daily. Mike, Steve, the leaders on this team, the luminaries, if you will. We've done a fantastic job, you know, trying to work through some of the difficulties. I mean, guys are hurt right now. But I don't know if you know this. Guys are hurt right now. You know, Jonathan Kuminga is an ascending star. You know, Brandon Pajensky, I said in the summer, I think he can be an all-star. I still believe that. I still believe in Brandon Pajensky.
So I got one more last one for you, Monty Poole. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Monty, you've been writing some things that I haven't agreed with, Monty, but I like you.
Hey, Joe, I like you too, man. You've done a lot for this organization. You've done a lot for my pockets as well. Lord knows you give us all the content in the world. Joe, I'm just looking at the roster, the bigs, the lack of athleticism. Honestly, how are you feeling? Do you miss James Wiseman? What about DeMarcus Cousins? What about Dwight Howard? Would you be in on them for getting some rim protection?
Dwight Howard? I don't think he's in the NBA right now. James Wiseman, we like James. Gosh, you know, we really like James. We wanted it to work out. It didn't work out. Poor guy got injured. And, you know, we root for him. I'm always going to pull for him. I like James. I texted him actually, and I wished him well on his rehabilitation. We always want to get a big. I mean, look where this league is going. There are some genetic freaks. You know, unfortunately, when we had a top pick, we didn't have Victor Wembanyama coming out. Now, we thought that James Wiseman could fill some of those needs. It didn't work out. We tried. We are always looking for bigs, but we like Kevon Lee.
So, Ryan Leong here, Bay Area Sports Rap.
Last one.
Do you still believe
Great
your light
starter
years?
Jacket, Ryan.
Thank you. Got this one on Amazon. Amazon, Bay Area Sports Rap. Joe, by the way, media sprayed. I had 3 plates. It's all good. I stuffed my face. It's all good. Do you feel like you're still light years ahead of everybody in the NBA?
I'll say it on the other side.
Brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all journey level mechanics.
The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, Draymond, hopefully we'll see him tomorrow night against the Wizards. He's missed 3 consecutive games, but the Warriors will be back at Chase Center. And in case you're wondering, we're giving people an opportunity to put up some shots at Chase Center. That's right. Starting on January 27th, we'll start to qualify 3 lucky listeners per day for 3 weeks for a chance to qualify for the second annual 95-70 game knockout tournament. The tournament is back, folks. Again, listen in the 8 a.m. hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for a chance to get up some shots at Chase Center and partake in the 95-70 game knockout tournament. You have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. We're going to get to Dan Ruzanowski in just a second and talk some Sharks hockey, because Macklin Celebrini has taken his league by storm. And when the Sharks are hot and going good, man, the Bay Area is really a vibe. But the Sharks obviously rebuilding, 14-27-6 in the standings. They do have Macklin Celebrini. They have a lot of good things going on with the Sharks, although they're in last place in the Pacific Division. A rebuilding year. They've been competitive. However, 3-7 in their last 10. So let's get to the voice, all-time radio voice of the San Jose Sharks, one of my all-time favorites, Dan Ruzanowski. He joins us here on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Dan, when's the last time you come on 95-70 game to talk some hockey, man? It's been a while, but it's good to hear your voice, and I know our listeners has been dying for some Sharks talk. So here we have it, Dan. Good morning to you.
Well, fantastic to be with you, and it has been a while. It's about time that we got on and chatted about some things that are pretty relevant these days in the world of hockey, like the emergence of some young stars with this team, and the fact that the club has got light at the end of the tunnel, and there's a lot to be excited about in San Jose.
No, I agree with you, man. You guys have played some good hockey this season. Obviously, some ups and downs with a young roster here. But Dan, as you join us here on the River Islands guest line, let's start with Macklin Celebrini, the number 1 overall pick, who's taken this region by storm. People have the star label on him already. Just discuss how much he's grown in his young career since opening night. When he first laced up the skates to where he is right now, Dan.
Well, it's really something that's a sight to behold, really. And this is why, because when he first got here, we were talking about him as definitely a franchise-type player. We knew that he was a 3-zone hockey player. We knew that he was well prepared. You know, everybody knows about the fact that he has had great athletes around him his entire life. And, was the Hobey Baker winner as the best college hockey player. And he was only 17 for most of that year. So, all of that was known. But what wasn't known was how committed he really is to the day-to-day work and how coachable he is. I think these are things that are starting to happen now as we get to the point in the season where we're probably going to see him hit the wall a little bit. When I say that, I mean his entire recent life, he hasn't played more than about 50, 55 games a year. At Boston University, they play a 32-game regular season, and then they have playoffs, similar to NCAA basketball and so forth. So you're not playing an 82-game schedule, and you're certainly not doing it against the best players in the world. So that, along with the travel in the Western Conference, tends to take its toll on young players their first time through it. And I think that he's handling it quite well. But this is the next big challenge that he's going to have. And I think that he's, doing it with flying colors, handling those responsibilities, being coachable, starting to, instead of, just letting him play for about 15, 20 games and seeing what great skill he has and all that. Now the coaching staff is working with him on some of the little fine points of the game, on getting inside and making sure that, that he's not trying to do everything himself, which is what he's been used to being able to do at the college level. So it's just wonderful to watch. And instead of being a franchise player, I really, really honestly think we've got a generational player here in San Jose. And that's something really special that you don't see more than once a decade. People like Connor McDavid and Sidney Crosby. He has some of those characteristics to be that type of player. Not to put any pressure on him, but because he can handle that. But I think he has some of those characteristics, and everybody's just really, really excited about where he is and where he's going.
Well, we're fired up, Shasky. You hear that? Generational.
Well, and Dan, you don't throw that around lightly. I mean, you've been doing this a long time. The kid's 18. I can't get over it. We see this a lot. Like Steph Curry's dad played in the league, right? And obviously his mother was a great athlete as well. And you look at that family and that family tree, and it's like, wow, they're just so impressive. Macklin's brother also drafted. I believe they played together for a little bit. And his father being around the Golden State Warriors as long as he has. Do you think that that's had some sort of a positive impact on how he's been able to attack all of this at such a young age? I mean, again, he's 18. I can't grasp how. I mean, he's phenomenal for everything that I've seen, and he feels like he's older than he is when I hear him talk.
Well, this is the way that they're raising him now these days. It's not just Macklin. It's Will Smith. It's all of the other young players that are coming into the NHL. Their training is just so much better. But what you're referring to, though, is that little extra step that Macklin has had in his development, and that is, when you have a guy like Draymond Green going to your junior games in Chicago just because he happened to be in town with taking on the Bulls and coming out to news conferences wearing a Celebrini jersey, it's obvious that things are a little bit different. And the major thing that I see is it's a lot like being a son of a player that was a Hall of Fame type player. If you're around that atmosphere all the time, it's not as intimidating to you. You're used to it. You understand what it takes. And you see a lot of the things behind the scenes. You see the extra work. You see guys getting up. And, in the case of hockey players, right around this time of the year, too, is when you have a practice and, you feel pretty sore getting out of bed because, your body takes its toll. So you have to watch what you eat. You have to learn how to prepare food for yourself. You have to, understand the benefits of sleep. And the other thing is that the Western Conference teams, and this is true for all sports that are 82 games or longer, don't have that practice time that the teams in the East do, simply because, these guys out here have their bags packed a little bit more often, but, a flight or a bus trip from New York to Philly, you're back in your same bed the night after the game is over, where, in our case, in this particular case, we're out on a 5-game trip, and it's, we have a whole bunch of these, and instead of one time zone for half of the teams, we have 4 time zones. So that's a big adjustment for a young guy to make, especially when you're going up against the full-grown men and the best players in the world. So I think that back to what you're talking about, the fact that he's been around these professional athletes, especially in the Western Conference, I think has been a nice preparation tool for him and giving him an idea of what it really takes, and that puts him ahead of the curve, in my opinion.
Dan Rosanowski here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Ida's guest line. And Dan, the sleeping giant in the Bay Area has always been the SAP Center. When that place is thriving and rocking, there's no place like the Shark Tank. Are you starting to see some of that excitement back at the tank this season, as we saw a few years back when the Sharks were rolling? I contend I was very fortunate to be in a building when you guys came back against the Vegas Knights in that Western Conference playoff series, and I've never been in a building like that in my life. Been to a lot of basketball games, football games, baseball games. There's nothing like what I experienced that night at the tank. Are you starting to feel some of that same buzz at the tank this year, Dan?
Oh, there's no doubt it's starting to happen again. And, we have to be realistic about this. This is not something that flips the switch and turns on overnight, and we're suddenly, in the middle of playing for a division title here in San Jose. It's going to take a little while. The Sharks have done a really good job in restocking their young cabinet of players. The San Jose Barracuda look like they're one of the better teams in the American Hockey League, and that's an important thing to keep track of. And, each young kid that gets recalled and plays for the Sharks is much better prepared because they're not only learning how to be professionals, and the difference, especially Bonte. There's one thing about learning how to be a professional player, but it's another thing to learn to be a professional winner. Mm-hmm. You have to learn how to win, and to do that, I think the Sharks have made an investment in some vets that work at the American Hockey League level with the young kids that have so much talent, along with the coaching. And here's another thing. Macklin, Celebrini, and Will Smith, they've got this advantage. Macklin is living with Joe Thornton, who's one of the greatest players of all time, and Will Smith is living with Patrick Marleau, who's another one of the greatest players of all time.
Dan, how
when you're with these people, you see all the habits.
Not to cut you off, but how impactful is that for these young men to have a Joe Thornton and a Patrick Marleau living with, and you're getting advice on a daily basis, as you mentioned, not only being a pro on the ice, but being a pro off the ice?
Well, exactly. Well, and of course, the added benefit, at least in both of their cases, is that Christina Marleau and Tabea Thornton are outstanding cooks, so they get the best food in the world. That's pretty huge. But realistically, here's when these guys have their greatest impact, Thornton and Marleau, I mean. It's when, you feel sore. You don't necessarily feel 100%. You're trying to get through the season. Or you're having some down times. Will Smith has had some down times, and that's when these guys talk to them, spend a lot of time with them. Not that different than a parent would in all aspects of life. But I think if they keep them on an even keel, they keep them positive, and they make them realize that, you're not only playing as a profession. When you come out of college and you start playing as a pro, your relationship to the game that you play changes a little bit. You're playing for a living now. It's not just a fun game that you play. But both Thornton and Marlowe and all of the greatest players, and I know you guys can attest to it, whether it's the NBA or Major League Baseball or the NFL or the NHL, the greatest players of all are the ones that have all of those work habits, but also keep the fun in the game. And I think that that's something that gets you through the tough times when you're having some struggles, as every player does and as every team does during the course of a challenging schedule. And it gets you to push through and get back on the right track. And so I think that that's the greatest benefit that people like Thornton and Marlowe provide for young players like Celebrini and Will Smith.
Yeah, you guys got a great mix of the young players. And then you bring in a guy like Toffoli, and he's been really good for you guys this year. Him and Eklund and Celebrini is a great line right there. As you're watching it from your lens, how fun has it been to see all these young players like Eklund, Will Smith, Celebrini all kind of gel and come together into their own? And then you mix in some of the veterans. Feels like nobody's got a brighter future than the Sharks in the league right now.
Well, I think it's really exciting. And you have to make the right decisions with the vets that you do bring in, some of whom aren't going to be here for that long, but they have to be good examples. Cody Ceci, defenseman, is a guy that was at Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final last year. He's providing a tremendous amount of respectability and guidance from that position on defense. Jan Ruda's got 2 Stanley Cups. And, Marc-Edouard Vlasic, we haven't even talked about him. He just played his 1,300th National Hockey League game. There's only 2 defensemen in the history of the NHL that have spent their entire career with one team and played more than 1,300 games. That would be Marc-Edouard Vlasic as of last night, and Nicholas Lidstrom, one of the greatest defensemen ever to play the game. He played for Detroit for a whole passel of games. Ray Bourque played over 1,500 games too, but he left Boston and went to Colorado, so he kind of gets on that list. But these are guys that are very important to making sure that the culture is a winning culture, and that's something that the Sharks need to surround these kids with. And let's not forget, Fabian Zetterlund, William Eklund, these guys are starting to come into their own as players, but they're still young. Yeah. They still have a long runway to develop, and they're going to have their ups and downs too. So it's really cool to see it. And to reference what you're talking about, I have not been this excited about just seeing the kids grow than I have when Patrick Marleau was a rookie back in the late 1990s, and I've been around that long. So this is really special. I think that this is a great time to be a Sharks fan, and for those that maybe have gotten away from the club for a couple of years during some of these really down times, this is the time right now when you're going to grow with these people, and I just think it's really special.
And you got to have patience, right? Because they're going to take their lumps early on here. But Dan, we're starting to see the change of the guard in the NHL, right? I mean, watching Connor McDavid skate, it's like no other, right? But Ovechkin's getting up there as he's chasing Wayne Gretzky. Sidney Crosby's getting up there with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Are we starting to see that changing of the guard where in the NBA as well, we're starting to see, LeBron, Steph, and KD, where the Anthony Edwards, the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders, it would be when Bayamas are starting to take over the league. Is that simultaneously happening in the NHL as well?
Sure, and it only makes sense. You've got Connor Bedard in Chicago. He was the number 1 pick a year ago. He's another up-and-coming star player. There are guys all through the league that are starting to trickle their way in, whether even a young goaltender like Yaroslav Askarov, who's on the Sharks. He's a really up-and-coming star goaltender. They're coming in through the league. You talk about the NBA. I mean, I go back when not only when Bird and Magic were fighting, but when Wilt Chamberlain and Willis Reed were battling it out for the NBA title. And you see it in generations. Every 10 to 15 years, the old guard or the seniors graduate, and the freshmen that are so promising come in, and that injects energy, it injects enthusiasm, and of course, it brings new fans into the sport. That's what's happening to the NHL right now.
Dan, I'm sure you consume sports content, like whether it's the radio or just stuff that's on your television and whatnot. I mean, I get frustrated because, I love golf, for example, and I know I can't talk about golf on air. No one cares about it. How frustrated do you get that we don't talk enough about you guys, and we should? Does that bug you?
Well, sure. I think the thing to remember is that, we have 4 major sports in the Bay Area, all represented by great organizations. And you throw the Earthquakes in there for Major League Soccer, too. But I really think that that the NHL is the most exciting game in person, and it deserves, these athletes are doing something that, you think about it, is not a natural thing. They're balancing their bodies on these steel blades, and they're going 25 miles an hour, and the puck is going close to 100 miles an hour in some cases toward the net. It's a physical game. It's got that element. It's got the element of survival. It's got just about everything. And here's the other thing that I love about it that deserves to be talked about, and that is it's an ultimate team game. The best players in the world are totally dependent on the weakest link in the roster, so to speak. Nothing is weak in the NHL, but you know what I mean.
Right.
The least talented player on your roster, the biggest role player. That's why when you get to the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is the greatest sports tournament in the world, it's 4 rounds of 7 games with all that travel and all of that grueling play, and you're only as good sometimes as that 3rd or 4th line guy that makes the big difference when the game's on the line, because the stars sometimes cancel each other out. And so that, to me, sets up the drama between, the rivalries between the clubs, because it gets very emotional, very intense, and, of course, it's very fast. So I think that hockey's got just about everything, and, that's something that ought to be talked about quite more often. And, sports fans in the Bay Area really need to, if they haven't been to a game, check it out, because once you do that, I like to say, listen to our Sharks Audio Network broadcast. You get a sense of the excitement when you listen, but also when you come to the game. To me, that's what gets people hooked.
No, my daughter loves going to Sharks games. She does. She's asking me right now, when are we going back to go see Mr. Sharkey? And you're not lying about experiencing a hockey game. I've been fortunate again to be in the building for a couple playoff games, and the environment, the energy, the hitting. That Vegas game, I didn't realize it at the time, because I'm not going to sit here in front. Shasky and I aren't the biggest hockey guys, but I didn't realize that was one of the biggest comebacks in an elimination game, and you guys go on the major penalty and score boom, 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 and that place erupted, Dad. Just that night alone, I was thinking to myself, I got to invest more time into hockey, especially playoff hockey that we always watch on television, whether it's 4 overtimes, 5 overtimes. It really is a grueling sport and a very exhilarating sport. The Hockey Hall of Fame, one of my favorite places to visit.
One of mine too, obviously, and it's funny you mention all that, because I know some people, and they won't admit it today, who left in the 3rd period of Game 7 when it was 3-0.
Wow!
And there's one thing that we experienced way back in 1994. That was the first year of SAP Center, and it was the first time the Sharks made the playoffs, and they beat Detroit in 7 games. Before that playoff, our captain at the time, Bob Airy, was sitting at a coffee shop, and he took a napkin out and he wrote 14 or 16 things, that it would take to win the Stanley Cup. And he had won 2 Stanley Cups with Mario Lemieux in Pittsburgh, so he knew what he was talking about. And the reason why he wrote 16 things down is because it takes 16 wins in the playoffs to win the Stanley Cup. And one of the things he wrote, I'll never forget it, number 14, he said, "You're never out of a game." And he specifically noted that there might be a major penalty and you might have a 5-minute power play where you can score unlimited goals in that span. And wouldn't you know it, that happened in Game 7 back in 2019. And I've never heard anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. And to me, it's the greatest single moment in the history of the San Jose Sharks until the ultimate moment when they win the Stanley Cup.
Wow.
And, we like to say things in a positive way. Every day you wake up in the morning, if you're a Sharks fan, is one day closer to the team winning its first Stanley Cup. That's just the way you have to look at it. With all these young kids coming in, with the job that Mike Greer is doing in getting that building process together, it doesn't necessarily show in the standings right now, but you can tell that this team is playing a much more upbeat and competitive style of hockey this year than last season. It's just night and day. And it's only going to get better, and eventually it's going to start showing up in the standings. And when it does, that's when the people who have come out and invested themselves in getting excited about these kids are really going to be proud of them as if they're their own kids. And it'll be a real family event when that great moment happens. And I just can't wait for it to happen.
Dan, you've converted Shasky. He's wanting to talk hockey every single day now. He's locked in on the Sharks, right, Shasky?
We do a Celebrini celebration every day.
60 seconds of Celebrini every single day on the show after a Sharks game.
Well, we love that, and of course, you guys do a great job. It's a lot of fun with all the competition for people that are listening all the time, and it's just great to have people that are on board with that.
Yep. Absolutely, Dan, you're the best, man. Real quick, before we let you go, I know you're a broadcaster. You love all broadcasting, every other sport, but Bob Uecker, we lost a great one yesterday at the age of 90. Any memories about Bob Uecker? Did you get to meet Bob Uecker? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I've never met him, and I never will meet him now, but I've been entertained by the man for so many years. It's kind of funny because the first time that I actually had any time to listen to him was when he was on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And I said, geez, I'm going to have to start paying attention to this guy because he was so funny. If anybody wants to get an idea of what Bob Uecker was all about, and I guess I have to say the off-color version, because when the mic was off and when the cameras weren't rolling, he had a different way of delivering things, which is hilariously great. But his Hall of Fame speech is just beautiful. When he got into the Baseball Hall of Fame as a broadcaster, everything that he covered in that, the way that he talked about himself in such a self-deprecating way, made everybody laugh. He brought the joy of the game. That's what you have to do as an announcer. You want to bring, you don't necessarily want to draw attention to yourself. You want to draw attention to how great the game is that you're covering and how many great human interest stories there are. That's what we all try to do. And so I have got nothing but tremendous respect for what he's been able to accomplish in his career. And of course, he put himself down as a ball player, but he was a major league ball player and was a World Series champion too. So, it's a sad day, but also it's a day for us to celebrate what he did bring to all of us.
Well, we always love listening to the voice of the Sharks. You've been here since its franchise's existence, back at the Cow Palace days. We were actually discussing that first playoff series win against the Detroit White Wings. I think that game was on Channel 36 back in the day. Artis Urbe in goal. KICU. But they won Game 7 at Joe Louis Arena. So, Dan, we always appreciate the time. It's good to hear your voice. And yes, it is an exciting time in Sharks hockey. Get on board now, Mick, because better things are ahead for this franchise and this team in the future. Dan, thanks so much for the time today.
Well, I really appreciate that. You guys do a great job. And to all Sharks fans that are listening out there, thanks for tuning in, and we will see you on the radio soon.
Absolutely. Dan Rizanowski, Sharks Radio Network, been the longtime play-by-play voice since day number one back in 1991 when this franchise was born, played at the Cow Palace. And it is a good time to be a Sharks fan. They're fun. I've been trying to get out to a game for a while now. I try to get to one a year, and I've been converted because that's the place. Hockey's a sport where if you watch it on television, the puck is going so fast and you may tune out from here or there. But going to a game, it moves fast, quick. The in-game entertainment's fun. Kids love it. The shark is going around. You got the Shark Tank whole thing, the Shark Head coming down before the game. It is a good time out at a Sharks game. There's no doubt.
The people that are in on the Sharks are diehards.
Diehards.
And so, they don't just talk about the Sharks. They, live, eat, breathe it. My boy Matt is obsessed. Covey, I worked with, was obsessed. I did that Game 7 live on radio while he was watching that game in the Vegas game. He was throwing things around. Remember that, Sproney?
Yeah, I remember Tommy Call was in studio doing his breakdown of the draft. It was the NFL draft season we were doing, and that game was on, and we were all going nuts.
He was going crazy.
Roxy Bernstein, I got to sit next to during that game.
Yeah, Roxy.
And there was another playoff game when they played the Edmonton Oilers, and Roxy.
Please explain.
He taught me everything about the game.
Guy.
Power plays, I kind of knew what power plays was, but just the execution 5-on-5, certain sets they run, what they call it, shift change, why you do it here, why you don't do it there. Roxy loves his Sharks too. So
if we were playing the game of, show me the coolest person in your phone, that you have a contact of,
yeah,
Roxy's winning that game. And he quietly, he'd be like the straight up dark horse. The amount of people that Roxy knows, behind the scenes and actually knows them and is friends with them, and they love him because he's such a great guy. He is legitimately a great human being. Roxy's one of the coolest people. I love that man. Love that man.
Coolest
I'll get a random
your
text.
Phone? Huh? Coolest person in your phone?
Yeah. If you play that game.
Dave Fleming's not going to like that.
What?
Because
I didn't say my phone.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Dave Fleming's probably got some, that's a great person. Now, I bet he's got some people in his phone I couldn't even imagine.
Shut up.
Mr. Ridley, who runs the Masters, the Augusta course. I'm sure he's got a ton of people. But I think Roxy, it would be like a dark horse if we were having that conversation.
Oh, Roxy knows some people. He knows some big timers. There's no doubt about that.
When me and Crow were in Vegas and, there was the USC Gonzaga game. I had seen him the night before at the Pac-12 championship. He was like, come on down. Just come sit behind us. All right. I went on it. I kept pointing to security guards. Like, I know that guy, Roxy, right there. And he did the wave, like to come on down. Oh, yeah. And he was with Jason Williams.
Carmelo Soprano.
I love that
Jason,
wave.
This is my friend Joe. I work with him in the Bay Area. And here comes Carson Palmer. Carson. And he did like the, Carson stopped.
Now that I think about it, that wave.
He knows everyone.
That wave takes a lot of confidence. And you, think about that wave that you pull.
It's like you're allowed into the gates of heaven.
You're like, yo, come here. I'm thinking now you got me thinking about the wave, and my most infamous wave was sitting behind the Duke band at the NCAA tournament. And David Taylor from NBC was like, yo, Bonte got it. And I looked at security and I did the wave like, he's good. He's good.
And so you gave the wave.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The king went.
Hey, the wave is so, when you can pull off the wave, it'd be like, yeah, he's good. Bring him in. He's all good. The wave is underrated. There's some power with that wave.
No doubt. During the height of COVID, there was 30% or allowed inside Chase Center. And Bob Myers gave me the wave with my wife. And it was like, again, it was like being, entered into the gates of heaven.
Bob Myers gave you the wave?
He did. It was the most incredible thing of all time.
Oh, my God.
I ran. Michelle was left at the top stairs, and I ran down the stairs.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all.
And I turned around, I was like, where is she?
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Way slower than men.
That does not surprise me at all.
Ditched your wife to go talk to Bob.
His wife to say what's up to Bob Myers.
It's true.
That's how important the cloud is around here. The wave, he left his
Just wanted to rub up next to that championship aura.
Whoa. Pause here. Pause. We're not rubbing up on nothing.
When Farhan gave you the wave, as in I'll never do your show.
It was more the brush off.
No, it was the look he gave. He snapped
dismissal of the year.
He snapped his neck so fast. Unbelievable. And now he's gone. Just like that. Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland. What's up, Tony?
Good morning. Yeah, the guest you had has lots of personality, but I disagree with the people who are the greatest. They make it a business and fun. No. It's a monkhood. Like Purdy and McCaffrey and Mahomes, right?
You know what, Tony? Tony? I'm not going to lie. I'm a little down on you right now, Tony. Can you believe that?
Why?
I heard you've been calling in the Steiny and Guru.
You cheating on Bonte?
No. I called once, and then I tried that other one, and you know what?
Two one-night stands?
You're the king compared to the other show.
Oh, it's better than that.
They don't get it like you.
They don't.
Just testing the waters.
All right. Wait to redeem yourself, Tony. Wait to redeem yourself. You're saying all the right things right now.
No. I am not one to flatter. I call it what it is. If they were better, I wouldn't be calling here.
Tony, wait up.
You know what I mean?
Bonte, wave her on in. Wave her on in. Let her in.
Wait till you see your text messages.
I don't even know what's going on.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. So these are my picks. And, Detroit, Baltimore, and Kansas are the best ones. And I'm going to put Shanahan in here. The reason why the dude isn't going to change until he comes up to the Almighty is because this is science is real. We have 32 trillion cells in our body, and each one has a DNA strand. And all of them, in every moment, you can tell if you're your brother, sister, father, grandfather. It doesn't matter. You're led by that till you get spiritual. And the thing about Detroit is that, their leader Campbell, he goes beyond. He's, forget tactics. Just go right at him. This dude
You know what it is, Tony? It's the feel. He has good feel.
Yes.
And from the feel within.
Feeling audacious that you can do it, that you're like Patton, and you're going to go at him.
Exactly,
Tony, great call. I got to tell a quick Squire story.
Yeah,
Bonte and I are on a group thread right now with Rocco. And Rocco was who Bonte sat with at the NFC Championship, my boy, at the NFC Championship game.
Well, I was like, anybody want to go? I was like, Rocco, you going? He was like, yeah, I'm going. I don't know where to sit. I say, well, I'm sitting right here. He was like, I'm down. That's how it happened.
So they were sitting on one end of the end zone. I was sitting on the other end of the end zone. And Rocco to this day tells this story over and over that Bonte got the wave from Darrell Wright to come up into the suite with 40 Water and D Wade and who else?
Kerry Chappian, Gabrielle Union, Jamel Hill was in there. Matt Barnes as well.
Got a leak here from all these drops.
Matt Barnes is in there too. And what it was, D. Wright said, turn around.
Faucet.
So we turned around. Rocco and I turned around, and it's Wade and D. Wright waving at us like, we see you. And then the text message came, hop in the suite at halftime. So I was like, yo, Rocco, we're going to go into the suite here. And then Rocco, when we left the suite, he goes, yo, man, I was trying real hard not to fanboy in there, man. It was tough for me. I said, you weren't the only one. Because he was mid-drink. Looked over and said, hold up for a second, and walked over to give us some daps.
No way.
Yeah, that's Rocco. Walked over to give us some daps mid-shot.
You gave him the wave to come over?
He looked over and was like, yo, come here. So the wave is powerful, I'm telling you.
Powerful.
When somebody
the
just
wave
goes,
is powerful.
hey, they put their hands up to stop him like, he's good.
It's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best.
It is the best.
Now, sometimes I pull that at the gatehouse like, yo, it's good. It's good to come in. Bully did it to you. Remember Bully did it to you? Got up, he was like, yo, hey, Shasky, over here.
I felt like I was being knighted by the king himself. Not you, Chris.
Dan Dibley got the wave too, but it was to berate Dibley. Because Bully wanted to know, was like, yo, you really like referees?
Like, that doesn't sound like a wave. That sounds like a beckon.
The wave is a power. I think it's an underrated power play. Underrated when somebody just walks up, you're like, yo, he's with me.
Well, you know what my go-to was Tuesday night at the Bruce? Down in front. And then I did the point. You know, I was doing that all night. You couldn't walk down to where that person was because it was like 3 rows down because I had good seats. You know, I was up against the glass, the plexiglass, so there was no one behind me. And it was a point, yo, what's up? And you just do the point nod.
You know,
I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you know what? You don't get away with that because you got on me for the point nod for many, many years. And now you're using the point nod?
No,
I've been using that for years.
I'm calling you, and I watch you look at your phone, say end, put it back in your pocket.
Well, it was Oracle Arena. A lot of things were going on courtside.
You did that to me at Levi's?
I didn't do that. I've never done that to you. I had you. So Shasky is sitting here capping. I said, I got to walk the field before the playoff game, before the Minnesota Niners playoff game 2019, the one which drove a lot of people crazy because of Jimmy G's performance. And I said, and I was doing the point and the nod. And I said, look at the saloon font. Look at the red paint in the end zone. And Shasky was on the field taking so many selfies.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, B. And now he's taking a point and a nod. See, 5 years later.
By the way, the 5 years, I got the update on the Google phone. You know, you get like Google Photos. I'll tell you, 5 years ago, it was just the other day.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a really fast 5 years.
The point, the nod,
all day.
What up, Grandpa Goo? Hey.
Jonathan Kamingo.
The point nod to Josina Anderson on the sideline where she was like, yeah, I'm working, guys. We were like, we're just trying to say hi. You doing a good job. Remember she kind of snipped us?
Yeah.
She came on the show. She redeemed herself, and she gave us a great interview.
Who's she with now?
When Vontae's really happy with himself, that he said something funny or good, he does this little like bounce with the shoulder thing. It is my favorite.
It's a smile.
It's hilarious.
It's a good Friday. That's all.
It really is.
Like, hey.
My final thought is I just had a pastrami sandwich at the break from Y Son's Deli. Dude, they're number 19, pastrami sandwich, coleslaw. It's just, it's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Y Son's Deli.
You know, I'm thinking about Fast Five, and you've just made me hungry because I didn't eat breakfast.
Still.
I saw somebody with some Wingstop the other day, and now I'm craving Wingstop.
Hey, how good were those wings at the O Club the other day?
Oh, they're always good. Oh, they were gone in so fast.
I looked over.
I mean,
I was like, I better get one now.
The quesadilla and the wings were gone so fast. Keno Arnell doesn't care. He had like wing juice on his beard for like 5 minutes, and I was like, "Yo, I want you to clean it up," but I wasn't saying anything.
And then he pulled out the Gucci napkin. To wipe himself.
The Gucci napkin. Kenny Arnell. Matt Show from Ceremony Ford. He had never had a meal before. I'm like, dude, you run Ceremony Ford. The way he was eating those wings, there's not a shred of meat left on that bone. Oh my gosh, those are really good.
That's when you know it's good wings.
That's when you know it's good wings, or you're just a fat ass and you're hungry. I feel like a fat ass and I'm hungry right now. I think my final thought is I want some lemon pepper wings from Wingstop.
It's going to be Chiefs, Bills.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to do picks.
Lions, Rams. Stafford comes back to Detroit with a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
You guys are driving me crazy.
But I'm hedging my bet because start of the season I picked Eagles, Chiefs for the Super Bowl. So that's still
What a flex. What a flex. The
flex moment of the show.
The morning flex.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember.
What do you guys got? Real quick, championship matchups.
Yeah, championship. I got Eagles, Lions in the NFC Championship game. Ravens, Chiefs in the AFC Championship game.
I got Bills, Rams, Super Bowl.
How's that pastrami over there?
So good.
Well,
Bills, Rams.
The Bills, Rams. What? I just asked for the championship. Like, you're skipping.
No, he's skipping around.
You're skipping everything. You're simulating.
The
you're not even talking.
Off.
You're just.
He's eating right now.
I got Bills beating them, and then beating the Chiefs.
Okay.
Going to the Super Bowl. And then I got Lions, Rams, and then I got Rams winning.
I can't understand with all that pastrami in your mouth. She's going to be honestly. The home teams are going to win this weekend. That's what I'm going to go with. The home teams are going to win this weekend. And my final thought is, man, that was really awesome getting to hear Dan Rusanowski on the show and all the great things he's saying about the Sharks and where they're going. And I asked him, quickly after on the phone, just some thoughts on their goalie, Yaroslav Askarov, and he dropped an Evgeny Nabokov comp. So that's high praise, too.
Lutman always has the conversation after the conversation they have for 20 minutes. Don't you know they're rushing to get off the phone and start their day?
No, people like talking to me.
And then Lutman holds them hostage for another 2 minutes. Well, you guys are going to be held hostage by Steiny and Goo for the next 4 hours. You guys have fun with that here on 95.7 The Game, especially a day after the holiday party where their lack of focus for the next 4 hours is going to be MIA. That was Fast Line. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. What up, Grandpa Goo?
Mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. I said what I said.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Payday Friday.
It's payday.
It is.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's get this going.
I.O. Goose is clean slate, baby.
What do you mean?
Well, don't look at my T-shirt. I went to the cleaners this morning. They were closed.
It's a little wrinkled.
No, because it wasn't supposed to be on me.
Well, what'd you have over it?
The jacket.
We'll see.
Don't act like you don't come in here with this on like you mowed a lawn.
You got a little bacon collar? Little bacon collar for the go.
Little top ramen noodle collar. But what's up, baby? We had a party last night.
We had a party last night.
Nobody's dragging either.
A lot of, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
No, it was fun. Little company outing. Let me tell you something.
I wish Willard and Dibbs were there. They had to work.
Too. I do too.
Yeah.
And we of course missed Evan, but he
was working.
Like the one thing, I get it. We talk about the Warriors and the 49ers, but we got a team in here that's really clicking on all cylinders right now, and
no doubt.
I think what I got the sense of yesterday was my leadership. Yesterday was just off the charts.
Yeah, asking people for their drink tickets. Yeah, good job, Steiner. And I got to put a rat on the table early, brought to you by ATCO. Right. Evan, we played bingo. I'm not a bingo fan.
Yeah, we did. We played bingo.
I need some more excitement. Pictionary. Let's do something else next year. I'm over the bingo.
Were there prizes involved?
Yes, there was.
Yeah, there was.
Did you win?
No, I didn't.
I never win those kind of things.
Yeah.
What they gave away like an air purifier and some other.
You're good at, hey, what'd you get? How much you make? How much is it worth? I didn't do anything. I just said congrats.
Yeah, no, it was fun time, and
we'll do it next year.
Wasn't on my bingo card.
No, we're gonna the boss said we're gonna do more of those.
Huh? I'm in.
Good for camaraderie. Good for camaraderie.
Yeah, we'll see. Not my liver though.
Warriors Wizards tomorrow.
Jordan Poole, I'm always going to respect him. I'm serious.
Why?
Because he was the next.
What? Don't say it.
Not the next step.
Okay.
But he was going to be a piece of this next generation of Golden State Warriors. And now that everything's popped off, you could say Monday morning quarterback, revision his history. I always feel like he got a raw deal here. I don't feel bad about it.
You don't?
I don't. And
wait, you said he got a raw deal, but you don't feel bad about it.
No, I don't feel bad about saying it because some Warrior fans come down. But now they really realize when the dust is settling, we could have really used that guy, Stoney. So I know we'll be joined by former Warrior C.J. Watson and Mr. Fabby Davis.
Okay.
And we can get their thoughts on everything Warriors and what's going on in the area.
So if we got Mr. Fab on, does that mean we got to go 3 hours before he comes on talking positively about Draymond?
No, we can keep it real.
Is he going to call us out?
He's a real one, and then he's got a new nightclub, Desi's, so we can ask about going to that.
Where?
In the town, Broadway. By a store. You ain't even been to the store? New Era, Dope Era?
I've driven by it.
Well, have you went in it? No. You wear those shades in there, they'll be on you.
Oh.
All right.
You know what? I was going back over the timeline, man. It's so weird.
Go ahead, man.
The Warriors win the title in 2022. And Jordan Poole is absolutely a piece.
Wow.
I think, can
Go ahead.
Meet me here?
Yeah.
They don't win that title without Jordan Poole.
No doubt. And that's why he earned that contract, I believe.
Yeah.
That season.
So he helps them win a title. He gets paid. But before the contract is official, Draymond punches him. It was in October. So, at that point, Draymond, they all knew Poole was getting his money.
No doubt.
But he hadn't officially signed yet. But they all knew.
And so did he.
And they re-signed Jordan Poole, and 9 months later, he's traded. And and
we did.
It's, now we look at the Warriors and we talk about this young core.
Oh, my goodness. Kuminga Poole.
This guy should be here.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Well said, man. And I really mean that. He should be here.
No, this is true, though. This is true.
What is?
Goo, no, I'm going to stick up for Goo right off the bat here. Goo does love Jordan Poole, but he is the originator of he was hooping in church shoes.
Yeah, Stacey Adams. But let me just since you're talking about timelines, let me tell you, and I told you and Evan, and I don't think it hit you guys in the cardiac like it did me. In an era of social media right now, the world we live in, Steiny, if you had punched me like Draymond punched Jordan Poole and nobody had saw, I honestly look you in the face and say I could have got past it because the world, I wasn't humiliated. But that Friday I woke up and I saw the video after the Warriors basically weren't going to get past this. I honestly believe that ruined and still has some residue forever that Jordan Poole was basically a meme. I'm not calling Jordan Poole a punk at all. I'm not. But anybody out there listening that thinks this is, he said something and it was validated by you imagine the world watching you at your lowest in regard to one of your comrades hitting you. So, he's got a career going in Washington, Steiny, but he can never get back being basically the brunt of a joke. Think about it, man. Yeah, I don't like it.
I mean, the leaked video.
This man.
Like, I don't want to say it didn't matter. I think I'm going to agree with you wholeheartedly that the leaking of the video with Jordan Poole was a facet of it. And I think you might be right that when it went public, it affected Poole in a more profound kind of way. But the one thing I do maintain is the video itself leaking did not impact the Warriors season. It was the punch that impacted the Warriors season. And I believe that if that video never gets out, they still have that kind of miserable year, and it still leads to Poole probably getting traded.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm not mad at you.
The video was harsh when we saw it, but everybody in that locker room was there. And whether it had gotten out or not, the damage had been done. The damage was done when the punch was thrown, and their season was essentially over.
I'm right with you in a convertible Lamborghini, Steiny, but you're looking at it to me from a player perspective. What about a fan? What about fans that saw that video and saw Draymond go Nancy Kerrigan and skate? That hurt me, and I said into these microphones, I felt like the Warrior culture lied to me because Steph or anybody, Steiny, Bob, they should have suspended Draymond. What message are you sending? I don't care what was said that a guy could hit his teammate like that and everybody saw and skate. And now I feel like those chickens are coming home to roost. Like that hurt, that cut me as a fan.
Well, one thing I was thinking was if you go over Draymond's career, and there have been moments when he's lost it. And at every turn, the organization has had his back. And I don't know exactly where I'm going.
And I'm not hating on Dre, but I don't like bullies getting away with stuff.
But I was thinking about this. The whole idea of that they've catered to Draymond, they're afraid of Draymond, they've overly supported him even when he's been, wrong. And I just can't stop thinking of Jimmy Butler. And the way the Heat is dealing with Jimmy Butler right now. He just got suspended 7 games. He's supposed to come back. But, that's the alternative. I was thinking, and I get it, Butler had some issues in Minnesota too, but what might have happened if the Warriors played hardball and really held Draymond accountable, suspended him, wouldn't tolerate it? Maybe the Warriors had the foresight to see that, guess what? If we go that route, then we run the risk of this guy messing everything up, like Butler may be doing right now to Miami.
Well, what about Kevin Durant? If you allow me to bring that into the conversation, some look, and I don't know where I'm at on it, but if you want to talk about it, I'll listen.
Yeah.
But what if he was the deciding factor of Kevin Durant not being around, and you put that on his ledger, okay, where did that get you? But I'll just say this, Donnie, as parents in life, if you do the right thing, isn't that 90% of it, even if things don't work out the way you want it? Like who
would
can
think.
Like, and I mean this, and I'm all over. If I were Draymond Green after a month after that stuff jumped off with Poole, I would have went to the organization, I know we're up against it, Donnie, and said, hey, suspend me just for the cosmetic part of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
Hindsight's 20/20, but it is funny how we got a guy coming back here who's 23, 24 years old, and
averaging 20 a game.
Talk about the two timelines and whether you're going to mortgage the future. If Jordan Poole were here, I do think the situation would not look as bleak. But we'll get more into that because I also want to bring something up about Jordan Poole in Washington. But what's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life
What up, Grandpa Goo?
Oh, who cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's that all about?
What was that about? That was a drive-by.
What the hell does he think he is?
What up, Grandpa Goo?
I look younger than B. What do you say about that? He got 100 years on me. It's kind of close.
I got to tell you something.
Evan.
I'm going to be honest with you. Watching the pregame show on NBC Sports.
Well, that's when he's dolled up. He looks great.
He looks really good.
Yeah, he's dolled up.
That son of a...
he looks good.
Good attire.
Yeah.
His clothes fit really well.
Cut fresh.
Yeah.
I've gotten some critiques from a few fans.
Oh, boy.
Positive, right? Oh,
sure.
boy.
When he talks like that with the pause, it's not. Hey, Evan, real quick, can Spadoni tell me what the grandpa was in reference to?
Spadoni knows.
Oh.
Well, they were talking about and discussing your wardrobe, Bonte, and I think the conversation started. Joe Shasky was complimenting you, saying you wore some things that he couldn't pull off, but he admires you like going after it and doing it.
Thank you.
And I chimed in. I said,
about Goo?
Me.
Not me.
Yeah, lay out, Stoney. Lay out. Go ahead, Spadoni.
This wasn't all. It's not all about you, Stoney. We were talking about Goo, and I was saying he's rocking it. And Bonte was saying, no. He said, and then Bonte was like, no, he dresses like a grandpa. And he tried to compare you to a certain doctor on a sitcom that's now canceled. The actor's now canceled.
Why are you laughing, Steiny? Wow, Spadoni, thank you.
Who's this actor?
Well, he you know the kicker, Mason Crosby?
Sure.
Well, kind of similar if his first name was Bill.
I got swag. Come on, Steiny. You know I got swag,
To be fair, the white tee's not helping the case right now.
You know what? Let's move on.
He's got two bad options today, though. He's got a white T-shirt or a Cowboys jacket.
Well, the jacket looks kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't want to sweat. But this is a shout out to Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta in one of my favorite movies, Grease.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. She was awesome.
Grease was the only movie I've ever sat through, too. Huh? I watched it. I stayed in the theater, and I watched it again.
My man.
You better shape up.
Yeah.
Dude. You ever see Grease, Evan?
Yeah, I've also seen the second one, which shouldn't have been made.
Now that he's right there, that was bad. Grease. Yeah, I love you, Bonte.
I liked Grease.
We had a show together, us three. Went to Vegas.
Short-lived. By the way, my dad, rest his soul.
R.I.P.
He used to, he was a grammar police dude.
We wouldn't have got along then.
He always was like, it's not short-lived, it's short-lived. That's the way it's pronounced. I didn't like it either, but I think I did some research, and he's right.
You got a little cop to you.
So, way to go, Dad. I should have told you that a year earlier. But, can I tell you a little pet peeve of mine as it relates to Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards?
Wow, give it to us.
We're going to be in town yesterday. And you know what? I'm going to have to say this. And in a little way, directed toward Mark Willard. Wow. There's just no avoiding it.
He might be listening.
I know. There's no avoiding it, and I'm sure it'll come up in the crossover. But, I get it. Jordan Poole is now playing for the Wizards, and they stink. And he's putting up numbers, but he's not the most efficient player. We know that. And, again, the Wizards stink. So, I don't like people that are like, well, look at him now. He's not very good, and he's on it. Look, he's not a number one, but whoever said he was.
Right.
But
he did his stuff. Go ahead.
Exactly.
That's how I remember Jordan Poole.
He was a contributor on a championship team.
And when Steph sat out or Clay, he could give you 35 or 40, Steiny.
Yeah, he could.
That's how I remember Jordan Poole.
He could. Let's jump into Austin in the city. He wants to get us started with a little Jordan Poole. What's up, Austin? How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. You already know, man, I'm a Jordan Poole fan.
Yep.
This is exactly what Draymond get and Curry get. Now we need a backup point guard for Curry, and we had that in Jordan Poole. Even though he was, his numbers took a dip the following season after he won that ship. So the Draymond Green numbers took a dip. What I'm saying is it sucks that Jordan Poole got the short end of the stick, got punched in the mouth. If it was me, I would have got more than just one bag. Draymond would have been coming out them pockets too. He punched me on national TV, and nothing happened. Oh, come on, we in the business, right? Let me get that extra bag from you, Draymond. You feel me? And let's make this thing right. Or then at the end of the day, they didn't make it right.
Right.
Look at and Jordan Poole is the key to Jonathan Kuminga to get unlocked. You can't. Stephen Curry not going to unlock Kuminga. Draymond's not going to unlock Kuminga. You need another athletic player next to him. Jordan Poole would have unlocked Kuminga and Moody.
Well,
that's crazy. We just gave our whole core up right there. Get rid of Jordan Poole, not waiting on Wiseman for his development. Come on, like y'all don't see this? And now we got all these 38, 40-year-olds coming on our team. Y'all talking about getting Jimmy Butler? How much more he got left in the tank? Not much.
That's a good question.
How's Austin enjoying the games, man?
And not only that, we just lost against Toronto. They suck. And y'all talking about the Wizards suck? Man, the Wizards team is better than the Warriors team, if you really ask me.
Oof. Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call.
No. That's gone too far.
Who is that? I love it.
That's Liam Neeson.
That is wow.
I like that.
Taken? Wasn't he in Taken? The movie Taken?
Yeah, he was talking about the wage gap.
No. That's gone too far.
That is great. People saying put a bra on.
One person said that on the text line.
I've been hitting the gym.
You're like certain writers on Twitter.
I don't like that. I ain't in that. I'm not ready for no bra. Boy.
How much you want to bet the jacket's on in the next segment?
What they call
it? Some words hit different.
Yeah,
I don't like man boobs, and I don't have them.
I know. It's like what's we had a coworker here the other day.
I'm gonna put my coat on.
She gave me one of those.
Are you kidding me?
I reacted the same way. It just hurt so bad.
When it's not true, it hurts.
We have a young woman. We have a young woman here who works at KCBS, and she saw my glasses, and she goes, "Boy, those are nice. Those are stylish. Now you need to work on your fit."
Hey, well, that's different.
That's going to.
Oh boy, man.
This is interesting. Steiny and Goo. I think the punch split the team up. Vets stuck with the vets. Young ones stuck with the young ones. I mean,
man,
there's always been.
Looney was mad, so I don't want to say. I feel like he was on a different side. He was disappointed.
I feel like Wiggins was on Poole's side too.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's just a feeling.
Yeah, and they made the playoffs in that year with Jordan still here, which, when you think about it, Stoney, might have been their biggest accomplishment.
That was when they lost
the Lakers, and we blame Jordan and Clay. But come on, man.
Well, okay. We were getting into this a little bit, too. So, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, wrote a story yesterday. I finally got around to reading it, and it was about the Warriors' young core. And he basically was asking, why does the front office believe in this young core so much? How good are they really? And I guess my question would be, if you had Jordan Poole here, and you're sitting with Poole, Kuminga, Moody.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
I mean, how much better, if at all, would it look?
A lot better to me.
All right. What about Warrior fans? How much better or different would things be if they were still sitting with a 20, I got to look how old he is. He's probably still only 23, 24.
I don't think you're going to get an honest answer, Steiny, because I think a lot of Warrior fans blame Jordan Poole for what I don't know, or his antics at the end where he wouldn't dap up Draymond. We saw the video stuff, but I just want Warrior fans, before they answer your question, just be honest and give this guy his credit. I just feel like a sector of the fans remember the bad part of Jordan Poole. Yeah. If you asking me, Stoney, it would. I mean, you think Joe Lacob would like to have a guy that's averaging 20 now? That 15-game exercise you did about the games, his point production, I know it's bigger than points. It was incredible, and that went into him earning that contract.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, Jordan Poole. The other thing is, I feel like from a basketball standpoint, like, yeah, I get he's got imperfections, but the one thing I feel like they need in a big, big way is another guy who can create something off the dribble. And that is one thing Jordan Poole is pretty good at.
No doubt. Stoney, off the dribble.
Yeah.
The yeah.
The what?
Yeah. Dude, I hadn't said that in about a year.
Whoa.
What happened?
415 on the
text. I didn't want to read it, man.
Willard fired at Steiny at the end of the show yesterday because Steiny never brought up Poole in the crossover. Now Steiny returning fire.
Without knowing that he fired at you. Uh-oh. It's going down 2 o'clock.
Why was he upset I didn't bring up Poole? What, were we talking about Poole yesterday?
Yeah, and I guess you said, I'll bring it up to Willard. I'll rub it in. Because he don't hate Poole, but,
yes,
he's not a fan.
Yes, he does.
Willard don't hate anybody.
I know.
He just, radio kind of. He's not in love with Poole's game.
408, get real. Wiseman and Poole simply are standard statistical flops like the vast majority of the drafted players.
No, Poole got a new contract, bud. You sent him to Santa Cruz and he went to the lab. Came back and had everybody thinking he was a piece. And now you don't have a guy that could create his own shot. Just think about that.
Yeah. It's too bad, really. It's too bad. But again, I am coming back a little bit to Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. And somebody on the text line said, what would have happened if Draymond and Poole, that incident happened in Miami? What if they were playing for the Heat and it happened?
Draymond would have got suspended 15 games at least. Pat Riley would have dropped the hammer.
You would think.
And imagine, I don't want to revision this history, but imagine if you're Jordan Poole's brother, father, mother, and you see that happen to your son or your friend or whatnot, and the world's seen it, and there's no consequence. Imagine that, Stoney. Imagine your daughter coming home to say, hey, somebody in my class struck me and nothing happened by the school, man. I know that sounds SOFT, but it's real.
No, I get it.
Have they ever, let's put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Have they ever checked, this organization checked Draymond Green? My answer before you go is no. I can go to OKC when the cops were called, when him and Kerr got into it. Come on, man. Have they ever buffed or checked Draymond Green? And that don't make me a Dre hater, but it makes me mad at the organization.
He was suspended 1 game for the Kevin Durant issue on the while they were coming off the floor for a timeout in LA. He got 1 game for that. And you know what? Remember after he got the game, then a little time later he was talking about how Bob messed it up.
On the podcast, he told the whole play, how everything, like, my man.
60 Warriors young core in quotation marks. What core? Well, Jonathan, can I ask you a question?
Well, because we're going to find out how much they love him when they got to pay him.
What? Like, I got a question for people, too, is Jonathan Kuminga this past offseason was at the same spot that Jordan Poole was. He had 1 more year left, and they extended him. Why didn't they extend Kuminga?
Because Jordan Poole, you tell me if I'm lying, is a more polished or was a more polished basketball player at that time. And he was at his greatest heights in Stoney. The dude can make you free throws, take you off the dribble, live at the line, shoot threes. He checked all the boxes. And I know he wasn't Gary Payton on defense. Who is?
But, yeah,
come on now. But Kuminga has question marks for that money.
You think it was because at that time they were all in?
Well, I was kind of thinking about it that way, too, could you say that, this whole thing about the young core and anything and everything for Steph, and let's say Steph and Draymond, I mean, was that, you can make a case that trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul was what it looks like when you do anything and everything for the veterans. That's what it looks like.
Wow.
You bring in Chris Paul, you get rid of your 22, 23-year-old.
But I don't believe that's why you got rid of him. I believe you got rid of him because of the drama. And he didn't want to be here. I believe that went into that. There's no way Chris Paul, whatever he was bringing at his age, supersedes now I got to be careful here, the good Jordan Poole. Steiny? And you just think, you write down the future, the core of this young core out after Kuminga, what's on it? And I would love to add 3 or 4 names, but Jordan Poole and Kuminga, oh my goodness, like that. I'm excited now thinking about it.
How good would they? I know. Well, I mean, they could use Jordan Poole. There's just can we all agree with that?
How about they could really use him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leroy from the 510 said, had that happened in Miami, Udonis Haslem would have dealt with Draymond Green.
Said it a little differently.
Yeah, he did, but that's essentially what he meant.
That did bother me, man.
What's that?
I'm a good dude.
I went and watched that video again today.
It's incredible. And it had like 1 million. It broke a record for like the views, like the world saw. Go ahead. And what was your takeaway? How's this guy not get?
You know what my takeaway was today?
Go ahead, man.
2 years later or whatever. I cannot believe. Here's my takeaway from 2 years later. I cannot believe that there are people out there that say, well, Poole, he shoved him.
Right.
It's like Draymond came over, put his head on the kid's shoulders and started like parrying him. And Poole was like, dude, get off me. Yeah. And then boom.
And Draymond did say, and he's on record, I was in a dark place I came to the facility in a dark place. But that was a hell of a punch, Donnie.
I believe him. That's the other thing.
Poole's really never opened up about it either.
No, I wouldn't. I
get it.
I wouldn't want to. As I was watching it again today, the other thing that stuck out. I don't know why is. What if this has anything to do with Michigan State?
I would say no, but I get you.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Antoine's in Nashville, Tennessee. What's up, Antoine? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Good to hear from you guys again, man.
Hey,
how y'all?
All right.
Doing well.
Good. Hey, this kind of touch on that point about the Jordan Poole thing. I agree. I agree with some points of the last caller. It'd be great if they still had him right now. He definitely has some errors. With turning the ball over, different things like that. But he definitely was able to create his own play, create his own possessions and play make. But one thing we got to think about too, if they did have him right now, that season after the punch, we got to think about that King series. That King series where Steph had to kind of step up and voice his opinion about not being, do you want to be here? And if you don't want to go get on a bus. And let's think, I'm pretty much can guarantee it wasn't just Kuminga, because Kuminga and Poole were like two peas in a pod. So I imagine that Kuminga probably was voicing, not Kuminga, but Poole was probably voicing his opinion in there too. Or maybe had been a little attitude, or maybe this wasn't gelling correctly with the older heads, and rightfully so. If anybody punched me, Lord knows I'm not going to lay on the ground.
There you go.
I'm punching back.
Right. What if you're knocked out?
Yeah.
What if you fall?
Now, I'm knocked out, then.
Jordan Poole fell to the ground. I don't like he.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely correct. At that point, I would have a hard time being on the team too. I believe Draymond should have been suspended. If you want to ask me personally, I think Draymond, him and Moody should have been ones traded. That was me personally. I was saying that back then anyway. But hindsight with him gone, could he been better right now on his team? Yes. I have no problem admitting that. But I won't sit there and say that ultimately he would have been just like this great player that we just had to have had right now. He definitely had some mistakes. There's no telling that he may even continue to have jailed with the team even now. We just don't know.
Right.
But could they be better right now? Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Antoine.
And maybe Poole didn't respond because it might have cost him $120 million. Imagine if he was ready to tangle.
It's a great point because at the point of the punch, it seems clear now that Poole knew he was getting his money. And then he gets punched, and they're wrapping up the contract. Yeah, I get why he kept his mouth shut, or would have done that. But I'm putting myself in Jordan Poole's position. I would have had a lot of trouble being at my best for the rest of that season.
And remember that video against the Kings, I'll never forget, where Draymond tried to go over. They're on the bench. Draymond tried to go over to Poole, put his hand out. Poole didn't extend his hand, and Steph had to double back, come over like a father figure to Jordan to basically say, hey, that stuff's not playing here. And that's when I knew it was like, man, it's a wrap.
Yeah. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley real quick. What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Man, doing all right. The whole thing is this, man. When Draymond Green decided to punch a young player in the mouth in Michigan, he should have went to jail. You can't be going around a grown man punching college kids, first of all. What is wrong with you? You know what I mean? And so they didn't nip it in the bud, and it festered. And what happened was, from the time we drafted Jordan Poole, they got Jessup, Mannion, Wiseman, and who knows how those guys would have developed had not there been a bully on the team, so, jealous of the younger players trying to get better. Like, dude, you're supposed to be like helping them develop, bro, not tearing them down. And that's what he did. And I don't understand why you get the bag when you're tearing people down, bro. It's life ain't supposed to work like that. And this is karma. This is whatever it is. But the Warriors should have been more tough, and maybe the NBA should have stepped in and got him some anger management years ago, and that might have helped him, because some people need that. I don't know what – dude, it's not just a chip on his shoulder. It's selfishness and it's insecurity. That's what it is. I mean, the bottom line is he's insecure and selfish. He don't care. Like, he got his money.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he hit me with a lot of stuff he said, Stein.
Drove down to Joe's Lacob's house.
Yeah.
So, hey, anybody out there want to shoot hoops at Chase Center? You can. Our knockout tournament is back. We had one last year. It was a lot of fun. And we had a ton of listeners who met us over at Chase Center. I think we did a show. We did our show from there that day.
And you were disappointed in my attire. Go on. But this year already, I had jeans on like I was going to work.
You hooping jeans?
No.
You're one of those guys?
No, I just thought I didn't need to be dressed up, but now I will. Lucas came looking like Allen Iverson, remember?
No,
I didn't dress the part.
Well, you were going to work.
Yeah.
Well, he skipped that first segment.
You guys were great, too.
But you know what? He only missed about 8 seconds of the show.
I do remember something about Keith Jenkins.
Jennings,
sorry.
Jennings. Keith Jennings.
Yeah,
the Warriors did have a Charles Jenkins.
Yeah.
But anyway, knockout. The tournament is back, and the contest is going to start on Monday, January 27th. It goes for 3 weeks, so you're going to have plenty of chances to win an opportunity to hoop on the Chase Center floor. You're going to have to listen between, I should say, the 8 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock hour, and the 4 o'clock hour starting Monday, January 27th. That's a week from this upcoming Monday. Each show is going to have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. So there's going to be a lot of us over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. You got to be 18 to win, and you have to be a California resident. More details are going to come. We'll start giving you more details next week. But, you get to shoot hoops on the floor that Steph Curry has made famous. No doubt about it.
No doubt.
Hey, guys, didn't we already talk the Draymond Poole incident to death? Everyone seems to have moved on, and all the young players have already stated they love playing with Draymond. Really?
Now I feel like Draymond type.
Not under oath.
Yeah, come on, man.
Not under oath.
It's amazing what people don't want to hear, man.
I mean, the bottom line is one of the reasons that we're talking about is because the Wizards are in town tomorrow. Yeah. I mean,
and we're paying respect to a guy that, for the most part, was a good Warrior here, man. Come on, Stoney. Go ahead.
No, it feels like a lot of people are not going to remember him as a champion.
That is kind of crazy.
Like, he didn't go 0 for 10 that Game 6 against the Lakers. That was Clay, and we love you, Clay, but I think people are mad at him. I don't know. I'm not.
I think what's happened now is a little bit of revisionist history, thinking that the Jordan Poole right now that's playing in Washington, who seems to be,
kind of a joke.
Yeah, well, not a joke.
That's hard, but you know what I mean.
No, man. I do know what you mean. Like a little Nick Young in him.
Yeah.
But the reality is that he was a champion here. And when I think of Jordan Poole, I think of the player he was here. I can't
forget it, man.
Oh, but Steiny's not a number one. No kidding. Of course he's not. Or he probably will never be. But that doesn't mean, to me, the biggest thing is, can you be an effective player on a great team, on a championship team? And Jordan Poole showed that year he was vital in a championship season. So what he's doing in Washington with that group right now, to me, has no bearing on, well, look at who he is now, and that would have been, no, I don't necessarily think so. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily think so. I think he'd already proven that he knew how to play basketball on a winning team. In fact, one that won the title. 888-957-9570 is the number. C.J. Watson, former Golden State Warrior, is going to join us at noon, 10-year veteran. And Good podcast guy. Really good.
Yeah.
And then, what? 1 o'clock, Mr. Fab?
Fabby Davis.
Mr. Fab, come on.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Fab, 3-time platinum artist.
We'll see.
And songwriter. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
I wanted the ball.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the NBA changed some rules about, like, the NBA schedule, Evan. So, Guru's got Washington. He likes Washington tonight over the Knicks. And then they're making him fly cross country.
They're playing Minnesota. Evan.
I was wondering why it was only 4.5. Because I too would take that line.
And they're playing Minnesota, and I confessed to him for him to bring it back up in front of everybody.
I said what I said.
You are something else. They're playing Minnesota.
Well, let's do it right because you are the man.
Yeah. They're going to beat the T-Wolves by more than 4.5.
It's the T-Wolves at New York.
Yes, sir. And I got New York winning that game.
I got to send that to sales.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow.
Now, Karl Anthony Towns is iffy.
Yeah, it don't matter. The Knicks play hard, man.
And DiVincenzo's out.
Is he? But he must have emptied the chamber against the Warriors.
He's got a toe injury.
Oh. I would say ankle.
He's got the Villanova flu.
Toe, wow.
Yeah, those are all his buddies.
I got some Jordan Poole trivia real quick. I had looked it up during the break.
Okay.
What would you guess he's shooting from 3? You and Evan.
I just looked.
Evan.
I'll be honest, I just looked.
Okay.
Evan, I wanted to look at his numbers.
Evan, what do you think JP on the season is shooting from 3?
I think he's shooting pretty well, right? Like 41?
Yeah,
40.
Yeah. 43 field.
Averaging 21 a game.
43-point line, 21.4 a game.
Yeah. And so don't look at his assists.
The second best three-point shooter on the Warriors.
Man.
He would be.
Well, Draymond would be a before. Yeah.
No, he wouldn't. Stop that. I do get. I'm not mad.
Hey, what did you make of Fitz with Willard and Dibbs yesterday?
You know what? I didn't. Because we were en route to the party, and you insisted that we play music rather than listen to Willard and Dibbs.
Shout out to Shasky and his baby boy. He stopped by and had lunch with us yesterday.
I'm a Shasky fan. I am.
Doesn't sound like it. Yo, why? I'm trying to give it why.
I just want to press you on why.
He's great, man.
His kid's cutie pie.
Yeah. I got eyes to kill. Well,
he's got to. Shasky's got to teach him to do that thing. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Larry Johnson used to do that, the Charlotte guy.
Mm-hmm. What up, Grandpa Goo?
Hey, I text him too.
Yeah, so Jordan Poole, 21.5 points per ball game, 43 field, 43-point line. Now, he does turn it over at a high rate, 3.6 turnovers a game. So
he'll fit in.
Let's go to Tim in Occidental. He's got a different view.
Where?
Occidental.
Where the hell is that?
I'll tell you where it is. It's in the north. It's in the North Bay, I believe. Hold on. It's up near like Gualala and Jenner is what I want to say.
Wow.
Tim, am I right or am I wrong?
You're close. You're close. Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Same to you, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's up by Bodega Bay. I told you last
time. That's right.
Well, I remember
That's right.
now. Bodega Bay.
Buddy. Beautiful up there.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hey, boy, I too much to say, not enough time. Jordan Poole was awesome, man. He was the scorer we needed to get us over the top in 2022. But the guy was a liability defensively and other stuff. And when he got his bag, he turned into a damn prima donna. And Draymond was going through his stuff, and it was a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 80s or 90s, it wouldn't have been nothing for that to happen. But, he was awesome, man, but he was a liability, and who knows what we need right now, but the scoring would be nice, but I don't know about the liability.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Appreciate it, Tim.
Take it easy, baby.
Thanks a lot, buddy. I really do appreciate it. That's great country up there.
Bodega Bay.
Yeah, it's nice.
And at the tides.
Wow.
Absolutely. You ever been up there?
No.
Oh, it's nice. Just take the wife up there, nice little weekend getaway, get a little bed and breakfast. Really nice. Nice, quiet.
So it's about Monterey or further down? Way.
That would be completely in the wrong direction.
Right.
Okay. Like,
it's not funny that
I'm not laughing.
Right, but you're smiling, looking at Evan.
Like, so Monterey's south of the bay.
All right, I got you.
You know, it's like you got to drive down to San Jose and then further. This is the other direction.
Right.
Like up, Marin. You got to go through Marin and up near Santa Rosa. And then you cut over. and then you get to the ocean.
Yeah, that's Willard's territory, Marin. That's where we watched the Super Bowl a couple years ago. And the reason I bring that up, random, #random, where are we watching the bowl? We need to do it together. Somebody here, all the ballers I work with, male and female, I want to watch on a nice screen and have a couple drinks. Hook it up. Somebody out there, all the people we know.
It's got to be somebody who lives. They can't live in Marin. It's too far.
It worked last time.
That bridge is a problem.
Dude, when you see San Quentin, man, come on, man. Somebody.
You know, I've been to San Quentin on the inside.
Well,
yeah.
What happened?
I was in a previous life.
Oh.
There was I was at a protest, a death penalty protest there. They were putting somebody to bed.
Wow. That can be in your book.
I don't believe in the death penalty. That's just me. And so I went and voiced my opinion.
Well,
my right to protest.
Well, anyway. You could bring that up at 2. We got what's bugging you. I got something, but it's going to be political.
No, dude, no.
I was thinking about
we can't do that.
But what, Dibbs has done it, Willard's done it when it's time, like.
You don't want to be them.
Wow, my guys. Yeah. We get off at 2, they get off at 6.
I definitely want to get into some football too.
I'm excited
in the next hour or so because I am too, actually. And what Evan and I were talking a little bit before you got in. I mean,
you didn't need to add that.
Poor basketball and baseball.
See, that's why I'm agitated with you too. Quit beating up this for everybody. Real quick, Stanley. Quit beating up basketball and baseball. The checks are clearing.
They stink.
I tell Evan I'm so excited about these games, and he's like, that's why the NFL is king.
That's right.
I'm like, okay, but come on, if this were the NBA, I'm watching. If it's MLB, I'm watching. You're saying I'm rare.
Yes, you're in the minority now.
I'm just glad that Steiny's come around to the fact that,
basketball stinks?
Yeah. Well, like baseball, people always take shots at it.
It's dead.
Well, people always take shots at it, and it's like, yeah, same thing's happening to basketball.
I mean,
I do not. Why is that bothering me?
I don't know, but put it this way.
Yeah.
This is one thing I was thinking. Let's say you're a 49er fan. Okay. You're watching those games tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if you're a Warrior fan and they're not in the playoffs, you're less likely to watch the postseason.
See,
the average fan.
I guess
they're just the average fan.
Yeah, and I got to take myself out of it because I'm watching it all, and I watch everything like if my team were in it, through that prism. But obviously, the numbers are the numbers. Shout out Willard.
Yes.
So you guys might be right, but I will never say baseball is dead when I'm with it every day, Steiny. Of the regulars, I watch it every day.
That's sad.
What?
It just is.
I love the game.
Yeah, I want to challenge you on that.
And then Dibbs got mad at me when I said I love all three the same, all three sports. But I get it. And we're going to make bets because I'm ready. Because
you got hammered last week.
I didn't get hammered.
Yes,
I beat Evan, and I beat you with the UCLA bet. Pay up today.
I ain't paying nothing.
See, you just
I got a bunch of extra drink tickets, though, from yesterday. Are they going to work at the old ship?
Wow.
I was going to be like, you have the normal, the regular? I'll be like, I have the regular. Here are 2 blue tickets.
I went up to get my last drink, and I said, you know what? I don't want one.
Good for you.
And I took off.
Everything in moderation.
There you go. But anyway, great games tomorrow and Sunday, bud.
No, they are.
And the Warriors play the Wizards in the middle of a great one. Commanders-Lions. All right, I was about to
lay out on that stuff because I'm going to get to Mike in Santa Clara, and then I do want to get into some of this. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, my man? Mike in Santa Clara. Welcome.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Hey.
Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Payday Friday, baby.
Payday Friday. One thing I wanted to talk about was the Jordan Poole thing. I just I really hate the fact of how everything went down. Everyone does with the Draymond and Jordan Poole situation. I still, and minus the money, I wish he was still on the team because he would have been a better, sixth man, if you want to say, possibly coming off the bench rather than Buddy Hield. It's really coming to fruition right now. of like just how much I'm actually missing Jordan Poole and just how it came down. You know, I just wonder exactly where we would be if we still had Poole on the team. Now, again, the money situation, yeah, it would have taken up a lot more of the cap space, but you know, you cannot take away talent when it comes down to the money. If it's going to help you win another championship or get you at least into the playoffs, you know, that's where I really just come down to it. So I just hate the fact of how everything went down. And one last thing, guys, you know, just something that's really been grinding my gears. I'm really hating the fact with this Xfinity new plan and everything, because now a lot of people are going to have to pay extra money to actually watch Bay Area sports. I think that, you know, it's a money grab, and I just hate the fact that a lot of people are going to have to pay extra or not pay at all, not to even watch any Warriors, Giants, or Sharks. I just think it's just a dumb move, and I can just see the ratings going down.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I appreciate that perspective from Jordan Poole. I really do, Stoney. And I wish a lot more Warrior fans were like that. And I can't make them like that, but I appreciate it.
Let me ask you this. If I throw this out, 888-957-9570, especially, you know, we've all examined how the Warriors have gotten to this point where they're in a real, is it fair to say they're in a bind?
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's say they're in a bind. And we go back and we look at all the things that happened that led to this point. Where does the Jordan, like, how high on the list is trading Jordan Poole?
8.5 for me.
Is it really?
Yes. And I got to say this, Steiny.
And do fans miss him? Like, do they really miss him? Because I do think there's a segment of fans. You're right, Goose.
His play slipped after the punch.
Yes, it did.
And I had the line with the Stacey Adams because he started falling down and he was reckless. So I think that had a lot to do with, you know, people, you know, not giving him his propers. But the bottom line is, you can sell me all day on it was a basketball move, why they signed him and then got him up out of here. But I know the TMZ and all the drama, the Maury Povich stuff that went on with that punch is the reason he's no longer a Warrior. And why it hurts me is the Warriors did their due diligence. They planted the seed. They got the fertilizer, sent him to Santa Cruz. He was fixed, came back and was getting buckets. And because of what went down, he's no longer here. So don't tell me they're in a better place right now. And if we were to do the young studs, let's look for he would be right up there with Kuminga. Just think about that. I'm not saying Kobe, Shaq, but you would have two things where, boy, oh boy. That's all, man.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out.
I can't let it go.
I do think they'd be in a better spot. I just don't know how much better spot they'd be in if they were sitting with Jordan Poole. Now, I mean, maybe they'd be looking to move Poole now for, a Jimmy Butler or somebody like that.
And let me put some respect. Let me add another name, TJD. So it'd be TJD, Kuminga, and everybody plays their position, and Jordan Poole, and you could throw Pods in there. I mean, that would be, it is what it is.
But that was the interesting part about, to me, Monty Poole's story.
Man.
Is he basically said, okay, who we got? Pods, TJD, Kuminga, and Moody. How good are they? How good is that young core?
One of them has superstar potential or star potential. The others are going to be good role players.
Well, then
rotational players, Donnie.
Like, I do try to look at things.
How many All-Stars are in that four? There we go. Let's just do that. If we had to project one, and that's Kuminga.
Possibly.
Well, who would be the closest other one?
No, it's him.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not sure he's an all-star. I'm not sure he'll ever be a top 12 or 15 player in a conference.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
He's got the potential, though, Jack.
I don't know if he is or isn't, but that's why I'm not trading him, because I don't know if he is or isn't.
Well, you going to pay him 40 if that's the number?
40 doesn't sound crazy, believe it or not, to me. But
so it's because they've been losing then?
No, it's just... I'm fixated on what B.J. Armstrong said the other day.
Wow.
And it leads me to believe, this is what you cannot, of course you can, but here's the way I'll say it. You cannot draft an 18-year-old who is a project and is raw and needs a little time to develop, and then trade him 4 years into his career. You can't, what are we doing?
Well, they're staring that in the face, right? By pushing off, paying him. It lets you know it's more that than anything else, partner.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be surprised. Now, I think he's made himself some money with his current team. But Steiny, your energy and the mustard on your thoughts and your words it's 98% that right now.
What?
Him not being here if they choose not to deem him worthy of what he's asking for.
Well, I mean,
Toronto wrote that check for Scotty Barnes and went to sleep with a smile on their face. Wagner with Orlando, and who was the other? There's one more.
Well,
Wagner,
Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, Cade Cunningham. You're writing that check smiling.
Yeah,
It's almost like they might have to do it by default, because if Kuminga's up out of here, Steiny, what do you really have for the future?
Well,
your draft picks, and good luck with that.
Or you try to maybe create cap space.
Oh, go Lakers.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But, that's the way I look at it with Kuminga is, again, you drafted him at 18, and now he's 22, and he's grown. You still don't know what he's going to be. But you can't trade him to a team after you've done all the heavy lifting with him. That makes no sense to me. And I don't
They did it with Jordan Poole.
What do you mean?
They got rid of him.
I know. And I think that's foolish. I think it's foolish. It's like, and especially with, I look at a guy like Wiseman. They made a determination at some point that Wiseman couldn't play.
Right.
He just couldn't play. All right, that's the way that one went. And you never developed him. He never developed. He's gone. That's the way that one went. And it doesn't look like any other team is going to benefit from having James Wiseman. But Kuminga is, to me, very different. And I'm so not caught up in, well, is he a 1? Is he a 2? Is he a power forward, a small? It's like, let it play out over the next 2 or 3 years, and let's reassess this thing when he's 25. I really, that's the way I feel. And the other thing is the whole thing with restricted, the whole thing with restricted free agency. So he's going to go into the offseason, and the Warriors theoretically could sign him to a contract extension. But
after another team offers him one.
No, they could do it on their own.
Okay, no, I mean,
they just have the right to match.
There we go.
So, but if you look back at restricted free agency, a lot of times teams there might not be a team out there if there's a team out there that likes Kuminga, let's say the Nets, they like Kuminga, they want Kuminga. All right, we'll give you 4 years, $150 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then what do the Warriors do? It's still up to the Warriors. They still have all the mechanisms to make him a long-term Golden State Warrior. So the way these things usually seem to play out, at least to my way of thinking, and maybe I'm overstating it, but he might not get any offers from other teams. Not so much because they don't like him, but because why would they want to negotiate for the Warriors? A lot of times you're just, the Brooklyn Nets are going to negotiate a deal for Jonathan Kuminga, and it's going to be a number, and then the Warriors will say, yeah, that's fine. We'll do that too. And then Brooklyn, for 2 days during free agency,
but we see it happen.
Their hands are tied.
Yeah,
they can't. Once you make the offer, then you got to sit tight until the decision is made of whether the Warriors are going to match it or let him go.
Okay, let me just throw this to you, because I know my answer.
Yes.
Who's the most, Steph Curry can't be the answer.
All right.
Who's the most dynamic player?
Kuminga.
So I think now, before the season started, I was like, you're crazy. But the growth that I've seen, I think he's put the Warriors in position to where they can't afford to let him go. He's already dynamic. You're getting something. And if it's an overpay, hopefully he grows into it. But I just think Joe Lacob, and for business purposes, outside of Steph, who am I going to see, Stoney? So whatever number it is, I think Kuminga's closer to getting it now before the season started than it ever have. And I'm sure it's not the way he wanted it to be. But when you watch this team without him, there's no doubt this dude's a young stud, man. And he may get paid just because the Warriors can't afford to have somebody ask the question of who's your future? And it be Pods or what's our guy we talked about yesterday?
Trace Jackson-Davis?
No, the one you said should be starting for
Santos?
Yeah, Santos.
Yeah, I mean,
guys like that, who I like, but you know.
What do you think of this from the 415? Wiseman was having a great camp with the Pacers, and he was going to be in the rotation before he tore his Achilles.
I'm a James Wiseman. I'm rooting for the kid. Okay. And he still got a job, but I think right now he's losing on the scoreboard in regard to being what people wanted him to be.
No doubt. I mean, no doubt.
Steiny and Goo.
Yeah.
Is there an offer that another team could make that the Warriors say no to and say they would freely let Kuminga walk? Because they could offer the most, obviously, that any other team can.
Right.
But does it get to a point, like, do you foresee, like, if the max offer that Team X can offer Kuminga, that the Warriors like, oof.
See, Spadoni, I'm here now. I think the Warriors got to overpay now almost just because they can't afford to let this guy with his talent go, Steiny. Before this season, Spadoni, I'd be like, hell yes. Now, no. You got to keep your Jalen Green because that's what he is. Jalen Green's balling, but Kuminga's that, Steiny.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Spadoni, if the Nets
45
think he's worth 180. That's 180 over 4 years. That's 45 a year. So it'll start at 40 and end up about 50.
He's getting it, man.
You think?
I really do.
50 million.
Spadoni, what do you say?
For Kuminga.
Well, I think the Warriors at that point, they have to, right?
That's
match.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I'm with you too.
Because
come on, man.
But is he a $50 million player?
See, it was easy to flip Poole because you can let that salary is, it's fine.
It was manageable.
Now, it's kind of like how we talk about Brock Purdy. Is this salary going to look the same in a couple years when the new TV money comes in, stuff like that? So maybe it's not going to look as bad, but again, Jordan Poole's playing on a bad team, and the Wizards, I don't know, are they going to trade him? We'll see.
Yeah, this actually was something that I thought about, and then the text line 757, if you give JK the max, you won't be able to flip him if you need to move him later on.
Why would you need to move him? Because if you're giving him that,
question.
you know what I'm saying, Stotty? You should finish with the Warrior uniform.
Yeah.
But I hear you.
888-957-9570. Let's get into some NFL playoffs on the other side. And I'm always fascinated when your team's out. Do you care at all? But it's football, so I know you do. So who are we rooting for?
Oh, who cares?
No. It's important. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
New year, new Steiny, you smoking weed now.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, now that was said with sarcasm.
Well, when Bonte left out of here, you guys tried to double-team me.
Yes,
Guru, you've been hating on Lamar.
You have been.
Now, Spadoni played the truth. Lamar Jackson stinks.
Lamar Jackson stinks. Listen to it again. I'm saying Mark Jackson stinks. Lamar Jackson stinks. Wait, I have two of them? Blake Snell. He stinks.
How do they have him? My boy Spadoni on fire.
Blake Snell.
Well, we got to wait till Sunday for that game, but
Blake Snell's pitching Sunday?
No, Ravens Bills.
That'd be the first Sunday he's pitching.
He didn't take the ball that Saturday.
Stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
Feel my mind.
You stink.
That's great.
Hey, want to know the difference between Steph Curry and me?
Give it to me.
You know, we had a company party last night.
Yeah.
And now it's Payday Friday. I played back-to-backs.
Now look at you.
I wouldn't sit out one of these games. At the party last night,
Street saying you stayed to the end.
What's new?
Spadoni. What it did.
Stay till the end, and then some.
There you go.
Went out with a couple KCBS guys. Had a fun time. Was out with our guy Talk.
Not man. He's the man.
Well, you don't even know him.
I told him to meet us at Grumpy's today. Yeah.
Oh, wait, are we going there?
Well, it's like 2-1. We can just walk down, come back. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about some football.
I cannot wait.
The king of all sports, and officially now, I'll go ahead and say it, my favorite sport. Football's now my favorite sport. I know.
I'm going to say why.
I'm going
to ask why.
It's better. It's the best professional sport going.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I am far more likely to watch an NFL game than an NBA game if it's just a regular playoff. Okay, what do we got? The Commanders at Detroit.
That's a hell of a game.
I mean, I'm watching the Commanders against Detroit instead of Phoenix, Dallas in the playoffs.
Well, we got Warriors Wizards tomorrow.
Yes. That I wouldn't.
But see, it's not 1979. And I told Willer this. My guy 49er Frank, he's got a theater at his house.
I do.
But you can watch it all. I hate the one or done. You got to watch the.
What do you mean?
Got multiple screens to watch it all and be captivated by it all. I hate the old Mike Brady. You got one TV. You got to watch one thing. No, Stoney, it's the sports bar era we're in. So, even if you use your phone or laptop, come on, man. I hate the one and done. Spadoni knows what I mean.
I'm starting to figure it out. What? Here's what happened. Oh, my gosh.
What are you saying?
This is what it's finally hit me. So, on a night like tomorrow, you'll have the Warriors on.
Right.
You'll have the football game on.
No doubt.
Yeah, and you'll have something else on. And so you'll actually be half watching everything.
No, you never half watch.
And so your knowledge is essentially half-baked.
Nah.
Because you're only watching half, really.
Yeah, great movie. No, Steiny, I double back. Like, I want to hear the announcement of I know you think I'm playing, and that's why I miss Mark Jackson and Van Gundy and Bream. My goodness, I'll go back on whatever I don't have the volume on to listen to it just from that standpoint.
But don't you see?
Yeah.
Don't you see that if on a Saturday night.
Yeah. I'm going to listen to Fitz and Kalina.
Saturday night, you're going to be distracted with so many games. Okay? Then we're going to come in and do Monday's show, and you'll have half-baked takes because you haven't watched all the games.
Dude, you are so off.
And then you may double back, but I think you really just say you double back and watch. But even if you do double back and watch, you're then complete knowledge is too late.
No. It's like Shasky with little LJ yesterday. If you got 3 kids at the park, who you watching more? You're watching all 3 the same because you know what's at stake.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. Steiny, you can multitask.
Every kid is different. So if I'm at the playground with my 3 daughters,
it's not about
you know who
the
I'm
kid.
watching the closest? Mary Page. because she can get a little bit loose.
Oh, stop.
Man. She's got a little rebel.
Spadoni, where do you come out on this, man? I watch games over. It's my hobby.
What are you going to do Saturday?
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, I'll have my 2 children with me, so this one's a little tougher for you boys. So, depending on the game, so it's KC Texans. I'll check in early. Nor will be nap time, so I'll probably lock into the game for half of it, turn it off, and for the night game, I'll try to have that on in the background. I'll try. But I'm not going to be watching any NBA hoops. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be all football.
Gotcha.
But that's harder with 2 kids when I got I got to be dealing with that. So I do have to choose one. I think a lot of people who are in my predicament have to choose one because having
that's more logistics.
But
not you being mad at the NBA.
I'll be checking the scores though. Right. So I'll have it up on Twitter. I'll be following along and everything. If there's any breaking news, if Curry's out, if Draymond's out, I'll be following along and be locked in.
I will tell you something. You could call me not a nitwit. That I'm kind of,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
For baseball, I got to be careful because I'm thinking of Alex Rodriguez and Harold Reynolds.
Why?
Because those post-game shows have life, and I know a lot of people don't watch them. But the NFL, these shows they're not Barkley and Shaq and Kenny and Ernie.
You don't like Rex Ryan?
I do like him, but he doesn't give, it ain't enough. Like I used to be ready. Now I just turn it on when the kickoffs, Donnie. It bothers me.
I don't watch a lot of pregame football shows.
It's kind of jumped to... And it shouldn't. We should have a football version of what Chuck and Kenny are.
By the way, did he really say that?
Yeah. Did you hear Spadoni about San Francisco?
Yeah, he called it rat infested. But that's his thing.
I ain't seen a rat in the city in forever.
No, maybe Bart, but that's just a subway. That's a subway system. That's everywhere. You see that in New York City anyway. So it's like, it's whatever. Chicago.
Rats look like dinosaurs out there.
But I think that's his WWE persona.
No doubt.
He's still mad that he said a jump shooting team would not win. And now
They didn't. They didn't.
The Warriors without KD.
The Warriors,
you know what I mean.
led the league in points in the paint.
But their thing
during
was
their championship
the nitty-gritty was the Splash Brothers, baby.
The nitty-gritty was bogus.
He won't let it go. He acts like he's miserable out here.
I wonder
All-Star, baby. You going to be ready for it?
What does that mean?
Like, the old ship will be packed. They may be charging to get in. Like, everything changes that week.
Are you crazy?
Dude.
The old ship won't get one extra patron from that.
Dude, stop it.
Why would you get?
It won't be the young ship at that point.
That's a 3. Back to the playoffs.
Well, no, I was going to something about the old ship.
Like it's going to be popping. Everything around here will be popping a little more.
How about this? Evan laid this one on me before the show, before you were here.
Why do I laugh?
It stands to reason, but I never.
Talking to Matt or Eric?
Reggie.
That candy bar, man.
Oh, now I lost my train of thought.
Evan was telling you something before the show.
And it stands to reason, but I never thought of it before. Super Bowl Sunday is the worst day for bars and restaurants of the year. It's the worst.
You don't have any data behind that. There's no way.
You know what my data is? Evan said it. And that means it's probably right.
Okay. Which is?
Everybody's having a party. A party at somebody's house. Nobody go. 888-957-9570.
When you say it that way.
I guarantee you I would say, when's the last time anybody watched the Super Bowl at a bar? Never. Nobody's going to a bar to watch the Super Bowl.
I did it one time. Damon Buster's and Neil
you were
Peters.
Young. How old were you?
Silk Basie and I, Raiders,
so you
Tampa
got
Bay.
Paid for.
No, we were still single and mingling. So it was, you know what I mean?
Was there action?
Yeah. You had to pay to get in.
So you didn't get invited to any parties that year?
No, we chose this one.
No. Okay, you chose that one.
Yeah. Hey,
but
there was action.
But you clearly didn't get invited to anybody's party that year. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. Anyway,
who cares?
You ruin everything.
Come to think of it, you know what?
But people are partying. Now I'm not mad at your take because they're at the house. Like we were at Willard's. People are still.
I wasn't.
Well, yeah, because you decided.
Sounded like a great time though. No, it did. I'm scared of Willard.
Bottom line is, I think it'll be packed.
What will?
The ship. So you're thinking All-Star Week goo is going to be normal down here in the streets. I disagree.
Okay. I'm walking out of the building on Tuesday, and clearly something's going on in the city because it's wall-to-wall lanyards.
Okay.
Everybody's wearing a lanyard this week. So that means there's some kind of convention in town. And if somebody could help me with the exact one, that'd be great. But there was action in the city this week because there was some business having a contention. Yeah. And I noticed, again,
a nerd conference.
I don't know if it was a nerd conference. Yeah. I would never do that. I would never pigeonhole. But when the All-Star game comes here, I don't think you're going to notice an uptick of people like the Salesforce convention or something like that.
Okay, that's a little strong. But
it's a healthcare convention according to the 282.
I think you're going to be shocked. How about that? It won't be to the degree, and I could be wrong, to the Salesforce. But Stoney, it's going to be action. They're going to get here Tuesday, Wednesday. They're going to have practice. People are going to want to come to the practice.
Nobody's going to go to the practice.
Watch. Dude, people live for that stuff.
JP Morgan. Thanks, Jimmy. Our guy Jim Mole.
Yeah.
Yeah, JP Morgan conference. That's what it was.
So what you doing for the games tomorrow? 1 o'clock it starts. Kansas City Texans.
Now this is interesting.
Chiefs -8.
New Steiny, you smoking weed now.
Somebody's saying no, it was a tech convention.
San Francisco, there's multiple conventions happening, right?
When?
Probably right now.
No.
It's a major city.
Like they're not one and done.
No. Any convention is over by Friday. Everybody leaves on Thursday of a convention.
No, I'm saying there was probably there's a couple at the same time. I wouldn't be shocked.
You're just saying it's one, and it could have been 2 or 3.
Yeah, maybe.
It's the city, baby.
More action during the couple weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. Shout out Levi Stadium, which is going to be hosting it next year.
Yes.
Or during All-Star Weekend.
Let me answer that. We worked right across the street from the Super Bowl experience when Carolina played. Who did they play?
Broncos.
Denver. Yeah. That 3rd Street was popping. The city was all week.
Santa Clara.
No.
What?
The city, man. All the stuff was out here.
Yeah, I was at a bunch of those Super Bowl
parties.
Dude,
that was off the chain. And that's when you ran into your boy. Schaefer had you in front of him.
I didn't run into him. I spent the weekend with him.
Yeah,
that's
Schaefer,
different.
but you ran into this guy that...
The Hall of Famer, Joe
there
Thomas.
There we go. Talk to me.
Joe
I remember,
and I are
man.
tight.
I do listen. But that was in the city.
No.
It was
actually. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I went to a party. I told you that. I went to this. What was it? What's the name of it? It's the private plane. Like, what do they call Wheels Up or Fly Boy?
We are not about to.
Anyway, the party was at. Somebody can help me.
Yeah.
When the Super Bowl was in the Bay, Santa Clara, there was a big party at Fort Mason. And that's when, I saw Shaq. Shaq was there.
Come on, son.
Yeah, Shaq was there.
Say something to him?
No. He can't.
Oh, you can't get to him?
No, he's got Jerome. I mean, Jerome is the most famous bodyguard of all time.
No doubt.
And I don't even know if he has a last name. He's just Jerome. And Shaq needs a bodyguard. No, that's when I met the offensive lineman. Last name was Mack.
Alex
Mack, a Bay Area guy.
My guys.
Yeah, Alex Mack.
It's coming together.
And I met the Mora. I met one of the Moras. Not the
playoffs.
No, not playoffs. The guy who coached at UCLA.
Yes.
Jim Mora. His son.
Yeah, nice guy. I like Jim Mora. Met him. Yeah, I
met a bunch of guys.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, no women. I don't meet women. Who's got the most to gain this week, Goo? Actually, forget that for a minute. But Bonte did call you out, and he should have. There's something about Lamar Jackson.
What up, Grandpa Goo?
And you that I don't understand. I want him to win so bad,
and
just to stick it to you.
No, he's a black quarterback for one.
Well, that's
so. Hold on,
like reverse devil tongue and something.
So I'm always rooting for him, but I got to be honest. He has went to the lab. And Derrick Henry doesn't hurt either. But the bottom line, Stoney, is I think when the games are where they're going to be this Sunday with him and Josh Allen, who I believe are in the same boat, if he lost last year, they did, but he lost hosting Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I know they were the number 1 seed, and the Chiefs came in there offensively impotent, limping. and they won that game. And for whatever reason, the Ravens start doing something, trying to pass the ball and be something they weren't, and he wasn't running the ball. So I say that to say is, I'm looking at Lamar now like, boy, this has been your year. You have made improvements throwing.
What about Josh Allen?
But Josh is different.
Why?
In the playoffs, if you look at Allen's numbers, he hasn't stunk it up like Lamar has. Okay, I saw Lamar lose at Buffalo and just not even like, what are you doing, son? I say that to say is, I'm back, Lamar. I'm back on the bus.
No, you're not.
And if
you're not allowed.
Vontae tried to give me this, the game's in Buffalo. I don't care where it's at. You got to go slay this dragon and get your team to that AFC Championship game, who I believe is going to be against Kansas City. Because if you don't, and Josh doesn't win it, you guys are going to be in the same boat of, if not now, win, guys. God. Win. You're Dak Prescott's. That's what's going to happen for the loser of this game for me.
Well,
I can't wait.
And that's why sometimes I can't stand doing radio with you. Because I know your MO.
Which is what? I'm not a Skip Bayless.
Let me tell you.
I'm a real one.
Let me tell you how it's all coming down. Lamar Jackson, by the way,
that's it.
Coming up at noon, C.J. Watson, 10-year NBA vet, played for the Warriors, podcast extraordinaire, NBA expert, and then Mr. Fab. Mr. Fab coming on at 1 o'clock. He
activist, too. You left activists off. The stuff that he does for the city of Oakland, man.
That's funny.
I'm tired. Well, he's got a key to the city.
You do realize that the word activist, to many people, has a negative connotation, believe it or not. Remember when Obama was running for president, speaking of politics?
Well, I'd call them people
And he started
racist.
out as like an activist in Chicago.
Yeah.
And they held it against him.
But he won the presidency, so they didn't held against him enough.
No, I mean, like, that was one of the criticisms.
Like, if they said Matt Steinmet's activist, I'm like, he gives back.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, you're selfish.
I take.
Yeah,
I try to take.
Yeah.
But
laughing.
No, this is like, I know.
Like, come on, I'm rooting for Lamar.
No, we can't, and you're not allowed, and I'm not recognizing
Fonte, bringing that up.
Actually, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be here Monday.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Well, it's MLK Day, and my son has a speech.
I know.
Can't do it.
Can we live stream it? Can we Zoom it?
You wouldn't watch it.
You know what? What time is it?
I got to say something.
You should play it live.
A lot of people, I won't name the names, higher-ups, didn't like the fact that I had to resort to having my son call in to justify
That's not true.
lie. No, a lot of people didn't like it. Where come
name one.
I won't name them. I won't dive them out. Why don't you believe me at times on some little stuff? Hey, me and my son watch Purple Rain. What type of lunatic would lie about watching a movie with his kids?
That's what I wanted to know.
But it says a lot about who we are at our core.
Well, it says who I am. A horse's ass.
The kid had to call in. Wow, man.
When is he giving his speech?
Monday.
I know, but
what time?
Specifically.
I think, oh boy, from 12 to 2. Yeah, somewhere. I'll be there.
You sure it's not like 5 p.m. and you're just playing hooky?
No, come on now.
Seriously.
It's a big day. Yeah.
Can you take a Comrex so we could take a live?
That would be cool, actually. You think
now,
I'm
the
kidding?
jokes were having, it's going back to, is there really a speech going on?
No, it's not.
But Evan's saying the conference.
No.
I firmly believe it.
But it's how I'm processing.
Now you're in a different headspace, and I apologize that we put you there. No, I'm serious. Like, I would love to hear Lil D and his speech.
We'll have the video. I'll post it.
Dude, we could play it here on Martin Luther King Day. And you think I'm kidding? I'm not. So I'm
torn on if you guys something's going on here.
Trust me.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
All right.
So what's the function that he's actually speaking at? Are you comfortable talking about
the Black Student Union's having something.
At Santa Clara.
Yeah, and he's in I should know the group, and he's doing the speech. It's not just him, and I'll be there. We're going to support him.
Now, he's doing the speech, or he's going to comment like he's going to talk about Martin?
No, he's got a part of the speech where he's going to
I Have a Dream speech.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're going to do the I Have a Dream speech, and they're going to break it up with like 10 guys doing it.
And it's going to be, I forget the hall, but yeah. So he's into it, and I'm happy. And we're going to go support him. But if he hears me talking about, like, he don't like all of this, and he don't like what you're doing now because you accuse me of lying. Let's get back to that. Because you accused me of lying about watching Purple Rain.
And I was wrong for that, and I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Damn it, 650.
It was wrong.
It wasn't activist. They called him a community organizer.
Wow,
that's right.
Boy.
Damn it.
But why does that have a negative connotation?
It's a good question. Well,
you hate somebody, you hate them regardless.
Of course, I'd like him to be a little nicer about it. It was community organizer. Steiny doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right.
Activist, LOL.
Right.
Okay.
I'm like, damn.
All right. As long as you're berating me, 650, can you please explain with your next text why community organizer had a negative connotation? To some. That's what I'd like to know.
And just back to Fabby Davis, now he gets back, man. Kansas, I'm
sure he's not hurting, though. You know what I mean?
Now you're going to say because he's got his pop.
How much do you think he makes?
See, in that, ask him when he's on. You are something else, man.
Well, see, he's a guy, I guarantee you, I've thought a lot about.
Business owner.
I've thought a lot about Mr. Fab's wallet. And he's got multiple revenue streams. I got to believe.
Hey, and you peep him when he's at the Warrior game where he sits, right behind it. He's right there. Now we're doing too much.
What do you mean?
I'm uncomfortable talking about his wallet, man.
So
damn you.
Here's the thing, though, Goo.
Yeah.
About you. You, in a way, you don't have to prepare for Monday's show, and you don't even have to watch the games. Now you might, but you don't have to, because your whole deal on Monday is going to be absolutely, positively ripping and putting an end to the career of either Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. One of those guys is going to lose,
Evan,
and the one who's going to lose is going to be berated for the next 12 months by you as someone who can't get it done in the playoffs.
Real quick. Do you remember when Josh Allen, the defense let Kansas City go down and score, and he threw for almost 500 yards at Kansas City, and they got in field goal range like 13 seconds? If both of them perform like that, and one's going to lose, obviously, how can I come in and say, hey, no, I expect both of them at their best, but this is why I love sports. The pressure cooker for both of these guys in his team game is going to be incredible.
Right.
So I'm already excited now just about who's going to meet the moment.
Yeah.
And one might.
But you're more excited.
Lemon Booty is right there.
Exactly. You're more excited about who you're going to get to call a choke artist.
No, see, I'm not into that.
Oh,
I'm not into that. I'm really not. I just love that the stakes are so humongous. A young man in Washington, we'll get to it. He's playing with house money. Daniels. No matter what happens, that thing is just incredible, and you got to be excited. I think they got action to beat Detroit. That's why we got to get into these bets, you, Evan, I, and Spadoni, because it looks like I'm on a different side, and Evan, like only Evan can do. Niner fans don't want to see McVay and the Rams win, because he may be past Kyle now. He is.
Brother Evan.
He's got a Super Bowl, McVay, and beat you on the way to get it.
Yeah.
But I used to be like, Kyle is great.
Of course. Because you tend to give the benefit of the doubt to our home teams.
I'm not that guy.
Well, it's who you are.
McVay.
No.
Can we get the audio at me at the summit saying, watch out for the Rams?
I don't think we have it.
It's been deleted, right? Good God.
Okay, so they're saying community organizers kind of synonymous. Somebody says it's kind of synonymous with the Black Panthers. Everybody loves the Panthers.
Man.
Who doesn't like the Black Panthers?
Man, Huey Newton.
You want to talk about history.
J. Edgar Hoover was worried about. Let me stop. I don't want to get fired. I wouldn't get fired, but Black Panthers were real, man.
No, the question I have is, do you adopt, like, who do you want to win it all? Do you have a team, like,
right now,
the Cowboys aren't in it, obviously, the Niners not in it this year. So who would you like to see win it?
Everything.
Right now, I would like to see Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels win it.
Who are they?
Who
do they play for?
The Commanders coaching quarterback.
Is it because you think they have no chance?
No, it's because if
you want to see the Commanders win the Super Bowl.
If this happens, all these,
so I know
everything's are going to just take a step back. A great story. Exactly.
All right. Well, I want to get into it on the other side, but if you're a Niner fan,
but you don't want the Rams.
Interest do you have in this? But you can't want Philly either, can you?
Something's going on with them.
Yeah, they're winning. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands.
I'm done discussing sports.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
What's up, Steph? How you doing, buddy?
The chef.
We'll see. My man.
Probably getting up shot. No, they play tomorrow.
Yeah,
they're probably off today.
You don't have the ha. You don't think they need to practice?
I'm thinking coming back from a road trip.
Somebody who's covered the NBA, and you haven't. Trust me, they took yesterday off and they're practicing today.
But I do work for the Warriors. So do you. So
no, you don't.
We work for the flagship.
Doesn't count.
It does. I work for the Niners.
510 Steiny, why do you tell Guru not to speak on politics, then you bring up Obama being an activist?
We talked about it.
Because I'm an ass.
Yeah.
That's why. And I'm hypocritical, and the rules don't apply to me sometimes.
Self-serving.
Next question. No doubt. Absolutely. I realized, I've heard that they love to talk in barbershops and stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we do off the air. How the hell did we get into talking about Festus Ezeli? We're talking about the finals.
We're discussing the pre- and post-game show.
Yes.
On NBC Sports.
So then we started talking about Festus.
Yeah. And Mully.
Less Mully, because you asked me, what did you think of Festus as a player?
Yeah.
I actually thought he was pretty good.
And that's what you said.
I thought he was a really good backup.
Had a body.
At least at early point in his career. But
I brought up the Game 7, the LeBron, the 3-point.
That's what I mean, is that what would that be like kind of his, not signature, but that's kind of what everybody
No, he had a good career, but he got hurt.
I know, but the foul on LeBron.
Oh, man.
By the way, what? Yeah. Who out there doesn't think LeBron, like, there are people out there that don't think LeBron's clutch? Like,
Skip Bayless had a narrative where
he made all three of those free throws. It was they
got you
had to have, like, he got Festus fouled him,
yeah.
and he made all three,
right?
And they absolutely had to have them.
But we're talking about regular season, and Skip Bayless, when his show was booming, said he would run from taking the last second shot, and he would say, "I gave it to Steiny because that was the best basketball play." When we know ball hogs would shoot it.
Yeah, he's not a ball hog.
But he's clutch to me.
He's never been. Yeah,
he's clutch to me.
Me too.
Except that Dallas series.
Right,
Steiny,
that's one of that.
It was, come on now.
I remember that
Something was going on. Delonte West, his mom.
Okay. So he's got an excuse.
That's the weirdest championship by the man I've ever seen. LeBron was in a headspace. Steiny, it was a hot potato, man.
You know what? What'd you say? It's the weirdest title you've
No
ever
doubt.
seen?
One of the most, a superstar. Steiny, he ran from it. Give me the 30 for 30, Evan, on the Dallas-Miami. Well, I don't know what LeBron was doing.
Well, he cramped up in San Antonio.
That he did.
But he just played poorly in the finals against Dallas.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. You know what you said? Weird. I think we're going to look back at the Warriors 2022 title as one of the strange
they were down
ones.
twice. 1-0 and 2-1.
Game 4, Steph.
Iggy said they went and ate after going down 2-1 at a cafe in Boston, and they talked about what Boston was doing in regard to trapping the Warriors,
Evan,
and they figured something out.
I'll jump in here and clean it out. That wasn't Boston.
No, that was Memphis back in the day. They went to but this was
Boston. They went to the rib joint.
When they were down 2-1 to Boston in the 2022 finals. You can Google it. Iguodala said they figured something out. Even after the buzzer went off, they knew that they were going to take into Game 4 to tie the series when your boy went Kobe, Curry did.
Yeah, was it giving the ball to Steph?
Well, no, it was something. You talk, I'll yeah. But I know about that historic one, the barbecue joint.
Well, I believe Al Horford did reveal that Steph Curry told the Celtics to enjoy their last win after
that's
Game
part
3.
of it. You are right. But Iggy said they.
That doesn't sound like a dinner.
Well, no, they went out and talked about it.
Where?
I just said to a cafe. I'm about to find it.
Okay, no cafes open at 11 o'clock at night.
You
couldn't have been a cafe.
Hold on, let me find it.
We're not in France. Come on, nobody goes to a cafe.
I think Popovich took the Spurs out to dinner after Game 6, the one where Ray Allen hit the 3 in the corner to extend the series in Miami.
I'm being real here, guys. I do have a serious side. No, Evan. Speaking of Pops, Donnie, do you guys expect him back on the sidelines?
I don't know.
Yeah, I miss him.
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure about his health. But yeah, Festus can.
They had him on the show, on the roast yesterday.
I heard it. No, today.
I thought it was yesterday.
I think it was today.
Well, my Twitter feed, you know how
it was today.
Okay, the station page.
Why don't you just keep talking until you get something right?
Hey, mouth, I did. I'm about to get it right here.
All right, so you know what I got to tell you. This is another reason you're a peach, and I love you. I have not heard one, and I've been. You're probably the only guy in the Bay Area that wants the Commanders to win it all.
Because that would go against
Ken.
Oh, is Ken back?
Why?
It's a great story.
It's a bad organization.
Because they have no chance. That's why.
But that would make it greater, right?
Are they the biggest long shot right now to win it?
I believe.
It'd probably be the Texans.
Stafford's already got one. Well, yeah, you're right.
Texans.
Commanders, year one, rookie quarterback. Come on.
Yeah, that would be.
That's who I.
That would be the Cinderella. Yeah. So for me, I'd like to see. I know you hate them all. I know how we hate Philly. We hate Philly fans, but some of them are my friends. So if the Eagles win it all, I'm happy for them. My Eagles fan friends.
That their passing game is stinky right now, Stoney, and they got away with it against Green Bay because Green Bay was having their issues. I really see the Rams going up there and winning, man.
Do you really?
I really do. A.J. Brown had one reception, Stoney. Kellen Moore might be the new Cowboy coach or get a new job. He's the offensive coordinator. They got something where, look at his offense in the playoffs, Dallas included, and it's kind of not what it is in the regular. It's not as prolific as it is in the regular season. I could easily see the Rams going in there and winning.
5 minutes. C.J. Watson, former Golden State Warrior.
You met him?
I don't like to do this.
Which means you do.
No, I said to Evan,
BJ, I love you.
Well, look.
He did that.
We wanted BJ Armstrong on, and I told Evan, just tell him you're my producer. Just say, Matt, you work with Matt Steinmetz, and he'll come on. And he did. Now, C.J. Watson is a guy who I don't know if he'll remember me. Not sure. He was very quiet.
Yeah, but you were a sideline guy, so he'd probably remember you.
No, this was the Mark Jackson era.
Oh.
So
you could ask him?
He was there Steph's rookie season.
Yes, he was. I think he might have been undrafted. Let me check this. I think he was undrafted.
I'm excited to talk to him.
He was a small guard, but didn't take a ton of threes. He's a good player. If not the Eagles, then I want Buffalo or either Buffalo or the Bills.
Okay.
Or the
Ravens.
Ravens, yeah.
Now, I answered wrong, Stoney. Yeah, you put me on the spot. I said Commanders. Stoney, I do want to see the first ever three-peat. I want to see Mahomes and Andy Reid do something that has never been done in the NFL. And I do believe if they get this one, Stoney, it would be 3. They've been to 4. They're going to blow past 7.
Yeah,
when you start adding and giving your boy more weaponry.
I would almost make a bet with you on that.
They're not winning the 3? Let's do it right now.
Whether they win.
They're winning it this year. I believe that.
Yeah, I don't. But
well, let's bet. Evan, I'm ready.
So you'll give me the field?
Yeah, I'm saying Kansas City's going to win it all.
I'll bet you on that.
Let's do it.
Well, then you don't want the Commanders to win it all.
No, and that's why I double back to say that's my second. That's my second bet. That's who I'd want to see. I want Mahomes to do this.
You know what's funny is
it's incredible. Think about it, man.
I don't.
Why though, Evan? What's your number one thing?
Share is my number one thing.
I love dynasties, man.
I feel like, and I mean, like, if I were a Niner fan, I would not mind the Chiefs winning it again. Because, I always feel like you want the club, the champions, to be as small as possible. You don't want everybody and anybody getting a ring. So the more teams that get rings, the more that the Niners feel that they're not. If the Chiefs win again, the 49ers may just get lost in terms of the Chiefs dynasty. But if the Bills win it this year, or Detroit or L.A., Detroit's now a member of the club. The Rams are and the Niners aren't. So you want that group that you're not in to be so small that you're lumped in with all the rest who can't get it done.
That's interesting. Do you think their losses to the Chiefs in the 2 Super Bowls would almost even look better, or somebody would understand more? Hey, you just lost to a machine without watching the game and remembering. You basically blew those 2 games. See, I'm not letting Kyle off the hook because he had something to do with blowing those games. 19, he went away from the run on that last possession they had, and the Chiefs couldn't stop him. And Steiny, bottom line is not knowing the overtime rules last year. That falls on you. I'm sorry, man.
For example, back in the 80s, the Lakers won it in 81.
Or the Celtics. It was Lakers
Celtics won it in 81.
Had a video game.
Lakers in 82.
Jesus.
Then the Lakers played the Sixers in 83, and I was absolutely rooting for the Lakers.
Wow.
But the Sixers won, so then they became an NBA champ. Celtics won in 84. Lakers won in 85. Celtics won in 86. And in 87, the Lakers won it. And then 88 was the year that they played Detroit, the Lakers.
Right.
And, I didn't want Detroit in the club.
But they got in.
Later.
Yeah.
But so I always like when it's
small.
Yeah, when it's small. But I would not mind either the Ravens or Bills winning it.
But if you're Kyle, you do not want to see the team in your division who you've been compared to, who's already punched a ticket in regard to Sean McVay. Would it even be fair to compare them to if somehow he were to go get his 2nd Super Bowl? And we were talking to you, Evan, and I, like Steiny, there would be no conversation right now, right? No conversation.
No. How can there be?
Wow.
I mean, especially...
And right now, you got to say he's winning, even though you're going to say he's owned them in the regular season.
Well, he's definitely winning. He's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's
and
it, man.
They're alive again this year.
They are alive. I think they're going to beat Philly. What you got? You're smiling.
Goo is really the worst better of all time. Giving Steiny the field straight up. You can't give me the field. I mean, you did, and that's what you do. But
they're not playing the field, you understand. They got 2 games, and then they got 2 games, and then they'll be in the Super Bowl if I'm right.
You probably could have gotten odds.
Well,
is what the guy's saying.
Dude, I do it for this show.
But I know, and we do.
No, I'm in the lead because the team is probably going to get to the Super Bowl.
Who?
The Chiefs.
We'll see.
You're sitting there, I got the field, but what's really in the field? Well, I got the 2-time champ.
Right, but they
what?
They are ripe to get beat in the postseason.
All right, that's why we bet.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Yeah. Like, to me, they're not going to be able to win 3 games because
what?
Because I don't think they're that good. I mean, they're good. Like, they had, who they reminded me of? The Kings that year. They won 48 games. Like, I get it. The Kings never won a title. But, like, everything's fallen into place for them this year. They won so many games where they shouldn't have won, and I just think – but I think it's going to catch up with them.
This is not seasonal. We're talking about Super Bowls. The quarterback had a bum wheel a couple years ago and beat Philly. They had no – this is what they do. They know how to win.
Right.
And I thought this was a black eye, the way that they've been winning, kind of stinky.
That's what I think.
No, it's their DNA now.
Well, you can't count on that.
And they already have 3, and they've been to 4. You want to tell me you feel good about Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, who are going to cancel each other out? Right. Okay, after this weekend, you got suckered.
888-957-9570. If I pose to everybody, you got 1 or 2 choices. You can take the Chiefs to win it all, or you can take the field. How many are going with gurus? I'll take the Chiefs. I think most people would back me on this one.
Okay, good luck with that.
What do you think?
I think the Chiefs. If you're really bout it, giving credit where, come on, man.
But I
don't you trust Buffalo? I'm rooting for you. I don't trust Lamar. Come on, man.
I just don't. I think Kansas City's going to get bit in the postseason. Right. They've been playing with fire all year.
Let's just say Detroit gets there. They're limping. They're hurt. Good story.
Well, they got to beat. They're going to have to beat the Ravens or the Bills if they beat the
only one of them.
The Texans.
Yeah, come on now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You told me not to use Q-tips because they're bad for your ears.
I never said that.
You did tell me.
No, you can't stick them into your ear canal. What's up? Oh, we got CJ.
There we go.
All right, let's get to them. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We're joined right now by CJ Watson, 10-year NBA veteran, of course, played with the Golden State Warriors, and he's a author also. He's founded the Quiet Storm Foundation, and he's got a children's book series named CJ's Big Dream. What's up, CJ? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
We're doing well. Let me ask you, let me start with just a general basketball thing for you, and that is, you played in the league when you played in the league, and a lot of guys, let's say in your category, don't like the product right now. What do you think of the state of the NBA as a guy who played in the league 10 years?
I mean, I think it's still in a good state. I think my only complaint would be that everyone just plays the same. Everyone has plays the same way. Small ball, I guess, pretty much, and just shooting a whole bunch of threes, which I don't think is a good feasibility to win. But I think you get a guy like Steph Curry who shoots a lot of threes. That's a different story. But there's only one Steph. There's not a whole bunch of Stephs walking around. So I just think people got to define their own way to play. I think back when I was playing, there's different ways that people play. The Spurs are going to run through Tim Duncan. Golden State was going to run up and down the court and run and gun. And Boston was going to be a good defensive team, or Portland was going to run a lot of flare screens and stuff like that. So every team back in the day had their own identity. I think now everyone's just taking on the same identity and playing small and looking for mismatches.
CJ, you played basketball in Las Vegas, and you were a standout, and you were blessed to play in the NBA. And you mentioned Steph Curry, and he's playing with some youngsters now. And as a fan, I do wonder, guys who were the big man, where they come from on campus or whatnot from their city. When you play with the guy, with the caliber and cachet of Steph Curry, what goes into that for young guys? Because we kind of just assume it's just basketball. But can you speak to when you play with guys like Steph, how that is for guys like yourself or his teammates that maybe not on that level?
Yeah, I think that obviously, that when they're playing with a guy like a superstar like Steph, I think they definitely, recognize that obviously he's a superstar. He's going to get a lot of the attention. But I think as young guys, you just got to find your role, find your niche, and also know that you're in the NBA for a reason. So you got here by hard work and how well you can play. So find whatever you do well, and hopefully that matches up with the things that Steph does. And, you can bring that to the team, but you can't, just look at him as like a superstar or whatever. You just got to go out there and play your game and know that you're one of the best players in the NBA also.
CJ Watson joining us on 95.7 The Game, 10-year NBA veteran. There's one other thing I wanted to bring up with you. And I remember a while ago I was talking to Earl Boykins, former NBA player who didn't get drafted. And I remember asking him about draft night and how he felt the night he didn't get drafted. And he said it wasn't a big deal. And I was like, he's like, yeah, I didn't get drafted, but I went to the gym the next day and kept working and working. I eventually broke through. You didn't get drafted in 2006 when you were eligible. So did you think you were going to get drafted? And how did you get to the NBA after not getting drafted? What did you do in those 2 years and you finally broke through?
Yeah, so I actually knew I was going to get drafted. Detroit had the last pick of the draft, and I had a lot of good workouts. My agent had a lot of great calls to teams, and Detroit actually called my agent and said that they were going to draft me with the last pick. So I was super happy about that. So I'm coming to the last pick. Last pick comes around, and they don't call my name, so I'm super depressed. I was one of the few times I've ever cried in my life was over basketball and not get drafted. So after that, I just, me and my agent said, let's go overseas and continue to work on my game. And I played a year in Italy, came back to the D League, which is now the G League now, played there for a month and then got a call up. So I just kept working and kept being persistent and being resilient, and just worked on things that they said I needed to work on.
How much better of a player were you when you broke into the league 2 years after, you came out of college?
Probably way better. And like I said, I got to travel more. I got to see the world. I got to meet and have teammates that played in the NBA who gave me a whole bunch of wisdom and knowledge about the NBA and just basketball as a business, and just taught me how to be a professional also.
CJ, I'm curious about this year's Warriors. You know, they were a dynasty. Last year didn't culminate in any playoffs, and a lot of the conversation is like, is it over in regard to Steph and Dre maybe getting back, you know, to the championship tier? Can you share with us, your answer to that question and what you're seeing from this year's Warriors?
I mean, I like this team. I definitely think they got to make some moves if they want to get back to that championship level. Because, like I said, Steph is getting old, Draymond's getting old. Their better years are probably, behind them, but I think they still have a lot left in the tank if they have a good, solid team around them. But, yeah, I think they need a big man, too. I think Draymond can't play the 5. He's too small. So they definitely got to get a big man to, kind of play against those guys like the Joker you're going to see probably, in the playoffs if they get there.
C.J. Watson joining us on 95.7 The Game. So the one thing I'm also interested in is, so you played for the Warriors in 07-08, and that was the year they won 48 games, I believe, but you missed the playoffs. Then they drafted, then Steph came. So you were there before Steph, then when he arrived, and then you got to see him early in his career. I mean, did you have any indication back then that he could be the player he was when you first saw him?
Yeah, I think everyone always asks me that question, but I don't think, we knew he would be this superstar and change the game like the way he did. But you definitely saw the work ethic there. You definitely saw how bad he wanted it. You saw all the long hours he put in the gym, and he was already, like I said, a good shooter already, and he just became great over time and getting comfortable, with the years in the league and going through injuries, all that kind of stuff. So I definitely thought that he would be, have a long career, but you never know that he'd be, like I said, this big superstar that he is now, and happy that I got to play with him.
CJ, tomorrow the Warriors take on the Wizards and their former teammate Jordan Poole, and we were kind of having the discussion this morning just about putting ourselves in Poole's shoes after the punch or whatnot and trying to, focus on basketball after the world saw, you get hit by a teammate. Can you share with us, if you were Jordan Poole and that had happened to you, how hard it would be to focus on basketball and, for that matter, play good basketball after the world, it saw you get hit by a teammate?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's pretty tough, man, but I don't know if I want to be in his shoes from that point. But it's definitely probably, it's probably disheartening. And like I said, from him, the only way to get over that is just to, continue to grow and continue to be the player that he once was with the Warriors and just dominate.
CJ, if you're in the Warriors' shoes right now, the discussion that seems to be going on in their front office is, we still have Draymond, we still have Steph, and going into the season, they talked about, wanting to get Steph a 5th ring if they could. And in the last week or so, they're talking more about, well, we can't make a really bad move, which probably means giving up first-round picks down the line. Is there a player out there that you think would fit well on the Warriors of the guys who are said to possibly be available, whether it's a Jimmy Butler or a Vucevic or even a Levine? Do you see anybody out there that the Warriors maybe are thinking is worth a big swing?
I mean, I think Jimmy is definitely intriguing, but Jimmy also is, a little older also. So, you probably only have like a 2 to 3 year window with Jimmy. But I definitely think he has that grit and that toughness that, Draymond and Steph possess. And I know Jimmy, is hungry for a championship too. So I think that could be a good fit too.
CJ, what do you think of young Jonathan Kuminga? The Warriors got a decision after this season, to pay him and bring him back and have him be the face of the franchise or one of them. But what do you think about where he's at in his career right now?
I like his growth. I think he's been getting better year after year. I think he's learning a lot from Draymond and learning a lot just from being with that team. Championship mindset, with the daily work you got to put in. And like I said, over time, he's getting better and better. I think the thing with him is just being consistent each and every game and bringing in every game, and then also, developing that 3-point shot.
CJ, tell me about this. Tell me about your children's book series, CJ's Big Dream. I know you started it either at the end of your career, right when you finished. But what's it all about? And are you still like pouring your heart and soul into that right now?
Yeah, I just wanted to inspire kids. I just knew that playing in the NBA, also people see that as inspiration. But I was done playing at the time, but I just wanted to be able to tell my story and still inspire kids. And I said, how can kids do that? And I said, through books and through reading. So that's how kind of how it came about. And I never knew an author before that. So I just went into it, head down and just trying to figure out as much as I can. I learned a lot about the author business.
Hey, CJ, I wanted to ask you, you got to play against Kobe at the end of his career, and I'm wondering what that was like. And, when you watch Steph, and hopefully, we get to see him a lot longer, but if we don't, and, he's got 3 or 4 years, what's that like playing against a guy that's meant so much to the game as they kind of wind down?
You just appreciate all the stuff that they've done and appreciate the times you get to see him play because you never know when the last one could be. So definitely playing with Kobe in the last part of his career was definitely fun. But you knew that, he was older and he didn't put much into it because, like I said, his body couldn't really take it. But hopefully Steph, can go out on better terms. And like I said, just appreciate the player that he is and all the greatness that he's given us.
Hey, CJ, man, thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it. And good luck with the book series as always and the Quiet Storm Foundation, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. CJ Watson, undrafted in 2006. And he became a Warrior and then had a 10-year career. Yeah, I think about that. He thought he was getting drafted, and then he didn't.
Man, that
would have broke me.
Yeah, no doubt. But it didn't break him. He didn't quit.
I would have been like, I'm not playing basketball anymore.
I'd have been in fetal position, all that stuff. But Steiny, he said something about Draymond that you've been saying or people out there to where, like, he's a basketball guy. He knows what it takes to play the game. And he just said it like it was 1+1, that playing the 5 for Dre is like we're past those days at his age. And I guess I don't know how to differentiate the birth certificate. Like, I'm stuck in time, I guess.
You really are, Goo.
Like hearing him say, and it wasn't bad. Just like, Goo, that's what time it is, man.
It didn't sound malicious.
Not at all.
There was no malice. See, that's why you always got to try to tell it like it is. And that's what's gotten me this far in my career. And I think, I always
working
think,
alongside your boy.
I always think, you're a student of the game. And so if you're a student of the game, you follow my path and we'll get this done together.
Yeah. So BJ don't like too many threes right now, right? It's the same game.
I do think that's interesting from CJ because that's probably a player that would have benefited from playing in a more three-point heavy, perimeter-based league.
He didn't take a ton of threes. I was looking at his numbers. I think he took like 3 a game. Like he wasn't a big minute guy.
But he shot like 38% from 3.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But like he could shoot mid-range too. Like he came out of nobody knew who he was when he made the Warriors. And then he was like, he's a good little player. Nice little player.
Yeah.
And I always respected him a lot because he was so humble, very full of humility, and just like a regular guy, just like a nice guy. CJ Watson. So appreciate him joining us on 95.7 The Game. But yes, I did hear him say that about Draymond Green. And what did you notice that not only did he say it, he didn't have to say no shade at Draymond.
Who does that?
You.
Please.
You.
Yeah. No, he was great, man. No, children's books. Wow.
I should write a children's book.
Well, you can't even write your own book.
Well, that's the point. I certainly can't write an adult book.
There you go.
Maybe a kid's book would be easier. You wouldn't have to write as much. I could get somebody to draw the pictures.
Gotcha.
And so instead of like, well, Steiny, you got a book's 100,000 words. Yeah, children's books, what, 3,000? Might be able to do that, I think. Steiny's big dream.
Wow.
Steiny's big dream.
I'm mad at it. Never happened.
I wasn't depressed after I didn't get drafted in the NBA. Anyway.
He says the Warriors needed a big. Duh. But who could it be, Steiny?
Who could it be now?
Hold on.
Work. I think they were from Australia. Mm-hmm. Men at Work. Back to the NFL playoffs. Yeah, we're good 26 here.
And I'm mad because Willard says, I can't wait to weigh in on the bet that I took. So he's just calling it a dumb bet without calling it. Dude, I'm fine. Kansas City's got 2 games to get to the dance.
Just a little. Let's see who some of our fans are aligned with. You or me. if you had to make a bet, and it's got to be either the Chiefs or the field, I'll give you the choice.
Wow.
What would you take?
I feel good about this.
I think most people would take the field.
But you're doing it under the,
yeah, they got to win 3 games.
But you don't believe in Detroit. You don't, I don't believe you believe in Philly.
It's not about, what about the AFC?
Yeah, exactly.
They got to win 2 games in the AFC.
Buffalo, the 2 best teams that I believe that are left are going to cancel each other out. So now it's just about 1 game.
They're not going to get a bye.
Let me tell you where they're playing if Kansas City handles business tomorrow. They're going to be playing, they're going to host that game, the AFC Championship. And I just don't see Detroit, Philly, the Rams, Washington. I don't think they're ready. I think we are about to witness history. And I just believe that's how good this quarterback and coach tandem is. And they got Chris Jones, Stoney. I love this bet the more I think about it.
Good.
Got him.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like it.
Got him.
By the way, let C.J. Stroud heat up.
I'm not worried.
Oh, really?
Chargers were going to run away with that game early.
This would be D'Amico Ryan's signature win.
Yeah. But he doesn't play. He just coaches.
That would be Stroud's signature win. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in. Well, first of all, your football point. I mean, listen, I'm not much of a bettor, but you got a little common sense goes a long way, Goo. You got to take the field, my brother. What do we do? I mean, I know you can never. With that said, you can never go against Mahomes and the Chiefs. I get all that, but you got to take the field, especially this year with how the Chiefs are looking.
Yeah.
Anyway.
For sure.
Moving on to, when C.J. Watson called, it's kind of crazy to think C.J. Watson has been out of the league since, I think his last year was 2016, 2017. He's 40 years old, and I have to remind myself, I'm like, good God, Steph is he's about to be 37 in a couple of months, and he won a championship. You know what I mean? He won a championship at the same age or later than when C.J. Watson had already retired from the league. I mean, completely different players, you know what I mean? But that is just crazy to think about. So it kind of goes to what you've been saying for months now, Steiny. We didn't anticipate this precipitous of a drop-off with Stephen Curry. I've been seeing it, and I knew it was going to happen with a caliber athlete of a guy like Draymond Green, always been undersized, always needed to work as hard as possible. You know, his body type is one that's going to hold a lot more weight in his later years. Now we're seeing the back, the knees, everything's falling apart. So I just wanted to, if we're at the end of the road here, I just want to, that perspective of, good God, C.J. Watson's been out of the league and Steph Curry won a title at 34 or 35. And by that time, C.J. Watson was already retired. So I'm not going to get into the narrative of what we need to do, what we don't need to do. It's another point for me to, relish in the last year, 2 years, however long we have of Steph Curry. I hope we get a few more. Curry flurries. But great career. Let's take it all in while we can.
Last thing, last football point. The Chiefs are 15-2, and the fact that I love the Chiefs, and for the suckers out there that love the field, I'll take a bird in the hand than 2 in the bush, man. The Chiefs are in.
I hear you, but also, and I'm not trying to go full conspiracy theorist, because a win is a win. At the end of the day, all we see is a W. But Guru, you got to admit, my guy, it's been a little bit suspect.
Last year was suspect that they did it. You're right.
Flag, pass interference. I mean, it's a little bit. That's the most suspect 15-2.
Well, I got the refs on my side then. I got you. All right.
Hey, Guru, you know what, Guru? Pick a team. You're a Cowgirl fan.
Yeah.
Quit fronting like you're a Mahomes and Chiefs fan.
I like history, buddy. I like history. I do want to see this streak.
Chris,
like, you're not in love with the field. You just like the word. That's what I'm going to tell Willard when he comes to FIELD. No, I got a team that's won 3 Super Bowls, 2 in a row, and they got all the games at home.
Not all of them.
They got to lay up tomorrow, Texas. Texans. Yeah,
Super Bowls typically held on a neutral field.
No, I'm talking about to get there, partner.
Yeah, but
so this game in the AFC Championship game will be played
they ain't
in
playing
Kansas
the
City.
Super Bowl at Arrowhead, Chief.
And I got the Zebras on my side. Yeah, I'll give you
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Dude, yeah. Jalen Hurts ain't winning it, Stoney, and I'm not hating on Philly. They're not ready. Something's going on.
See, this is another, what is up with you and these quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts? What do you?
I've never been big fans. Hurts almost converted me when he had that great Super Bowl performance, but then he had the turnover.
But you like Daniels.
I love him. His football SAT on reading the defense, he would pass. I see it. I know what, Stoney, Dak would not pass.
You want to hear something good?
Yeah, give it to me.
You're going to like it. From the 262, I bet there's actually a lot of sharp money that agrees with Guru. Not going to lie.
No doubt, man.
Sharp money means smart money?
Yeah.
Dave in San Francisco. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, I got two things. I just want to ask a quick question of Steph Curry. Do you think that he's pump faking us by saying what the media wants to hear or his teammates want to hear, that he wants to ride with this team, but internally, within closed doors, he's saying make a move for a big man because you need to capitalize me in my prime?
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Steiny.
Yeah, let me get. Yeah. Oh, I thought he had 2 points. Anyway, I absolutely think, yes, there could be something. I think that part of it all, yes, is that the Warriors are laying the groundwork if they don't make a deal. That's absolutely what they're doing. Now, but I also don't believe that they're they know they're not going to make a deal.
No doubt.
Like, there still could be something that pops up. But I also think they've probably taken the temperature of the league for the last couple weeks and maybe last couple months, and they realize, we might not be able to pull off what we're hoping to pull off. And we kind of, what's it called? Not gaslighting, but when you got to re-clarify your position. And their position coming into the year was, we're going to do anything for Steph Curry. And we're going to be able to make a move. In fact, that's what our goal is. And I think they're getting up to the trade deadline and they're realizing it may not fully be doable. And they're just letting everybody know it's not for lack of trying, but it may not happen at the deadline like we were all hoping it would happen. All right. 1 o'clock, Mr. Fab coming up. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these.
Would you be surprised if the Bears kind of played the Niners tough?
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment because you understand football.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
49ers,
It had no
45, Bears, 6.
Hey, I don't coach. I was just telling you, it had the ingredients to be a close game. I thought the Bears were going to do what the Sacramento Kings have done under Doug Christie. You know, they're 7-2 or 8-2.
I thought they might get a bump, but clearly they didn't.
Right.
They
Different
didn't.
kind of bump. People, 888-957-9570. What would Steiny's children's book be named? Not you. It's to the listeners. But we can, like, what would you call it? What would your title be?
The hell with the kids.
That is, Evan, I just want to walk. If I had a cigarette, I don't smoke, I would light it and walk out. To hell with the kids.
Can you tell me you smoked one at a casino once?
I did. Dude, man.
By the way,
to hell with
have you ever
Evan,
heard,
that's an 8.
You know what you never hear anymore? Is
Thank
somebody's
you.
No. Is somebody who says, you know what, I'm going to start smoking cigarettes.
Right.
Who says, I'm going to start? See, no, I am. How come?
Or drugs, Steiny. You don't hear people say the bad things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Bob Fitzgerald was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he actually said something that put a thought into my head, and it's talking about the Warriors. Is it a change of course? They're not going to give up draft picks? Is it not? Why are they doing it? Listen to what Fitz says, and then I want to jump into a bigger point.
Right. There's trades that would make sense and augment this team. Absolutely, they would do that. But the idea of don't have a pick until 2033 or something, the way you got Steph, Clay, and Draymond and these players were draft picks. You can't just, I think, willy-nilly toss those away looking super short term.
All right, so here's my question. When we talk about these future picks, and I hear it a lot, we don't even know who they're going to be. There's no guarantee that who you draft, you're going to take the right guy.
Yeah, trust the process.
But what is the answer to they built this team with 3 monster picks, Curry, Clay, and Draymond. And Draymond obviously was a second rounder. Steph was 7. Clay was 11. And the thing that I do think is a little bit unfair is when we talk about Warrior draft picks, we tend to talk about Patrick Baldwin Jr. or James Wiseman.
Jordan Bell.
Or Jacob Evans is another one. Or let's see, who else? Even when we go back to Epe Udoh. But what about the dynasty? It came from draft picks.
No doubt.
You must build through the draft. Now, it doesn't mean you can't make a trade at some point or sign a free agent, but the core of your team, I do think, does have to be through the draft. And chances are the picks that they're going to make in the next 5 years are going to be better selections than the picks they got, let's say, before they got Wiseman, when they were drafting consistently in the back of the second round.
Yeah,
that's why sometimes I get it. They're not going to be, guess what? They drafted the next Steph Curry in 2025. Then they followed it up with Klay Thompson and Draymond. I get it's not going to be that simple, but the higher you draft in the draft, the higher you pick, the more likely you are to get a better player.
Yeah, but then James Wiseman on line 1.
Right,
regardless
that's going to happen here and there.
And I'll say this about that I hear you, but Steiny, you can't. You got to be aware that this team had the 4th largest playoff drought of not making the offs and all those picks to them. And it took to get to Steph Curry, and we believe to give us something that we could be excited about. Then you hit on those draft picks. So the bottom line is I agree with you, but you still got to do your due diligence and get lucky that your intel can identify Steph, Dre, and Clay.
Think that's luck?
Dude, from 95 to 2006, they didn't make the playoffs, and they were having high picks. So my point, and we saw Philly, like it could take forever.
But in fairness, that was Chris Cohan's Warriors. We are talking about Joe Lacob's Warriors.
And James Wiseman is on the Joe Lacob watch.
He is.
Right. And I got you. I get what Fitz was saying.
Klay Thompson. And so's Draymond Green as a second rounder.
But what if you got a leading man like we do in Steph Curry? He's your Robert Redford.
Right.
And you don't know how many movies you have left. And you might want to sacrifice some of those picks to get you something ready-made if you think that Steph, your leading man, has one more or two more goes at it.
Well, just know that it's going to make it a lot harder down the line if you don't have some of those selections. Here's a little more, Fitz.
I think there are teams that look at Dallas's run last year. Dallas was 26-23. Okay, they're only 3 games over 500, 49 games into the season. And they got Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington, and people went, "Oh, okay, they got those 2 guys." But it fueled a run where they finished 24-9, and then were so hot through the playoffs, they made it all the way to the finals. And so I think teams are looking at those type of deals.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
And the Warriors would welcome guys like that.
I mean, I agree. Like, Dallas made a couple under-the-radar type moves, and it seemed to spearhead them. But can Vucevic be P.J. Washington in terms of the impact, P.J. Washington and Gafford, the impact they had on Dallas?
Well, of course, I'm going to say this. I'm a fan. I would love to see it. And, Stoney, I don't see why not. And it's better than what you have right now.
Well, I mean, both those guys were really athletic that they acquired, and they probably needed some athleticism. I mean, the Warriors need size. Like, the Warriors need athleticism
and size.
And Vucevic is not very athletic,
but he's not a stiff, Steiny.
No, but they do lack athleticism, and that's something that I think has hurt him, especially with Kuminga out. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
What's going on, guys? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I totally agree. Look, at the end of the day, look at the best teams right now in the West. Look at them in the East. OKC draft those guys. Look at the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yes, they moved on from Karl Anthony Towns, but they drafted Cal. They drafted Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid. Look at the Boston Celtics. They brought in Holiday and Porzingis, but before that, when they made the finals in 22, you drafted Tatum, Brown, and Smart. So
yeah.
Definitely. You got to stick with these guys that you drafted and let them develop. But one thing I want to add real quick, because I talked about Vucevic a couple weeks ago when I was on here. Do you think a starting 5 of Dennis Schroeder, Steph, Wiggs, Kuminga, and Vucevic, does that starting 5 move you? How do you feel about that?
Give it to me one more time. Curry?
Yeah, Curry, Schroeder, Wiggs, Kuminga, and Vooch. How do you feel about that starting 5?
I like it.
I don't hate it.
Yeah,
I don't hate it, Caleb.
I'd like to go to battle with it.
I don't hate it. And one of the reasons I don't hate it is because he didn't even mention Draymond Green, which means, he'd be coming off the bench. I don't hate it. Who do you give up? Who are you giving up?
And that's the $1 million question.
That is the $1 million question.
And that 5 he mentioned, Stoney, you always talked about good starts or whatnot. The 5, Schroeder, Curry, J.K. Wiggs, and all can put the ball in the hole. There is no, I got to be careful with my verbiage. There is no, okay, Draymond's taking off like Jesse Owens to go to one spot, though. He ain't going to take, there's a great balance of being able to score points in that starting 5. And you got size.
Yeah, I do think that if you had a player like Vucevic, it would, how Kerr's always got to worry about playing Looney with Draymond or playing Draymond with Kuminga or playing Kuminga with Looney or Kuminga with, if you have Vucevic on the floor, it allows you to play a non-offensive player. At least you can play one then as a part of your forward core. And you would still have enough scoring or enough, I think, shooting on the floor. But we can get more into it on the other side. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Mr. Fab, hip-hop artist, 3-time platinum artist and songwriter, and avid Golden State Warrior fan. We'll talk to him at 1 o'clock. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dan Dibley here, but not alone, and I'm happy to be...
It's his first time, Jim.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, coming up at 2 o'clock today, What's Bugging You? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
I've been in a great mood. It's going to be hard for me to come up with one.
I'm struggling, too.
I've been in a great... Stuff's been going my way, man.
I could say Fitz. Remember, but I already mentioned that about how, they called him Grady.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
So what?
Our man. Evan with the 9. No, I'd like to cigarette and leave. What's the title of Steiny's kids book? And it's already there. To hell with the kids. That's just too perfect, man.
No, it would be something like
you was just supposed
Be
to
Your Best Self by Matt Steinmetz. Or No Easy Ways Out by Matt Steinmetz.
Sound like a prison book. What the hell?
Or something like
To hell with
Make the Hard Choices by Matt Steinmetz.
Dude.
Stop!
Yeah, thank you, Fitz.
I think it might work. Hey, by the way,
someone took a shot at Willard. Can I read it?
I'm scared of Willard.
Willard disagreeing with Guru makes me more certain that the Chiefs will win. Willie!
One thing Mark Willard does frequently is he's like that movie with Sandra Bullock, The Blind Side.
Yeah.
He can blindside you. Like that's the one thing. Like Willard will come in.
Well, he hit you yesterday.
Yes, he did.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
And he kind of blindsides you. And I think that's a little bit. That's not a great trait. And so I'm not that kind of guy. And so I'm telling Willard right now that I know 2 topics of the crossover.
Right.
And I'm going to get
straight to it.
If he wants to get prepared, by all means get prepared. But I've got something to address with him, and it feels like you do too. Blake Snell,
he stinks.
and I'm going to tell Mark Willard to his face that he is too hard on Jordan Poole.
Yeah, no doubt.
And quite frankly, it's a little irresponsible.
We'll see.
And then he's going to get on you about this pick.
Yeah,
this
no,
pick,
I'm so I got
just don't take it.
Please. I've written down why this is a genius bet. Last title for your book. How much do you make?
I like this one. How Not to Stink. I like that one. Who was that? That's the 510. Let's go to Bystander in Fremont. What's up, Bystander? We got Mr. Fab.
Yeah, Fabby.
1 o'clock, 10 minutes. Warrior fan extraordinaire.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to chime in with regards to the Wiseman pick. So just looking at that draft, that draft was pretty weak. And just looking at the list of folks that were drafted after Wiseman, you got LaMelo Ball, Halliburton, and Maxey. And then the rest are just really role players and fit-ins. So I think, maybe in the not-so-distant future, we're going to be heading back to the draft a lot. Like the Jordan lesson, right? You always draft on skill, not on position. So maybe that's something that the Warriors should really think about when we're drafting in the future. So, and again, just a last note too. I'm a longtime Warriors fan. Okay. I'm just kind of enjoying what the Warriors have achieved rather than what they're trying to get to at this point. So I already have a mansion and several cars in my head of what the Warriors have kind of built. So
wait, what do you mean?
In his head, they built mansions and.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I like that.
I got you. Thanks, Bystander. Appreciate it. Okay. So let's do it.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I love that thought, that mindset. But when you do that, then there's a finality to it, and you're telling me it's over. And I don't think it's over for Steph and Dre and company.
Well, it's not.
So I get that.
They've got 2 more years on.
But let's hold off on that.
Hold off on
appreciating the past as if there's no more gifts in the present.
You were on the crossover with Willard yesterday, subscribing wholeheartedly to, we got to appreciate this guy. That's all we're trying to do, appreciate him.
And you go out and make moves. You got me wrong, but go ahead.
Anthony Edwards, good pick. James Wiseman, LaMelo Ball. Okay.
Yes, man.
But
I can't let it go.
No, focus on this. Right. Focus on the next names. Patrick Williams. You couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
I got you.
Patrick Williams.
Yeah, and his junior.
Okay. Isaac Okoro.
Oh, come on.
I kind of like him. He's a really good defensive player, but Now, this is a guy who I think is very useful. Okongwu.
No doubt.
But he's not a franchise changer.
He could start for this team.
Killian Hayes might not even be in the league right now.
Well, he was what, Detroit?
He's one of the worst players. If he's still in the league, then he's among the worst players in the league. I'm not sure if he is or not, though. He stinks. Obi Toppin? Okay,
I like him.
Yeah, he's turned into a rotation.
Himself.
He's turned into a rotation player.
All
right. Denny Avdija?
Well,
Devin Vassell?
I like him.
Yeah,
Vassell's good.
Vassell.
Yeah, I like him, Evan, and I like the Spurs.
Then there's Halliburton.
Man.
But
you're doing what Norm would say. Hey, Dan, everybody else got Fs. Like, that's not it. You know what I mean? We got three, at least four names. But what if we had them, the team would be better.
But can I take that to its logical conclusion?
Give it to me.
Do 29 other teams say, oh, man, we could have had Draymond Green? It's like nobody says that. You know what I mean? Like everybody passed on him for a whole round and a half.
But now we're talking about a way lower selection.
I get it.
This was once in a lifetime, generational. Steph breaks his hand.
But what is the word? But it was one of the worst drafts of. It was one of the worst draft classes. So sometimes you can have the number one pick, but if it's not the right year,
can I say something and you could deem it unfair?
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards, who could be possibly the face of the league, is in this draft.
Yeah.
It can never be deemed the worst draft class because I could just say, and this is where it's unfair. Evan, chime in, please. If the Warriors really did their due diligence, they could have traded up to get one, and we could have at least heard a report about identifying young Anthony Edwards, and that's what so it can never be dubbed the worst draft when you got maybe the next Michael Jordan in it. Then if I default to Halliburton and LaMelo Ball, we're talking about all-stars, Steiny. So I get your premise, but if you really were on your game, the Warriors could have identified Anthony Edwards, got past whatever issues there were, and traded up to get a pick. We'd have been like, what are you, huh? You know, the guy from Georgia. So just from that, Steiny, there were. I mean, I hate to say it, but man.
This is where I feel like that kind of criticism is
unfair.
Just very unfair. Right. Now, I get it. Like, if you want to say they should have taken LaMelo Ball, of course, yes, looking back. But the idea of moving up to get to one?
Yeah. But what would that have really,
But Goo, again, they're sitting with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole. And now think about this. Were they really going to move up one spot to get a player that apparently during his workout with the Warriors was told by Steve Kerr, you got to go harder than this? Also, as it relates to Anthony Edwards, if you remember, there were questions about his love of the game. Yeah. He was talking about I'd rather be playing football or something like that. And so
But on a day that you knew Klay had another injury, Steiny, I know it's for you could have went light years.
The Klay injury was the day of the Wiseman draft.
Yes, sir. And you could have been like, oh boy, we can't even look at it like we got Klay. It's just going to be a long road back. Oh.
But,
Evan, you think that's so far-fetched and unfair that I'm going there? Or?
Well, I do think it's interesting that on the day that Klay has a terrible injury that you don't think about drafting his long-term replacement. But I also do believe with everything.
True, I forgot about that.
At the time, I was not working with you guys, so I was more of just a fan kind of reading the tea leaves of all the coverage. I do believe that even if they traded up to number one, they were set on drafting James Wiseman.
Oh, man.
That was Lacob's guy. That was the Warriors guy. And instead of us talking about not getting to number one, we'd be talking about them not drafting Anthony Edwards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
now that would be okay.
That would be
okay.
Yes, that would be worse.
He said if they had one, they still. That's how much they love the big man.
See, I think they wanted Wiseman. They were going to take Wiseman, but I also think when Clay got hurt the morning of the draft,
man.
But when Clay got hurt the morning of the draft,
this is the second one.
At that point, I think they were like, well, now we don't even have Clay coming back. So we actually have a year to develop this kid Wiseman.
Right.
Like, I think it made it easier almost to draft Wiseman because everybody knew we're not winning it next year anyway without Clay again.
Yeah.
So let's take a chance on this James Wiseman guy.
Which I was excited about in real time.
Oh, my God.
And it wasn't just me.
No, you
know what I mean?
It was you and Joe Lacob.
Well, I was just about to bring him up.
But,
man.
But so they knew that they weren't going to be the Wiseman's rookie year. He wasn't going to be in the pressure cooker of having to try to play or get minutes on a team that was going for a title. I think they were like, well, Clay's not going to be here. We're probably not going. We're not going to win a title. So this is actually a nice setup for James Wiseman to come into.
And he started from the gate, Stoney. That's how much they loved him.
Oh, my God.
From the 408, Jaden McDaniels, Stoney, drafted 28 in the draft in 2020 class.
All right. We can play that game.
Well, the game I want to play is
Jokic.
No, LaMelo 30-9, and people are typing on a bad team. 30-9 is 30-9. And I don't think I got to fight you on that. Just like the kid's got some talent. That's all. Is he perfect? Hell nah. But Stoney, man, I do wonder, man.
Well, nobody's sitting here saying we'd be worse had we drafted LaMelo Ball. I mean, nobody's saying that.
But the future. What about the future talk?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what would have happened. I don't know what it was, the reason they didn't draft him, but they didn't.
We just had a former Warrior on, C.J. Watson, and Stoney, one of the first things he said, it's apparent to him, I mean, we can also, the Warriors need a big man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit
Haven't
Union.
had one since Bogut.
We got him? Yes, sir.
Fabby.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? He's a 3-time platinum artist and songwriter, and he owns Dope Ear. He's got everything going on. He's Warrior,
yes, sir.
He's Warrior fan extraordinaire. What's up, Mr. Fab? How you doing, buddy?
Man, what's up with the fellas, man? It's been a while.
Yeah.
Fabby, yes, sir. Trying to figure it all out. I said, man, we got to throw up the Fab signal. But we'll start here because I follow you on Twitter. You're watching the Warriors like you do every game, and I read your tweets. A lot of people feel like, Fab, you know what? There's a little slippage with our 2 stars, but I feel like he needs more help. Can you elaborate with what you see from the Dubs and where you like to see him do?
I just want to say, man, that it's tough to watch our team go from where we're used to seeing them at to, the current times. And, and then it's difficult. It's difficult watching us, man, because, we go from the glory hill to watching, some of these. It's dismal watching these guys right now, man, but I'm not going to lose faith. I'm not going to lose hope. I just want to see Steph. I think the reason why I stress it more is because how many more years do we have getting a chance to watch Steph? How much, and in these glory years, how far from it is he from these glory years, man? And it's just tough watching the end of his career, man, and him not being aided with some of the help that you see the rest of the league getting, man. And I yearn for that. I yearn for the opportunity for him to be able to partner up to close out this legacy that much more, man. I would love to see him partner up with somebody else, but it's just tough, man. But, he's a Warrior, literally, and they've been fighting, man. They've been fighting.
Fabi, let me ask you this, because you're old school Warrior fan, and you know what they're dealing with right now. Do they try to go get a ready-made player now and give up future first-round draft picks? And a lot of people are kind of cavalier about that, but guys like you and me and a lot of Warrior fans remember 1995 to 2007 when they missed the playoffs for like 12 years. I mean, I think people underestimate. I'll just throw it out to you. I think people underestimate how bad it got and how depressing those teams were, and that's what I'd be worried about if I were a Warrior owner or a front office guy.
I mean, well, we come from the days where we were the laughing stock of the NBA, and we understand that. We vividly remember that. I know I remember that being a Warriors fan and unapologetically representing the Warrior fans from. This is, after the TMC and watching the guys go through the time, we were going through some tough times. And so we were the laughing stock. And to see us go from that to being able to be on top of Mount Olympus, to now where we are now. And we're not even just destroyed or distraught. Like, I'm not talking about this team like it's just over for us and things of that nature, because we have shown signs. Melton before the injury to we were number one in the West, number two. So we have a player or two players away, but it's not like it's over for us. To answer the question, I'm going to answer it selfishly, just based off the fact of, yes, I want to see the Warriors win now. Like, I want to see Steph Curry get a chance to go out. Steph, Draymond, and the rest of those guys get a chance to go get another ring before it's over. I would love to see those guys get another ring and compete like that now. What does that say about the future of the Warriors as a franchise? Does that leave us depleted? Possibly so. But I do believe in rebuilding, and I do believe that those tables do turn, man. So we may have to go through another down spiral. But will it be worth it for what Steph Curry and the rest of the fellas have done for us? Do they deserve a shot at going to go compete for another ring? I do believe so.
Fab, let me pick your brain, and I need your help here, because the Warriors play Jordan Poole and the Wizards tomorrow. Fab, I've never liked what Dre did and how the Warriors didn't buff him, or there was no penalty, and I'm not hating. I just didn't like it. And now Jordan Poole's in another locale, but Fab, the team misses him. Can you just share your thoughts with when that went down briefly, and how the Warriors now could have used a homegrown kid that they drafted, but unfortunately what popped off, he's in another city?
I think even Draymond at the time, he's remorseful. I think I was reading some stuff that he was saying the other day. He was saying that was one of the, out of all of the things that he's done in his career, he rates that up there as being one of the worst things that he's done. And I think it's just for the fact of, as a brother, when you playing out and you're going out there and you're competing and you at war and you look at these brothers that's side by side with you, these are your brothers. And to publicly do what was done unto him, I think he felt bad about that the most. And then watching how that led to the destruction of that team as a unit, that brotherhood, how the locker room was never the same. The coaches weren't the same. Things had changed up. I think that it's very, it's tough. It's tough to get over. Jordan Poole took it like a soldier. He, unfortunately, he's playing with the Wizards right now, and they're a dismal team. They're not winning. And his basketball, like him, yeah, he's who he is. He wanted to be that star player. He wanted to be that number one option. But I guarantee, man, as a player and as a winner, he'll trade anything to be in position to be competing and to be back with this team and this organization. Wow. So, yeah, man, those are just it's tough situations, man. I'm saddened by the way that it was played out. I hate to see the public embarrassment that Jordan Poole will have to deal with for the rest of his career, as well as the bad guy image that Draymond will have to deal with for the rest of his career, because, it's just they're always going to demonize him. It's, the Rodman effect.
Mr. Fab joining us on 95.7 The Game. 3-time platinum artist and songwriter. All right, so you're as tapped into the Warriors as a fan as anybody. And the question that everybody's asking themselves is, what would you do to get let's just say a running mate in here with Steph? Would you move Kuminga for a guy who might give you one more swing at it?
I love Kuminga so much, man. I feel like the upside to Kuminga is so bright, so brilliant. Like, the guy is athletic, and you got to think, with the little knowledge that he has of the basketball game, like, it came to him late. He didn't start playing until later in his life, so he's still in his developmental stage, and I feel like the upside is so bright for him. His future is extremely bright. I would hate to see him go. I would love to. I feel like they can use him a part of this team, and he can be one of those running mates. And we can move other guys. But if a deal presented itself that was one of those deals that was just hard to pass up and we had to package Kuminga, it would be hard for me to turn it down. Like, it would be hard for me to turn down getting in action. Like, if, let's just say the Bucks wanted Kuminga, a couple picks for Giannis. I mean, I can't see myself turning that down,
Right.
But it would have to be something like that.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't put Kuminga on a trading block for a player that's mediocre or someone who has more tide going downhill than uphill. Like you say, that one more shot. Do we go get a slugger to go out and go get it out? I think that Steph would need a young guy like Kuminga, the energy that he gives, the life, as well as the ability for Steph to show his expertise by coaching and his leadership and the guidance. I think they're doing a great job with cultivating and curating Kuminga, and I just feel like Steve should give him a little bit more leeway to go develop and be a great player, because his talent is off the hinges, man. That guy is it comes natural to him. And I can just imagine if they took a little bit more time and curating him as the player that's needed instead of going and go search for him. It's like a story in this book called The Richest Man in Babylon.
I've read that, Fab. Go ahead, baby.
For sure. The Acres of Diamonds, where you'll go around and go search around the world for diamonds when you had acres of diamonds in your own backyard.
Fab, man, you're the man. Before we let you go, Stein's like, Goo, it's 2025. Said we're older, but we step out. He said we need a new spot. Tell us about Desi's, because I follow you on IG, and I'm like, I should be there. Tell us about it and where we can find you.
Man, come out to Desi's, man. It's a lounge spot. It's like, I sat back as a kid and watching the Fred and John Ivies. I watched the JDs at halftime, and I watched a lot of the club owners and bar and lounge owners that made an amazing difference in our community, where they created like a Cheers-like vibe.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to create, just a Cheers vibe. You come watch sports games, come grab a bite to eat, come play some pool, come hang out. And it's funny that this week coming up, January 20th to the 27th, is Fab Week, my birthday week. So all week we're having celebrations. We're having bowling, the bowling. We having we're having a skate party. We're having a celebrity basketball game.
Let's go.
The festivities. It's beautiful.
We gotta
man.
get
I would love
there.
you guys to
All
come
right,
out,
we
enjoy
coming.
it, man.
Yeah, there it is all week.
Even
There
if y'all don't
it is.
show up,
Would you be quiet? He's put us
on the list, man. Just so
on the
y'all can
list.
come get a bar of it, baby.
There we
We're
go,
on the list.
Fabby.
We're on the list.
Yeah,
All
right on, man.
Thank you guys so much, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, man.
Anticipating All-Star Weekend, man. I can't wait to see out and see some of the festivities. One thing I want you guys to start doing, man, start advocating for J.R. Ryder to judge the dunk contest.
I love
simple would
that.
be?
That's
do
done
that.
already,
That I'll do.
J.R. Man.
That I'll do.
Yeah, East Bay
Thanks,
Funk.
East Bay folk, J.R. Ryder judging the dunk contest in Oakland. That'd be beautiful.
That would be pretty cool. Thanks, Fabby. Appreciate it, man. Have
Love
a good
you
one.
guys.
Wow.
Mr. Fab. Oh, we got to get out.
Yeah.
But
Fabby Week.
he's good people, man.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to even get out of your car. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center.
What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
I still don't see why that's funny. Like, Ken,
It's
what
hilarious.
Should I said rabbit? Wabbit?
No, it's just, take this, it's vintage you, and it's just terrific.
He's right.
It's
So was
absolutely
Fab.
terrific.
And J.R. Ryder, Steiny, East Bay Funk Duck, I hope he's a judge.
Yeah, Mr. Fab said he wants J.R. Ryder. You know, somebody out there help me, because it's J.R. Ryder, it's Isaiah Ryder.
Yeah, both.
I want to say I think he prefers one over the other, but I can't remember which one he prefers.
I hung out with him before, and me and his brother Lamont were cool. We used to shoot hoop up, and I swear I gave you buckets at Club One. That's where we used to go. But anyway, I didn't know you then. But
and that's another reason why I don't think you played, because
I banged with
people remember
JD
when
from
they
the Golden
played
Bear.
against me.
Yeah. Well, last thing, J.R. Ryder was good, Steiny.
He's talented.
Dude could take you on the block, first step, could jump. Yeah.
I told you who always wanted to get J.R. Ryder. Don Nelson.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Don Nelson always wanted to get J.R. Ryder.
So Nelly was Farhan.
Nelly was going to
couldn't get him.
Nelly wanted him to play power forward.
And how
I
do you
swear to God?
And how do you think that would? Is that why they didn't get him?
He was great. He was a great post-up guard.
Man, that's one of my favorites, man.
So Nelly was like, you know what? I'll just play him at power forward, and I'll run the offense through him in the low post.
And what happened?
He never got him.
No, would Jay? You think JR would have been like, okay, I can see you play four, coach?
I don't know. I mean, I just know that Nelly told some writers that he always loved J.R. Ryder's game, and he thought, you know.
Much as I love Shaq and Kobe, that Portland team with Ryder blew that game.
I can't.
They should have went. Remember in L.A., Lakers came back game 7?
He was on that team?
Yeah, JR was. Rashid, Ryder, who else?
Bonzi Wells?
No, you got man. I'll bring it up. But yeah, he was on that team.
Let me think.
Come on, Strickland wasn't on there. See, this is where the other guys are so great at it.
Well, I'm usually great at it too.
Well, not other stuff.
So here's my idea.
Yeah.
If you have 3 dunk contest judges, and you're going to do it that way.
In the Bay.
So it's got to be, okay, Isaiah Ryder.
Let's go.
Jason Richardson.
I like that.
He has to be.
Okay. Jay Rich, he won one.
And then you know who my third is?
I have no, this is what's beautiful about it. I have no idea.
This is the wild card. This is next level thinking.
I already know where you're going.
No, you don't.
Hook Mitchell.
Oh!
Come on. I know my partner. Hook Mitchell.
Gosh.
I heard you when I was off talking about Mosswood when he jumped over the car, man.
Yeah, like in heaven, we'll be able to see that.
Man.
When he jumped over a car at Mosswood Park.
That's incredible.
Ah, yeah, that would be it. Jay Rich, Isaiah Ryder, and Hook Mitchell doing the dunk contest. That would be pretty cool. Anthony's in Brentwood. Oh, no, never mind. He's not. Well, he is, but we'll get him on.
Remember old school warrior Otis Smith was in the dunk contest back in the day.
What a great guy he is.
See, I never met him, but Steiny, wow, man.
Class act.
Where was he from?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, okay. All
well, I'm pretty sure. Otis.
You got me thinking of JR in a Warrior uniform, man.
Otis Smith, Jacksonville.
Okay. All right.
God, if only I could make money with that kind of knowledge.
Well, you didn't get it.
Steve Smith, Scottie Pippen, Stoudemire.
We're on that team that blew the 16-point lead. Yeah.
Somebody's saying it's Isaiah, don't call me J.R. Ryder. But Fabby's his buddy, and he just talked. I think he just said J.R.
Now, does that get to the desk of Adam Silver? Or no, that's
well, now it does.
In regard to, hey, we want these guys to be the judges.
Well, now it does. He monitors what flagship radio stations say who are hosting the All-Star
Well, it sounded like Fab had a campaign already.
I know it did.
Hey, we got to get to this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Next question. Hey, let me ask you a question. Did you ever play dominoes?
I got it on my phone, and the D is for dominoes. I'm Norman's son. He was very good at it.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Right. Big Six?
Because Fabby was, when Mr. Fab was talking to us, I used to see him at a place in Oakland, and he likes to play dominoes.
You got to say the name. Golden Bear.
Yeah, Golden Bear.
Yeah.
And
legendary.
I've watched a lot of dominoes games. Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Why does everybody feel the need to smack the dominoes on the table?
Because that's part of the fun.
Loud and forcefully. Why? It's showboating.
It's part of the game too.
Just turn the domino over and place it.
Oh, man. You got to read the book, Ralph Wiley, Why Black People Tend to Shout. The great writer from D.C. passed away.
Sports Illustrated, I believe.
He was phenomenal. Why Black People Tend to Shout. Great read. But, Steiny, that's the fun part. We got to be careful. That's the fun part of it here, man. Slap it. And I play with women, and 15.
Like you can hurt your hand.
Hey, I didn't see some stuff, too.
It's like a guy who dunks too much can hurt his hand, from what I've understood.
Yeah, I know.
Nate Robinson, that's a good call for a slam dunk champ.
I've seen him on Twitter lately. Yeah.
What an athlete. Wow.
Came through Logan, and I didn't even know it. Played football at Logan, not hoop.
What an athlete. Yep. All right, Anthony in Brentwood is now available.
Our guy.
Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy? What's up?
What's up, fellas? First of all, hope the week has been great for everybody there. Beautiful weather in Cali. Prayers and thoughts to the folks down there in Southern California. And we're loud because it's a cultural thing. Not all of us are like that, but when it comes to those games, even me, which is kind of mild-mannered, I'll slam a few dominoes here and there, but I tend to just kick back and listen to music. But my take today is I have a big rat brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Look at him.
So I'm actually very disappointed in Stephen Curry commenting about like the Twitter fingers and stuff. I really thought that was super lame. The reason why I feel that way is because it's not like what people have been saying isn't true. Like their record is who they are. They haven't figured out a quality rotation. Yes, there's been other things like injuries and stuff. They really haven't solved the Kuminga jigsaw puzzle. He was, ascending and being more consistent with his play, and you've seen a dramatic drop off when he didn't play. We got beat down by the Kings. We got beat down by a Jimmy Butler-less Miami team. We almost tripped off the game in Minnesota. So I'm like, why are you? And I love Steph just like the rest of everybody. But I'm like, why are you upset off of what you're hearing like it doesn't have any merit? The truth is, the window really does seem to be closed, and everybody wants to know: are you guys going to stand pat? Or are you guys going to get a big boy in here, and what does that look like? And some people are on the fence about it, but there's nothing wrong with what anybody said, and I thought that was overly sensitive and super lame that he would do that. And I'm also upset that people were like, Steph said so-and-so, so everybody relax. No, like, we know what we're seeing. My eyes don't lie to me. The Knicks are super duper good. The Cavs are really good. OKC's good. Denver's figured it out with Russell Westbrook. So all these other teams have figured it out and have more firepower than we do. And we're hoping, no disrespect to him, but we're hoping players like Guy Santos and some of these other guys off the bench can give us what we need. And that's not realistic for what we need to try to win a championship. So I don't know other guys have said that, but I definitely heard that the other day, and I was like, that's mad lame. And I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, but I definitely had to call and get your guys' temperature on that.
No, hey, thanks, Anthony. Have a good weekend.
I would tell Anthony, I feel like, real quick, Stoney, the chef he fixed that. He didn't like how it went. He didn't like how the Dub Nation processed it. So I would tell Anthony, there's, to me, Stoney, part 2 to that, and he kind of doubled back and fixed it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'll just tell you, the first thing that went through my head was when he's like, Twitter fingers can cut it out, we can figure it out, and we're not going to do this. My first thought was, it was a little snide, but it was like, we're not the ones saying, we didn't bring this up.
No, that's real talk.
We weren't Joe Lacob talking about we're going to make a move, and we're not Mike Dunleavy saying we're poised to pounce if we can, or we're not, it's being reported about the big fish that we're going after. So, the question's already been put out there by the organization itself. That was my first thought. Is it's less about what the fans are saying, and this is the message the organization has sent.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it.
Anyway, Baron Davis.
That is wow. Would you replace one of the three? Well, we got JR. Would you rethink that and say, you know what, Jay Rich, sit this one out as Baron Davis, or Jay Rich, he won it, so. That was incredible what he did when he did. He was Vince Carter before Vince.
Okay, who are the Warriors' greatest dunkers of all time?
Jason Richardson.
Okay.
Chris Webber and Latrell Sprewell to me.
Spree didn't have a lot of variety.
But he would the in-game dunks are the best to me.
He had the same dunk. It was when he put it behind his head. Like, that's all he did.
I loved him, though,
trying to think who else. Greatest dunkers in Warrior.
Chris Webber's one of them to me.
How about Chris Porter?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah. Does Evan?
He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
For what?
When he was in college. Well, I think he went to Auburn, right?
He was a mean dude, too.
Well, Steiny, what? No. It's your boy Leroy. Don Nelson always had to have his... if only he would have let Billy Owens play point guard, which was his true position. Okay.
I will never forgive Nelly for breaking up that Weber team. If he pulled up on us now,
Weber bears no responsibility.
He was a kid. Well, and you should have the foresight to know this was a dude.
It was a what?
Had they played any other team that year, they got swept by Phoenix and Barkley dropped 54 on us.
56.
I'm to 56. Stoney, we had something, man. We had it.
Yeah,
and Timmy was coming back.
Yeah, but
Avery was running point.
Yeah, that's the untold story.
Dude, I'm going to cry, Evan. Like, I mean that.
That's the untold story.
Okay, I ask you this. You think Nelly regrets it today?
Probably not.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know. But the story behind the story is that Weber didn't like Tim Hardaway.
Really?
Yeah.
But how much can you hate a guy that you just met?
Well, he never played with him.
Oh my, that makes it worse.
Well, what happened is the year that the Warriors went to the playoffs and lost to Phoenix, Hardaway was hurt.
I remember.
Year. Right. So who was their point guard?
Avery.
Exactly. And what was he?
A true point guard.
He did not shoot. He did not shoot. And
but how can you not like something that you didn't experience?
Spree wasn't crazy about Tim either.
Oh, wow.
I'm just telling you.
So, wow.
I'm just
call him in a room. Fix it.
Oh, my God. Are you still that naive?
No, but so you're telling me and the people listening that think like me, it was more so up that than Weber and Nelson just bumping heads?
Well, no, Nelson and Weber definitely bumped heads, but they had a lot of figuring stuff out to do.
Oh, man.
That's what I think. Dan's and Tracy.
If they had a Bob Myers around, maybe he wouldn't have got traded.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Guys, how you doing?
All right.
Good. How are you doing?
Dynamite.
So I got a couple dunkers that were great for the Warriors.
Right.
You got Air France, Petrus.
Miguel missed those free throws.
Step on the sidelines, Miguel.
He missed the free throws against Utah, Evan. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And then you got Monte Ellis before the moped accident. He was a high flyer.
What?
Wait, who was that?
Monte.
Oh, Monte Ellis.
Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
Not a bad call. He's a great dunker.
Good.
Great dunker for his size.
Yeah.
I remember the one over Barbosa.
I don't remember that one.
Barbosa was in Phoenix. Great
Blur.
Monte Ellis dunk.
Wow.
By the way, speaking of Monte Ellis, somebody said something on the text line, and I was like, you know what? That might not be a bad call.
What?
They said LaMelo Ball's essentially Monte Ellis.
Why don't I put respect on Monte's passing like LaMelo Ball? LaMelo's like Magic Johnson in regard to the...
LaMelo's better. Let's just say LaMelo's a better passer. Let's leave Magic out.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. So why did that hit you then?
Well, I think what he's getting at is because
Monte put him up when
LaMelo Ball's your best player, you're never going to win. Because Monte Ellis was the Warriors' best player.
That's just so fair that we do that so much in sports.
Oh, my gosh, the 415.
I don't even have it up. Don't look.
There's a guy who played for the Warriors who absolutely, positively could sit on that judge's table. But he won't come readily to mind. And here's the big hint. He's white.
Bobby Sura?
Bobby Sura!
Yeah,
he was in
a
dunk contest.
Yeah, he had hops.
He was in a dunk contest.
Was in it. I forgot.
He was.
Where's he been?
Larry Hughes isn't a bad one either.
Good call.
Where's who been?
Sura.
He's raising his son, Braxton.
But he's never been back to a game, even at Oracle.
He golfs a lot. I mean, get the drop ready. I keep in touch with him. He's a Pennsylvania guy.
Well, get him on the show.
Why? He's got nothing to say. He probably hasn't watched an NBA game since he retired.
Only one way to find out.
You guys want Bobby Sura?
But what are we going to
ask him?
About the greatest white dunkers ever.
No, man, Evan. And was he Florida State?
Yes, he was.
He's Sura. He had hops.
Yeah. Yeah, he lives in Texas. Loves to golf.
So you're in communication with a lot of former NBA people.
I wouldn't say a lot.
Well, C.J. Watson, BJ.
No, I haven't talked to C.J. Watson since he was
I'm still PTSD from I love you, bud.
Yeah. I'm
Evan, I love you, bud.
I really forgot, but was reminded during that conversation how much I do love BJ.
No, I love him, man.
He's unbelievable. He taught me so much. He taught me how to be a beat writer.
Now that's dope.
He did.
And he's a hooper.
Yep.
I do have a question if I could ask him.
Sure. Well,
do you miss being a GM or a part of the game like you were?
No, I can tell. I can answer for him. At the end of his career, I saw him at the end of his career. No, actually, this was when he was with the Warriors. Yeah. So he said, I'll never forget it. He's asking, what happens when you're done with your career? He said, I want to do everything. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, wow, I've been a player. So when I'm done, I want to be in a front office.
He did that.
And then I want to be a media guy. And then I'd like to also be an agent. He said, I want to see it from every point of view, the game. I've seen it as a player. Now he's seen it as a front office guy with the Bulls. He saw it as an agent. And now he's a media guy.
Wow. Wow.
Dude.
No, that's beautiful.
He's one of these guys that if you don't, he makes you feel like you've wasted your life. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's just got
I don't, but
he's got it all together. You know what I mean? He's just got it all together. Yeah. Trevor's in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Doing very good. And Daryl, I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you for responding. I'll see you on my podcast on Wednesday, man.
Oh, yeah. This guy reached out to me. I don't know him, Stoney, and I'm a man of the people.
That sounds safe.
Yeah. No, it's going to be virtual. Yeah.
It'll be a virtual, but hey, thank you very much for that, man.
No problem.
I'm going to lift my podcast a little bit. You're the man. Yeah, so what I heard you guys talking about, and I was waiting a little bit and kind of listening, is, do the Warriors basically, do they just follow the key path of drafting and kind of waiting this thing out, or do you make a move now? And the real truth is with the Warriors is that you kind of need a little bit of both, because when you're talking about drafting guys like Draymond and Clay and Steph, you don't have a crystal ball and you don't know those guys are going to be great. Hell, Steph had so many injuries at the beginning of his career. A lot of people were wondering if he should be a part of the team or if he should be traded.
Yeah.
So you never know. And so the Warriors, I think the biggest thing that they got to do is make the move if the move makes sense now, but at the same time be patient, right?
Yeah.
If it's not there if it's not there right now, don't make that move, because Curry does have a few more years left, I think.
Yeah. I'm more interested in if you're nervous or not about Guru being on your show.
No, not at all. You know what I was more nervous about? I was more nervous when I started doing my podcast and being on the camera. But as I started I think I'm about 30 or 40 podcast shows in now, and I got a little bit more comfortable with that.
There you go.
It's more about that. But hey, anytime I can get on with you guys and talk, sports have been my life. So
I'll see you Wednesday, buddy.
Hey, Trevor, I'll tell you what, get up to 100 and I'll come on.
No, he asked me. I am scared.
Give me the 100th episode. I'll do it.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
What a name. Paul McPherson.
Wow.
Man. I remember. I had his poster. I swear to God.
And I did a wow and I want it back. I don't remember.
You always do that. He was a lefty.
Paul McPherson.
They got him in a trade from
I know Ella McPherson.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
And he was very athletic. And he had a little cup of coffee here. And along with dozens and dozens of players, we all thought he was better than he was.
Yeah, Antoine Jameson was
Fortson,
a baller. Yeah, well,
Jason Caffey.
Who's the player that you thought was really good growing up, and as you've grown older, you realize, what was I thinking?
This is incredible.
Mine is Corey Maggette.
What? Okay, Evan. He's one of my favorites.
What?
He could get to the basket and didn't lift weights and had those muscles. He said he never
weights.
He said he never lifted weights in his life.
Please.
Don't tell me Maggette lied. He said he never lifted weights,
I don't think he lied so much as you misheard.
No. How would I misheard that? But his ability to get to the charity stripe, Evan, come on, man.
And that didn't, I was enamored with that when I was 12. And,
he was one of my favorite Warriors at times.
Well, that makes sense. He was probably on Mount Ball Stopper more.
He was on the Clippers, too. He got to the line with the best of them.
he did a front flip into a dunk at the dunk contest. And when I was a kid, is when he was on the Clippers.
Yeah, got you.
But I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And then I started actually watching basketball.
I can tell you one guy that I bought into, and I don't know why, but everybody kind of did. Anthony Randolph, the lefty.
Man,
6'9".
Yeah. But what was his...
What?
I mean, he had the body and size, lefty, but...
Little slender, not a killer.
I don't think his season high was more than 10.
Very laid back.
Yeah.
Just.
But something made you think like Evan said, he thought Maggette was better than he would, and he realized this dude... You know what? You just liked Randolph, not his game.
No, I got snookered by Nelly. That's what I got.
All right.
I remember you just had the draft, and I was walking into the arena one day with Dave Del Grande, who used to cover the Warriors for the Oakland Tribune, and he and Nelly were really tight, and he's like, Nelly goes, boys, we got a player. Oh, we got a player. Anthony Randolph. We got a player, boys. And once Nelly said that, I was like, okay, I'll be his advocate. And then he got into Nelly's doghouse. Oh, Lord. You know Don Nelson? This is one day, Anthony Randolph was playing a little, and then he didn't play, and then he didn't play again. And after the game, somebody said, what's going on with Anthony Randolph? He didn't play last 2 games. And Nelly goes, we're putting Anthony on ice.
Wow. That is not...
what do you mean? He's like, we're going to put him on ice for a while.
Wow. I got one for you. You tell me what you think real quick. Dan Marley.
I don't like him.
But I thought, and he wasn't a bad player.
He was good.
But he was, he wasn't good as I thought, Steiny.
Was that the guy who on The Last Dance Jordan hated because Jerry Krause liked him or something like that? Krause always liked Marley and was thinking about acquiring him, and Jordan just... That made him hate Dan Marley.
I need to go
of course
rewatch
it did. All right. Hey, we got crossover time coming up next.
Oh,
and also,
boy, get ready for fireworks.
What's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. That last segment was sponsored by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior, MB Jesse Painting. Voted the Bay Area's #1 painter. Call 855-MB-JESSE today.
MB Jesse! Hey, it's your boy Guru, here to tell you about Abundant Life Weight Loss. 2025 is the perfect time to leave bad habits behind and start over, and Lord knows I have. We all let loose during the holidays, but now is the time to lock in. Find out the secret to losing 1 pound of fat with Abundant Life Weight Loss. I'm down 9 pounds and I'm fighting the fight. Again, find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with Abundant Life. No exercise required, no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals. Call for your free consultation, 925-854-5140, or visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, a modern heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
Don't know what you heard about me.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Hit me again, Spadoni.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It is crossover time, which means Mark Willard and Dan Dibley are in the house. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Baby.
I'm doing good.
Good.
And I'm just
Dude,
gonna,
what's up, baby? I don't feel the love.
Yeah, you should feel the love. And I'm just going to go ahead and get my piece out now. I'm going to lay out because I know that the two of you and my partner, you have a lot to get through because
it's really them two.
Well, the bet you made, and I know that he weighed in, and also
I didn't weigh in. I simply texted and said
I think I know where you're going.
I did not, and you don't. You do not know what I'm about to say.
No, so I'm going to go ahead and lay out, and I'm going to focus on what's bugging me coming up at 2 o'clock, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. But in the meantime, you guys have a lot to talk about because of the you guys put his name on some Jordan Poole slander.
Well, that's
and
later.
the bet. So
That's later.
Okay. Coming up in 12 minutes.
Well, still my show for 11 minutes.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
because the street said you took a shot at him yesterday for not bringing up the Poole stuff. That's how it all popped off.
I didn't. It wasn't at him. I simply said you guys said I was on my way in, and you guys were like, "We're going to get to the bottom."
Of
Willard's thing on Jordan Poole, and then I never heard another word about it.
Yeah, he's right.
That's all
welcome
I said.
to 10 to 2.
That's all. Yeah. Welcome to radio. Teases unpaid off. Yeah, that happens every day. So no, I didn't. There was no shot. It was an observation.
We're good.
That on my way in, I was readying myself for a battle that never took place.
Well, it's going to take place today.
LFG.
Let's talk about the bet.
Okay, let's talk about the bet.
I made a bet with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I missed what's on the line, by the way. What did you bet?
The beverage.
Oh, the normal old shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And I won one from him and Evan over UCLA.
Oh, that may be
their Cronin basketball
coach.
That
may be my what's
went in
you.
last week on his team, threw him under the bus for 5 minutes. I said they're probably going to lose 4 in a row. They've lost what?
I don't know.
He's about to get fired and he got threw out. But I won the bet on that. You don't do that to young kids and expect them to do it like NBA players. So I'm hot. I'm on a heater. So the bet is...
Wait, you won one bet? So you're hot?
Actually, 2. Because I bet
who are you, Dan Dibley?
Look at the field of the NFL right now. The Chiefs are, I believe, about to achieve history with this 3-peat. That's the center of why I made this bet.
Let everybody know who just joined 95.7
Okay, the Kansas City Chiefs. I bet Matt Steinmetz that the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. He has the field.
The field. He has the other 17.
But he's not in love with the field. And the field is going to fight itself. And I'm guaranteed 2 home games starting tomorrow for the Chiefs.
You are not guaranteed 2 home games, but go ahead.
Why am I not?
Because they have to win the first one.
Okay, but that's okay. I got you. All right. I'm feeling good about that.
That's fine.
But if they win, they host the AFC Championship game either against Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, who the Chiefs have had success with in the playoffs. So from that vantage point, I feel like I'm already there.
Okay.
Detroit, Philly's got their passing game's a mess. Something's going on. I'm not worried about them. The Rams, I just really feel like Andy Reid and Mahomes are about to do the first 3-peat ever, Dibs. And that's why I make the bet, because he goes, well, they're not winning ugly. That's their DNA now. They've mastered how to win games where they don't look their best. And I really believe, Will, I feel you from the right looking at me, the 3-peat thing for the first time, even the Patriots can't say they pulled off that feat. And I just think it's a matter of weeks before we say, we've seen it, the first one in the NFL.
Okay, so there's absolutely nothing crazy that you just said.
Wow, all right, okay. I'm off to a good start.
Do you want my mathematical answer or do you want my emotional answer?
The emotional.
All right, the emotional one is I don't think the Chiefs are the best team. I don't even think they're one of the 2 best teams. And so that's just, but that's my opinion versus your opinion. However, I would argue, you're sort of flicking off the idea of either Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson coming to town. That's not easy. I don't care what building you play in. Those 2 guys are the 2 best players in the NFL.
But they both have 2 challenges, the quarterback, that I don't think the Demons, they're ready to slay.
Okay.
And they're going to cancel each other out.
Again,
so it'll only be one of them next week if Kansas City beats Houston.
I would argue what different opinions, and that's easy. However, your opinion is a parlay. What you just did was a 3-leg opinion parlay.
I'm not mad at that.
Which is you're going to beat Houston, even though blocked kicks and officials flagged, all the crap that they've done
on my side
to win games this year. You've got to beat Houston. Then you've got to beat one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Then you've got to go to a neutral site and let's just say take on Detroit, which is that's nothing to sneeze at. So that's the emotional side. The mathematical answer is, from a factual standpoint, you just made a bad bet. It one way or another.
Without odds, by the way.
Yes. Well, if you had, obviously, if I go to Vegas and you just bet on the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, and you made it an even bet, even though it is a plus 350 bet.
Grandy showed me.
Vegas will tell you, in fact, that they are not even the favorite to win the Super Bowl right now. Do you know who is?
Really?
They are not. They are not favored to win the Super Bowl. There's a different team that is favored.
Give it to me because I don't.
Detroit? That is exactly right.
See, but on my computer, it's not Detroit.
But they don't have to beat Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson to get there, which is why I would argue they're favored. They have an easier route through the eyes of Vegas.
That I get.
Okay,
right.
So either you should have gotten different odds, or you should submit that the bet you just made is less than 50-50 proposition.
But how so? Because let me just
if you bet $100 on your bet, you win $350.
We're betting a beverage, and if Detroit plays
you should
Kansas
get
City,
3.5 beverages.
Okay,
you should get 3.5
now we're doing
beverages.
too technical. It was just the Chiefs are going to hoist up the Lombardi Trophy,
and that's fine.
And if it's against Dan the Gambler Campbell, from just the way we bet it with no odds. I'll take that all day.
I'd argue you just made a Dan Campbell bet.
Well,
no, that's exactly what you just did. You're like, it's 4th down and 8. Let's go for it.
I feel like the reason I made the bet, not just because it was smart, was because I do there's a little bit of a karma thing here. Like, I feel like the Chiefs are skating on thin ice. And they're just ripe to get beat. That's just a feeling I have. Yeah. Like, I just feel like they're gonna get beat because they should have gotten beat about 4 or 5 times this year.
And the Niners should have beat them in both Super Bowls.
And Dib's a good team. I think it's gonna get them.
Yes, and I put aside karma and put aside the fact that they've won 2 in a row. Just look at what they've been this year and take their record out of it. And Mark just kind of mentioned it, where you can look at 4 or 5 of their games and they won in semi-flukish fashion. The Raiders decided they didn't want to look at the clock or kick a field goal.
Facts.
And, you had special teams, you had missed PATs and block PATs and all the rest of it. And I also look at this matchup, and I do think that they're vulnerable. And, Greg Cosell earlier this week talked about Houston with 2 very good edge rushers and 2 very good corners.
But Stroud is so stinky to me that he would offset the I'm with you on the defense could give him but the offense from Houston is why I feel like they have no chance. And I have to say this, nobody's used the NFL regular season like dress rehearsal. The Super Bowl I went to 2 years ago at the great Christian Willard's house, I saw a man on one wheel win the Super Bowl. I saw this same Lamar Jackson have home field advantage against an impotent offense that Kansas City was last year, and they outsmarted themselves trying to do something. So the Chiefs get dressed or clean up better than anybody.
Right.
So now, real quick, from the AFC standpoint of Allen and Lamar, they got to go to battle with each other.
Sure.
And then that doesn't give you the berth to the Super Bowl.
No.
You got to go beat the man.
Right.
And I don't think either one of them are ready to, after their fight, their duel, go then to KC and beat the man.
And that's fair. I mean, Derrick Henry is not a quarterback, and Buffalo's got a lot of things going for them. Are you familiar with Cinderella?
No doubt.
So when Cinderella went to the ball, what did she show up in? What was her ride?
Right.
Did she go in a caddy?
No, she did.
What'd she go in?
A chariot.
And then what happened at midnight?
You didn't think I knew what she went
in.
in.
A carriage, but that's okay.
Whatever.
Let it go.
Right.
He gets points.
Steve says that's a correct answer. The judges are going to accept it.
Put it on the board.
At midnight. So Cinderella has a great time. Prince Charming, and it's like, oh my God, I'm in love. Check the clock. It's midnight. I gots to go. So she goes out to try to find her car, like me at the old Oracle Arena, where I can't remember if I parked on the 66 side or the Hagenberger.
Oh, boy, you're bringing back memories.
How many times, Steiny, did I go back and forth over that darn hill?
How many times did many fans do that?
Seriously, and you're hitting your key, boop, 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 and you're trying to find the lights to go on, and maybe that's what's bugging me. But at midnight, Cinderella looks for her car and her ride, and it's a mother, father pumpkin. And so at some point, Pat Mahomes and his ride is going to be a pumpkin. And I do believe it might be this weekend because I think that Houston is a live dog in this. If not, they're not beating Buffalo or Baltimore. So I don't know if I can get in on the bet.
That would be up to Goo.
And shout out Grumpy's, by the way. You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Grumpy's is reopened.
Yes, it has.
Exciting. I've not been in there yet.
Yeah. It's nice. They made it nice.
It looks like it from the outside.
I sent you the picture right before Christmas. Sal and Dave were there. Remember, you go, great trio.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, maybe that's what's bugging me.
We missed it at the party.
Pictures of you guys out and about having fun while I'm working. That's kind of what's bugging me. And don't even
been a tough week.
And you guys, I tuned in earlier today, and you guys are talking about this party, this and that. The party. Steiny stayed late, and this and that. Great. I'm happy for you guys. Really happy.
Dibs, real quick. Here's a photo from it last night.
Thank you.
Kieran took the picture, and that's me and some of the sales staff.
Here's
a wonderful venue.
Here, I have a picture of an empty office. This is where we were yesterday.
Wow.
We were doing a radio show to a bunch of chairs here in the office. That's what my picture is.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to bolster you in any way, but those glasses take you from a 6.3 to like a 7.4.
I'll give them an 8.
Like somebody made a
let's settle
mistake by
it down
getting
on
these
Payday
glasses.
Friday.
Yeah.
Easy Poindexter.
But no, he's got swag. Look at him.
He goes from nerdy, old, and awkward to intriguing.
Somebody said they look, Curb Your Enthusiasm.
A little bit.
Distinguished gentlemen.
They're Larry David's fathers.
Exactly. No doubt.
They are, but what they also do, they tickle the idea of Michael Douglas.
Go ahead, man.
Falling down.
Falling down.
Yeah.
So there's
Great actor.
I love that
there's
movie.
a tiny bit of mysterious. Is he about to go crazy? In those glasses as well. So you kind of scare people a little bit, and the ladies like that. They like a little danger.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You like that edge.
Yeah.
And I love that movie for his
That's why I pointed to you. I'm like,
so
what's
great.
the title of that movie? He does what you want to do every day.
Every single day. So he goes into a fast food place for breakfast, and breakfast is over at 10:30, and it's 10:37.
And they won't
and
give
he's
it
like,
to him.
can I just get breakfast? Sorry, sir.
That's
and so
weak.
then it's grr, grr, grr. And it's like, oh yeah, Michael Douglas. Me and you both, bro.
A convenience store guy wouldn't break a dollar bill,
Yes,
too, I think.
exactly.
He went
Just
nuts.
loses
Great
it.
movie.
Loses it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
and LA Traffic is in there as well with,
all of it.
bumper to
It's a
bumper,
great
and he
movie.
gets out, and
Unfortunately,
all
it's
that.
probably 45 years old. What year was that movie?
I would guess as you're Googling it, and Steiny will butcher the read with the legal and then the ATCO, I'm going to put that at 1996.
I'm going to say earlier.
What's your year?
I would say, feels like 90.
I have it.
I'm going 98.
Okay. It is right in between what you and Dibs just said. It is 1993.
Okay.
1993.
Yeah.
But Dibs went over.
That is accurate.
Price is right.
Price
So
is
you,
right.
Yep,
You win.
won.
Yeah.
You won.
93 was memorable for me. For me, it was my fifth junior year at Cal State Northridge.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's all right. Nobody graduates in 4 years in Cal.
How about 13? Yeah.
All right, who's
Why would you?
enjoying these bouts of cold weather? The weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's ant and rodent season, ladies and gentlemen. If these pests have made their way into your home looking for shelter from the cold, ATCO Pest Control has comprehensive solutions. From effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and exclusion work, ATCO can take care of what's bugging you. Call ATCO Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. I'll tell you what, I'll start.
All right.
Because now it's all changed. And I'll tell you what's been bugging
time for the
me.
legal.
And it's like, I think you have been too hard on Jordan Poole.
Oh, before we get there,
We got to do the legal.
time for the legal.
Oh, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
That's my
FM and
quarterback.
HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You know what's
Just
so funny?
Two small
'Cause
points.
You jumped into something right at 2, and I thought one of them was the legal. But you were just talking about like ATCO the whole time.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I was like, no, he did it. No, but he hadn't done it.
What's our
Anyway,
guy's name
go
at
ahead.
ATCO?
Larry.
Larry. Yeah. Hi, Larry.
Shorten up this read, Larry.
Okay.
Okay. I think I do. Here's it's bugging me a little. You have been hard on Jordan Poole, and the one thing you've been doing,
it's not Larry.
It isn't Larry. Like
go ahead, man.
We all. I feel like you're not giving Jordan Poole credit enough credit for what he did when he was here. Like, I get it. He's in Washington now, playing a little bit like a nitwit, but they don't win that title without him, do they?
Probably not.
Yeah. So, as Guru says to me, put some respect on his name.
I'll respond when we circle around to the end of the table because I have quite a response prepared.
All right.
But I will give this this is a kind of off teaser, if you will, based on what you just said. Does helping with a title automatically gold your wallet for the rest of your life in this town? Y'all love Aubrey Huff?
Oh, that's unfair.
And that's not a comparison saying that Jordan Poole is Aubrey Huff.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, because you helped win a title, does that mean everything else is off the table? Any other opinion is off the table?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Dibs?
For
Back
me,
to you.
Yeah. And we're going to keep it a little bit lighter as we get deeper into the feud that is ongoing. But for me, it is subscription fatigue, because right now, when I think about what I am subscribing to, I could name 6 things, and I'm probably missing 6 other things. And so I dream of a day where a company or an entity can take all your things and put them into one little umbrella. Because when we were kids, like, you had cable, and maybe you had HBO or Showtime, and that was like, ooh, you know, you're one of the rich kids, and you had a little add-on, and it was cool, and we didn't have it, but it was the thing. And now I've got Spotify and Apple TV Plus, I've got Paramount Plus, I've got Hulu, I've got Netflix, I've got HBO. I think I have Showtime, which comes with Paramount Plus. I'm not sure anymore. And so you start to think
YouTube
about
TV.
I don't have that, but I probably will by the end of the day.
You're past $50 already.
One of the things that I want is going to be on there, and so it's like, oh, I got to have that.
Someday
and
take it.
I have The Athletic, and I have ESPN
It's
Plus,
incredible, man.
and I subscribe to the Marin IJ for God knows what reason. I don't even live there anymore. I do it because I do a banquet once a year, and I need the info going into the banquet. My point is,
what is that called?
All the subscriptions that you have,
That's incredible.
It becomes like unbelievably overwhelming when you think about, like, I mean, what's my cancellation? And then you try to log into it on your phone, and it's like, ooh, six factor authentication. And so now I have to authenticate. It's like, I just want to be able to click on a story about Sausalito and what's going on with, this new restaurant. And so I got to find my password retrieval, and this and that. I'm just exhausted by the ability to even navigate my own life.
And it's become my normal life. Like, I want to hug you for that, but there's no way around it. There's no way around it, Dibs.
Christy has a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
She has a spreadsheet of passwords.
No, don't give me that.
I'm not kidding.
The analytics.
It's unbelievable. Because that woman never has to do what the rest of us do, which is
it's out of control.
Yeah, we got to reboot the password because we can't remember which password we used, and then you can't use the same password that you had before. So when you try to change the password, you put in your regular password, and it's like, nope, that was your password. And you're like, then why didn't it work when I was trying to log in? Now I got to make up a new password, and I have no chance of remembering that next time because I made up a new password.
I'm sick of it.
What is this?
Yeah, it's brutal.
Tell her to lose the spreadsheet and get a little notebook like that with all the passwords written down.
Yeah, but what if you lose this?
I keep it locked up.
This is a physical.
I keep it in a secure place.
It to me.
I took it out of the zippered compartment of my bag.
Do you remember when we used to do the notebook? When it was Steiny, Guru, and Dibs? We had that
Dibs. I see a lot of crossed outs because they're new.
Why are all these ladies' numbers in here?
Hey,
that black
those
book.
are passwords.
That's my little black book.
Those are passwords, dog.
It's my turn. My turn.
You better be careful.
Let it rip, go.
All right. So I park in a garage that has an elevator, 6 floors. And this is just elevator etiquette, but it's out of control now. When you enter an elevator and there are 2 or 3 people on already, and you come on with a friend or friends, nobody wants to hear your conversation that you already had coming into the elevator. Hit pause and think about the people behind you. And then when you get off the elevator, I think it's appropriate to continue the conversation. It's out of control. I'm fresh off work dealing with him. So, you know what I mean? And then they come in like we want to hear little. And yesterday I just wanted to snap, and I didn't. But people, and I would do it for the people that, okay, you know what? I'm going to wait till we get to, it's out of control. There's nobody cares about what you're talking about. And now I'm starting to think they want to say it with louder volume, like we're getting off on it, and we're not. If people are already on the elevator, hit pause till you get off.
No, I like it. And what I do when I get into that elevator is I go into fake phone call mode where I pull out my phone and immediately I'm louder than they are and I'm talking, hey, James, what's up, bud?
I didn't know that, dude.
Where you at, James? That's it. It sounds so good.
It's out of control.
I'll holler at you. Whatever it is, you become louder than them.
I hadn't thought of that
and
one.
after, 2 floors worth, they look at you like, oh my God, I can't believe he's on the phone right now. And it's like, yes, sorry, Karen, but I'm outdoing you at you.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Anyway.
Will's happening every other day, man.
It happens in my own living room. I can't even get my kids to turn their phone off when we're watching it. Like,
oh, that hurt.
Right?
Oh.
Like, don't scroll TikTok when the Warrior game's on, and then they get mad at me when I'm like,
watching.
Well, yeah, like, could you just go downstairs? I don't like do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But like all of a sudden, I'm listening to Bob Does Sports while I'm also trying to watch the Warrior game.
Incredible.
And then they get mad at me, like, well, dude, what got into your coffee? Like, what's the matter, Dad? I'm like, I don't want 8 different people talking at once. Is that so much to ask?
I mean, earbuds, right?
Seriously.
And I assume
I bought you AirPods. Use them.
that impersonation was not your daughter, I'm guessing.
No, she does not sound like that. No.
Okay.
But she's a guilty party. She's
Your
guilty.
turn, Willard.
Okay.
Let it rip on these two.
Go ahead. Hit
Let's
it.
go.
Hit it, Grandy.
Can I tell you a little pet peeve of mine as it relates to Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards? And you know what? I'm going to have to say this in a little way directed toward Mark Willard. There's just no avoiding it.
He might be listening.
I know. There's no avoiding it, and I'm sure it'll come up in the crossover. But, I get it. Jordan Poole is now playing for the Wizards, and they stink. And he's putting up numbers, but he's not the most efficient player. We know that. And, again, the Wizards stink. So I don't like people that are like, well, look at him now. I mean, he's not very good, and he's on it. Look, he's not a number one, but whoever said he was.
Right.
But
he did his stuff. Go ahead.
Exactly.
That's how I remember Jordan Poole.
He was a contributor on a championship team.
And when Steph sat out or Clay, he could give you 35 or 40, Steiny.
Yes, sir. He could.
All right.
Tag team back
you're
again.
Off to a great start.
Did you hear my Sandra Bullock blindside?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Steiny, he pulled the audio.
I mean,
that's a 3.
All I would say is if so in your lives, like I want you to think of right now your family member or your friend who disappointed you the most at one time or another.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got
Just
it.
think of
I got
that,
it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's in your head, right?
Yeah.
Did that person prior to that ever do anything good? They do anything good for you? Do you love them? Did you okay.
Yeah.
But can you still be mad at them? Can you still be disappointed in them for then what they did next? I've tried my ass off to do 2 things, which is acknowledge that Jordan Poole did some great things here, and getting punched in the face is never your fault.
Okay. All right.
But what I get frustrated with is that I think that a lot of Warrior fans, as absence makes the heart grow fonder, and we frustrate ourselves through a 20-20 season, you forget how you felt watching Jordan Poole play basketball 2 years ago. You forgot.
Dribble, dribble, dribble.
My phone during every Warrior game was a string of texts of people whose hair was no longer in the sides of their heads because of what Jordan Poole would do on every drive to the basket with the palms up and on the ground and looking at the ref and making Steph throw mouthpieces, Clay put his hands up in the air, and Draymond walk off the court, and all of these things. There's clearly more to the story than just Draymond punched him, like out of nowhere. He clearly was rubbing the people the wrong way.
Are you saying before the punch?
Of course, and I'm not blaming him for it, but there's so much more to it than just the punch. This is someone whose ego ran amok after he won a title. It doesn't mean he didn't help him win a title. but he immediately is screaming in the locker room about we going to get a bag, and then clearly went about ticking everybody off. And never forget that Steph Curry greenlit that trade. And there's a reason for that. So my opinion is what it is, not because he's playing how he's playing in Washington. You ask whoever said he was a 1, I'd argue he probably said it. Behind the scenes, many, many times. He said it on Twitter. He was happy as a clam losing 70 games a year in Washington because he's got a ring in his bag. He said that. So, not my kind of player. That's only been my point. It does not erase some of the good that he did when he was here. Winning
That's
a title.
measured. I appreciate it.
And by the way, his G League story. He deserves so much credit. I love that part of it.
But
that's all.
Real quick to that, 2 seconds, Donnie. You hit me to where I was like, oh, he diffused me because I thought you weren't going to acknowledge the punch. But this is just me. Shout out Hawaiian. Willard, it was over after he got hit in that video leak to me. And that's why I'm telling Steiny, I called him Dress Shoes Johnny because it felt like when he was falling down doing all the antics, we had seen the best Jordan Poole before he got hit. And probably we had C.J. Watson on, former Warrior.
Yeah, the quiet storm.
He said it'll never go away. It's something that will live forever.
No doubt.
So just it was over for him. And I know I'm strong with it, but it's like something that happened that was out of his control. And Willard, you're saying it right, checking the boxes. But to me, it was so bad what happened to him and the humiliation that I almost give him a pass on that.
Just real quick before you go, and I know Mark has more, and Steiny, you're into OT. OT is never much fun when we go OT.
You're fine. Glasses look great.
For both of you, would you want him on the team now?
I would.
I would, too.
I would, Dibs. 21 points a game, 40% from 3.
I just throw that out because it's something we're going to throw out to our listeners, 2 to 6, because, he's in town, and, we're looking for that second score.
Can I ask contextually, though?
Yeah, that's what makes it tough.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want him on the team? Sure.
Yeah.
What else does that mean?
Well, that means probably no Schroeder and nobody Hield.
It also means no Kuminga after this year.
Well, after this year.
Not after this year.
Why?
Because that was why they got rid of him.
But they still have his bird rights.
I understand that, but that contract was already signed. Like the whole idea behind turning Jordan Poole into Chris Paul.
I disagree with you. To get off of it?
The Warriors,
to get that salary slot.
The Warriors have told me this. Like, turning Jordan Poole into Chris Paul was that's $32 million that they freed up as soon as Chris was gone.
And then what did it end up netting you when it was all nothing?
Well, $32 million that you can now spend on Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, that's all. That's all I'm saying. Like, if it's just a yes or no and we're playing fantasy basketball, sure, Jordan Poole can be on the team. But I'd like to know what else does that mean? Well, who's not on the team?
He said no Kuminga if Poole hit
next year.
Yeah,
not this year.
And that's something these guys can work through on 95.7 The Game. By the way, the great Chewy Gomez just walked by. Slide me? I can't say it now. It'll get Dibs mad.
Why? That's
slide me his extra drink tickets yesterday.
Well, and I actually told somebody who was going to the party, I said, make sure Steinmetz gets my extra drink tickets.
Yeah.
And you probably were able to get your thirst quenched.
I did okay.
No matter what.
I did okay.
And where did you do okay?
At the Via Rooftop Bar. Right out adjacent, what's it called? Hard right. But I got to go.
Whose party was it?
Where were the people who didn't get to go?
Whose party
This guy's impossible
at
to set up.
95.7.
That's my quarterback.
Of the game.
Yeah, there we go.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And let's do this. Come on, Friday. Let's ride. We are heading into playoff football. We are heading into a 3-day for many. We are heading in to a really key time for the Golden State Warriors as well. And yes, Jordan Poole will play basketball here in the city in 27 hours. So glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. We can throw that out there right away. Charles Davis is going to join us in 15 minutes with Fox NFL. He's absolutely one of our favorite people and a phenomenal NFL analyst. So can't wait to talk to him about not just the playoffs, but what it means for the 49ers and Brock Purdy and all those opinions. We're going to talk to Charles about that in 15 minutes. But we can kind of set the table, but then let people know. It'll almost be like Passover. We'll set the table, but then we're going to have some reading material for a couple hours before we eat. Did I just hit you a little bit?
I'm new to the faith, but this year at Passover, we were all trying to figure out like how much of the Passover reading do we do? Because if you want to do the full Passover, you're going to need to like settle in now because that Passover...
Settle in.
Yeah. Like the Hanukkah prayer is about 28 seconds and then you light a candle. It's like, cool, in and out. That Passover, now that thing can go on and on, kid.
Maniscalco does an unbelievable, maybe his most famous bit is over Passover because he married a Jewish woman. He's Italian. And he's like the whole thing about, he's like, Italians and Jews, like... different department, same company.
Right.
And then he goes through this whole thing about, like, I'm Italian. When I sit down at a dinner table, I need bread within 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, I go to this Passover dinner. I sit down. They start handing out books.
Oh, no doubt.
And he's looking at everyone going, we're losing the audience here. What are we doing?
And then the cracker goes around and you get a sip of wine and like the courses are all met by like a 7-minute like read. Woo. And I was at a family function where some of the younger readers, it's like, can we just like skip a couple of lines here? Because we are slowly going through.
Oh,
anyway,
gosh, it's so funny.
Yeah,
but
so
yeah,
this will be like Passover.
Absolutely. So we're going to talk about the football and the Niners and everything heading in here in just about 10 minutes, and then we're going to circle back and get to some Warrior stuff that we really want to talk about. But real quick, over the next 10 minutes, if you want to answer that question. 888-957-9570 right now. Do you wish Jordan Poole was still on this team? How would you answer it?
I would answer it no, but I do look at this team and think about a guy who can get you 20 on the regular. And yes, it's a 20 that might be 5 of 17 one night, and it might be 11 of 23. His points definitely come with a certain amount of gravity because he needs the ball, he has the ball, and he doesn't often share the ball. And when he does share it, it's usually to the other team. So I do understand everything that comes with Jordan Poole, but I do also believe that a lot of fans out there look at this team and think if you only had Jordan Poole as a number 2 bucket getter, because he will get you 20.
Yep.
He'll get you 16 to 34. He can score.
Pool party.
And so, yes, I do think that the conversation for me anyway is much more of a straight line. Forget like all of the other machinations about like, well, Kuminga would be gone. And I do think you're right, because if you had Poole at this number and you've got Draymond and Steph and Wiggins, that right there next year would be about $140 million.
Well, and I don't know that you would have been able to do what they did this year and get under the apron.
Right.
I don't know that they would have been able to do that.
Well, you would have been able to do it, but you wouldn't have Melton or Slow-Mo or Buddy Hield.
Even that. I don't know that adds up to 32, even on its own.
I think it's more of a clean question just in terms of, like, would you like Jordan Poole to still be on this team?
Yeah.
Steph and Draymond and Jordan Poole and Wiggins as your core 4.
I hear you, but here's what, like, I'll ask you, is it fair that I think that what I hear is unfair? Is it fair to say this? I hear a lot of that the last 4 weeks. Could have had Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole would fit on this team. Here's my problem. The last 4 weeks are the first time I've heard that. Where was that opinion over the last year and a half? It's
a little bit last year when Clay was going through what he was going through.
Yeah, but not. I didn't hear it much.
Well, last year Jordan was awful.
Right.
Awful. And this year he's been good.
He's better.
Yes.
He's definitely better.
Yeah.
I still don't know exactly. I don't know how to quantify things with individual players when the team's won 8 games and it's late January.
Well, I mentioned it yesterday that he's, I think, 103rd among qualified players in field goal percentage.
Yeah,
so,
he's shooting the ball better.
Better than last year.
I haven't watched a ton of Washington Wizards games to tell you if his decision-making has gotten any better or what have you. Still not an incredibly efficient player. My point is I think the opinion of a lot of Warrior fans is a little circumstantial. Suddenly we're like, wait a minute, down the stretch of basketball games, the Warriors are having a hard time scoring. Now I'm going to adjust my opinion and say that they should have kept Jordan Poole. Well, no, I'm sorry. Personally, I don't feel like you get to do that. You needed to have that opinion all along. You can't show up 2 years later and say that's what I thought. Well, I didn't hear anybody say that. And if you've thought that the whole time, then great. You're in the minority and you get to think that. But I also, I think those who are really being analytical about the Warriors' problems realize that it's not as simple as they need another scorer. It's not that simple. The Warriors don't need another guard. That's it. Now, my opinion. The Warriors don't need another guard. I like Melton was a good player. Terrible what happened to him. Dennis Schroeder is a good player. I think he's still getting used to a new style of offense. It's starting to look better to me. I think it's going to look even better a month from now than it does in this moment. I think everybody who I've talked to who's close to this team and really understands the way the Warriors operate all sort of feels the same way. Bob Fitzgerald said it to us yesterday. They need somebody who, A, can help Draymond Green not have to defend all of the centers on the defensive end of the floor. And on the offensive end of the floor, they need somebody who will space it better so that the middle is not so clogged up. And I'm describing the same person on both ends of the floor, even though he's not a great defender.
He's a bad defender.
He's a bad defender, but he's a big body. And he can at least do some work in that spot. And it's Nikola Vucevic. And even if it's not Nikola Vucevic, pick someone else. But it needs to be a big. The Warriors need a floor spacing big. We can have this conversation in 3 ways. We can make it about Jordan, we can make it about a star, or we can make it about the actual characteristics I think that would help the Warriors right now, which is a floor spacing 5.
Yes, and I agree with you offensively. Defensively, though, Vucevic is not going to help you. And I know you read the Ramona Shelburne piece today on ESPN about Jimmy Butler and Miami, and I thought that it was a fascinating look. And, Ramona had a lot of sourced quotes from people who didn't want to be named. And a lot of the takeaways that I had were, you think it's bad now? You just wait until Jimmy goes into full defiance mode. And so the whole idea about Jimmy Butler, for me, for the Warriors, or for any team really, is so toxic because, Jimmy is a guy who is really good at blowing things up, and he's blowing it up in Miami. And what's to say that he won't go to his new team and also blow it up? So I do think you're right about, what the Warriors actually need, but I'm just struck by Jordan Poole coming back and the amount of people who I'm hearing are saying, if we only had Jordan Poole, our offensive problems wouldn't be here.
Dan Dibley has a narrative for all 8 remaining playoff teams. We also want to discuss where Brock Purdy fits on the list of the quarterbacks still playing. There's a lot to get to with Charles Davis as we head into divisional weekend and more. The great caster for NFL on Fox joins us in a moment. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Liam Maitland here. Start your year with wellness and relaxation at Creative Energy. Discover the perfect way to rejuvenate your mind.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Come say hi to us. We're not as scary as you think. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. He's one of our favorites. We want to get right to this. The divisional weekend is here. There's a lot to get to. NFL on Fox. Charles Davis is with us here on Willard and Dibs on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Charles, how you been, man?
I've been great, and just so we get it, so none of us get sued, it's NFL on CBS.
Oh, my gosh. You know what? I swear I think I did this to you last time you came on.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, my gosh. It's just like, I mean, we've been doing it for too long.
Yeah, we need to get that. We need to get that purged.
My bad.
Yeah, we should probably start the whole darn thing over.
Yeah, 3, 2. Charles Davis, NFL on CBS, joining us here on 95.7.
Hey. We'll clean that up in the post-production,
Yeah, we
Charles.
sure will.
Yeah.
Charles, anyway, it's always great to have you, and I wanted to start with this. We wanted to get into all these teams, but how surprised are you that the 49ers are not playing this weekend?
I think all of us are surprised by the roster, what we expected out of them, all those things. But then when you go through a season like any NFL season and you can point to pick your year, there's always that team that you're just like, how are they not in the playoffs? And then you look back and go, well, this injury happened here, this thing happened here, that happened over here. It's an imperfect world, as we well know, and the 49ers caught a lot of imperfections along the way. Some, for us on the outside, surprising losses at times. Arizona kicking the field goal to beat them, among other things, early. Different things like that kicked in, but this is what happens every year because what is the number? A minimum of 4 teams every year take the place of playoff teams the year before, and there's always a surprise or two in there.
And I think that's actually right. 10 of the 14 from last year are in it again, and one of the teams that is still in it is the team that ostensibly knocked them out, the LA Rams. What do you make of the Rams? They beat the Niners twice, including 12-6 and that weird one at Levi's, and yet they won their first playoff game on a neutral. What do you think about the Rams and their chances of keeping this thing going?
I think they're better than maybe what people are giving them credit for. I like the way that they got it together and finished their season. It's a strange one because playing Philadelphia, both Philadelphia and the Rams had early open weeks. The Eagles had the earliest one possible, week 5. The Rams just followed suit in week 6. And both of them, after the open weeks, caught fire. Because the Eagles from open week on only lost once, that Washington game when Jalen Hurts got hurt in the first quarter. And I think the Rams won 9 of their last 11, one of them being week 18 when they dressed at everyone, and the other one being when they got blasted by the Eagles
right
in week 12. So it's been a very interesting year for both of them. But when I focus on the Rams, 2 straight years, abysmal starts, 2 straight years, terrific finishes, 2 straight years getting into playoffs when you have no reason, no business getting in based on your early record. What Sean McVay does there is pretty darn good, pretty darn remarkable in a lot of ways. And it's hard to believe at times when you look back and reflect, guys, you remember 3 seasons ago, Sean McVay was going through all that angst about whether he was going to keep coaching. Should I be in? Should I be out? Remember, he went through back-to-back off seasons of, almost going to that huge pit of self-reflection. What do I do? Do I take the $20 million from TV? What do I do? And now he's all in. You can tell. He's all in. He's locked in. He's happy coaching. Things are working well, and it's working real well for his franchise.
Charles Davis with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Charles, I think we all understand both sides of this, but I wonder how you unpack it. They're the Chiefs. They have home field, but I also feel like most of us don't really think that's the best team. So how do you sort of look at their chances?
I'm not surprised by that. We've seen this happen throughout this season. I mean, they're 15-2. And I think when you spew that at people, they're like, what? They're 15-2. Yeah, because it just didn't feel like it.
Right.
But they are that franchise now that's very comfortable with close games, very comfortable with games in the balance, very comfortable with having to make plays down the stretch.
Their core guys may be, some of them showing a little age at times because Kelsey gets open, but he doesn't run away from you the way he used to, does he? Like when he catches the ball now, it's not an automatic. Here comes an additional 5, 6, 7 yards. I think he ended up the season less than 9 yards a catch. So it was very strange, but he still finds a way to get open. And does he find that magic in the playoffs again? Mahomes is certainly going to trust him. They're getting healthier at the right time. I think the thing that's still throwing me is it sounds like Joe Thuney's going to kick from guard to tackle to play in the playoffs. They trust him the most at left tackle. And I understand it. But I also remember when the Eagles lost Jason Peters before the Super Bowl, their playoffs before the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yep.
And there was talk about moving Lane Johnson from right to left. But if you did that, then you have to replace Lane Johnson at right. So they put Halapoulivaati Vaitai at left tackle, let him absorb some stuff down the stretch, work through the playoffs, and they made one move on the offensive line, and they found a way to win a Super Bowl. This is where Kansas City's making two moves. Thuney's going to go from left guard to left tackle, and now your backup Mike Caliendo's coming in at left guard, rather than leave Thuney at guard and make one move with a DJ Humphries who they picked up late or someone else. Now, having watched Wanya Morris play for the season, you're not going to let him play left tackle in the playoffs. You just can't. I mean, it just did not work for them. Humphries, they hope would work, but remember, he got hurt the first game he played, and I'm not sure he's totally healthy yet. So to me, that bears watching because Houston's defensive front is pretty darn good, and that's Danielle Hunter, and that's Will Anderson, who'll be coming over that spot throughout the game. Let's see how that one plays out and how it goes. But to fully answer your question, until you knock them out, Kansas City's like, I don't care how you come at us. This game's tight. We're going to find a way. And you guys are going to have to prove that you can flat out beat us. Buffalo, you do it during the regular season, but you don't do it in the playoffs. Baltimore, you just haven't done it. Let's see if either one of you can get us if we get past Houston.
Fascinating to see, especially as we get now into year 4 of the one bye only era. And the teams that have had the bye are 4-2. And 2 years ago, they both lost. So as you look at the rest versus rust angle with the Chiefs and the Lions, where do you weigh in on, which one might be more of a big factor for these two teams?
I think it's more of a factor for Kansas City because it's not just the open week. Hold on a second. Hey, really? Come on, man.
German Shepherd?
We have a long history on this show of when the dog introduces itself, we need to hear a little bit more about the dog.
But here's the kicker.
Yeah.
That was just one. That was just Nolan introducing himself.
Yeah.
Georgia and Trouble both decided to stay quiet. Nolan, he works on his own schedule. Anyway,
love it.
Yeah,
love it.
Bottom line, back to the open week for me is bigger for Kansas City. Let me tell you why. They finished that season with that 3-11. Remember, 3 games in 11 days, and that was grueling and the whole deal. But then week 18, they were locked into number 1, so they didn't play anyone. So that week was an open week out of their main guys. Then you get the open week this week, and now you go play. Add up the number of days, because remember, their last game that they played was that Wednesday, which I believe was Christmas Day.
Yep.
So they got all that time off, which looks wonderful, but you start to wonder about the rust, right? Do you come out of it a little sluggish? Do these things happen for you? That's going to be interesting to watch. And I'm reminded of years ago when Pat Riley was coaching the Lakers. I think they blasted through their playoff series, put everybody out, 3 games, 4 games, whatever. And then they had like 10 days before the finals, and he took them out in the desert somewhere. And they actually scrimmaged like 3 times because he did not want them going into game 1 a little sluggish because you know what it's like. Those games, like the other team comes off of a 7-game series, they're oiled up and ready to play. And who wins that game 1? The team who appears to be tired.
Yep.
He doesn't want that. Let's see what happens with Kansas City. I think it's a bigger factor to me for KC than I believe it is for Detroit.
Charles Davis, CBS, with us, Willard and Dibbs. Okay, Charles, I'll just ask it this way. You do whatever you want with it. Lamar or Josh?
And what's the premise of the whole thing? Who wins?
I mean, it can be.
Or who has the most pressure? Because the question I've been getting is who has the most pressure.
Right, but I don't know, man. It's a playoff game. They've all got pressure. I wonder, who do you think Who do you think has a better shot in this game? And also, who do you think has a better chance to then do something with it after they win?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way. The pressure angle, to me, there's more on Lamar Jackson. 2-time MVP. I think he's about to be a 3-time MVP, but hasn't gotten to the NFC to the Super Bowl yet.
Yep.
Kind of parallel in Peyton Manning early years. Won a bunch of games, get through it, but never quite got there, then finally got over the hump. I feel like it's going to happen for him. Is it this year? We'll soon find out. But having the 1-2 punch with him and Derrick Henry in the backfield is a big, big addition for him. Josh Allen on the flip side, he went into the season having lost, quote-unquote, the biggest weapon with Stephon Diggs. The team does not appear to have the same roster. There's a lot of, hey, the Jets could be it with Aaron, and here comes Miami. And they did it again because Josh, I feel like he emulated Mahomes the last 2 years. I'm going to put this team on my back, and you guys come along with me. And he's in the perfect sweet spot in his career. Veteran enough to have the savvy to do it, still young enough to have the legs to do it. And he did it. He did it in a big way. I think there's way more pressure on Lamar Jackson to get it done than there is on Josh Allen. I still think Josh Allen is still, oh, wow, that team, well, they actually did better than we expected. That's not what they're going to say about Baltimore. Not at all. Who has the ability to do more? I think both of them do. Because here's the deal. Baltimore finally broke through the Pittsburgh issue. Remember, Pittsburgh had beaten them 8 out of 9, and then they beat them in the second game of the regular season, beat them pretty handily, and blasted them in the playoffs. So that's gone. And they've been so close with Kansas City. This year it was what, a toenail of going for 2 and maybe beating them? I think they'd like their shot again. And we know Buffalo feels they know they can beat Kansas City. They've done it in the regular season. They just haven't done it in the playoffs. I think they both match up well with the ability to go on the road and play. But if you're asking me to pick one, I will pick Baltimore.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really fun game to watch on Sunday afternoon. I'm looking at Kansas City and Buffalo, Detroit and Philadelphia, and you've been to all these buildings for sure. Which one provides the toughest environment for a road team?
Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo,
and Philly.
And Philly. Ooh, geez.
Yeah.
I'm gonna anger 3 fan bases in a big way. Buffalo combines everything because you're outdoors. That Bills Mafia is for real. You know, it's a heck of a thing. And by the way, they're going to kick off. It'll be single digits when they kick the thing off. So for this weekend, I'm going to go with Buffalo, and it's a long-suffering fan base that's dying to get there.
Yep.
But, you know, when you flip it indoors and what Detroit has to offer and Big Dan Campbell and crew, it'll be wild. But I'm going to go with Buffalo as the toughest one out of the 4 left.
Charles, before we let you go, you got to help us. You're probably not going to be surprised by this. This whole city and metropolitan area is just kind of freaking out and having a daily debate over Brock Purdy, what to do, what's the right number, can we wrap our head around numbers that big? What is your view league-wide on Brock Purdy, what's about to happen, and what should happen?
Yeah, oh boy. My view on him is that I like him a lot. I'm on record as really liking him. I think that he is better than sometimes people want to give him credit for. People want to say, hey, he's got these receivers, he's got this thing, he's got that thing. I think that he has played himself into a position where he can go and have success at a place other than San Francisco. I don't think it's just, hey, Kyle has schemed him into everything, this has worked. This kid had to be around and be the better quarterback where Kyle kept turning his head and saying, this kid's been better than the other guys I've got. That means something to me, not just system-wide, okay? Kid's experience from college, all the things we're talking about. The issue you run into is, as you said, the right number. He's going to get bigger than probably the right number. It reminds me a little bit of Carson Wentz. Remember, at the time, Wentz signed the deal, which was the biggest one, which is a little over 30, if I remember correctly. And there was a heavy debate on, is this really the right thing to do?
Yep.
I think that's kind of where we are. And you know what the flip side is, and Brock Purdy's people know it. Okay, tell us the alternative then, guys. What's your alternative? Who are you getting? Because this is not the 2024 draft of college quarterbacks, which out of the 6, there wasn't a single bust.
Think about that now. People can talk about Caleb Williams all you want. That was bigger than Caleb Williams. Okay, that was mass dysfunction of an organization. And by the way, he played through it better than he probably got credit for. Jaden Daniels, we know, was incredible. Drake May really came on with New England on a really bad football team. Bo Nix went to the playoffs and had a very nice rookie year, to put it mildly. J.J. McCarthy didn't get to play because of the knee injury. And when Michael Penix got to play, he was a little bit of a revelation in Atlanta, right? So when you talk about six like that, you're like, woo. These guys coming out this year may go high, but I don't know if they were rated ahead of the guys that came out last year. It's not the same class of players. Does that mean Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward won't be stars? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think people may be a little more cautious about their picks here, but some teams may have to go early and say, guess what? They're going to be our quarterback because this is the best that's coming out this year. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I think they're good players. I just don't know that they would have been rated as highly as last year's class, if that makes any sense.
Sure does.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Hey, man, thank you so much. We love when you come on. Charles Davis of CBS.
Yeah.
With us here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, thank you guys very much. And don't forget, one day we have to go back to my hometown and go on Halloween and see if they're still giving the full-size candy bars at Mr. Thierry's house.
Oh,
okay?
man.
No doubt.
Mark it down. Any year. Like any kid knows.
Us?
Yeah. But do you know how far people will go when they find out a house has the full-size candy? I mean, miles out of the way.
Well, I heard a rumor that when J.J. Watt was, obviously I think he's still got a place in Houston and all, heard that he did a great job on the Halloween candy. And they said the cops had to come because the line to try and get into his neighborhood.
Right?
Everyone was trying to find JJ's house and get the full-size bars.
All for something that you could walk over to the grocery store and get for like $1.50.
Yeah, but you can't get it from JJ Watt.
No, you can't.
That's right.
and in New Paltz, New York, you can't get it from Mr. Thierry. So look, you gotta go. And by the way, if the three of us go, you know that we'll be immediately arrested, right? You know that.
Yeah.
I'm
nothing weirder than a bunch of 50-year-olds trick-or-treating.
I'm willing to take the chance. Charles,
we'll try it one day. We'll try. You guys
do
be
it.
good.
All right, man. Thanks so
Charles.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There he goes. Charles Davis, CBS. He's one of our favorites. He's the best. And I thought that's a pretty good answer with regard to Brock Purdy, which is A, yes, I like him. B, yes, he's probably even better than you realize. I love his opinion, and I agree with it. Brock has arrived at a spot where, yes, this would work on other teams, not a product of the system. And then, oh, by the way, yes, you're going to be uncomfortable with the number.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And we threw out the David Lombardi framework, which was just his kind of ballpark of what it might be, and it turned out to be $61 million a year, average annual, and $140 fully guaranteed. And those numbers are astronomical. 61 average annual would be number one. 140 guaranteed would be number 4 among quarterbacks. And, he's not the number 4 best quarterback in football. He might be number 8 or 15 or somewhere in between. Wherever he is, it doesn't matter because the market is the market. And, a house today is not the same price as a house 4 years ago. That's for sure.
Amen. Yeah, I wanted to ask you this, just for fun. We got 8 quarterbacks left playing this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of them would you take over Brock?
Of the 8 remaining?
Yeah, let's go through them. Lamar?
Lamar, yes.
Yeah, Josh?
Yeah.
Patrick?
Yep.
CJ?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Put that one aside. Okay.
Yeah, I would say
he's the only one in the AFC where we're like, there's a debate.
It's close, right?
Okay, let's go to the NFC. Jalen?
Not yet.
Jared Goff?
Probably, yeah.
You would? Okay. Yeah. Matt Stafford?
No, not if we're talking about like 3 years.
In the moment.
Right?
No, in the moment.
In the moment, still no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because contractually age, all of that.
Yeah.
And then
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen
Hurts. Oh, I thought you said...
Oh, I thought I said Jalen. Did I say Jaden or Jalen?
I'm not sure
Whatever.
What you said.
You were answering Jaden Daniels.
Right.
Now how about Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts, I would say yes.
You would take Jalen Hurts?
I would. It's a hard one because... And this is where this conversation for me becomes, if you want to do it in a vacuum, we can. But if you want to take like Jalen Hurts on Philadelphia versus Brock Purdy on the Niners, it's a different story because what they do with their run game and, their 2 wide receivers, I do think that he works so wonderfully for them. Could he come here and do that with the Shanahan offense? I don't think he'd be as good because what they do in Philadelphia is a lot more zone read because Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, well, I mean, and for that reason, and I agree with that, that's why I would not take Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy. I have some different answers than you do. I would take him certainly not over Lamar, not over Patrick, and not over Josh Allen, and I certainly would not take him over Jaden Daniels. And where that's heading, even though that's only been a year, I've been convinced from the beginning that that's a star player. I think in this moment, considering the context of each, I would take Brock over the other 4, though.
Over C.J. Stroud.
I would take him over Stroud.
Over Matthew Stafford.
Over Stafford.
Over Jared Goff.
Over Jared Goff.
Wow.
Yes. Actually, that's something. I love that Charles said it because that's what popped into my head. What if you put Brock Purdy on the Lions this year? What do you think that would look like? Oh, my God, I think they would be. They are. They're already. They're phenomenal. They're phenomenal.
They'd be better than 15-2?
No, I think they would be the same, but I think they would have another dynamic. I think Brock is as accurate as Jared. He's not as experienced. He's more mobile. He's absolutely more mobile. And
I don't think he's as accurate. Honestly.
I do.
I mean,
yeah,
you look at what Jared did this year, and there was a time where he had as many touchdowns as he did incompletions over like an 8-week stretch.
Best offensive line in football.
Right, and also an offense that fits Jared perfectly because he's really good at play action.
Yes, I think Brock is too. They actually use the run to set up the pass. They have a better offensive line. If the Niners were doing that, like if you put Brock in front of that offensive line, oh my gosh, I think you're the highest scoring team in the league, just like they are now.
Well, and if you had like Brock Purdy with that running attack, and before David Montgomery got hurt, you had 2 of the best 7 running backs in football and one of the best offensive lines. And that's why this conversation for me always becomes tough because it all is so contextual.
Sure.
Like, who do you have as your line? Who's your coach? What's your scheme? What's your offense? And so I do think about that with Jalen Hurts. Their scheme fits him perfectly, and now you have a 2,000-yard rusher, and the Lions have a great line and a good running attack, so your play action can really work. So it all depends on your situation.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and we're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Let's play with this a little bit. 888-957-9570. Run through the 8 quarterbacks. Who would you take Brock over? Who would you not take Brock over?
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, go ahead and put that one in the vault.
Well, I mean, you were honestly due, if not overdue.
Well,
your boy was on a little bit of a run.
You've had a good week.
Little bit of a run.
You've had a good week, but I wasn't going to let you head into the weekend with too big of a head. We had to, we had to tap that thing down a little bit.
Well, it's not over yet. There are more guests yet to come.
Are there?
I mean, I was hoping.
Maybe.
I mean, we were kind of hoping for a Golden State Warrior.
We're working with the Dubs.
Yep.
We're working with the Dubs.
Yep, which would be nice.
We shall see. They have a players union meeting, and so it's a busy day for them.
Yeah.
And
it's a nice bounce back for you. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. And I got that from a guy who I disrespected right off of the top.
I know.
Well, I can't get, you know what I mean?
You said NFL Network?
No, I said NFL on Fox because and you know this, you've been talking to Charles for years. We used to have Charles on Fox Sports Radio all the time, like every week. And it's just like you have one of those associations with a person and you can't unsee it or unhear it or undo it. I just can't.
Right.
But I think he kindly told me it's time.
Right.
It's time to undo it.
Yeah, and it's, especially with a lot of these broadcasters, maybe not Charles, but, when you're bouncing around, like whether you talk about, Tim Kawakami, who was with the
Athletic.
The Mercury News.
Oh, Mercury News. Yes,
he
for
went
years.
from the Merc to the Athletic, and now it's the Standard. And a lot of times you're just so used to, giving somebody their plaudits in a certain place, and now they're in a different place.
We're going to go back to the phones in just a sec. Knockout tournament is back Monday, January 27th. That's not this coming Monday. It's the one after that. That's when everything starts. You can play basketball on the Chase Center floor. Super cool. We'd love to have you out there. Let's play some ball. The whole contest will go for 3 weeks. So every day, every show, starting Monday, January 27th, you will have a chance to qualify. So that's 15 consecutive weekdays that you'll have a shot in the 8 a.m. hour, the noon hour, the 4 p.m. hour. So just be with us and make good on your chance to come play ball on the Chase Center floor. Got to be 18, got to live in California. Other than that, we'll see you there. So I want to add this to the conversation with regard, we're talking about the quarterbacks still playing. How many of them would you take Brock over? Sounded to me like you pretty much only would take Brock over Stafford. Did I have that right?
Yeah, right now, I mean, Stroud is close. And
I'd take him over C.J. Stroud.
I think Goff is kind of situational.
Yeah.
I do think that what he's doing with that team right now fits him so perfectly, and that's where I have a hard time with this. And the other one is Jaden Daniels. I mean, I think that if you look at who's done more in their career, it's Brock.
For sure.
But Jaden's arrow is pointing way up. So
right. I mean, you could argue Brock's done more than Lamar Jackson, but who would do that?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean Lamar's got 2 MVPs and he's maybe about to get a third.
Yeah, Brock's done a lot more in the playoffs.
Right. And it's, again, this is where I have a hard time with this conversation because what Brock has done is, win games with his team. And what Lamar has done is, do a lot individually, and his team hasn't done as well. And, his coach chose not to run the ball last year against Kansas City. And so a lot of this is so circumstantial that I do have a little bit of a tough time with the conversation. Like, if you put Brock in Baltimore and you put Lamar here, well, both offenses are going to be completely different. And, Shanahan's not going to run 21 personnel with Lamar.
Yeah, but that's the job of an offensive coordinator or a head coach or whatever, to put their players in the best position to succeed and all that stuff. Lamar's going to be a better player than Brock Purdy no matter where he plays, I would argue.
Exactly.
And the Stafford thing, I'm with you. If you had asked me this like 7 years ago, I would take Stafford. I think the arm talent is there. He's won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? But if we're talking about right now, that's the answer I would give. But by the way, there's also some quarterbacks who are not playing anymore who I would take over Brock, starting with Joe Burrow. Actually, even though it ended the way it ended last week, if you offered me Justin Herbert, I would take Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy. I think there's an interesting conversation about Jordan Love. I would lean Brock, but that one gives me pause. The other one who's been eliminated is Baker Mayfield. Would take Brock over Baker Mayfield.
And Sam Darnold.
And Sam Darnold, and I would take Brock over Sam Darnold.
Sure.
But yeah, let's dive into this a little bit. Tommy in the city. Hi, Tommy. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man? I just wanted to touch on that subject about the quarterback situation. And I think everybody in the playoffs right now would be better than Purdy right now, honestly. We're talking about Mr. Irrelevant here. You know, he did his thing as a quarterback, you know, because that's his job. You know, he was third string, so he had to play well under pressure. And I'm not going to take that away from him, but I think that, you know, why keep starting the guy who was third string and just because he did his thing, you know, he had a well-rounded team behind him. It wasn't just Purdy. So I think that anybody would be better than him right now, and they need to reevaluate his contract and talk about some trades with him. He has a good team. I just don't think he's the one for Niners.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Why is the draft position that much of a thing for you, Tommy? Would be my question. Like, aren't you allowed to be good? You know, even if you were drafted, isn't it possible that the league kind of misevaluated?
Yeah, but we're gonna have to try to chance that and see what happens if you get on another team, or let's try and see if it happens next year. They had a complete team in my eyes. He had good receivers. He had a great defense. Of course, they weren't healthy and all, but he kind of threw those last games, you know, against Detroit, and how you blow a lead like that and get hurt. That was kind of a Garoppolo move.
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it. I didn't love the way he played in the fourth quarter of a handful of football games this year, Detroit being one of them.
Right.
Weird game, weird vibe. I was there. It didn't matter for anybody. So, it just didn't have that angst. That doesn't take away the fact that he made some bad throws. He was unbelievable in the first half of that football game.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable in the first half of that football game, how good he was. So, but yeah, that doesn't take away the fourth quarter interceptions.
It doesn't. And it also can't take away what he's done in, 4 playoff wins.
Sure.
He's played in 6 playoff games, and 4 of those have resulted in victories. And so we can all cherry pick all we want. And I'm fascinated by the idea about Mr. Irrelevant, because if you look at these 8 quarterbacks who are all playing this weekend, do you know how many of them was drafted outside of the first round?
I'm holding up a finger before you even finish the question, because I already had the exact same thought. The answer's 1.
And you know who it is,
it's
right?
Jalen Hurts.
Right.
That's it. He's the only non-first rounder still playing.
And if you look at the rest of the quarterbacks,
Number
I
one.
think that, you have Stafford was he number 1 overall?
Number 1.
Jared Goff, number 1 overall. And then
C.J. Stroud was number 2.
Jaden Daniels was number 2. And Lamar was number 32.
He was at the very end. Josh Allen, I think, was maybe 7.
Somewhere in there. Yep. And Mahomes was in 11, the early teens. Yeah.
11, 10 or 11, 12.
So when you look at it, all these quarterbacks are first rounders. And I did this before with you. If you look at the history of Super Bowls, do you know how many of them were won by first rounders versus not won by first rounders?
Wasn't it around half?
It's a little more than half were won by first rounders. And I know it's skewed a lot by Tom Brady, but Tom's won 7.
Sure. And Montana.
Right. So there's 11 of them. But then you also talk about, Kurt Warner is a guy who was obviously outside the first round. He was undrafted. And so as you go through it, just because you were a first round quarterback doesn't mean that you are ticketed to win the Super Bowl.
Jonathan in the city next. Hi, Jonathan. What's up?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. I just want to say, man, I'm going to take the field or the 8 quarterback because you know why? They don't have durability issues. They don't have Brock's injury history. They're all bigger, and I've seen every one of them connect with the deep ball on a regular basis all throughout the season. It's not to say that Brock is a bad quarterback, but what we say all the time, right? He's the best that we have right now, but if there's a better option, we take the better option. And before I go, I just want to say, as a Warriors fan, I want to do some scratching, and the only way to do that is for them to sign a guy with a last name Itch.
Nice. Vucevic. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thanks,
That's
Jonathan.
a 4.
I'm in. I'm in for different reasons, but I'm in.
Right.
Let's
talk about durability.
Let me spotlight this one. And again, you could pick any one of the quarterbacks you're talking about or what have you. I don't think there's a ton of wrong answers here. These are all 8 good players, and there are a handful of good quarterbacks who aren't playing, and Brock Purdy's one of them, in my opinion. But let's talk about Jalen Hurts, for example. And I wonder if A.J. Brown were sitting in this room right now, what he might say with regard to whether or not Jalen Hurts is more durable than Brock Purdy and throws a better deep ball. Here's one thing I will say. This is a tiny little portion of the conversation. If you want to just talk about throwing the football, that's it. Throwing the football. Brock Purdy is miles better than Jalen Hurts. I mean miles. better than Jalen Hurts, and I bet his wide receivers would be the first ones to tell you that. I mean, Greg Cosell sat here on this show 2 days ago and said right now, and for most of the year, Jalen Hurts just doesn't see it. He's had a decent enough year. They've won a ton of football games. They wouldn't without Saquon Barkley.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
We got breaking news out of Major League Baseball. A young right-handed pitcher out of Japan, Roki Sasaki, has announced that he is signing with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yep.
Is he going to be their fifth starter?
I think come out of the bullpen. Yeah, long relief.
Sure.
Yeah. Actually, there was, and thank you, Grandy. Thank you, Grandy, for that. There were some tweets. There was some buzz very early this morning. If you're an early riser, there were reports that he had said he was out on San Diego. He was out on the Padres. As soon as I saw that, and it was from a couple of places I believed, I never bought the Toronto thing. So, yeah, over breakfast this morning, I had a moment and sat with the fact that I thought that Roki Sasaki was going to be the next
Go Dodgers
Dodger pitcher.
Right.
Yep.
There you have it. So there you go, Major League Baseball.
Unbelievable.
Go ahead and take the majority of your stars and put them on one team, and if they don't win, it'll be a shame.
Such a shame.
Right.
We're sponsored by
Shout
Safeway.
out, take me out to the ball game.
Shout out that Jerry Seinfeld gif that everybody always sends out. 888-957-9570. We got some more calls to take on that. I'd like to react a little further to the Sasaki thing, and then we're going to circle back to the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole in town tomorrow. All of that is ahead. Glad you're with us. Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and
Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. How do we go about getting this off the chest?
Like, what do you have on there?
Well,
it's easy. Like, yeah, the Dodgers signed another player, Roki Sasaki, and he's either good or not good, but it seems like a lot of people wanted him, and he went there. So,
well, everybody wanted him because he's supposedly he's got the stuff of stars.
Sure.
And he didn't wait. I don't want to go through the whole explaining all of this with the international bonus pool and all of that.
Right.
If he had waited a few years, he could have done like what Yamamoto did and commanded a very, very big free agent salary. He didn't do that. He wanted to come over and learn now from Major League Baseball players. So he's not only wildly talented, he's incredibly young and incredibly cheap. So who didn't want him? Everybody can afford him.
And that's the point. Baseball is so beyond broken, and like the best thing about football is that your team can suck.
Thank you.
And you can play a last place schedule. You can get a couple of good players and an up and coming coach, and you can make a quaint little run. You can sneak in and be a playoff team. And in basketball is a little different because if you're not a big market, you're really in an uphill battle.
Totally.
But baseball is even more dramatic that way. Like, if you're the Dodgers, you get everyone. And now that you can defer salary, so you can pay Shohei Ohtani $700 million, but you don't have to pay any of it now. You can pay it all later. So, you get all the best players, and you don't really have a tax that you have to pay that's dramatic.
I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. And for those of you who are just joining, Roki Sasaki is signing with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So, Grandy, would you read off the potential starting rotation for the Los Angeles Dodgers this year?
Yeah, let's start at the top. Shohei Ohtani.
Okay, that's one.
Then Blake Snell. Hardly knew ya. Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Sure.
Tyler Glasnow.
Great.
And then likely Roki Sasaki as their number 5.
All right, as their number 5. So you asked if he was their number 5 starter. You weren't even kidding.
Right.
Like, yeah, he is.
Maybe.
Maybe. Are they bringing Kershaw back too just to flank these guys? Like, here's the point. The reason I ask how do you go about getting this off the chest is I'm a Giants fan, and I don't want to sound like this is just Dodger sour grapes. It's not. I'm not mad at the Dodgers for this. Not even a little bit. They should be proud of themselves. They worked the system. They have the resources, and they worked the system. They have taken advantage of everything that is put in front of them. If I were a Dodger fan, barf, I would love everything that they're doing. However, short-term gain, long-term loss, absolutely. Not for the Dodgers, but for the game. You're becoming college football. Grandy Lucas, don't get mad at me. I don't hate college football, but there are certain things about it, and it's why, for instance, when you and I sort of debated this a few weeks ago with regard to what college football is doing now with their championship bracket and an 8-team playoff, whether you love it, hate it, think it's concocted, here's one thing that it does do. It brings more people to the party. College football for too many years was stuck in a thing where they would get to January and basically the southeast corner of the country was the only group that was there. Cool. Clemson's playing Alabama. I don't give a rip. You got to give us an Oregon or an Arizona State or something. You got to give us something and put us in the party. And that's what baseball is now doing. It's great. Oh, dynasties are great. And yes, traveling road shows. And maybe this sounds ridiculous coming from a Warrior fan. The bottom line is this. You're Xing 90% of your teams out of the national discourse. And that is stupid. It's stupid. And the point you just made about football is a great one. One of the most storied organizations in the NFL lives in a tiny town in Wisconsin. That's great. And you can see the way people respond to that. They have become a national brand. And I've been there. It's tiny. It is a thumbprint of a town. And they have a presence across America as one of the great brands in sports. Baseball will never have that. You can be in a big city and you're a tiny town. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, whatever. I I don't know what the fix is, but there needs to be a fix. You can't do this. This is just, it's not fun for anyone, and it will even become boring in the end to Dodger fans. I promise you, it's why Warrior fans love the first title and the fourth title more than they love the ones in the middle, because those were too easy.
That's an interesting notion about it becoming boring, because I'll turn again to the guys behind the glass who love the English Premier League even more than I do. These guys are diehards, and if you look at the Prem, as it is called from a colloquialism, and you look at the top teams and what they spend, they're the teams that always finish in, maybe not always in the top 4, but they're always in the mix, and it's Man City, Chelsea, Man U, and Arsenal, and Liverpool. Those are the big 5 spenders, and those 5 are usually in the top 7 at least, unless Man U has been in a little bit of a bad spot, and so I don't know if those fans, like these two behind the glass, are Arsenal fans. I don't know if they get bored with the fact that they're always good, and it's a little different because Arsenal never really wins the Prem.
You can leave that part out.
Well, I know, but for Mark, who doesn't, follow it as closely as we do, but at least when you're an Arsenal fan, you're in it. And when you're a Dodger fan, a Yankee fan, a Red Sox fan, for the most part, you're in it.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. And you guys tell me, I mean, is the Premier League set up where basically those teams that you didn't mention are all the Washington Generals? Because that's what we're doing.
Although this year,
that's what we're doing.
Grandy he mentioned yesterday or the day before Nottingham Forest, which is a team that had been recently promoted from the lower league.
Right.
And I'm looking at the salary that they pay, and they're at 14th in what they pay, and yet they're 3rd right now in the Premier League. And I mentioned Leicester City to you before, which was the most unbelievable title ever. A team that had this kid Jamie Vardy, who was a hard scrabble nobody, and he became a thing and they won the league, but that doesn't ever really happen. So it's kind of, if you're not one of those teams, if you're a fan of a middling team, you kind of know going in you have no chance.
And that's okay. That's always been present in most sports.
Most sports, yeah.
That's always to a degree. I just feel like baseball right now is now in a steroided version of what we're talking about.
No doubt.
Like it's out of control. To the point where you look at what just happened to the A's is part of this conversation. The Pirates, the Reds, the Marlins, these teams exist so that we can fill out a schedule. You've got 5 superstar starting pitchers, and you couldn't name a Marlin. You couldn't even name a player.
Don't make me name a Marlin.
Name a Ray. Hit me with it. Let's go. Let's talk about it.
Rocco Baladelli. He's still playing, right?
I think he's the manager of the Twins.
I think he was an original. Ray is the point.
And you also added an I. It's just Baldelli, but anyway.
Baldelli. The point is well taken,
funny.
though.
It's just, it's too much.
I'm looking at the salaries from last year, and the Mets were at $314 million, the Yankees $308, and I won't bore you with the list, but then you get to the bottom, and the A's were at $62.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, $84. So the A's paid $62 million in total payroll, which is 1/6 of what the Mets and Yankees paid.
It's not a real sport, is what you start flirting with. And by the way, again, this is not sour grapes. Everything that we're saying right now, I would argue, opens teams like the Giants up to criticism. Because it's like, if you do have great resources, why are you not acting like them? Why have you let them do this? Do they have a few more dollars than you? Maybe. Is their weather a little bit nicer? Sure. But what do they really have on you? You'd like Red Sox, Giants. Why? Why do you just sit here and can't compete with the Dodgers and Yankees? Why? Yes, you can. Mission Rock. Why are we getting stories from Andy Baggerly about, Corbin Burns, ownership doesn't want to spend? Bleep you. You don't want to spend. Neither do I. Lower the pizza prices then. Like that, it completely opens these teams up to criticism. So this is not sour grapes. I wish my team could win. I point to the Giants for why they haven't been run better. But baseball does have an issue. You do need to, at a certain point, look at this and go, whoops, what door did we open that the Dodgers legally walked through that we should have locked? Because this is not what we meant.
Well, it's Pandora. it's Pandora's box, and it's open, and it's never going back because the players will not go and say, you know what, we want a salary cap. We want to cap this thing to make it fair. And the owners are not going to say, you know what, we want a salary cap because we also want to make it fair. The rich want to spend to win, and the players are going to take every last dollar of their guaranteed money. Yep. So this will never get fixed. And what unfortunately is going to happen is more things like the A's, where the A's leave town because they can't make money here, which is a lie, John Fisher, you weasel. And you go to Sacramento and eventually Vegas and you get a cash grab, and then you're not going to be any better, and you're not going to suddenly spend $300 million to try to win. You're going to try to make money. And look at your team, our team, down the road here. All they want to do is break even and make a little bit of money. And if they break even and they make, I don't know, $20 million a year at Mission Rock or whatever they're going to make on that, then they're thrilled. Doesn't matter if you chase a title or not.
And that's why they are opened up to criticism, and that's why I compare baseball right now to some of the feeling that I get across college football, which is that you're constantly facing games where you're like, well, we're not even, are we all from the same league? Like, what are we doing here? Alabama versus the Citadel? Are we playing a game here? Or are we just exchanging money, filling up the stands, having a dog, 17 beers, screaming and yelling and going Roll Tide? What are we doing here?
To go back to what Dibbs brought up about the Premier League in soccer, there are games like that all the time in the Premier League. Sure. Like you have a team like Ipswich Town or Wolves or Southampton. I love Wolves. Some of the worst teams in the Premier League. What's different about the Premier League, and it's because of the relegation factor. Yes. Just being in the Premier League feels like a championship in and of itself. And you get so much money, and it boosters your club for the future. Just being at the highest level is enough of a championship for those teams, and you can deal with getting like 6 wins over the course of an entire season because you just are so overjoyed to be there. That's not the case anywhere in North American sports.
And you got to fight for 17th place.
And you guys are, I think, what you're talking about seems like that's been baked to the history of that sport and that league, similar to college football. I get that there's certain pieces of that you can't change. Alabama is what Alabama is because it's Alabama. Like I can't put the Citadel on equal footing with Alabama no matter what we do. But Major League Baseball hasn't always been like this. That's not the way that they drew this up.
Right.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is not a small town. But they're over here being like, by the way, neither's Oakland. But we're over here like, I'm sorry, can't compete. Can't even, why? And again, I don't blame the Dodgers, but doors got left open that people walked through that should have been locked. That and the Ohtani contract is Exhibit A.
Yeah.
That should not be. If that's going to open us up to this, where you can literally have the best team with most of the best players, start adding all the other best players to it without having to spend any money, who the hell let that happen?
Right.
I don't know, man. You can say, hey, they earned it. They're the ones who have that cash flow or whatever. Sure, that's part of sports. Like Mark Davis and Jed York are not on equal footing. The 49ers can afford more in signing bonus money because Jed York has more cash on hand and because he's willing. And so there will always be good owners in sports and bad owners in sports and those with more resources than others. That's life. So I'm okay with that. But again, this got injected with steroids in a way that there is no way that the sport intended to have happen. We can eliminate 88% of the teams before the year even starts.
No doubt. And I'm just hearing you and I'm thinking about exactly, what has happened in the time since you and I were kids. And you were mentioning Pittsburgh, and they won the whole thing in 79. And in 82, it was St. Louis, Baltimore in 83, Detroit, then Kansas City, Minnesota a couple years later. Oakland, of course, got theirs. Cincinnati got one the year after. And you think about who's won it of recent vintage, and it's the big spenders for the most part, and it's the big markets. I'm looking at the last time a small market team won the World Series, and it was Kansas City back in 2015 when they knocked off the Mets. And when you're Kansas City and you get one, you don't get to sustain it because the players that you have are going to want a ton when they're superstars, and they're going to go elsewhere to these markets who can afford to give you a lot more money.
Well, and I also, I get bothered by the fact that we even have to refer to them as a small market. I understand that Kansas City is not New York or L.A., but it's also Kansas City. By the way, their football team's in the middle of a dynasty.
Right,
no
but that's a salary cap league,
again,
and that's
the
point.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's the point. And I know baseball has always had the biggest, baddest players union, and the toothpaste is out of the tube.
Yep.
And you're right, there will never be a salary cap. But there has to be something. There has to be something. And I would argue this is even for the players. Not everybody gets to get an offer from the Dodgers. So that's great. If you get offered Blake Snell, Michael Conforto, go ahead. Play for them. Get your ring. Get your attention. I'm not mad at you at all. But at a certain point, this starts to become a net negative for the players too, because there are more than half of the teams in Major League Baseball who will not offer big contracts anymore. It's why Scott Boras's clients keep sitting there in February like, not signing yet, and you have to end up with 1+1 because no one's out there offering deals anymore. Part of this is on baseball, and it's not directed at the players, it's directed at the owners. Forget salary cap. There needs to be a salary floor. If you're an owner of a baseball team, you've got to spend. You're not allowed to do this $62 million payroll. That's absurd.
Well, and they finally did away with the revenue sharing that teams like Oakland relied on. John Fisher played the system where you wouldn't spend that much money, and it was because you were on the dole and the league was giving you money as an underperforming revenue team. There are so many things about baseball that are beyond broken. And for me, the biggest one beyond what you're talking about is the fact that if you are a good player, you got to do 6 years of servitude before you even go out there and get your money. So if you are drafted by, let's just say, Minnesota, and I think that, was it Rooker for the A's who just signed that deal?
Yeah.
And, he signed early, and he signed for way below market because he knew that he was 30 years old, and he would have had to have 3 more good years to go out there and really get a big deal.
And not get hurt.
Right. So instead, he's like, I'm going to take below market and get a bird in the hand kind of an offer.
Yeah,
and, Mike Yastrzemski's another great example, a guy who he's been good, and he's far outperformed his ARB1, ARB2, ARB3 deals, but, you're on the hook, and that's just the way it goes in Major League Baseball.
Well, and if you're someone like Yaz, who doesn't really get his big league shot until his late 20s, that's it. That's your career.
That's it.
When you're done with ARB, you're 36, nobody wants you.
Right.
Nobody wants to sign you to a deal. Yaz will never get an opportunity to even go get a 3-year deal. Like, never. He will not get that opportunity because no one found him until he was like 28.
Right.
So, yeah, the whole system of arbitration can't stand. I know there'll never be a salary cap. If there is some way, though, like, again, if I were going to rule this for a day, salary floor for owners, absolutely. Arbitration system, where's the trash can, and this deferment of $700 million, that's going to be a no from me, dog.
Right.
Like, that's it.
You
Those
can
three
defer
things,
it, but the cap
not
hit,
like that.
I mean, it should still hit you to where on the annual luxury tax payment or whatever it is you have to pay in baseball, that would be there.
Yes, and I'm not allowing you to defer 98% of it
Right,
either.
exactly.
Like, no. Some, fine. But $680 million of the 700?
Yeah. It's just,
what are we doing?
It's nonsense. And it's,
what are we doing?
Well, and we all love football for so many reasons, but the one big reason why I love it is the competitive balance aspect of it, where, even a team like the Niners, well, if you didn't have Brock Purdy and you had an actual quarterback, let's just say you still had Jimmy Garoppolo,
okay.
He's making 25 or he's making 30 or whatever it would have been, you'd be facing certain financial challenges, but the Niners were able to get a 7th-round quarterback making $1 million to be really, really good, and that turns out to be a gigantic advantage for you. You drafted him, and now you're going to pay him, and when you do pay him, well, now the scale tips a little bit in the other direction. So it becomes fair when you draft a guy and he works out and you pay him cheap labor, and that's why quarterbacks go in the first round, where if Caleb Williams gets to be better next year, well, then good for you, Chicago. You finally found a quarterback, and you get to benefit from that.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, we could even take this conversation to the Golden State Warriors. Yeah. I've always thought, and this is across all sports, if you drafted a player, the rules should be totally different. So, like someone just texted in and goes, Dibs, the rule that you're talking about is literally what allows the A's to keep Rooker. Well, here's what I would do. Forget your stupid arbitration stuff, but give the A's total different rights of negotiation to Rooker because they drafted him. Like the Splash Brothers would all still be together, and there would be so many other things that the Warriors would still be allowed to do financially if they didn't have to suffer the same consequences, luxury tax penalties, for signing their own guys. Now, if we're talking about Durant or Iguodala, different conversation. But like Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson's salaries should not tally up on the luxury tax the same way some other contract would.
They do give you bird rights, though. When you have a guy, which allows you to, keep a guy a little bit more easily. But I think the NBA is closer to, with their cap and their luxury tax, to, making it equitable. The problem with the NBA is one player is such a huge part of any team that one player, a.k.a. Jimmy Butler, and, what we talked about with the Ramona Shelburne article, if your one really good best player decides that he wants to blow up your spot, then you're in a really tough spot.
No doubt about it. Interesting conversation. 888-957-9570. You can certainly weigh in on that. And then what's the question? You phrase it. What's the question on Jordan Poole that you wanted to kind of throw out there?
Do you wish he still was on this team?
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's just as simple as that. Because I do think that there are some people who, if we only had Jordan Poole, I wish we still had Jordan Poole.
Is Jordan in town yet? Where are they tonight? I know they're here tomorrow. Where's Washington tonight? They're playing tonight?
I'll look it up.
Washington Wizards?
Lucas, get him on.
I don't...
You know I'm big on my last-minute guests.
They were home to Phoenix last night.
So they're here. They're here.
He's probably sleeping. Unless he can sleep on a plane unlike Fitz.
I think he's got his pods in.
Only lost by 7 to KD and the Suns.
Yeah. Hotel gym, AirPods.
Willard and Dibs.
Odyssey app. 95.7.
Nice.
Okay. That's my guess. So.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't. But we've talked to him before, and he probably would like to never talk to me again, is my guess. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's get into that. 888-957-9570. It's as simple as that. We can take the context in the conversation. Do you still wish Jordan Poole was on the team? We'll take some calls on that next on Willard and Dibs.
And let's get into that. And I'm not talking about the Jordan Poole thing just yet, but Fremont Bank.
Back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, take that, Dodgers. Yeah, how you like us now, Dodgers?
We got Casey Schmidt. See if you throw those little Sasaki balls by him.
No, I don't think so.
Huh?
Nope. He hits some things. He hits the ball.
Schmidt out of the ball.
When he connects.
Yeah.
Every now and again.
Well, you miss 100% of the balls you don't swing at.
Yeah, that's
so he swings at 100%
mostly
of the
true.
balls.
Although occasionally you don't mean to swing and it hits your bat. So, but I'll allow the cliche for the sake of this argument.
When I worked in the minor leagues, that was what the pitching coach used to say if he had a starter go out there and have a bad day. He's like, well, some of our balls hit their bats. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those days, Guy goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up a 7-piece.
Hey, does this grab you at all? And this had to be we needed some help from the group in order to unpack this one for me.
Mm-hmm.
But 18 minutes ago, Logan Webb tweeted out a GIF. And I'm sorry if you call it GIF. I call it a GIF. It might be a GIF, but to me, that's peanut butter. So whatever. But he tweeted out a GIF of the Monstars. Basically, the unbeatable Space Jam basketball team. And then the GIF just says, time to play a little basketball. And if you're Space Jam literate, you know that the unbeatable Monstars, they lost.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry if you haven't seen the movie.
And I haven't.
You haven't seen Space Jam?
I don't think so. It was a little bit of a tweener for me. It came out in 96, so I was in my late 20s, not really into cartoons, and I was still 5 years away from having a kid.
But were you into Michael Jordan?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I want to watch him act. Like, I liked Michael Jordan playing basketball, real, actual basketball. Doesn't mean I want to watch him act.
Okay.
What about the new one with LeBron?
Yeah.
Please.
Did you ever think about that?
I'm even more out on that. Like, I was not interested in watching Magic Johnson as a talk show host. I liked him as a basketball player. Doesn't mean I want to watch him host a show.
Okay. Yeah, you get to like what you want to like.
Right. And I like watching greatness be great. I don't like to watch, greatness try to do something else and maybe be mediocre.
Well, that's fine. I would argue that there are talented people out there who have completely gathered our attention from one spot then to another.
No doubt. Like Michael Jordan as a baseball player.
And Deion Sanders. How about Deion Sanders?
Well, when he was playing baseball and hitting .310 as a Red, that was exciting. And he came to the Giants, and it's like, yeah, he actually was a good baseball player.
He was all right.
Well, it's not like he was out there.
He's a better football player.
He was a really good baseball player. If he devoted himself full time, and you can, numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers, but if you want to look at his small sample size, the dude could hit, and he was a threat on the base
He's
paths.
an incredible athlete, but I do not remember his batting average being very good.
I know one year he hit damn near 300.
Well, he was a career 263 hitter.
Well, nowadays, he might lead the league.
Yeah. And for the Giants, wow, he hit better than I remembered.
Yeah.
He hit 285 with an OPS of 790. Why'd they let that guy get away?
Exactly.
Huh.
Probably Farhan.
Anyway,
damn it, Farhan.
A little bit more on the. So what we're taking from the Logan Webb tweet is, okay, Dodgers, you're the Monstars. Let's play.
Right.
And as a Giants fan, you both love that, and there's a piece of me that hates that because that means that the San Francisco Giants, like so many other teams around baseball, are taking on the persona of basically the little engine that could. We're just a little guy. Let's see if we can go beat the Monstars. And I get it. There's nothing they could do about it. The Dodgers have created something that the players all want to join. So, I don't blame the Dodgers. I don't blame the players for wanting to join it. I don't blame the opponent players for responding to it this way. But again, the only way I can describe it is the way that I already have. The baseball left some doors unlocked that they should not have left unlocked, and the Dodgers walked through them. So it's created this animal, and it may be a short-term gain because when you do have teams that people hate That's a good thing. Like, I think people are going to sit down at 1:30 tomorrow across the nation and root against the Chiefs. That's a good thing, right? Tom Brady and the Patriots. Oh, I'm so sick of Tom Brady and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. No, you're not, because you have something to root against. They were a foil or whatever. They are the big bad thing that you root against. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Lakers, the Cowboys, stuff like that is good, but it's good in doses. It's not good if that's just what it is forever, all of the time. Some free agent is going to have to go somewhere else at some point. That would be good for the game, in my opinion.
Right. I mean,
the answer cannot be Dodgers 100% of the time.
Well, or Yankees. And, just load up those two teams and let's just meet in October and let's just make the regular season even more irrelevant.
It's funny. I don't feel that way about the Yankees. I think people who feel that way about the Yankees is just because we've been living for a while. The Yankees have won one World Series in the last 24 years. They just lost the biggest free agent in baseball. He left.
Yep. Where'd he end up going?
New York.
Okay. So there you go.
Yeah, the other New York.
Right. You can look at 20 teams right now around baseball and just kind of pat them on the head and say, make sure you have your bobblehead night and, all your neat little promotions and get your cute little $23,000 a night and, you play baseball and it's fun. And, when Cincinnati takes on the White Sox and when, the Guardians take on the Rays and all the rest of these matchups of mid-market against mid-market, it's a reason why baseball will never, until they change, have that national hold because it's regional games of guys you've never heard of against other guys you've never heard of.
You're absolutely right. And I guess my only hope in this moment is because the Giants just had a regime change. So you can't really hold feet to the fire yet. Like the Giants are 0-0 in the Buster Posey era. I hope that this makes Buster Posey seething mad. That's what my hope is for right now, because I think that he's got the pull to convince ownership to do some things. I think we've already seen some good returns based simply on his presence. You've already gotten at least one very big-time player in his prime to decide, I see the vision. I see the vision. I understand it. I'm going to buy in. I'm joining. Verlander's different. He's 40 years old. Although I don't even think he, as he put it, he wasn't even thinking about the Giants until Buster Posey kind of talked to him and presented something to him. So I would say the early returns on Buster are good, but we're going to obviously have to see a lot more than this through the next 2 to 3 years. And I hope that this kind of thing gets sort of like what you see from Logan Webb. Like, dude, get your competitive juices flowing and realize that you're not the bottom of the Dodgers shoe. Like, when the Dodgers come to town
in July,
that's offensive.
Yep.
Right now, the way that building looks and sounds when they're in town.
I've never seen you so mad.
It is offensive.
You were angry.
I don't care what the final score of the game is. But when you got your left field merchandise stand selling Dodger gear, and you've got that crew taking over the ballpark, and half the place looks blue, and people are chanting back and forth at one another, it's fine. There's always been opposing fans in the building. It's no different down there. But no. Right now, that vibe in that ballpark when the Dodgers are in town, I hope Buster finds it completely unacceptable, because as a fan, I sure do.
Right. And they come July 11th, 12th, and 13th. That's their first visit. And I find it curious that you're having a Barry Bonds bobblehead day in the second of those 3 games.
That's really curious.
Right. Like, do you really need to gin up the ticket sales when the Dodgers are in town? And maybe you do that to try to avoid
they're trying
so
to
many
gin
Dodger
up the sales
fans
to actual Giants fans.
I guess. And you've got the Spirit jersey in the final game, which is actually the final series before the All-Star game, which is in Atlanta this year. So the first Dodger visit, and they come only twice, is not until July, which, again, I don't want to harp too much on Major League Baseball in one show, but this balanced schedule is a bunch of crap.
It's dumb.
Where you only play the Dodgers 12 times, and you only have 2 visits from LA and 2 visits down there as well, instead of the old where it'd be 19 against the Padres and 19 against the Dodgers and Rockies and the D-backs.
You said it right away, actually. Like the fact that their first visit is in July.
Yeah.
When the season is already April, May, June, we're 3 months in. We're 3 months in already at that point. That's terrible.
Right.
That's terrible. The Dodgers should be one of the first 3 or 4 teams to come to town every year. The same way the Giants should be down there.
Right. Instead, your opening series, Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds.
Boy, that gets the blood boiling.
Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds. So your opening homestand.
Wait, you said Reds twice.
Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds.
They come back again?
Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds. You open up with 3 in Cincinnati.
Oh, in Cincinnati.
Correct.
I thought you were talking about homestand.
Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds. Those are your 4 series. So at Cincinnati, at Houston, home to Seattle, home to Cincinnati.
Give me the first couple homestands, though. So Seattle and Cincy.
Let me just say it one more time. Reds, Astros, Mariners, Reds.
But those aren't homestands. Seattle and Cincy come.
Right.
And then what's the next homestand?
Mariners, Reds, Brewers, Rangers. There's your first month. Mariners, Reds, Brewers, Rangers. And that comprises 13 games. Your first 13 home games, all in April, include, checks math, no divisional opponents.
Awesome. Super exciting.
Yeah, right?
Thank God
Go baseball.
Willie Adames used to play for the Brewers, so at least we've got that.
There it is.
Willie Adames revenge
it's the Corbin
game.
Burns.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you're just joining us, we got on to the baseball topic because Roki Sasaki has announced his destination, and 3, 2, 1, yep, again, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers. So it's the Dodgers. It's the Dodgers. It's always the Dodgers. No matter who the free agent is next, no matter what the rumors are, I'm just going to assume it's the Dodgers from now on, especially if it is a fancy international signing, because they seem to, whatever their pitch is to those players, it's working, I think is the word I'm looking for. It's working. So there's that. All right, 888-957-9570. Jordan Poole is here. Jordan Poole will play basketball against the Warriors tomorrow. The Jordan Poole conversation, well-traveled throughout the last couple of years. So I want to caution everybody right now, this is not your father's Jordan Poole conversation. I don't want to get into all of that drama, the back and forth, the punch, all of that stuff. I would much rather kind of look at this through the lens that you brought up. And I think that you do hear a lot more in recent days from the Warriors Warriors fans, I should say, bringing up his name because of the idea of, well, they're having a hard time scoring down the stretch. Steph needs a number 2. You should have kept Jordan Poole. So how do you answer your own question? Do you wish Jordan Poole was on this team?
No, I don't. But at times, I'll be honest, when I watch the Stephless Warriors and, Buddy Hield is shot hunting and shot missing, and Dennis Schroeder is confused. And then you look at the rest of the guys on the court, and it's GP2 can't score, Kevon Looney not a threat, Slow Mo not really a scorer either. There are times when I do think about Jordan Poole at his best, and even at his normal, where Jordan Poole can get you a bucket. He can create his own. He can shoot the 3 ball. He can look to score. Now, I guess I'm kind of a little bit jaded or a little bit colored by what I remember from Jordan Poole. I don't remember only the good times. I do remember a lot of, dribble, fall down, and dribble, chuck it up, and dribble, throw it to no one. So I don't think that he would be the answer, but I do at times look at an offense that really struggles and think, yeah, Jordan Poole's a guy who can at least get a bucket.
Yeah, I get that. And I do think it's very difficult. It's difficult in our day and age with the way that a lot of us debate and talk about sports and share thoughts. It's very difficult to sort of straddle a fence and present two things at the same time. I acknowledge all the things, and I did this on the crossover. I acknowledge all the things that you just said. The first thing I want to point to is Jordan Poole was a late first-round draft pick who worked his way through the G League, and by all accounts, he did it by being the first one to show up and the last one to leave. And period. End of story. How do you not love that in any human being? So I very, very much appreciate that part of his story. Secondarily, in professional sports, when a player is drafted by a team and has a key role on any level in winning a championship, that is also something that carries a lot of weight for people. And both of those things are very true for Jordan Poole. But for me, after that, it gets really complicated. It really does. And what I hear from a lot of people is when you point to 2 seasons ago, when all of those things you're talking about started to really take over, poor decision-making, forcing things, flying around under the hoop, throwing stuff up, looking at refs, horrific defense. A lot of people go, but it was after the punch. Period, end of story. Free pass for anything that happened after the punch. And I just can't do that. I have compassion. I think I have compassion with the best of them. I probably have too much in my life. That was awful. That was awful. However, on Earth, you're going to go through some things. I've seen some people go through worse things than an organization giving you $120-something million,
$140,
and a punch in the face.
Yep,
I get it. It's in a public realm. That sucks. It's humiliating. It's debilitating in terms of team chemistry and all of that stuff. But what are we really saying about Jordan Poole if the final analysis is, well, he got punched? So that's the end of that. You can't, you're not accountable for anything anymore? And that's all it is. It's never been personal. To me, it comes down to 2 things. And it's A, he's just not my kind of basketball player. The Warriors have been built for years on not just Steph's talent, Klay's shooting ability, the dog and Draymond. They're super smart, man. I know they turn the ball over a lot, but they have a process, a defensive rotation, an offensive ball movement, the Steve Kerr system. It's smart. It's smart, and it calls for players to understand it and make really good decisions. And Jordan stopped doing that. And whether it was because he got punched, because he got paid, because he wanted to be a 1, because he wanted to start, I have no idea. But he stopped doing that. And then there's the financial aspect of it. And I really do firmly believe if Jordan Poole was still on this team, the Jonathan Kuminga conversation would be a non-starter.
It would be tougher, yeah. And I do think that when you look at what Jordan Poole is making, and this year he's making 29.6, and then it goes to 31.8 and 34 flat. As you look at those numbers and what Steph is making and Draymond and Wiggins, and you start to add it up, well, you're starting to run out of room for another player, let alone Jonathan Kuminga, who might be eventually getting 35 or 40. We don't know what that would be. But, yeah, it becomes tougher to then, give Kuminga an extension, let alone this year. If you want to add up what Jordan Poole makes versus Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield and Dennis Schroeder, those 3 make about the same amount as Jordan Poole. So where would your depth be? It probably wouldn't be there. And it's interesting what you say about the punch year. And I'm looking at just the numbers right now. And the year after he got punched, his last year here, he shot from the floor. It was 43% from the floor. Better than last year in Washington. And he shot 33% from 3. Better than last year in Washington. And he averaged 20 a night. Better than last year in Washington. So even though the year he had, which was a little sideways. By the way, he did play in all 82. We definitely need to tip a cap for playing in 82. He wasn't, he's one of only a small handful of guys who played in every game, but his numbers in his last year, which was sideways, last year in Washington was worse. He shot it as often. He shot it worse. He scored less. and he turned it over almost as often. So, yeah, Jordan Poole's year post-punch was not good, but his first year in Washington was categorically worse.
Yeah. And this year's been better.
Much better,
This year's been better, but and this is what, Steiny and Goo were kind of criticizing me for, which is, it's hard to say he's not a winning player when he's on Washington. Little chicken or the egg conversation there. Is Jordan the reason Washington's bad? Is Washington being bad the reason that Jordan is inefficient? I mean, look, there's probably some of both of those things. But for me, the bottom line is that. It is that. Like, Jordan started to embark on a basketball process that, for me, felt like it was more harm than good. It doesn't win games. It is too self-centric. It is too wild. It is too thoughtless. It is all of those things. And that's exactly what Washington is. And, you'd hope that a player like Jordan Poole would come out of the Warriors system and immediately be like, guys, that's working really well for a decade. Let me share some things with you about how to go about it and actually win in the NBA. I don't see that. I see someone who's after numbers.
To an extent, and I also think that a lot of it is the way he plays and how he is comfortable playing. And I was looking at the numbers the other day about usage, which is the percentages of plays that you either score or you're involved with as the primary passer and the rest of that. And he has a higher usage rate than Steph Curry. He needs to be a part of the play. He needs to have the ball in his hands, and this team doesn't really operate that way. It's a pass and cut and move kind of an offense, and I do think that Jordan Poole thrives in a system that is much more him with the ball, getting a screen, and making a choice. And usually that choice is him shooting. He's shooting it 16 times a game this year, and if he was on the Warriors, you wouldn't want him to shoot it that often.
We would love to hear from some of you on this. We got some people lining up. We're going to take your phone calls here momentarily coming up next. 888-957-9570. And the question is, all other things being equal, do you still wish that Jordan Poole played for the Warriors? And then contextually, we can take that conversation wherever we want to go. 888-957-9570. Do you still wish Jordan Poole was a Warrior? We take your phone calls next at 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Each new year beckons new beginnings. So now is a good
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We got to start keep track of them dogs, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Keep track with them dogs.
I mean, that sounds like a big dog.
That's a big dog.
In case you are thinking about possible burglarization sensation, that to me is going to be a no from me.
Well, you know,
dog.
But what I love, because you could hear in the interaction, and we all know dogs, if you know anything about dogs, they're pack animals. And so what that means is they will respond to sometimes what feels like intense leadership. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. It's not just the open wheel. Hold on a second. Hey.
See that? Charles Davis, like, that's one of my favorite things about dogs. Not my dog, because I could say something like that. My dog would look at me and be like, what?
Exactly.
But anyway, Charles
Say
is...
what again?
It's just like, hey. And that's the end of that.
Pretty much. Didn't hear another bark.
That dog can be as big as he wants, but that dog was like, boss just spoke.
Right.
Better shut up.
Yeah, yeah. If only toddlers responded the same way.
Seriously. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. Dogs are way smarter than toddlers. That's not even a conversation.
And I wonder about the defiance level of your average 2.5-year-old versus your average canine.
Oh, the 2-year-old, way worse. I mean, think about it. First of all, what's one of the main things we need to live? Food, right?
Oh, yeah.
What do you need to do to get a dog to eat?
Put the bowl down.
You just need to put it there.
Yeah.
But a kid, you got to pretend like
dude, you have no idea.
Or an airplane. I mean, it's ridiculous.
This morning's breakfast was a series of if-then propositions. If you have another bite of your egg, then I will give you this piece of buttered bread. Do you want a choo-choo or a helicopter?
You know what that is?
It's a negotiation sensation.
It's a negotiation sensation. Cha-ching.
You know what it is? It's an hour-long battle to get a 2-year-old to have breakfast.
It's a migraine headache is what it is.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Jordan Poole's in town tomorrow. Do you still wish he was on the team? Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Hi, Bud. Thanks for calling.
Hey, listen, as far as the kids, man, I have a 2-year-old myself. He'll be 3 coming up on the 25th. But you just have to try to find what it is that they like. And just, I mean, if you got to repeat, give it to them. Like mine, for dinner, he'll love spaghetti every night if I have spaghetti. He'll eat it all. But as far as Jordan Poole, man, what Jordan was doing was he was starting to smell himself. Jordan, he knew he came out in the same draft as John and the other guys. They all got their payday. And, you know, he got the championship ring before those guys, and then he got his payday, and he already knew coming out in that draft, he felt that he was as good as those guys, and he may have felt that he should have been taken higher. Granted, for him, he got taken by the Warriors, and he has the championship ring first. But that's what happened with Jordan. He started to smell himself, and you could see it in his play, and he started to tell himself, you know what, these guys need me. And that's what his play dictated, is these guys need me. You saw the way when Curry was trying to say something to him when he was on the way to the bench. He like bumped past Curry and had this little attitude. When you have that towards the guys who paved the way for you, you're thinking bigger of yourself than the team, and that showed in his attitude and it showed in his skill set. But I mean, we may be missing him offensively, but at the same time, man, this is something we can get past, man. We went through the We Believe years, and even before that, as Warriors fans, when you can go to the Oakland Coliseum and get in for what was it, $2 Wednesdays or something like that? So we come a long way as a fan base, man. So, you know, let's just take it in stride, and thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. It's a great phone call.
Yeah.
And there is so much ingrained in NBA culture that's based on respect, and sometimes that is attached to money, and then sometimes it is attached to pecking order. And I'll give the lovely Christy credit on this one. For example, here's something that I think a lot of us thought was whimsical and fun, and she told me the first time she saw it, she went, that's going to be a problem. Want to know what it is? It's when Jordan Poole was leading the league in free throw percentage, and the other team would get a technical foul called on them, and Poole and Curry were both on the floor at the same time, and then they had this funny little thing about who's going to get to go shoot the free throw, and she's like, oh, no, that's not good. No, it's not funny. That's Steph Curry. Steph Curry shoots the free throw. Stand down, Jordan. Now, that may not sound like a big deal.
No, I know it's a big deal.
But that's a micro point in a macro conversation, which is what Bud is pointing to. And the bottom line is, yes, I do think there were people in the Warriors organization that think that Jordan got too big for his britches, and I don't really blame him for it because that's the NBA. When you're coming up and you want to bag and you want to be a one and you think you have that in you, and someone else is blocking you from doing that, it becomes a problem.
And it is pecking order, and I'll make my second soccer analogy. And when there's a penalty, and it's going to be a penalty kick that's going to be taken, there is a penalty kick taker who takes the PK. And sometimes you have a young star who might think that it's their time to be the PK taker, and it's like, no, it's not your time. I'm the 12-year vet, and this is what I do. And so the PK taker is the guy who has more experience and more gravitas, even if it's a 3-0 game, and even if you were the one who drew the foul, and you draw the foul, you think I'm going to get the PK. It's like, no, we have an order. There's an order to things, and it's the same thing with the technical foul free throw. And I do think that the bag part of it is a big one, and this is where it brings us to Jonathan Kuminga, because he saw his draft class. Now a lot of them got the really, really big bag, and he wants the big bag. And so I do think that his year started with him maybe bag chasing, and then the last 5 games, it felt like he kind of had zeroed in on the reality of, if I play well in the right way, the bag will be there. And then he got hurt, which is the sad part.
Well, this is why so many of these guys, Poole struggled with it. Kuminga struggles with the idea of not starting. That's all about respect and money. It's not about, do you still get 30 minutes a night? It's about respect and money. That's it. And I remember saying to you earlier, before the punch, that the Jordan Poole thing could get wobbly. My prediction was that Jordan wouldn't necessarily want to be a Warrior anymore, because he's not caught up in the history of all this. He wasn't here for all of the first 3 championships. So when people are like, how could he not want to be a Warrior? And I'm like, because the job of number 1 is taken here. And he thinks that he can have that job. It's the same reason Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter broke up, is because they both were like, Vince was the one. And then Tracy became a free agent, and he was like, I'm a one. That job's not open here. Now, it ended up being a parting for different reasons, because he got whacked in the face, and then the team traded him, and it got all sideways. But I remember thinking, this is heading down a road that'll be really interesting to see what Jordan wants to do, because, man, that's tough. Jonathan's still dealing with it.
Right.
When you think that your head is bigger than the ceiling in the room, what do you do?
Especially when you are yet to really show it and prove it. And, I've been reading through the Ramona Shelburne article on ESPN about Jimmy Butler.
It's really good,
He's a guy who's actually done it. And so their big push-pull is, a lot of it's about money. And, Pat Riley's a guy who's going to dig his heels in and do the right thing with the Heat culture in mind. But at least he's a guy who's been in the league for, 14 years. And if you're Kuminga and you're Poole and your youngsters coming up and Poole gets the bag, and now the shoulders are back and you got to bounce in your step. It's like, I'm here, I'm him.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by Steph, Dre, and Clay, guys who've, won 3 more rings than you, and they've been doing it a lot longer. There's definitely going to be a little bit of tension in the room.
No doubt, which I firmly believe, and this is hard to say because it makes it sound like I'm victim shaming. I believe there was a lot of that tucked into what eventually happened. That is not excusing Draymond by any stretch. But I do think there was a lot of tension in the room that was based on attitudes, money, big for britches, challenging authority and establishment, all of those things I think were in the room and probably had a hand in whatever got into Draymond that caused him to do that. Christian in Fairfield next up. Hi, Christian. We thank you for the call. What are you doing?
Listening to you guys. I like everything the caller said and what you guys are saying. And to piggyback on that, he quit on his team after Draymond punched him. That's what I see. And you don't want to play with a guy that quits on their team. That's where you see what kind of player a person is when the adversity hits. He's supposed to turn up and say, I'm better than Draymond. Go out there and ball. And they want to get rid of Draymond and not him. And you see, like the guy said, Steph telling him, play ball. And he's that prima donna stuff. So, no, I don't miss Jordan Poole at all. And his numbers in Washington are skewed. Anyone in the NBA with that usage rate can get 20 a game. So he can stay over there.
Christian, thanks.
I don't know about him quitting on the team. I have a hard time with that one.
That's a big word.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it, and he played all 82, and he played 30 minutes a night. And whether or not he became too self-centered and selfish as a basketball player, we could have that conversation. But for me, when you quit on your team, that means you either fake injury or don't show up or clearly jake it and don't try. I think Jordan Poole still went out and tried. I don't know if he necessarily was trying to play the way they wanted him to play, and that might ultimately have been why he got sent out. But for me, the idea of the Q word, you got to really be sure that somebody is quitting. Devondre Campbell quit on his team.
That's a good point.
I mean, can we call that a guy who says, I don't want to play? Tyreek Hill quit on his team.
No doubt. Like, I don't like
Blake Snell quit on his team.
You can argue that. And I think there are some in the Giants organization who agree with you.
Yeah.
And so Blake Snell was never going to continue to be a Giant. I don't think it's great that he ended up with the Dodgers, but anyway.
I mean, that might be a lowercase Q.
Yeah, I wouldn't use, I get where Christian's coming from. I just wouldn't use that word.
Yeah.
I think that there were multiple and differing motivations. Let's put it that way. You're
such a good politician.
Well, no, but that's
differing motivations.
That's what it was.
That's saying he was selfish without saying he was selfish.
Okay, but
I like what you're doing.
But you could argue that if you want to use the word selfish, you could just say that about the other side too. I'm not even telling you which side I'm on, although it's pretty hard not to. When you're playing with Steph, Dre, and Clay, I think it's pretty hard to have a leg to stand on when you look at the three of them and you're like, actually, I think we should do it this way. How about that? Well, hold on a second. This is Steph, Clay, and Dre. As a fan, I'd rather people come in and sound like Buddy Hield. He walks in and he's like, this is Steph Curry. I'm going to do what Steph Curry tells me to do because that's Steph Curry. Jordan, I don't think, did that. It doesn't make him wrong. It doesn't make him a quitter, though.
Right.
Differing motivations and goals.
Yeah, it's just, you're a wordsmith. You're a politician. The way you're doing it, I mean, you could use words like selfish, quitter, choker, but you choose to say differing motivations.
Differing motivations. Yes.
You're over there painting.
Well,
I'm throwing stuff at the wall and you're over there painting with a fine-tooth comb.
Numbers are numbers and words are words.
I do think that
Those are my words.
He had differing motivations. And at times he was all they had because,
For sure.
You had
as the other guys aged,
right, and the other guys got hurt, and you can also look at Klay Thompson and say that he had differing motivations.
It got to that,
right, when he was hunting his shot,
and that's why he's gone.
Yep,
right. That's what happens if you're not on the same page. You got to go because you are involved with a page that is well traveled and true. That's this is Golden State Warrior basketball in 2025. It doesn't mean they're going to win the title this year, but you're not going to come in during the Steph Curry era and tell them to do it a different way. No, doesn't work. Steve in Stockton. Hi, Steve. Thank you for calling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I'm just glad. I'm glad we actually got rid of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was a bench player at best. I don't think that he was even the second best player on that team. You walk into a room with three future Hall of Famers, and you're demanding the ball, you're demanding the night to be about you, and a lot of that has to do with the year prior when Steph got hurt, Draymond got suspended, Clay was out, and now you are that man that the weight of the game is on your shoulders. And he took care of us for that duration, but you have three future Hall of Famers on your team who have won rings, who have played to a greatness that no one else can surpass, and your head became big. The punch is something a lot of people talk about. You heard Draymond's apology, but there's a reason why somebody gets punched, right? Nobody just walks up to somebody and punches somebody. And I think with a guy like Draymond who demands respect, demands 110% when you're on the court, he is the bully and the bully captain of our team, and you come in with a big head. I think an arrogance got to him, and I think that's why he got punched. I think words were said, He challenged the captain of the team, the Bull, and he got the horns. And then when you've seen during the season, Steph's not really, he'll show emotion, but he's not a frustration emotion person.
Yep.
He doesn't have that show. And you've seen half court, Steph takes his mouthpiece out and slings it across the court in frustration because Jordan Poole's taking he's being guarded by two guys. Steph Curry standing at the 35-foot mark for a game winner, and Jordan Poole's taking a 40-foot forced shot. That's the best player, the best shooter in the league, next to LeBron being the best player in the league, and you're watching him stand there wide open, and you're not feeding him the ball. That is what told me that Jordan Poole was going to be gone.
Yeah, Steve, I'm with you, especially the second half of your call. Like, all the drama, I get it. And it doesn't make Jordan in the wrong. Like, that's big ego stuff. This is the Warriors. This is the NBA. They're champions. Jordan is a champion. They've all got high abilities. They all want multi-million-dollar contracts. Like, there's gonna be stuff. Think back to when David West was like, y'all don't even know what the hell went on in this locker room this year.
Well, and think about how much stuff there's been since Jordan left. Yep. There has still been stuff. Clay's entire year. Draymond got suspended for a choke and a stomp and a flail punch, and Kuminga pouted last year. So the drama didn't begin or end with Jordan Poole.
No. What I focus on when we look at this is the basketball. It's the basketball.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, I'm in the middle of a little project over here. I am on John Hollinger's NBA efficiency rankings website, and I'm scrolling.
Yeah. Down? You're scrolling down?
I'm on page 5.
And you're looking for Jordan Poole?
I haven't found his name yet. It's possible that I missed it, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm on page 5. I'm going to let you know when I find it.
Okay.
I'm through 250 players.
As far as efficiency.
Efficiency ratings. And I have gone through most of the Warriors.
And this is, PER, player efficiency ratings?
Correct.
As per John Hollinger?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I just got to Harrison Barnes, who's number 260.
Yeah.
I found him.
I just got to Buddy Hield at number 268.
Is he going to find him if he keeps scrolling, or did he miss him?
No, he missed him.
I did?
Oh, God.
Okay.
He missed him because he hates him.
He's on the very end of the second page. He's the 100th most efficient player according to John Hollinger's PER.
What's the problem then? He's top 100.
Where did I miss him?
Yeah.
You said he's number 100?
Yeah.
See, I've got number 100 as Clint Capella.
Huh.
We'll
have it on ESPN.com. John Hollinger PER.
That's where I am. What's the PER number? What is Jordan Poole's number?
16.78.
Yes, it's 16.78. I see him now at number 122 on my list. This may include players who haven't played.
Yeah.
They haven't qualified, though.
You know I'm reluctant to do this.
Anyway, you know who he's like?
I'm Team Grandy because I'm looking at it too, and I have him at 100.
Okay, no, that's fine. Like I said, I may be on a list that includes players who have played like 5 games. Guess who he's right behind? Right behind, like just narrowly. He's at 16.78.
Kuminga!
Jonathan Kuminga's 16.79. 16.79.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who's next? Jonathan in Danville. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you guys doing? I had to calm myself down because we got to put some respect on my boy Jordan's name here. And I know we're talking about after everything's said and done, Jordan. Now, we do understand when players go through things like Klay Thompson. I know it was an injury, but he never came back, and we have respect for that, and we understand that. We also appreciate what he's done. You talk about Klay having a ring, Draymond having a ring. Put some respect on the third Splash Bros name because he's got a ring. And I know that after he got hit and the entire league made fun of him, the internet went crazy, and the Warriors really didn't do a whole lot. And imagine, I don't know where you guys work, but if my assistant manager punched me in the face in front of everybody at work and was not fired, I don't think I'd want to be there either. And not to mention, I don't know about you guys, but I feel bad for some of these people's spouses where they say, well, you know, he got punched, so he must have deserved it. I don't condone those kinds of things. I remember Jordan for what he was and what he did, and that's where I'm going to keep him. It's Friday. Let's get in a happy mood. It's not that serious. It's basketball, Warrior fans. Let's get going. And again, put some respect on my boy Jordan's name.
Yeah, Jonathan, let us respond to that.
Yeah,
Thank
Jonathan,
you very much.
thank you.
First of all, everybody's happy. We're super happy.
Second of all, if my assistant manager punches me, I'll see you not on the court, but in court.
In court, exactly right.
I'm a lawyer up.
Yeah, I don't think anybody argues any of those points. What I would say back to you is that you're forgetting all of the other stuff. And that's what each person and fan gets to do. You get to remember what you want to remember. I remember what he did. I don't think when someone wins a championship, that automatically means, so now they've got diplomatic immunity. For the rest of their lives, we can have no opinions about them. You brought up Klay Thompson, and you know what you're forgetting? He got publicly torched the last year. This radio station couldn't stop taking phone calls nicknaming him Clank Thompson. He got absolutely dragged through the mud, I thought, last year. And he's Klay. He's an actual splash brother, and he doesn't have a ring. He's got 4 and 2 major injuries that he fought through. So I think there's plenty of respect on Klay's name. And honestly, I do think there's respect on Jordan Poole's name. That's where we started this conversation.
Yeah.
I love the work that he did to become a good player. I love that he contributed to a championship. I don't really dig where it went after that. Is it all his fault? 1,000% no. But to me, that can't be the whole story. Jordan works his way to be good. Jordan is good. Jordan helps win a ring. Jordan got punched. End of story. No, I just think it's a little more layered than that.
It's always more layered than that. And, you know, I always hesitate when people want to give him that Splash Brother acronym because there are only 2 Splash Brothers. And you can give him Splash Cousin, and, you know, he got a water-based nickname when you talk about a pool party, which is great. And, you know, he was fantastic in the championship year. And even the year after, he was good. He got you just about 20 a night coming off the punch, and then he got traded for a variety of reasons. And I don't know how much of that stems from the punch. I do believe the majority of the reason why he got traded was an overall fit. I don't think that he fits the way he's best at playing basketball. For me, doesn't fit with what the Warriors have with Steph Curry.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And as far as, you know, being traded for a variety of reasons, I will say this, though. This is what keeps sticking to my mind. Like when you said he was still really good post-punch, I understand that statistically we've got this marriage with the 20-point number in the NBA, and if somebody scores 20 points, they're royalty. You average 20 PPG, and I know that's hard to do. There's no doubting his skill set, which is elite in terms of this globe and people who play offense in the NBA. But I would argue that was not a good season, and I would argue it not from any particular numbers. I would argue it from the fact that, as I said earlier, that year, when I watched Warrior basketball, my phone, every single game, was lighting up with people from work and outside of work texting about how Jordan Poole drove them nuts. That's how you felt. That's how the Warrior fans felt that year.
It was frustrating.
And I think it's gotten forgotten.
Well, and I do think
or brushed over.
And, you know, numbers are always interesting when you look at them. And you were talking about the Hollinger performance rankings, and I just looked at last year. Last year he was 237th.
No, he's better this year.
This year he's 100th.
No question.
So, you know, better year, and the numbers are about the same. So it all depends on, you know, how much you shoot and how much you score.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The knockout tournament is back. You want to play ball on the Chase Center floor like Jordan Poole used to do and like he will tomorrow? Well, all you got to do is be with us throughout the month of January and February. Not next Monday, but the one after that, January 27th. That's when we're going to start qualifying everybody, and we'll do it for 3 weeks, every day, 3 times a day. Each show will have a spot. 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. Every day for 3 weeks, starting on the 27th. That's how you can qualify to come play ball with us on the Chase Center floor and try to dethrone Mark Grandy. Okay? That's what we're doing. You got to be 18. You got to be a California resident. We look forward to giving those out and meeting a lot of you there. A lot of you want to weigh in on this. And so that's what we're going to do. Coming up next, your phone calls, 888-957-957 on Willard and Dibbs.
Meantime, while you're...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, they need a stretch 4 or 5.
Yeah.
People are on the internet tweeting out pictures of Kevin Durant in a Dodgers uniform.
Okay.
You don't get it?
I guess because, they're now a super team.
Just a little bit.
We'll see.
And people keep joining them.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And baseball's different because you can be a super team and then you can have a starter have a bad day, or you can go up against a great starter and you could be out.
If you have been listening to the station all day, you'll get this joke. If you haven't, maybe you won't. But I would say somebody should call Guru right now and offer him a bet of Dodgers versus the field.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Because he has Kansas City against the field with Steiny in a bet.
And thinks he pulled a fast one on him.
Yep.
Right. We can get into it with Fade the Dibber coming up a little bit later. But
you're picking all 4 games?
And the picks are in. The picks are in. Yeah.
I love that, man.
I do too.
Anyway, go ahead.
There's so many things I love about that show, and one of them is how Steiny will just kind of slowly lure him into these bets, and then Guru just makes these big proclamations, and Steiny's like, "You want to bet?" And then boom,
he's the best.
I don't know.
He's the best. Absolutely the best. Completely authentic, by the way, everybody.
Yeah,
completely authentic. Oh man, the Chiefs are not the best team. They're not even close to the best team. I don't think they're one of the 2 best teams.
If I was to power rank the 8, I would probably put them 4th.
Yes. Yes, the Ravens, Bills, and Lions are better.
I think so.
They're better.
Texans might be better too.
Nah, they're not better. They might win.
Right.
They're not better.
Well, they only have to be better on Saturday.
Correct.
And that's where, and we get into the whole thing about which quarterback is better in which system, and yeah, it just matters who is on whose team and what their system is and all the rest of it.
We're going to go back to the phones, but first we've got slates. Want some info?
Some fresh slates?
We got fresh slates.
All right.
The Warriors will play the Washington Wizards tomorrow. That's why Jordan Poole's name keeps coming up. As far as the Warriors lineup tomorrow night.
Starting lineup? It's already out?
Well, no. Availability for the team. Jonathan Kuminga out. Brandon Pajemski out. Kyle Anderson remains out. Draymond Green, probable.
Okay, good. He's in.
Sounds like
he's in play.
Draymond is not throwing up anymore.
Yeah, and the back is obviously better too.
Yeah.
If
I buy that he was super sick. No.
Well, yeah. Somebody came on and told us as much, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's. And Fitz actually came on yesterday and said it's been going around the team.
I think it's what Kyle Anderson has.
Right. And it's, we've talked about it before. If you're on the team and on the plane and in the meetings and in the locker room, how do you not get it?
Well, when he said Kyle Anderson has it, my first question, which I didn't ask, was then why was he on the bench the night before?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Thank you, Kurt in Hayward Hills.
For crying out loud. Get him away from the guys.
There's a point when you're no longer contagious, and honestly, the biggest area where you can spread it is on an airplane, and that's why I'm still stunned that people I will forever wear a mask on an airplane. Yeah. I wear one on BART, and I get on BART most days, and I'm in a train car with 100 people, and there's 5 people who are wearing masks.
The mask thing, and I don't want to get into it. Nobody wants to get into mask talk.
No.
I've always thought the mask thing is kind of more right, maybe more for other people than for you.
It's really for both, because if you have something and you are coughing or sneezing and there are droplets that are flying out of your face,
right?
If I have a mask on, I'm more likely to ward it off. I'm less likely to inhale it if I don't have direct facial contact with your spray.
I don't work for the CDC, so I don't know.
I don't either.
I always thought it was more for others than for you.
I think it's a two-way go.
Yeah, wear a mask. But I do know when someone is not contagious anymore. I do know that.
Oh, yeah.
You're not contagious anymore when there's something that you really want to go to.
That's so funny.
Right. But if it's school
or work,
oh my God.
I got a bad.
I ain't going to do that to everybody else.
Exactly.
I'm contagious.
No doubt.
Up in here. All right. 888-957-9570. How about Doug in Berkeley? Hey, Doug, what is cooking?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
To you too, man.
Love the conversation. Yeah. Love the conversation. I got a question for you. Because I know how I feel about Jordan Poole. But, he came up. He was a good player. Thought he was all that. Turned out the league was better than he thought. Went down to the G League. He worked. He really worked. And I think he got better. And he came up and he contributed. And I also think that the Warriors' structure that was imposed on him allowed him to be a better player than he would otherwise have been. And I think we're seeing that now in Washington. So my question to you is, and, Willard, you talked about the pros and cons a lot. My question to you is, if he came back, having gone through what he's gone through in Washington and knowing that, on his own, he's not all that, do you think that he could be a contributor, a really positive contributor to this Warriors team? What do you guys think?
Doug, thanks. Appreciate the call. Could he be a positive contributor to this team knowing everything he's gone through? Probably. Sure. Probably. I mean, I'm not going to act like that's a small thing to get over. What they've all been through as a group. And I also think that this particular team they're not contending for a championship, at least not in this moment. So can he be a positive contributor to a team that's not winning a championship? Yeah, maybe. I think we are past the days, though, where he can be a positive contributor for this particular group or maybe even any other to win a title. And I know that might be weird for people to hear because he's won a ring, but that was in a role that he no longer wants to accept, seemingly. That's in a role that he's graduated from.
Right. Now, could he put himself into a spot where he can play the role that the Warriors need him to play? Maybe, but I look at the way Jordan Poole is playing now in Washington, and I look at his usage rate, which is higher than Steph Curry. He is involved in 29% of all Washington possessions. And so if you're playing with Steph Curry and his usage rate is 28.6%, which means you're kind of running things through Steph. And if you look at all the players on the list of the most used players, the highest usage rate, they're all stars. It's LaMelo Ball, star on a bad team, leads the league in usage. 38% of their offensive possessions go through him. You got Giannis and Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka and Cade Cunningham. So these are all ones. And Steph Curry is a one. If Jordan came here, again, he would not be a one. Could Jordan Poole be comfortable and thrive with a usage of, 20%? Maybe, but I do think that the way Jordan Poole plays, where he is at his best, is when he has a high usage, he has the ball, and he's the guy.
Yeah, it is tough. And again, that's what I think is hard for all of us to sort of put a finger on, because we're not there, we're not on the team, we're not inside these circles, but it is a thread that runs through every situation in the NBA, and it's respect. And respect is attached largely to two things in the NBA, money and role. And that's where a lot of these issues start. Jimmy Butler, what's going on there? What do you think? What do you think? Jimmy just doesn't like Tyler Hero? He just thinks Eric Spoelstra's a jerk? And Jimmy has done this almost everywhere he's ever been, by the way. And maybe sometimes it's relationships, but I'm pretty sure that right now it's about money. It's about standing within the pecking order of the organization. That's what we're talking about. And it has led to arguments and suspensions and trade demands and all of these things. That's the straw that stirs the NBA drink.
Yeah, that being said, I don't know if you saw this from earlier, but Jimmy Butler tweeting out through his agent, quote, "I'm back." And he is back, and he is in the starting lineup, and the Heat are getting set to tip off here at the top of the hour. And Coach Spo announced earlier that Butler will return to the starting lineup, saying, quote, having Butler in the lineup gives us the best chance tonight. So Jimmy's back, and Jimmy's going to start. So keep your eyes on the Miami Heat.
What could go wrong?
As Jimmy rejoins the Heat after a 7-game suspension.
How many minutes into the game before he starts shooting at the other team's basket?
I'd say 3.
Okay.
Probably slow play a little bit.
Take the under. Leo in the city next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Leo.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Just a quick take on that Butler thing. He's probably going to have the best game of the season.
He probably will. You're not wrong.
He's going to want to prove that he's still got it because he's going to go someplace and demand that extension. So he can't do what he was doing like 2 or 3 games before he got suspended, which is basically acting like he was on playground with a bunch of kindergartners. That's not going to work with Riley. Anyway, back to Jordan. Interesting with all the revisionist history about Jordan, and I can understand, people critiquing his game. People critique everybody's game in the NBA. LeBron gets critiqued. But at the end of the day, I think Jordan did contribute here. I think we forget to remember that he was a 22-year-old. He was learning. I thought the best environment for him was when he was with Curry to learn how to play in big games. Did he make mistakes? Of course, he was a young player. Kind of the same thing that we talk about with Kuminga now, young player, just learning. Well, they're about the same age at that time in terms of Jordan comparing him to Kuminga today. So I think he would have grown in a role here. And certainly I think he would be a very useful player here, again, given the coaching. When you go to Washington, that's a black hole, right? A lot of players have gone to Washington, they found that black hole. And for me, I think the biggest thing is that Jordan had an opportunity to go to the G League and not come back. But because he's so confident in himself and his skills, he made it back. I think that says a lot about who he is. This whole thing in terms of revision history, that he had a big head and blah, blah, blah. The comment about, free throws with competition with Curry, that was a friendly competition. And they were making each other better.
But you don't know that. You don't know that, Leo. And I don't think
I don't know what.
You don't know you don't know that they were all good with that. And you don't, like you're saying it's revisionist history, and it's not. Like you're going to a certain moment in the story and then you're stopping. And what I would add to it is when you say he was 22 and he was getting better and he was making mistakes, sure, we can look past all that. What you're forgetting is that at a certain point he turned around and went the other way. He wasn't getting better. He was getting worse. And so whether you want to call that a big head or whatever, this is pretty well documented. And I think it was pretty evident by the way his teammates were acting on the floor with him. So I think, in my opinion now, I think you're the one who's forgetting some things that happened.
No, I'm not forgetting what happened. What I'm saying is, I believe the punch had a real effect on him mentally, okay?
Sure.
I think especially the fact that Draymond really didn't, the organization didn't really, penalize Draymond for that, okay? They decided, and I think that's why he got traded, Jordan got traded. They decided, obviously, that they were going to go with Draymond, and they just felt after what had happened and some of the things that were going on after the punch that there was no way those two guys could play together. I think that was the bottom line. And I think that played the biggest part in them trading him than anything else. They obviously felt that he was worth the money and they gave him the extension. Now, on the other side of the coin, people have said, you've heard this time and time again, that Draymond was a little upset because, Jordan got the bag. He wanted the bag. Though, they talk about the lack of respect. If I don't get my bag, there was rumors all over the place about him going someplace else. Those things happen in the NBA all the time. That's what's going on with Butler down in Miami, as you said. And I'm not justifying everything about, I'm not saying Jordan's 100% perfect player. What I'm saying is, as a young player, I give him the opportunity that he could have grown with a good team and a good coach was what was going on here. And I do think the punch played a vital part in him getting traded because I think probably in his head, he didn't want to play with Draymond. And I'm not sure Draymond wanted to play with him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Leo, we got to run and get some others in here. Thank you very much. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Obviously, the punch was on Draymond, and I'm sure that had all kinds of effects in terms of team chemistry and Jordan as a player. But this whole like growing with the team thing, I literally think that that's what led to all of the anxiety and the angst between the players at that time. Was that like Jordan felt he had outgrown it. He was doing that for a very long time, and that's why it was working. And then something happened in that offseason after they won the championship where whether it was contractual and financial, something happened.
Physical.
Absolutely. Something happened where a lot of the teammates felt like Jordan had completely, his ego was running amok.
And it all, I think, started before he got punched because you saw the reports of Clay and their trip to Asia where, you know, Clay was kind of remarking that Jordan was feeling himself. And so, yeah, I'm sure a part of it was that, you know, Jordan became a champion. He played great for the most part in the championship year. In the playoffs, he wasn't used quite as much as he would have wanted. And the team still went out and won, and then he got the bag. And I do think after Draymond punched him in practice, that set a certain course of events that might have already been underway, but Jordan Poole was unable to really play the way they needed him to play. And I think that beyond what happened with Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, basketball-wise, stylistically, I think that he had gotten to a point where he was going to play a certain way, and he's best playing a certain way. And I think about D'Angelo Russell as an example of a player who is a great individual player, and he's a guy who's now been on 5 or 6 different teams, but as an individual scorer, D'Angelo Russell is a fantastic scorer. He can get you a bucket from all 3 levels, and you know the way he plays, it doesn't really fit with the way the Golden State Warriors play, and that's okay. You could still be a great player, but you may not stylistically work with the Warriors, and I think outside of the punch, and I do agree with that caller to a big example about, you know, what that meant when Draymond didn't get punished and all the rest of it, but basketball-wise, stylistically, I don't think that Jordan Poole fits with the way the Warriors play.
Yeah, and but somewhere in there, like, I get it. I don't think that this is a unique story at all. The player who is 22, 23, coming up, has success, puts up 20 a night, wins a ring, is about to get contract offers, and suddenly looks at the framework of the league and goes, dude, I want max money in an organization where I can be the dog. That happens all the time. And that's what happened here. It just happened to go really, really sideways.
And I can't help but think about Jonathan Kuminga when he gets to that spot here in, I guess it's 3 months or so when the season ends, whenever it ends. And what's Jonathan Kuminga's motivation going to be? What is he going to be looking for? And I know it's a little different because he's a restricted free agent, as was Jordan Poole, but they extended Jordan Poole, and then that year happened. He got punched, and he didn't play great, and the fit wasn't there, and they traded him. And so the same thing could happen with Jonathan Kuminga, but every player is different when they get that bag, and some react in a way that is not necessarily conducive to them being a great teammate. And, you know, Jonathan Kuminga is going to get between 25 and 45, let's just say, million a year, which is going to be at least a 3 times increase on what he's making now.
Yep.
So you go from 7 to 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever that is. How does that change you? Some guys, it doesn't change at all. Some people, it completely changes you.
Well, and the chase for it does too. And that's why there is some stress around it. And I get that. You know, Jonathan Kuminga wants to start, and people will be like, oh, don't worry about that. Just come off the bench. You'll still get your 28 minutes. And to a degree, I agree with that. But I also understand why it bothers Jonathan. There are millions of dollars on the line almost every time he goes out there. And whether or not that should stress him out, I know how every person looks at that. And we go, oh, you're going to make between 25 and 45? Who cares if it's on the high end of the spectrum or the low? Who cares? You're set for life either way. Sure. But in their world, like any big-time business person, that's not the way they're going to look at it. They're going to look at that as there are millions more on the line, more respect, more standing, more opportunity, all of that. So that's why it's stressful, even though, he looks like he's just bebopping along and trying to score buckets for the Warriors. Let's go to John and Marin. We're still taking your calls throughout this 5 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570. The question where this conversation started is, do you still wish that Poole was on the team? And we're hoping that he's in his hotel gym right now listening to us. So you can tell him, do you still wish Jordan was on the team? John and Marin, hey, next up. Thanks for calling. What's going on?
Yeah, hey. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to say what others might be thinking and aren't saying, which is I personally think Poole deserved to get punched in the face.
Oof.
This is not like your assistant manager at the Geek Squad at Best Buy. These are elite athletes playing premier sports, and you don't, as a 22-year-old, you don't start talking crap to a multi-time All-Star, 4-time champion. And we know what he said now, and his attitude was just bigger than his head. And today he's not even that good. He's got the premier spot. He could be the man. He's averaging 20 points. He's not at 28. He's not at 29. He's not a Kevin Durant. And he was just a punk, and I couldn't wait for him to leave.
John, I feel like you at least believe that you know more than we know. And here's what I mean by that. When you said we know what he said, I don't. What do you know exactly what he said?
Yeah, he said, you're nothing but a $30 million backpack for Curry.
Okay.
That's what he said.
I know that the rumors are out there.
Right.
I've heard all of the guesses. Are we moving forward in life with that being 100% confirmed?
I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, but even if that is what he said, that to me is not worthy of getting cold-cocked by a teammate, especially when you hear Draymond Green talk about trash talk and the nature of it and the back and forth part of it.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, I just have a hard time with him deserving to get punched. If you have two players who are squaring off in a heated argument or a heated moment and things escalate and somebody gets punched, okay, it was, he pushed me and I pushed you, and missed me with the whole idea of Jordan Poole pushed him first, which he kind of shoved him away. I get that, but I have a hard time with the idea of somebody in that spot, quote, deserving to get punched.
That was an uncomfortable comment. Just being honest with you, John. That's uncomfortable to hear.
He's entitled to that opinion, and he's not alone.
I guess. I mean,
he's not alone.
I could argue you're not entitled to that opinion. It's not legal.
No, but you can.
What Draymond did is actually outside of the law.
Right, but there are people. There are things that happen, and people feel like they are justified based on your own way to.
Sure. If I'm walking through a mall with my 15-year-old daughter and you put your hand on her, now we're having a different conversation.
Yeah.
If you're practicing in the NBA and you're just trash talking each other, like I guess. Especially, like, are we going to go there? We're talking about Draymond Green, and you're not allowed to trash talk? He's one of the great trash talkers in the world right now. Does Brandon Pajemski deserve to get punched? Everything I've heard is he a cocky son of a you-know-what cruising around, and they love that in him. I think NBA players actually, they respond to that more often than not, which is they want confidence, borderline cockiness in a teammate. Steph Curry saying the other day, we are more than confident that we can beat anybody in this NBA. Really? You're a party of one. Nobody else thinks you can. But that's the way they're built. And so, I don't know, man. I have a hard time in sports saying that trash talk leads to that. Now, what I have said is it feels to me like all parties in this were getting under one another's skin and starting to push in opposite directions. Like, I'm actually more sort of activated by what I actually saw in games than supposedly whatever Jordan said to Draymond that day. I am more activated by the fact that Draymond once walked off the court in the middle of a basketball game while the clock was running.
Right.
I'm activated by Steph Curry throwing a mouthpiece. I'm activated by Klay Thompson throwing the palms up, all because of decisions that Jordan Poole made within the framework of basketball games. That's what I use as evidence that people were kind of done with his behavior, both on the court and off.
It doesn't
deserve a punch.
It doesn't, and it also, the punch doesn't necessarily justify the way he played, but I look at the way that whole thing went, and it felt to me like, in many ways, a void of leadership, where it happens, Draymond does what he does, and there's no punishment. And if I was in Jordan Poole's spot, I would be very upset. And yeah, you just got the bag, and so you're paid, but you had your teammate not only cold cock you in practice, but the video gets leaked, and now globally, everybody has an opinion, and a lot of the opinions are either you deserve it, like John, our previous caller, said, or at the very least, you got served and you got knocked out, and why didn't you fight back, and you must be this, and are you that, and how soft are you, and all the rest of it. And, he got embarrassed. When you are a pro athlete and you get knocked out by a teammate and then it gets out, that's embarrassing. And then there's no punishment in the rest of it. And so he's supposed to go out there and I'm going to make sure that I make the right pass, and I'm going to make sure that I defer to everybody. And I'm not justifying his play that seemed to me to be a little bit selfish at times, but I understand why you might react that way. The reaction could easily be, F this team.
Sure. Yeah, I also think, gosh, I don't know how many months this topic sort of like ran Bay Area sports and this radio station and all of that. I do want to sort of reiterate what we're talking about today, which is, do you still wish Jordan Poole was on the team? And I know that for historical context, this stuff is going to come up and be a part of everyone's points. I don't want to re-adjudicate the punch.
Sure.
Like Draymond Green, out of line. Okay, let's talk about some other things. Again, for me, this is a basketball point more than anything else.
Agreed.
It's a basketball point. Matt in the city is next up. Hi, Matt. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to chime in that Jordan Poole, I think it was a good move to let him move on from us. But what I didn't like is what happened afterwards. We failed to address our structural issues. We didn't have a big man. We don't have a backup to Curry. Now, we got Schroeder now. I like him as a backup, but I don't like him being him and Curry on the court together. I don't think that's a good mix.
Why is that, Matt? You're talking about Schroeder. You don't like him and Curry together. Why is that?
I just think they're too small, and I just don't think when you got bigger defenders, you're going to struggle. Like when they put the Minnesota guy, that 6'9" defender on Curry, that's a really tough cover. That's a real tough matchup for Curry. Now, Curry's great. He can handle it. But
yeah, he sure did.
But that wears on him.
No, you're talking about McDaniels. Matt, thanks. And no doubt, he's a tenacious defender.
Right.
And watching Steph perform that night was unbelievable because it looked exhausting. And he put up 7 threes and 31 points. Just an unbelievable performance in a 1-point win. I don't know, man. I don't think necessarily the Schroeder-Curry combo is too small. I just think that Schroeder usually is used to doing something in the NBA that he doesn't get to do that much when Steph Curry's on the floor, which is Schroeder wants the ball in his hands and he wants to play pick and roll. And that's sort of like, that turns Steph Curry into PJ Tucker, where he's just standing in the corner waiting for things to sort of roll his way. And so I think that's what Schroeder is struggling with. He doesn't get to do as much here with the Warriors as what he's used to doing.
Well, when Steph is out, then you can find your way to do that. And I do think the other night against Minnesota, you had Schroeder actually get to run some pick and rolls and start to play more like he's comfortable playing. But I also was struck by what Steph was doing out of the pick and roll. And he hit Kavan once, if not twice. He hit GP2 on some rolls where, Curry knows that they're probably going to trap him out of a screen roll, and it just a couple of bounce passes, a couple of great finds down the lane, and he was able to get other guys involved.
Let me ask you this, because there's another piece to this that's interesting that I hear from a lot of people. So you signed Poole, and what was it, $32 million a year, the average?
Yeah.
Right, okay, $32 million a year. Let me just ask you this in a general sense. Forget the state of the Warriors. Forget the state of the Wizards. In general, if you were building a team right now, would you want Jordan Poole for $32 million?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. Although 32 in 2 or 3 years, as the cap continues to grow, it's not huge.
Yeah, when Zach LaVine's making 46, you're like, yeah, okay. But in the grand scheme of things, as I space out my money in a salary cap league and I'm trying to win, do you want to do $32 million for Jordan Poole? And keep in mind, the collective bargaining agreement is now such that it does make it a lot harder to have what I would say 3 players north of $30 million. It's very difficult to do that now. So if your answer is no, and it sounds like your answer is certainly a hard lean no.
It's no, yeah.
My answer is no. So if that's the way you look at Jordan's contract, then you would also, I would think, argue that it is, quote, an NBA bad contract. Jordan Poole for $32 million, if you think that's not worth it, that's called a bad contract. And NBA teams are constantly trying to trade those. They're constantly trying to get rid of bad contracts. So when people look at the Poole deal and they go, all you got was Chris Paul, and then you turned Chris Paul into nothing, and you got nothing for Jordan Poole, that was a terrible deal. Couldn't I argue that the Warriors simply did a magic job of getting out of a bad contract? Because you couldn't keep Jordan Poole at that moment for less. And so what they did was they signed it, and then they got out from underneath it in 1 year. Now, I don't know that that's exactly the way that they were looking at it, but it clears space now for what you want to do with Kuminga, if you want to do that. It cleared space for Steph to get another year. The Draymond deal, which I know a lot of people don't like, but the bottom line is you can't keep that many people for over $30 million. So maybe the Warriors actually did a good job of getting out from underneath it.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily call it a bad contract. It's not. If you're a good team, and let's just say they still had him, and he's making on average 32, and you have Draymond and Steph and Wiggins, then that's probably going to be your big 4, and the rest of your team is going to be comprised of Kavan and GP2 and other guys making about that much. And then when Kuminga comes up, would you be able to also have Kuminga in there? Then it becomes very, very difficult.
Problematic.
So I don't know if it's a bad contract relative to, I'm looking at the list of overall contracts right now, and there are some worse contracts for sure, like Zach LaVine you mentioned.
No, I wouldn't.
That's now untradeable.
Not the worst, but not great.
It's okay. I mean, it's okay. If he's your third best player, and he would be the Warriors' third best player, let's just say, your third best scorer. If you had him and Draymond and Wiggins and Steph, and let's put aside the Jordan Poole, Draymond part of it, let's just say you had Jordan Poole on this team, a guy who can get you 18 or 20 a night, and there wasn't any of the acrimony or the water under the bridge.
Yeah.
I do think the contract is not bad. And
would you match it? What if he were a restricted free agent and he went out on the market and someone offered him the deal that he did get, which was, 132? No, 128. 128.
Correct.
4 years, $128 million. All right. So he's a restricted. He's just like Kuminga. And he goes out on the market, and the Washington Wizards offer him 4 years and 128. Are you matching?
I think so. Absolutely. And I look at Jonathan Kuminga in that same light. And Steiny and Guru had a great discussion, and the great Joe Spadoni actually threw it out. And, is there a number that Jonathan Kuminga could fetch as a restricted free agent that would make the Warriors blush and balk at it? And Spadoni said 4 years and 180, which is $45 million a year. And if I'm the Warriors and Brooklyn, let's just use Brooklyn because they have room.
They have the space.
Brooklyn says, we want to give Kuminga 4 years and $180 million. If I'm the Warriors, I say, good luck, Godspeed, hope you like the New York subway system. Now, if it's 4 years and $160 million, I think maybe you have a little bit more of a of a thought that you might match that. So with Jordan Poole, if it's 4 years and 128, and I know that I'm going to get a guy who is, 17 to 22 points a night with warts, not a great defender, a little bit of a turnover machine, etc., I think that I would match that. And again, this is putting aside the backstory of what we know.
Yes, I'm talking about the basketball player.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that I would.
Well, when you look at the cost of that, the cost of having a player who can do what he does at that age, that's kind of the going rate.
Well, right. So you got to choose wisely. I mean, it's funny because just because that's the cost of it doesn't mean that you have to say yes. I mean, there are people who have that opinion about Brock Purdy because everyone keeps telling everyone that. Sorry, that's what good quarterbacks cost. And you'll hear some people be like, well, I don't have to, I don't have to shop there then. If I don't have to go to Barney's, if that's what things cost in there. No, you don't have to.
Right.
Now, I have very much and will continue to argue that in the 49ers particular situation, it is easily the best option for them, and they can spread that money out in ways that most people don't really foresee, and it won't hurt them for at least 3 to 4 years, and that's what I would do. But I hear you if you're like, well, if you're telling me that a quarterback is $140 million guaranteed and a $300 million deal, if you're telling me that that's what he's earned, I don't have to buy that one. And that's what I would say about Jordan Poole and his 20 points a game. Like, you don't play on the other end, and I don't love your decision-making, I'll spend 32 on a different guard then.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can.
Or I'll spread it out and get 2 forwards or whatever.
Well, that's kind of what you have now with, with Slow-Mo and Buddy and Dennis Schroeder. The three of them collectively make a little bit less, I think, than what Jordan Poole fetches. But I'm looking at some of the salaries here, and Emmanuel Quickley of Toronto signed a 5-year, $162 million deal, which is a flat $32.5 a year. And he's just a guy. He gets you 16 a night, but is he the kind of guy who can help you win? Is he a winning player? Probably not. And so, you're looking at, I think, especially with Kuminga, if you're looking to give Kuminga 5 years, or let's just say 4 and 160, $40 million a year, you had better be certain that he's a guy who can help you win basketball games when Steph is gone.
And while still more certainly raw and unproven than what Poole had done, that is, I would argue, a more broad and more unique skill set, what Kuminga does.
Yes.
Better on both ends of the floor. He's bigger. He's more athletic. Like, he projects to be able to do more things. If you want to find somebody who's 6'3" and can shoot the three and finish with 20 a night, but do it as a volume shooter, I feel like that grows on more trees than Kuminga's do.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. But I do also think that if you're going to give a guy $40 million, you're going to want him to be somewhat special.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking, you've got a lot of these guys who are making that, and a good example is Lauri Markkanen, who's now getting $238 million. He's got a 5-year deal. He's making $238, and he's a great player. He's a unicorn. He's a guy who can score at all 3 levels. He's 6'11", but he plays for Utah, and they stink. So you're going to pay a guy that much, and he's going to help you score points. I don't know how many basketball games they're going to win in the front end of that deal, and by the back end of it, when he's making $53 million, you hope he's got some help. Otherwise, what are we paying for?
Although by then, other max contract players will be making 70. He's making 47. Steph's already making over 60, isn't he?
Yes.
Or will be.
He will be making 62. The biggest number I see on this spreadsheet is Joel Embiid. His player option in the last year of his deal will be for 67.2.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
That one's tough because he's just not available. He's just not available. And seemingly complex in the locker room and from a personality standpoint. I'm not close enough to the Philly Sixers, but just watching Joel Embiid from afar, it feels like someone who really has the possibility of wearing an organization out.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Between him, Maxey, and Paul George, that is almost $600 million worth of money owed, and Philly struggles.
They're terrible.
Right. You've got Embiid, Maxey, and George owed a collective $600 million, and
they're 15 and 24.
What's that getting you?
Yeah,
exactly.
And how many games has Embiid even played this year?
Yeah, not a lot.
What do we got? 39 games. I'll look it up right now.
I would say he's probably played in 19.
You think he's played in 19?
That's my guess.
Joel Embiid so far this year has played in 13 games.
Yeah, wow.
13 games.
That was way too high.
Yeah. James in Fremont. Hi, thanks for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah, to you too.
Yes.
So I would just like to make a comment with regards to Jordan Poole. I think what's getting lost in the conversation is I think if he stayed as a Warrior, his confidence level would have stayed high. He's playing right next to or behind Curry. I think his ceiling wasn't really realized, or we didn't really get to see him at his best because he was thrown over there at the Wizards. So I think that if he stayed as a Warrior, then we would have a better succession plan moving forward. So that's I'm thinking that maybe that's the lost potential that we didn't see with Jordan Poole because he didn't stay with the team.
Yeah, James, I wonder, and thanks for the call. Here would be my response to that. I don't know that Jordan was as comfortable with that role and setting as we as Warrior fans would all like him to be.
Comfortable as the sixth man.
Hanging out below Steph for the rest of his life.
Apparent,
That's what I'll never know. And my guess is that angst was a big part of what sort of ended up happening. And that had been sort of my feeling for about a year leading forward. I liked Jordan Poole before everything went sideways, but I had questions about whether or not he would want to be here because it was clear that Steph wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. And so what you bring up is interesting, James, because I wonder, especially now you're watching Steph Curry start to decline, and you're like, what's Jordan, 24?
25, yeah.
25, and you're watching him sign another year for $60 million plus 2 years from now, and you're comfortable as you become 26 and 27 and 28 years old, you're still comfortable being like, yep, Steph's the man. Steph's the man, just here to help. I don't know. I'm not in the guy's head, but my guess is that he would be uncomfortable with that.
And their contracts are coterminous.
Yep.
So Steph is up the same year that Jordan Poole is up. So to play out the caller's point and what you're saying as well, if Jordan Poole were still here, he still would kind of be waiting for his turn, and he lives out this contract, and his final year is the same final year as Steph, and maybe before Steph gets there, the team decides to give Steph one more year because he wants to play, and even if Steph only takes $50 million, now Jordan's thinking another year, Now what do I do? And maybe then he becomes a free agent and goes somewhere else, and if you're Steph's understudy, could you really go out there and get another big bag?
Right, and this is what guys, I mean, don't you sit around and think about this stuff, especially in your 20s? Don't you map out your future? This was always my thing. It's what we're doing with Kuminga right now. And you don't turn down the big money when it's offered to you when you're a restricted free agent because it's like, you who the hell's going to turn that down?
Yeah, so and you really have no choice.
Yeah, you have to take that. But then once you sign that, I mean, you can cause problems, you can make requests, or you can make plans to get the hell out of Dodge if you feel like you're bumping into a ceiling. I think it's very relevant for players in their 20s. Alex in Oakland. Hi, Alex. Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas?
What's good?
Hey, I think you guys are overlooking a big factor with the Jordan Poole money. If Jordan Poole was still on this team, you got to remember that they would probably be in championship contention, not like they're now. Number two, as the players evolve, Clay was going to be the first one going. I don't care what nobody say. Clay was going to be the first one of the big three to leave. So that means when you go back and look at the statistics when Jordan played with Curry and when Jordan played with Clay, when one of the two was out, Jordan was a much more efficient player.
Sure.
But you let him go, and now you're looking for a player that could take the pressure off of Steph Curry in the last 5 minutes of the game and score baskets. Well, you let him go. The reason why they're not signing Jonathan Kuminga to that big contract like he wants, and what's different between him and Jordan Poole, is Jordan Poole helped contribute to a championship and got a ring for it. Now, I think they paid Jordan a year too early, but he actually contributed to the team to justify that contract. And we all blew him up. We all was in love with Jordan Poole, and then the rigmarole behind the scenes stuff happened. If Jordan Poole doesn't have that experience, Jordan Poole is still on this team, and we're probably in contention for the last 3 years for a championship. That's the guy you're looking for right now,
Alex,
to solve your issues.
you're making a lot of really strong points, but in my opinion, you're then using those points to jump too far. I don't think Jordan Poole is the guy they're looking for. I know you're looking for someone to take pressure off of Steph Curry. I'm not doing it with another 6'1" player. I'm just not. I'm not doing it with another small guard. I'm not doing it with someone who doesn't play defense. I do not believe that if Jordan Poole were on this team right now, that the Warriors are championship contenders. Your premise, I think, is really strong. And you make some solid points. But, if Poole is on this team right now, they're a title contender?
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
I don't see it that way.
I mean, they might be a little bit better, certainly on offense, and in the Stephless minutes, they'd be better. But you also have to remember who then wouldn't be on the team. And you wouldn't have Slow-Mo, and you wouldn't have Buddy Hield, and you probably wouldn't have Dennis Schroeder because, Melton became Schroeder. You might have Schroeder, depending on what the money was like. Yeah. But, if Jordan's making 28 or whatever the exact number is, you can't afford to have all these guys. Well, 32 is what he eventually gets up to. Yeah. But, whatever that number is this year, you can't afford to have everybody and, get out of the second apron, which is what Joe Lacob wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, you had, and I understand that there was all of the rough feelings around it, but, you had Jordan Poole on the team 2 years ago, and they were a second round out. So, they were closer, but they still were only, 44, 46 win basketball team. Let's go to, Philmo's on the line. Hey, Philmo, what's good?
Hey, what's good? With all due respect, come on, Willard. I love you, Willard. You be trying to prove your points. Jordan Poole ain't no 6'1", bruh.
He's 6'3".
Philmo, I've stood right next to him. I'm 6'2". Like everything you see on the internet, subtract 1.5 inches.
I've seen him, stood next to him. You said Curry 6'3". To me, Curry 6'4". But
he's not, and I'll text you a picture after this phone call of me standing next to Steph. We're the exact same height, and we're about 6'1" and 3/4. But anyway, go ahead, Philmo. All good.
Got you. I think the problem with the Jordan Poole situation is that Jordan Poole actually represented the true heir apparent to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. You had a perfect portal to just introduce your new squad. You had Kuminga, you had Moses Moody, you had and Jordan Poole. It's just unfortunate that the situation happened with Draymond Green, but at the end of the day, the reason I'm so disappointed because you had a true portal to the next great, and then we're talking about stuff that like shoulda, coulda, woulda. We don't know where anybody would end up after that punch. That punch changed the whole course of everything, and it's just so unfortunate. But in my opinion, Jordan Poole, man, was the true heir apparent. If you could see anybody coming in Steph Curry's shadows, it would have been perfect. You got Jordan Poole. You got a splash. You got Jordan Poole. You got a pool party right there. I think that's where I get my disappointment at. Like, I'm not trying to look back in that revisionist history, but if I could have a perfect landscape, you got Draymond Green and Steph Curry. Then you got Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole coming up right behind them. learning how to win, learning the pedigree and everything. So it's just very unfortunate because Jordan Poole is Steph Curry 2.0 to me for real. He looked like his junior.
Oof, Filmo, I get it from this standpoint. Thank you, Filmo. I get it from the standpoint of I think there was a moment in time where a lot of us believed in Jordan Poole, and we really believed in the future because he was 21, 22 years old, and you saw a dynamic scorer. When you start saying, I think he's the next Steph Curry,
man,
I cannot think of a more disrespectful thing to say to Stephen Wardell Curry. Like, Steph is an all-time top 10 player. Top 15 player, whatever your debate,
sure.
Whatever you want.
He's one of one,
This is
though.
an all-time, remember 50 years from now player. Jordan Poole is not a shoelace compared to Steph Curry. And he's showing it to you now with the supposed role of an NBA one. They can't win a basketball game. If he were Steph Curry, they would at least be a little bit more relevant. I believed in his future as well at one point or another, and there would be excitement around it. But to say that Jordan can clearly handle the role of NBA one, I'm not going to say it's been proven false, but so far there's no water in that boat.
Well, just because you're the best player on your team doesn't necessarily make you a quote-unquote one. Like Bryce Young is QB1 of Carolina, but he wouldn't start for probably 22 other teams in the NFL, maybe more than that. So
Correct.
You can be a team's one, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're a good team. Cade Cunningham's a good example. He's their one, and now they're much better.
They're getting better.
Because the team around him is better, and he's also healthy, and he's gotten better as well. So you can be the one, you can be the best player on your team and not necessarily be a one at the same time, in my opinion.
We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians are going to check your fluids and wipers and lights and more. Don't even need to get out of your car. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. As we head into the weekend, divisional weekend, Jordan Poole and the Celtics in town. This is Willard and Dibs. And what's going on, everyone? It's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. I'm literally in the midst of staring at this with all the games on right now that have already started. You got to do this with me, having a ton of fun, as Underdog is not only available here in California, it is, my opinion, the best place to play the Pick'em game where you can win up to 1,000 times.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
My favorite part of that is the on town.
No doubt.
The best on town.
It's all of our favorite part.
The two best boys on town.
What's that, brother?
I needed that smile. You know why? You want to know what I was just doing during that break?
Yeah. You told me what you were doing, and I didn't. I was like, what? What's wrong with you?
What do you think? Wait, I did? I told you?
You told me about some Japanese third baseman who's a future Dodger.
No. Yeah, that was a funny tweet. I don't even know if that was real. There was a guy that said the Dodgers AAA affiliate, Japan, has a player that they're bringing up next year.
This guy's a little runt.
Yeah, no. You know what I was doing? I was looking at the highlights. I was looking.
That's a 4.
I was looking at the highlights of Roki Sasaki in the 2023 World Baseball Classic against Mexico. I'm watching these pitches. There is not a Giants hitter that's going to touch any of these.
Well, I mean, add him to the list of other pitchers.
All right, bad example. Dude, it's filth.
Yeah.
It is absolute easy release, 100 mile an hour filth. And that's their 5th starter.
Yeah.
For those of you just getting off work, Roki Sasaki's a Dodger.
There you go. Yeah.
Shut the hell up.
I'd like to. I really would. Actually, maybe I will. Let's fade the dibber.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Ah, yes. Fade the Dibbers is starting to finally work. After a 2-4 playoff weekend that's led to a record of 27-30, starting to get a little messier around here. A
little bit.
Oh, baby. You're going to need to sweep the weekend for a winning record, and I'm here with cash to say you won't do it. But 4 games, 1 radio host, Dibs, will go in order.
Let's do it.
Game 1 tomorrow. You're going to get America's sweetheart, Patrick Mahomes, right out of the gate, hosting D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans and the Chiefs. Big favorites, -8.5.
Was asking Charles Davis earlier about rest versus rust, and the Chiefs are going to be rested now. Mm-hmm. And a lot of those guys haven't played since Christmas.
That's true.
We're talking about 24 days, 3.5 weeks. I do think Kansas City will start a little sluggish, and I also really like Houston's front. Shout out Greg Cosell with his breakdown earlier, and they do have a couple of very good corners. I like a low-scoring, close game. I'm taking Houston and the points.
Houston plus 8.5.
Yep.
Hey. Okay.
That's a fade from all three of you?
That's a huge fade. Fade. All right. So that's 1.
I mean, 17-10 is a win for me. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Good for you.
Okay. Good.
The Detroit Lions are next up in a Saturday night special where they host the upstart and exciting Washington Commanders, and the number is even bigger, -9.5.
Yeah, really exciting and really upstartian, and Detroit not really going to be beset by the same amount of rust. They've been playing all the way through. They played against the Niners. They played against Minnesota. They got a week off to get refreshed. David Montgomery coming back. Yep. This one, for me, feels like a lopsided track meet. This is the one-sided game of the weekend. I'm taking the Lions and laying the 9.5, Kukush.
I will quietly keep my peace on that one.
Anything from you jokers in the back?
Granny's with me.
Oh, Lucas.
Lucas just wants some noise.
Yeah.
He wanted to break the awkward silence.
We got Vegas music to do that.
I'm with you. Detroit by 17 in that game.
Okay.
All right. So you're 1-1. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go to Sunday. And first, We're going to start with the 49er fan annoying game of the lifetime, where we will start in Philadelphia. Big Dom will be there. Nick Sirianni will spit on the field. And division mates, Los Angeles Rams will be in town, while Sean McVay will run up and down the field and chest bump anybody who scores a touchdown. The Eagles are minus 6.5. Dibs, what do you say?
Well, I say that this is a very difficult place for the Rams to play. They're not going to be in any cozy confine. I know Arizona was a neutral, and boy, they sure looked good last weekend, but Philadelphia, much more physical, and I don't think the Rams are going to have an answer for the two-pronged rush attack from Philadelphia. We're taking the Eagles and laying the 6.5. Cuckoosh!
Hit the cocoon. He locked it, Grandy. Hit it.
There you go.
Fade. Yeah, that's going to be a close game. The Rams defense is hot. I'm fading on that one. And last but not least.
Oh, you're going to fade this one too.
Potentially the greatest game in the history of ever on the divisional round. It is the MVP Bowl. The Baltimore Ravens are visiting the Buffalo Bills. And the Ravens on the road are minus 1.5.
Yeah, this one for me is it's tough, but you look at this game and, yeah, Buffalo, very difficult home field, and yet Baltimore is still favored. I think that this is a get-right game for the Ravens after the way last year ended. We're taking the Ravens on the road. We're going to lay the 1.5. We're taking Baltimore.
Fade. Can't wait for Josh Allen to visit Patrick Mahomes on Championship Sunday.
Line movement there is scary. It opened up 1.5 for the Bills and swung all the way the other way.
Sure did. You think that the public knows what they're talking about, Lucas? Not usually.
Public doesn't always move the money, so I don't know.
Right. So Mark's $12 wager in his online app is what's moving the line.
That's right.
Right.
I'm a parlay this sucker. I'm going fade the dibbers.
Fade? You won't.
Major.
If you bet your usual $5, I think a 4-team parlay pays about 12 to 1. So that's
exciting.
A nice little hit for you.
$60. We're going to Sizzler. All right.
But fade me actually makes sense because I'm my one college basketball game that I liked.
Yeah.
Doug Gottlieb. I don't know if you know Doug Gottlieb.
I do know Doug.
His Green Bay squad is 2-14.
Yeah.
They were up by 17. They're now down by 21. They are awful.
How is that possible in that sport?
Well, maybe he started hosting his show in the second half.
I believe Robert Morris is on if I can do the math right, they're on a 71-25 run.
Oh, is that good?
Not for Green Bay.
Similarly, Dibs, you are 3-8 in your last 11 picks.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. It's been a mix of, mostly bad picks. Not too many bad beats in there either. Like that Ram pick was just a dud. The Viking Ram game.
The game was a dud.
Yeah, the pick was worse.
Yeah.
Is the point.
It was.
Yeah.
It totally was. Yeah. I don't know what the hell Vikings were doing the last 2 weeks of their lives.
7 games left. If I go 5-2, which is far-fetched, I know.
No chance.
But that would leave me at 500 for the year, Grandy.
Yes, it would.
Pending the Pro Bowl.
And the whole goal was to not do that.
I know, which odds are not that I will get there, but it'd be kind of cool if I wound up at just dead 500.
Just lose the final 7 and it'll be fine.
Oh my God, that'd be great.
Well, according to my partner here, I'm going to go 1-3. So there you have it.
Yeah, I might fade the Dibbers with a 3-pick parlay.
Okay.
I'm not betting against the Lions tomorrow night. I think that is a freight train for the Washington Commanders. But I've been wrong before.
Well, I've been wrong before too.
Sure have. Made
30 times this year.
Made a living out of it. All right. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
How about the day after that?
No, I'm actually playing in a little golf event.
How about Monday?
I'm actually busy Monday. We got a Warrior game in the middle of our show. We can't do it Monday.
Right. We're not allowed in. We tried to do the show on Monday, but absolutely nothing but love to the great Martin Luther King, and the Boston Celtics will be at the Warriors at 2:00. All right, so Tuesday. Yeah, are you in?
I'm a maybe.
Okay, questionable. We'll get updates on the hour. Guess what's coming up next, though? Ladies and gentlemen, it's our friend Mark Grandy. Here he comes. Best of the game, full hour with Grandy, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Great week, everybody. Thank you so much. for tuning in and all of the interaction. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd.
Hey, it's...